Yo, not to be on my dick, but I have to be on my dick. But it reminded me when I was younger where I was fucking fearless.
200 years ago, you old motherfucker.
I told you, son, don't let me hear a TikTok video and be over. What I'm saying is, I really appreciate you, and I appreciate your energy. And I appreciate the fact that you're fearless and you don't give a fuck who's on the scale. I consider, we had, even though your master class, we talked about the difference between roasting and joning. Joning is when you just off the cuff, you just make something happen. A lot of people don't appreciate it, especially in the roast world, because the roast world is so many rules. You get 30 seconds, I get 30 seconds, and go. Not in the streets. In the streets, once you got a motherfucker, it's like the way a big bull fucking fights. Once he got the motherfucker by the neck, they don't let up.
Absolutely.
And I really, I don't say, like you said, you don't like a lot of podcasts. I really like your energy. But what the backstory that people don't know, for that night, they was like this okay beard. He was nervous about it. No, I wasn't. The first time I met you was in the hallway, and you was fucking with me, and I murdered you. And when you came at me, I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? And I gave you a challenge. I gave you a simple challenge. I said, nigga, if you can button your jacket up, I give you $100.
And you should have said,
wait a minute. I said, I know you work with Tony, so 100 is not a lot. Right? I said, if you can button up the second button, I give you $500. And guess what? You didn't get the money because you couldn't button it up.
It's so true.
But
that jacket was so far apart.
Oh my God.
Oh, both of y'all motherfuckers trying to chime in.
Oh, what do you got? Attack us?
Look like two raccoons to bring to some trash, nigga. Good one, Tony.
I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it anymore.
Military is the only branch that won't break with David on it.
You only want to go to the military. You only want to go to the military because it's don't ask, don't tell.
Your stomach couldn't handle the truth.
Your hair couldn't handle it, motherfucker.
I don't have no hair.
Put some baby powder on, nigga.
I have no hair.
You look like you had your second round of chemo today, nigga.
It's easy. The old jokes easy. I got a great beard. Nigga, I don't dye my shit.
You look like a German Shepherd in the face.
Don't co-sign that shit.
You know how German Shepherds be having that
black a rescue dog, nigga.
I don't know. I just think Donnell looks a little bit more like a pug. Right?
Oh, yo.
Oh, no, I'm just saying. I don't think Shepherd's right.
That nigga look like Rafiki granddaddy.
The shorts look long.
What?
Short. This nigga got long sleeve shorts. And you got thermal shorts.
Shit.
But I will say, bright future.
Appreciate it, man.
Think that bright future. Yeah. Tell your mother call.
You know, this is good. This is for you because now you have another minute for another time.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know.
No. We'll say.
Anything really fall.
I just had, but I thought he was gonna bring the, the excited energy back.
I wasn't here.
That nigga ain't took his medicine.
I wasn't supposed to be here. I just came through. When I saw you, I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
When I saw you peel yourself out of your car.
Donnell.
That's it. You peeled himself out.
I just your car looked like spandex one.
Donnell, they brought you out on a stretcher to come to the comedy store, bitch.
Still living. 25 years doing this shit.
Yeah, your nursing home man gonna be waiting on you outside at the end of the show, man.
I like a live audience here.
Yeah, you gotta chase your alcohol with fiber, nigga.
Oh my goodness.
All right. I might not have one of those epic moments.
Damn, man, it does
I'm
something.
in the mood, plain and simple. I need food. Get up for the fat little boys. Nope. Content. This is wild.
That's
dismiss that shit.
That is a lot of camouflage you're wearing.
And we still see your big ass. All right.
Like fat too.
How do you drink camouflage and still have a shit?
Try it out.
I'll warm it up.
You can't just say no while people are laughing. Let's try to fool the podcast listener.
No, this is the art of fucking show.
No, this is the art.
Don't never, if you get hit, don't never let them see you.
Right, bro. It's like defensive. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? Shake that shit out. Yeah.
How many push-ups do you do?
I can do a few. I worked out today, man.
Are you talking about the
You work
popsicle?
out.
Yeah, I worked out.
For who?
What? For who?
You worked out for who?
Me,
Did you shed any pounds?
I mean, throughout the whole, hey, bro, I weighed my, well, Richie
How you
weighed,
suck your stomach and your neck get rich?
Richie weighed me the other day, dog. Richie weighed me the other day, dog. I'm actually 41 pounds down throughout the whole quarantine.
Really?
Hell yeah.
No,
376 to 335.
Nope. Rich got a fucking scale for watts, nigga. That shit don't work.
Don't get mad, cause
He's just selling a lot of cocaine. That's a lot of cocaine.
hey, Red man, don't get the fuck out of here with that mask jacket on. Nigga.
Mask jacket?
Hell
What
yeah,
the
bro.
fuck? You're the one wearing camo. I'm just wearing a green
You
shirt.
drive a convertible Jeep that's green, man.
It's not
You're standing
convertible.
still in this fucking shit.
Donnell, you about to collapse if you get loud one more time.
You're standing still and you fucking still shaking.
You can't even be in the sunlight too long, nigga. Direct sunlight is your enemy.
Why? Why would the sunlight?
Because he on a lot of medicine. That nigga on kidney medicine.
Oh my
Look at him,
God.
sick ass. Sick. And then that motherfucker look like a sick
You do know you're a week away from diabetes, right?
Hell yeah.
Shout out to Patrice O'Neal. You following in his footsteps. Too soon?
No.
Nah,
Too late.
hell no. But
No.
bring this nigga
You
Donnell a
look like
glass
a health
of milk.
hazard. You look like a health hazard, son. Corona don't get you high cholesterol.
You can't even scratch your head without breaking your arm. Scratch your
Take
whole
your
ass.
stomach. You don't even see your dick when you
You got
shower.
bird bones.
How do you know when you're getting the blowjob?
You up here looking like a hairless pig.
How do you know when you're getting your dick sucked? Somebody got to remind you.
He starts walking away. Excuse me, I'm down here.
You got to lift your stomach up to get a nut, nigga. It's over.
Tony, you got a glory hole at your apartment, nigga.
That's true.
You got a glory hole in your navel.
Donnell, you got an OnlyFans, nigga. Shut your gay ass up.
I do. Get right. You got no
Put you in a
fans.
wheelchair, nigga.
I got an OnlyFans. You got no fans,
Oh,
nigga.
God.
That's so weird.
David,
No buns.
You should about anything about food, nigga. Don't talk about food. Talk about hype and nature shit.
Oh, that shit
You don't to the no, you don't. You know how you kid.
oh my, are you serious?
This is not Coney Island hot dog eating contest. A real race.
Are we about to do a foot race right now?
No, dang. I might have some shoes in the car.
Oh, you're gonna change your shoes, fucking Mr. Rogers over
Hey,
there.
come on, Tony. You saw my race the other week, man. Come on.
Yeah, but that was against a morbidly obese man.
Yeah, but he's like 40 pounds lighter than me.
I was talking about yourself. You were racing yourself.
No, I was racing.
But no, he was decently fast. Donnell would absolutely smoke.
I was smoking you, son.
I don't know, bro. He old.
The only time you'd be in a race, he was on The Biggest Losers, and that show was canceled.
Yeah, that's not the one, man.
I know it's not. It's not my audience.
Yeah, man. It's, the no audience. God damn, this shit is fucking. Bro, bring it back home with the
I
audience.
love it. I still know what's
No, I know.
You're great, David.
How many hooks is on the back of your shit?
How many hooks are on about it? Mother had a stroke mid-sentence. You trying to go by the ass about it.
How many hooks on the back of your bras? That's all I need.
That's it. That's it.
No, I won't photo shoot with Lane Bryant. 10 minutes.
You got a photo shoot with insurance.
All right.
Now you holding your stomach and your chest with one hand.
Easy. Fat one swag. It's a.
Oh, I'm gonna that shit. I'll die skipping.
Jesus.
All right, there he
No audience.
goes.
God damn.
There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. David Lucas.
Yeah, yeah.
Fighting the good fight. Hey, that was fun.
Get him a drink. Nutrisystem on the rocks.
Nutrisystem on the rocks. Donnell just ordered for David Lucas. This is exciting. I pulled a name out. This is someone's first time. We have no idea who this is. This is very, very exciting. Make some noise for Smokey Augusta people in the room. There's a couple people in here clapping. Here comes Smokey Augusta. Smokey.
What do you think? Take it. Go moment. I got some roast to so I'm gonna go with it.
He roasted everything. So that's what I'm doing.
Heard that.
Oh, okay.
All right, here's Smokey Augusta.
All right. David Lucas looks like he was raised by a nanny with cankles.
You know what? Instead, I'm just gonna cut you off right there. Instead of roasting someone that's on here, let's just do whatever else you were gonna do. Can we do that?
Yeah.
All right, Smokey Augusta.
So I was watching the old Brad Pitt movie Seven the other day, and I realized when none of my past relationships work out. Not enough head. Just kidding. What I did realize is that the women I date have too many of the 7 deadly sins present for a long-term relationship to blossom. You can get lucky with 2. You get lust and pride, because you know lust likes to fuck. Pride, well, they have a whatever it takes attitude in the bedroom. That's a good thing as well. That's all I got to say about that. But once you get to 3, 3's only good for short term. That's why I say just add wrath, just for the angry sex alone. Come on, y'all, give it up for angry sex. I look back fondly on the great simultaneous ejaculation in 2012. That shit. But once you get to 4, now 3's a party. 4's a Tyler Perry movie. I stay away from heavy covetousness, but I do think 4 can work with sloth. How mad can she get?
Hot diggity damn, Smokey Augusta. Step back from that ledge, my friend. Hello, Smokey Augusta. How are you? It's so sad to hear what happened to your hit show, Mythbusters.
Yeah, that's sad.
Were you the one that raped your sister, or was that the other one? Okay. Well, obviously, myths aren't the only thing you guys are busting in. You see what I'm... All right. That's a weird sister rape joke right there. Hi, Smokey. First, what was that? Is that you? Oh, I love that. Feel free anytime. Smokey Augusta. Let's talk about it. How long have you been on stand-up comedy?
It's my second time.
Second time ever.
Yes.
Where was your first time at?
Miami Improv.
How long ago was that?
I think it was 2003.
So your return after 17 years, the people wanted it.
We want Smokey.
We want Smokey. And he's back. You know, this is like the crowd goes wild, one of those big return moments. What made you take 17 years off of being?
You know, I didn't really do it in front of the crowd. I was auditioning for something. I went to visit friends, and it inspired me. I saw an audition in the paper. I went for it. And
in the newspaper. That's how things were back then, 17 years ago. You had to get an audition in the newspaper back then.
That's right. You want to make it, you got to get a newspaper. See?
he's got the newspaper hat on.
Extra. Read all about it. Auditions, Miami, Florida. One chance only. So what have you been doing with your life up until this point? You look like the kind of guy that likes to cut your own wood. You build your own fires. You have one of those fireplaces with a little furnace in there. You have your own heated place.
He looks like the kind of guy who stirs his milk with his index finger.
Do you stir your milk with your index fingers?
Yes, I do.
How about the in the home furnace thing? You ever had your own wood burning furnace?
No, not yet.
Okay, so what have you been doing with your life?
I manage a restaurant in Anaheim.
Oh, okay.
Is it a chain? It's close to Disney.
Maybe about ribs.
Is it a Chili's?
No,
it's not. Okay,
I see a person that has potential to tell jokes, but without getting stage time. The biggest thing we all say with comedy is timing. It's hard to get timing when you do jokes every 15 years.
that is true.
You know, but it's somebody that's like, okay, I know this shit's funny. It was the case with a lot of us. We know it's funny, but you don't have reps to get the time. There was no pacing. It was a small audience, so you couldn't like lay into a laugh or whatever. But you know, the premise of the shit was funny, but I just feel like you'll grow and get better with fucking more stage time, and that's because of your time.
And also Guns A-Blazing coming out with the movie references from the hit 1996 film Seven. Perhaps was not as topical as, for example, what we talked about with Dave Coronavirus, this 90s one.
right.
Jokes of the movie Seven, which I'm guessing is 96. Ryan J, you have a better number than that? I guess sooner or later.
I say later.
I saw an ad for that in the paper, and then I went to see it, and it was a lovely film.
96, 97, says Ryan J, which is good enough for me. So how about hobbies, fun things? You seem like a guy that has hobbies. Go ahead, tell us about them. What are you good at? Special skills, talents, anything?
I've been playing a lot of guitar throughout the quarantine. Ukulele. Been writing a lot.
September 95 was the answer. It was months off.
You can't get no pussy off ukulele. No.
You don't have a ukulele with you, do you? God damn it.
Don't make him a guitar fucking.
Oh, Jesus. I'll make him some kind of comedian.
I hate them motherfuckers.
You do have some kind of interesting hobby, though, right? Like you collect something or you're into something that.
Trains. You're a train guy.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Y'all look out, Jesus. You build dollhouses.
Stamps, periodical, gigabits,
CB radios.
most interesting stuff. Microfiche.
What kind of,
Walkman AM radios.
go? We're done with the guesses, band. Thank you. How about, what other instruments other than you?
Guitar.
Just guitar.
Piccolo. Clarinet.
All right. How about your love life? What's that like? What's that like?
It's pretty non-existent at the moment.
Yeah, well, you
I
can
moved
live
here
with that.
about a year ago. What was that?
But you can live, it's hard to get ass.
Yeah.
Do you know the song "Somewhere Over the Rainbow" on ukulele? It's basically like the Stairway to Heaven for ukuleles.
Indeed.
You have to know it on
You
ukulele.
must know it, absolutely. Why do you think your love life's non-existent?
I've only been out here for a year. I just came out here for work.
You ever go on dates at all? You ever just go to a bar and stare at a girl?
You date Rain Scout.
Just there.
Just observation, I don't have
I don't want to be part of that joke.
There's no.
Very bizarre. Okay, so sticking on this, no dates at all?
No.
What's the closest thing to a date you've been on in the past year?
Have you eaten the fruit?
Do you ever just dress up your ukulele and have dinner?
Ignore all statements. Stick with me here. Closest thing to the past year.
The only time I've ever gotten out besides work is I have to go see your drive-up comedy with Tubal.
Oh, that's fun. That's exciting. That was a fun night, right?
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Got to see Jeremiah, David Lucas, and Jetski Johnson.
So there's no one at work. Usually restaurants, there's a lot of.
Yeah, with a manager, you can really throw your weight around there.
Yeah, I bartended for years, and I would date coworkers, but as a manager,
That's so me too.
Anaheim, you're a real angel out there living in Anaheim.
oh yeah,
You guys have outdoor seating at your restaurant, or is it one of the restaurants that are completely closed during all this time?
we do have outlets.
Red Ben would like to know exactly where the restaurant is.
With a, only in Anaheim, he might be able to ride his electric bicycle all the way there.
David Lucas knows exactly where that restaurant is.
As a chef, do you ever make potato salad?
No, sorry.
Okay.
Potato salad?
But I was just going to it's big in the black culture to eat potato salad.
Why you look at me directly in my potato salad?
Because
You're right.
people love potato salad.
You'll fucking lose friendship over fucking bad potato
Exactly.
salad.
So I was going to ask.
White people don't put paprika on their potato salad. That's fucking
They don't put what on it?
paprika.
I love
very
that. And mustard. I like a mustard.
Yeah, just some celery sauce.
Have you ever put raisins on potato salad?
I can't do this. White people put almonds, applesauce.
My wife did it once and I almost divorced her there on the spot.
Gross.
Is that true? Is that true, Victoria Fontaine III?
Yes, I don't know why. I was just doing an art project. I don't know why he ate it. I have people to cook
It wasn't even potato salad, Reginald. Okay. Anything? Have you ever been arrested before, Smokey?
Yes.
For what?
Just missing a court date.
Missing a court date for what? What was the court date for?
Traffic violation.
Traffic
I was
violation.
17.
Sex trafficking?
Yes, she yelled stop. He kept going.
All right. Well, fun time, Smokey. Thank you for making your return on the show, Lady Smokey Augusta, everybody. Okay. All right. Oh my God. All right. Okay, guys. What the fuck is happening? Jesus fucking Christ. Good God. All right.
God forbid we finish the DuckTales of you and blue ball the ocean dies.
Is that what it was? very controversial figure. I mean, I gave him a silly intro last week and people got mad. So I'm just going to say some people love him. Some people really love him. Some people just like him. Ladies and gentlemen, William the Big Red Machine Montgomery.
First and foremost, David Lucas, take a couple notes. You're my first line. Funny how unless I'm scared to dust inside my computer is about to call the cops, the weed is too weak. There is nothing more annoying than a bunch of whining, screaming kids on a plane. That's why I never flew with Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein. I was over at Red Band's place the other night. Red Band, I got a question to ask you. You designed the glory hole in your bathroom.
And then what?
I was able to see Red Band's Oriental wife suck his dick. It was wonderful. Remember that time Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin played the guitar with a cello bow? How the fuck did he do that? Would Tracy Chapman be the first known they in music history?
All right.
You got a fast car. I'm aware. Maybe we can maybe together we can get somewhere.
Okay, William Montgomery, everybody. There we go. Oh.
Quit taking fucking pictures.
From DuckTales, it's DuckTales. DuckTales.
Quit taking
Everybody
pictures, Rick.
knows the song. It's the song from DuckTales. It's DuckTales.
Oh.
DuckTales. Everybody loves DuckTales.
Now my theme song. You are so sweet to have played that.
A lot of people don't know that DuckTales is the official theme song of William Montgomery.
Of Black Lives Matter.
Oh my goodness, is that true?
Donnell, can you corroborate that?
Shout out to George Floyd. That's all I want to say.
That's it.
What'd you say? No, I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
He said shout out to George Floyd.
Oh, okay.
Black Lives Matter.
There you go.
The DuckTales song I heard was the theme song. Was I mistaken?
Nope. William, how you doing this week, William?
I've been better. I'm looking for a job still.
Yeah, how's that going? What are you doing, job? Exactly.
I have been going MCA and swimming laps.
Uh-huh. How about the job part?
No, literally, I mean, I've been going to the YMCA, I'm swimming laps. Nobody's allowed in the YMCA. No, but really, I haven't been looking for a job. So, Donnell, do you have one for me?
Nope.
Okay, fair enough.
Maybe you can build some ukuleles.
Maybe I could what?
Build some ukuleles. It's ZipRecruiter.com.
Yeah, it was hard to understand. No, what'd you say?
William,
You're going in a bad place. You did a good job. Go chop some.
Okay, I know, I'm kidding. Donnell, I'm kidding. I'm on edge tonight.
No, we're still doing protests, nigga. I don't know if you're serious.
No, I'm kidding. My parents almost died in the tornadoes last night in Tennessee.
is that true? It was
Yep.
I never felt sorry for a white person in a tornado.
Come on, my parents bought that house 20 years ago.
Is that true? Did the tornado?
Yeah, they bought it 20 years ago.
Did the tornado hit near where they live?
Yeah, it broke down the house.
What broke down about the house?
What was that dumb little song you were about to play?
That was the sound of a tornado.
Yeah, play that again. That really helping.
That's a tornado siren.
That's a tornado warning? Yeah. No, but yeah, last night it was...
No, that's the sound of a tornado warning.
Yeah, we know. I had to get in the basement many a times. We had tornado drills.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Used to get in the towel closet.
Tornadoes, I think, are. I would prefer a tornado area than an earthquake.
So what's the rule? You go in your house, you get low. What do you do?
Go in the basement.
Yeah, you go to the lowest place,
Go in the towel closet.
or in a hallway.
Towel closet is normally in the middle of the house.
Really? Do you have a towel closet, William?
Yeah, it's filled with green and blue towels.
Never used.
No, what do you mean never used? You said that.
This is Red Band.
Red Band, why'd you say that? I take showers, dude.
The same shorts every single day.
And the zipper's still broken.
It's still
Oh,
broken.
God, William.
Take a look at that,
I'm
Donnell.
telling you some game.
You are
Take a look at that, Donnell.
Black lives still matter. Put your shirt down.
goodness.
My God.
So what are you going to do? Are you running out of money?
I am coming up with a new board game.
Yeah, what's it going to be called?
It's going to be similar
Tornado
to
Twister.
Tornado Twister. How'd you know it was going to be called Tornado Twister?
Jeez, bro. I know you tornado motherfucker.
How does that game go?
It's a lot like Battleship,
Oh, it is?
but it's tornadoes.
It's actually
It's literally just like Battleship, but it's tornadoes. How'd you know that, Donnell?
And you sing.
Jeez, bro.
How'd you know that one?
Yeah, I looked at your body. I knew you looked like you. Man, I can't call it.
Look at my bio.
Your body.
Oh, my body.
I'm not going to keep explaining how I talk, motherfucker. That's the most condescending shit I've ever seen. What did you say?
It's very silly.
Hold on, what?
This thing is being silly.
I'm trying.
Are you?
I had a real hard week this week.
Yeah, tell us about it. Yeah, is that it?
Went to McDonald's a couple days ago. They overcharged me for a Big Mac.
How much did they charge you?
$10. I should have known before I paid them.
They said,
Yeah, I paid $10 for a Big Mac.
oh my goodness, that's like 10.
They overcharged me.
That's our.
It's $10. I don't have a job anymore. And the motherfuckers at McDonald's charged me $10 for a Big Mac?
Did you try to return it?
I ate it. No, he ate the second one, but it's it. No, I ate the first one.
Oh my goodness, William, a lot of anger coming through this week. Clearly, you're going through.
Yeah, I'm looking for a
financial
job.
straits. There's a pandemic happening. You lost your job.
What's that, Ryan?
Ryan just dropped his light.
What are you drawing over there, Dad?
There's a lot of wild shit happening. That's the first time Ryan J. Evald has ever lost.
Yeah,
his
that's a
light.
bad omen. What is that?
That means we have
What up, big dog?
Donnell, I hate it. What's he drawing?
4 more weeks of summer. When Ryan
Tornado.
Ryan, are you drawing a tornado? Is that how you draw a tornado?
Absolutely. Are you sure WWE's going on right now?
I checked it. Straight.
Yeah.
I tried to check. When I tried to go to do it, and saying, because I am
Okay, I don't think WWE was going though. Maybe like try either Saturday night or Monday night. Okay. Saturday. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I don't sing the World Cup is still going on.
Yes, sir. Okay, if you want to know the next time there's something wrestling, I will tell you in a moment.
And now these going right now too.
Word, dog. Okay, here you go. Try it. Tomorrow night. Okay, big dog. And then definitely Monday night. And then definitely Monday night. Yes, sir.
There's a bomb train loading the video.
Yeah, because it's not playing right now. Try it tomorrow night or Monday night.
Tomorrow night or Monday night.
Yes, sir. And if anything, it just might not be working. Not all the websites work.
it's not working.
They don't all work. No guarantees.
I'll bring this one in. My other one don't go there.
What?
I'll put them around down.
Okay.
I got
Bring whatever one you want.
got big.
One you want in, big dog.
Has anybody come in here lately?
Yeah, a couple hours.
Is that big in here?
Yeah, my friend Tony was in here not too long ago. And he might be back in a little.
Zoo?
Zoot was in here earlier too.
What about that guy?
What guy?
Yo-yo.
Oh, he's in a Telegram that I'm in, so he might not come in all that often, but maybe.
What you telling them talking Asian?
Oh, I don't even know. I don't use it. I like Discord.
Don't know?
We don't know him now. I don't even log in with a password anymore. I just use a QR code.
Don't use the login?
No, I don't have any friends on Telegram. I don't friend anybody. I tell them to follow me on Discord.
Oh. Alright, babe.
All right, big dog.
Get these two cows to him. Yeah, I hate to say.
Sweet dreams to you, big man. Take care.
I'll get these two cows out for string. Let me get this thing. This goes.
Why is it that we are so unforgiving of any kind of sin?
Wait, David, can you get on the camera here?
Let's see that one again, Ryan. Let's see you draw a tornado.
Sex offender. She's so immune to my sexual harassment that she just rolls her eyes at me. Take. I'm giving you an opportunity. A white guy, what'd you do? You went out, you ate a lot, made your dick happy. Ain't that right? You did not. You're no fun. Yeah. And I wouldn't have seen my wife when I was young. I wouldn't know this term because she was there. Or that's true too. I'll make you laugh hard for an hour, and I've been doing that for 30 years. Really good. That's good. yet he still makes the line even more rock bottom every time he opens his mouth about anything sexual. Correct. None of that's normal. And I'm trying to say to you, it's back in the day. I know you keep saying that. Back in the day, even today, it was socially accepted. That's what nobody's talking about. It was socially accepted. I'm going to say this. I think this is the case. If you are like some famous actor and you show up with a top model who happened at 16, 17, back in the day, in the 90s, I guarantee nobody said shit. What bothers me is that I hit him more. Shut the fuck up. Okay, with the virtue signal. No, but hold on. Let's watch this. 17-year-old Shoshana Bronstein. Now, hold on. When he was 38, now older than me. High school. Now, to my point, thank you very much. Now, Shoshana Bronstein, have you ever seen what she looked like? She was so blown out, it was crazy. Now, she was like, bring her up when she was 17. It was like my friend was there. He was like, man alive. I love you. Stop it. Here's the problem. If you're featured in the Epstein Files for so long, this guy was hooked with 14-year-olds. Okay. So sorry. You got some 9-year-olds in there. She was 14, guys. Can you get the right? No, this is dude, there's just so many. Yeah, I mean, come on, she was 14. What the fuck is going on? What exposes how weird and demented this guy is the fact that despite having allegations spanning almost 20 years, he still doesn't seem to know where the line is from the way he talks. I want to call my first wife right now and ask her. I want to ask her one question. I want to say, dude, you were 16. Dude, was it hard to get into a club? She was a big model. But I don't think it's like even 16-year-olds get in the club now. I was not a hot 16-year-old girl, and I was able to get into New York City nightclubs at 6 years old. That's what I'm saying, bro. And so guess what girls do? People would go, oh, she must be she's in this club. Right? That's what would happen. Nobody's making excuses for Max behavior. Scumbag. Let me say it tonight. Jeffrey Epstein's a scumbag. Do you think back in the 90s, anybody was checking ID? Do you think back in the 90s, anybody was saying, hey, that girl, like she's 15? I hate to tell everybody. This is now for this 2000s. Even before, man. Here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying let this take care. I'm telling you how it was. I'm not making this story. She's so immune to my sexual harassment that she just rolls her eyes. I've been sexually harassing her for since I know. I feel like this progressive, liberal, feminist agenda is obviously a reaction to maybe people who felt victimized and stuff. But I think what they're doing, they're overly controlled. I think they are trying, in a way, it's man bashing. In the car, and I was like, sure. I'm in the car, and really like turn the wheel, like, okay, grabbing your dick with that. They're taking biology. Now they're taking biology out of the equation, but spontaneity, and not only spontaneity, but how about the idea that men and women sometimes, like you really fast. It's called passion, the sexual space is true. And part of what gets you so turned on is that the fact that I'm going to go for it. I'm not going to. So, by the way, and I've gone down. I've gone to places, and I've had her take my hand and go, no. And I go, okay, not tonight. Or, by the way, I'm going to kiss you. And move around. I'm gonna break these walls down. Try it. You guy that you're a liar called being a man, and I'm proud of it. He literally can't even talk about his daughter without sounding very weird. Like this time, we went on a very weird incest tangent, literally after talking about his daughter going to college. You know what? Back to daughter graduating high school. Daughter graduating high school. That's right. Damn, she graduated. My son is so much shit. Years ago. Yeah, I think she was sorority girl. I don't think so. So, as a woman, she was 24 years old. She met her biological father, and she just connected on the phone deeply. Then they see each other. And then she's like, he's sleeping under her bed. She insisted. She's on the couch, and she goes, what is going on here? I'm attracted to this man. And he was like, I'm attracted to this woman. This is crazy. Yeah. What the fuck? So they have a 5-year affair, and they're like, this is so wrong, but they just connected so deep. She got pregnant. This is disgusting. It's awful. If I could, I would. But I legally can't. But I've considered it. After allegations, he said all his podcasts, he seems not to understand stuff from Hollywood show business in general. Hollywood's I tried to get some color too. I talked to him recently. And I go, because I wanted to do something for him, but he couldn't because he was scouting locations for Joker too. And I go, can I get it? I asked him, there's a couple of rumors, and I asked him, and he just went, don't you worry about anything. It's going to be epic. I don't know. That is, I think that is a shit ton of Hollywood. For a minute you're accused of something, it doesn't matter. None of that matters. What happens is every corporate sponsor you have and everybody you have business with stops doing business with you because they all go. So there's a huge problem. So due process is dead for a lot of people. Because the minute somebody comes up and says you did this, and the problem with that is that person gets a story and you get a statement and you're fucked. So if you are in a certain industry and somebody makes an accusation about you, you see you later. And it doesn't matter how old that accusation is. It could be 30 years old. But look yourself, because every corporate sponsor goes, I can't, sorry, love you, but we can't do it. And that's a huge problem. But it does, it creates an atmosphere of terrifying. Because I'll tell you something. Everybody's going to choose paying their mortgage and sending their kids to school and feeding their kids over a higher principle. Before 20 just to have a successful and consistent career in both acting and comedy. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. I know some sick people in my life. This guy is the craziest, wildest bastard I ever met in my life. Attempted murder. That's what tried to kill me. Oh, you little pussy. You know, Steve, don't go breaking my heart. What? Don't go breaking my heart. Elton John. No way. You gotta miss the boss man wanted to see good old self-Rick. More like selfish Rick. You got torn through in hammers. Cancellation. Just to compare himself with Louis C.K. Stanley wasn't worth the risk of getting with that. Have you ever made a laugh before? Yeah. Fucking, I'm a comic. Dude, I'm really good at stand-up comedy. I understand that that's because it does seem you're selling something. They sell it for a while. You don't smile, just, and you grunt, just, never laugh unless he's taking a look, and then, so it's not. I like to hunt what my ancestors did, so I don't use a gun. I think it's cowardly. I use a sling, or I tend to with a blade. Rather than die smoking and robbing a bank, they don't want bad. I do it for food. I do it for life. I do it to take the animal spirit of my rest, and I like to eat the animal there in the field. I dress it. If somebody will be your fucking house and kill you, that's what happens. I like to watch the animals' adrenaline spike too. I sled the animal at peak. Chase. You'd have to feel what it's like. Thank you, Wolf. That's great. What about the wolves? I just looked at the wolves. I'm like, yeah, which means get the fuck out of here, wolves. Yes, we'll have a peanut pepper, a small olive, Persian olive oil, preferably from Greece or Jerusalem. You need somebody to be like, hey, get the fuck out of here. You have to. Like I'll watch myself and I watch this for 5 hours and I can barely see. I can't even. They have nothing to do with it. With this level of talent, we never heard from him after 29. It's weird. She's like, why is that guy walking like a male chicken? If you were talking about feelings in my generation, you better. If you were talking about how something felt, you better be talking about shoes, bitch. Caught the double wave one time, you were like, oh my god, hi. Oh my god. Why is it shaking its head so violently? There was even a time when he was completely abandoned.
This athleticism is really impressive. Look at this move.
Kicked off his own podcast to the point that he took a job from Steven Crowder to play the role in the 2021 version of Hansel Piper's dog. Crowder used to use a switch to cut his mic and stop him from talking. You guys jumping up from the ladies. How about you probably think ladies is? Ladies. How about you probably think that? If you want to be in a place with kids, parents can force them to keep their cooking. This podcast, its best days will be satisfying expiration date. And like, there's a Reddit. The negativity that I do, everybody gets a phone. Everybody does one thing. I'm sure Kyle does. There's a difference between hate and then straight evil, toxic, criminal behavior. What's that down? I don't report. Are you talking about the underground community? For 6 years I've done this. So Brian and his boy turned to who they thought was organizing their very deserving online hate. There's a couple of you know, part of that community. I you started you know the email I used to which what is it? They go, hey, one of the 6 says that most of the posting. So I think you're talking about Tiger Belly. I love Tiger Belly. So did not mention did he say good things? He said that he was right to kill him. I can't remember exactly. I have the proof. Here's the thing. I don't need a briefcase. I wish I could laugh at that. I don't have a briefcase. I have it on my phone. The reason I can't send it to you is I'm on an investigation. The way I tweet about it is wrong. The way I tweet about it is completely wrong, and I apologize 15,000 times. And I love all the money that Brendan had to do was not be to the most hated people on the internet, and they would have their undeserved successful podcast. Don't forget that. Finally, Cam's like 502 and 7 million views. 6 years ago, those were the days. Yeah, man. Yeah, my God. Didn't even realize how big the influence we had. We can pick anybody we want. If you became my king at the Reddit, like, absolutely. I didn't know that. I had no interest in talking. Yeah. Let me check our ledger. Let me see. How about in a couple hours? I can sandwich it in between Theo Vaughn and it's not 2019. So I'm go for a few. Wide open. Take a day or an hour. We'll be there right now. Okay, you want us to come to you? Fantastic. Let's speak of the certification. So we're Titanic. Titanic scene. Pop, man. Everyone gets on. Now they're just stuck with their 20,000 hate watchers and dealing with clients post-fame crisis. So that's in life. You gotta be where you're gonna be in something about it. You gotta find your way through. Jim, why are you running up Jamie Fletcher? He's gonna trigger Brian. I'm not a rich guy either. I'm not an anything guy. Things are going so well. Things get worse. I'm having a hard time. I'm not sure how to get sometimes you get in a situation where you're not sure how to get okay. You're figuring it out, man. Just let me know. That's all. I don't know what you do. Oh, it's gonna be fun. I agree with you 100%. Time I can tell Brian doesn't want to. I'll just promote my special on my socials. So, could it be? I don't read the comments. I hear them. I don't know what the future holds. I do not know, and that's okay. I think the conversation for Brian would be, why are you still doing it? And if it's just for money, then we should have talked. I can't sell tickets. I don't know how the business works. Honestly, I mean, I'm selling tickets, but not like, usually to hurt so bad. Like my feet, like I put out the special and nobody, it doesn't matter. So no matter what, even though I feel terrible, I have that. Yeah, well, I feel terrible. I can't sell tickets. Sometimes I feel like I don't want to respond. So whatever. I mean, I feel like no matter what I do, I can't. I guess what I feel like I just want to be able to sell enough tickets so I can continue to. Yeah, nowadays the only clips that go on are contention by playing some sort of GPDF file comment. Any sort of sympathy, that's the. The reason they go on is because they're already public and people are watching. If you were like some famous actor and you show up with a top model who happened to have been 16, 17, back in the day, in the 90s, I guarantee nobody said shit. You know what they said? How they do it in Europe. Someone used to tell Grandpa, he's no CK, get the old man off the internet. Here's what I'm trying to say. I think the majority of those girls who were models who came to New York as young as 13, who are supposed to be looked over, okay? I promise you, probably 50 to 60% have a story about how they were 16 dating a 32-year-old, how they were 16 and dating a 45-year-old. You know why? Because it was fucking accepted. You don't hit it more than I do, okay? Nobody does. Like, when I shot my first deer, okay? He said, that's a good shot. He said, have you shot before? And I said, no, I've been killing rabbits in my mind with a high-powered rifle since I was, as long as I can remember. His opinions would be less disturbing if Brian hadn't already opened the show his obsession with HK's relationships. My wife is young, and I make my wife that sandwich. Are you scared that you will be around for your son's first steps or your wife's 23rd birthday? I wouldn't have seen my wife when I was young. I wouldn't have noticed her because she's my favorite. He doesn't realize this thing since he is delusional enough to think he is as good as the great comedians.
Let's turn this camera around. And you've been through, especially without the traumatized him. Okay, which was obviously special to be part of this year. Be here, which were problems to solve it. I'm sure that's the focus that I have some reasons that over the months have are you physically strong? Used to be strong, right? Nancy's are very, very strong. Mostly, a lot of them are very physical, especially and also. Okay, so smart I never thought about stress. Francie, you get one of those. But I was saying yesterday, it's good. I didn't notice this last time. But my grandpa, your uncle, took his son and presented my grandfather's born and raised in Switzerland. And I saw literally skiing, feeling pictures of my father's skin. Have you ever seen skiing? Looking out in the 30s. So it was special for me to shoot. That's his grandma. married my grandfather. She was so here I am this year tonight, starting whoever it's actually getting flights now. People are coming from Swell flights. And it's going to be big months. A lot of people that are partnership coming. Okay, real quickly, tonight was assessed up by Reddy's. DJ Kramer from Brazil. Also, so you're smart. Shout out to Paul and Kobe and so I never looked today. Like these little pieces on there, just down on the it's like, oh, yeah. This is we're having a stuff shops just like if it's in already packed so that we just this is things that Dave Calvin he set up people that at his location in Miami. He's offered $500,000 per month. He said, let's jump in the so he was hired in a university. What's this? They waited like so the normal sound is more like the entire tonight. It's pretty short in the heart. Okay. TV shows. The special edition of Giro Shop is 7.97 part unique parts and by the parrot by Milan American Vici that are coming here for Shabbos. This dates was Shaya and Aaron System 7 time and not the style of the previously Albert and Parker. There's how he dedicated memory, sometimes he dedicated memory of what words, more powerful, and he likes one as well. Station drafting in the tournament with the lines, and all of the cheesers supported why not. Cheetah Man, he had fun with Cheetah, decided that she had something to that. She messed strong over sister. That's not enough. Analysis comes to me. Sleep on it. So, all these boxes anonymous to the Shmazi or Kalita, but Mordechai itself, I'm going to bring a drop of the speech to the Shmaz, or Kalita, but Mordechai itself, I'm going to bring a drop. I decide what is not to live. I'll be very well here. And then, sleep on it. Very good as a pro, the Shiloh, and some very affection. Spanish responses in honor of the Mexican mentality, the rapture, personally, I have seen them from 3, 4, 60. That winds up on the marriage, matter, for yards, made they feel the height that will be strong. Everybody, Zurich, Switzerland, Africa, Vietnam, and Africa, and Yogi, and Mitzvah. It's great to see you rebelling here in Zurich. So the freshmen yesterday sponsored the stores of Yoni, Dr. Charlotte. See a lot of that. One of the spots is Bobby Stanfield, Zelda Hero, Baby Shoma, have a Baby's family having a fun. Wow. Just
Crazy! He's drawing a tornado. Oh my god! Clearly, okay, that's enough. William, is there anything else that we should know about before we let you go tonight?
I illegally went to a movie this past week.
You went to an actual movie theater?
Yup.
Were they open?
Yeah, they were open.
What'd you see?
A Tarzan movie.
Did you play the movie yourself? Were you the projectionist?
Yeah, they were somehow. It was a Tarzan movie. I ate some sweet tarts, and they really hurt my tongue. Donnell, you told me to say that one. It didn't work out.
I just want to see the final tornado sketch.
I want to see it too.
And show us what you would look like if you were outside during a tornado. There's the sirens are happening. David's on the camera. Let's see. Oh, he's going poop, everybody. Chance first. He's very scared.
Oh no, Mom! Get the towel closet!
Oh, that's a call towel closet reference from a few minutes ago. My goodness. What if the tornado is literally like happening right now?
Don't be curious. That was the worst tornado impression I've ever.
What do you mean, Donnell?
Let's say you're not in a house, right? You're outside in a field, and there's a tornado going over you right now. And there's a tornado.
Hold on, Mom! Get out of the field! Hold on, Mom! Get out of the field!
No, your mom's not in the field. You're in a field all by yourself. And action. Here we go, big tornado.
Hey, Lucas, get out of the field!
No, nobody's in the field with you. You're by yourself, so you can't just yell at somebody.
And the Black Lives Matter protest is coming right down the street of the tornado, right?
Yeah, okay.
Hold on, what are y'all doing on the street?
All right. That's what he would say at a Black Lives Matter rally.
Go to Cincinnati with a tornado.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, another very fun, silly week with William Montgomery. Oh. DuckTales. Please step back from that ledge, my friend. DuckTales. Yeah. It is DuckTales. Do you see? Hey, it's DuckTales. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket pull of Molly Hale. There you go, Molly Hale, everybody. It's DuckTales. They just ran out of songs. It's DuckTales. It's DuckTales. Here's Molly Hale, everyone.
Hi, everybody. My name is Molly, and I really wish that I enjoyed butt sex, but my butthole is very dead set against it. And I do have this no in my out policy, but I actually didn't write that policy. My butthole wrote that policy, you know? And I wish it was different, because all my gay friends are like, oh, the butthole, it's a portal of pleasures full of a million treasures. And my girlfriends are like, oh, if I get drunk enough, I might let him pop it in one time. You know, but my butthole is so anti-anal, if it even gets a whiff of a dick coming anywhere near it, it will just scoot right out of the way, you know? One time, I saw my butthole put on a fake mustache and pretend to be the mouth of a dude to get away from a dick. My butthole started talking about sports, and the dick got very confused, you know? And then another time, my butthole put out 2 other fake buttholes on either side of it and started a game of 3-card Monty in order to avoid a dick. My butthole was all, step right up, who would like to put their dick into a real butthole? You, sir? Yes, but which butthole is the real butthole? Left
Heck
butthole?
yeah. All right, Molly Hale. DuckTales, DuckTales, DuckTales.
Duck.
All right. 60 seconds of straight butthole jokes.
I mean,
I have good news for you.
Wait, it gets worse.
Packed it in.
Yes, you did. Put in the butthole jokes. The good news is Red Band has nominated you for the Mark Twain Award. He loves butthole jokes so much.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
It's a work of art.
Oh, I like that. They were smelly, but delicious.
Molly, welcome to the show. This is your first time on, our first time meeting you.
It is my first time on. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. I love the show.
You live in LA?
I do.
What part?
I live just east of Chinatown. It's,
Oh, cool.
yeah, northeast side.
Nice. And how long have you been doing comedy?
I've been in the comedy world for a while. I grew up in Chicago with Michael Lair.
Oh, awesome. Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. You came highly recommended from Michael Lair.
Based on my butthole jokes, I'm pretty.
You know what? David knows everybody from front to butt. That's what I always say. Anyway,
Have you ever had butt sex for real?
I mean, like, tried, but it doesn't work. You know what I mean?
why doesn't it work?
It just hurts real bad.
Oh, I
Gotta
know.
live it
Trust
up
me,
with
I
some
know.
CBD.
Well, that's what you guys say.
They say a man's G-spot is in his anus. Guess who's never touched their G-spot?
You?
Me.
Really? Have you ever
Nothing
had
but a G thing, baby.
Yeah, they say that.
Have you ever had a doctor give an examination?
I don't want to talk about that.
Do I get a goodie bag for being on the show of some CBD
Don't look, you look me right in my eyes like Donnell. So, I don't talk about that. Quickest doctor's appointment ever.
You are
I'll just take your word for it, doc. Just look it.
You're such a comedy great. Everything is always yes and with you until that point for years.
What?
I've never seen you shoot anything down like, oh, we don't talk about that.
No, we don't talk about that. So, what's your inspiration to keep trying the butthole?
I don't try the butthole.
Guys try the butthole.
Yeah, they always want to. It's like they're big.
So, your
you know,
jokes
but-
aren't even real.
Yes, they are real. I've tried to put it in my butthole. My butthole does not want it. And so as a result, my butthole goes to great lengths to avoid it because it really hurts a
Where are you
lot.
going to tour with these butthole jokes?
To the fucking comedy store, dude.
That's right.
Kill Tony, my
I don't think anybody's ever got past this club like, you know, that butthole joke she did for 15
That's
minutes.
true. Red Band's been trying for
Where else are you going to do butthole jokes but
She's
no
amazed.
stories? Come on.
You just got passed with the ass joke. Butthole. Butthole makes it sound. I just personally, it's not good at you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't apologize.
I should have.
Apologize to your butthole.
No, my butthole doesn't.
The butthole's not going to make, you're not going to make it off your butthole. We don't want any club to remember you as, you know, butthole jokes.
The percentage of your jokes that are around the butthole.
I brought all of them that fit in 60 seconds. Like, these are all of them, and they're tight 60, you know, so I knew they were perfect.
You're pushing the butthole
Type
jokes.
some
Okay.
jokes.
I can't. It's on my mind.
You and a lot of predators want to fuck you in the butt. You do know that. That's true.
A lot of predators.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like every man is a predator.
That's incredible. I didn't realize Alyssa Milano was on tonight's show.
And I'll tell you how you encourage predators. Just do 10 minutes of butthole jokes. I'm just saying.
If I talked about my butthole straight for a minute and a half, I would totally expect to get butt raped afterwards.
Wow, you would expect it?
Yeah, in West Hollywood, absolutely.
Well, I think it's just you guys can't stop thinking about my butthole now.
We can't stop thinking about your butthole because you talked about it for
Well,
2 minutes.
it is very cute, you know?
Oh, really?
It is really. I can't
When
help
was the
that.
last time you looked at your butt?
Oh, so you gotta do a mirror check like once a week.
Don't do this. I'm telling you, set yourself for a charge. Don't do it. It was at night that he fucked me in my butt because I didn't
So, Holly, what else do you do other than comedy and butthole?
I also love nature.
Yeah?
I'm a big fan. I try to go out to as much as possible. I think Los Angeles has some of the best nature in the world.
Conversation.
You like to do nature.
make those dances with her college way. How she suddenly
What type of
goes,
nature
I
are you
want something beautiful.
I like all of it, the trees, the flowers, the
Beautiful. So come dancing
Any
down
other
to the
hobbies or fun
morning.
facts about you?
Yeah, I like to dance once in a while.
Really? This
Yeah.
is very exciting.
It can be.
What type of witchcraft do you do?
Well, type specifically
Shut
spell
up,
magic, but
Maria.
I also do like essential oil.
Show me
magic.
some of them Spanish dances and pass me a bottle of Mr. Jones.
Yes, of course we smart people.
I'm a smudge head.
Believe in
Yeah,
me.
it really does
Tell me believe it, anything, cause I wanna be someone who believes.
Talking about sage?
Sage is
Yeah.
also a good one.
Mr. Jones and me tell each other fairy tales. We stare at the beautiful woman. She's looking at you. No, 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 she's looking at me, staring in the bright lights. Coming through in stereo. Everybody loves you. You'll never be lonely. Well, I'm gonna paint my picture.
What types of
Paint myself in blue, red, and gray. All of the beautiful colors are very, very small. Well, yeah, you know, gray is my favorite color. It's also symbolic. Yesterday, if I knew Picasso, I would play myself great guitar and play Mr. Jones and we ran into the future. Yeah, we stare at the beautiful woman. She's looking at you, she's looking at me, staring in the sunlight. And myself was very because
I knew that butthole jokes were the thing to do at the comedy store.
It's
So
not. That is a
I'm
huge
just kidding.
misconception.
Listen,
They
guys,
literally
I
or in the manger.
I really thought butthole jokes a lot more, quite honestly, because I laugh at them and I think they're hilarious. But
How many years has you learned yourself?
really?
Comedy? Oh, you have yourself. You're not going to go nowhere.
Oh no, yeah, of course. I thought you were saying I didn't like my own jokes.
No, you're good. Red Band laughed a lot. He's the butthole aficionado.
Oh, sure, Red Band like those butthole jokes.
You talk about butthole.
Wait, how is that funny? Buttholes are hilarious. Maybe I didn't spell the butthole in the right way, but come on, buttholes are funny, you guys.
I want to smudge your butthole joke right now.
Okay.
Okay.
You said you conjured property, right?
Okay.
Yes, that's what she said.
So are you saying that the homeless should just conjure homes?
Well, they're not practicing their spell magic, that's for sure.
Or food?
What do you mean when you say that you conjure?
Worked mentally and thought about what we wanted specifically and did it in a way that was ritual and did it multiple times and then got exactly what we wanted. Put your energy into it, put your intention into it.
Where does the witchcraft come into this?
Intention is witchcraft. Witchcraft is intention.
Oh, we're all witches.
Absolutely, if you use it correctly. Yeah.
That's interesting. I love that. Well, very fun to meet you.
I want to have anal sex.
Wait, what?
That got me all excited about buttholes.
There's a lot of fun in there. We learned that Redan doesn't even like buttholes. He just likes poop, farts, and farts. That's all.
The butthole that way it comes out.
It's like 6 weeks.
Just the sound.
You know, next come back again, and next time we'll figure out more about you. Hearing a minute that doesn't have to do with all buttholes.
You got it.
No buts about it. There's Hill, everybody. Molly Hale. Molly Hale, and she talks about her butt. She does witchcraft and conjures houses. She does conjures houses. She's a werewolf.
Vacation and absolute. Well, thank you, Sammy, for pointing that out for no reason. Now, Disney Network, we partnered up with the Nuggets, and this isn't so
This is a very exciting part of the night, ladies and gentlemen. This is a first in Kill Tony history. Last week, Michael Lair challenged Jeremiah Watkins to a monologue battle for Rambo. This all started when Michael Lair politely asked Jeremiah if he could borrow a wig, to which Jeremiah uppity replied, "Well, I normally don't do that." The rest is history. The rivalry started weeks ago. Tonight it will be settled. The loser of this monologue challenge, the rumor is that the loser will have boiling water poured on them at a later date in the parking lot of the Comedy Store. Again, I repeat, the loser will have boiling water poured on them. It could be Michael Lair, who has debilitating disease, ALS. We on him. This is what they agreed on, people. I don't know. I mean, I just was an official in this. I didn't create this battle. This was sent to
I'm still stuck up on
I know.
It's all for me to shake your butt on. I want to see your butt on.
Well, the buds are about to come once, my friend, because... wait. No, I don't want you to monologue. We'll get her a drink. I don't want you to miss this Rambo thing, because I don't know what's going to happen here. I need you up here for this stuff. So, I need, that's right. I never found that card that I brought. It's one of my pockets. Did I have an order? So, we're going to flip a coin, and then we are going to, depending on which way the coin lands, that's going to decide who goes second in this. I'm going to flip a memory card. Very good. That's great right there. Just throw things. Here, flip a memory card. Catch. So, okay, let's do it this way. If it's the sand side, Michael Lair's, and if it's the blank side with the USB port, Jeremiah will go first. And here we go. All right, that's SanDisk. Ladies and gentlemen, going first tonight, the man who started all of this, doing the final scene from Rambo First Blood. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Michael Lair. Here we go.
After Liquid Death's branding is on the desk, his own product is fully taken its place, and the audience doesn't officially know why, that it's even his. Before getting into what Martin Reese actually says about
you want me to do that one line? What is it again? No, you can't handle Rambo, it's over.
Nothing is over. Nothing. I destroyed you did. And I did everything I had to win, and somebody wouldn't let me win. And then I come home to the world, and all these faggots out there for comments like baby killer. They don't know who I be. They don't know who I really was. And then when my friend brings back I want to go home and drive my Chevy. I'm like, Frank, I can't find your legs. Frank, I don't know where your legs are. I think you'll be gone.
Wow! Bravo! Oh my goodness!
He's still Sylvester Stallone's voice.
That is Sylvester Stallone! I can't believe we got the actual Sylvester Stallone to come here tonight. Oh my goodness, that's Michael Lair!
Yeah,
I
was Sylvester Stallone after Rocky 100.
That is incredible. That's very impressive. I thought you were the actor Stallone.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
It wasn't until you waved did a normal face in which I realized the Lair.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, yeah, that's a friend of mine who sounds like in my fist full of dicks.
Yeah, poor butthole. Yeah.
I wish
that's his performance.
I'm a train testing.
Indeed, it's going to be very hard to beat that. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we bring out Jeremiah to give his
Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry. Jerry Watkins? I can just tell, but I can almost guarantee he must hate that name more than anything.
Oh, I've accidentally called him a fat. My uncle is the fat. Oh yeah, he is that big.
Jeremiah is a sick man, so he can kiss the ass of the Hollywood Amish elite.
All right. Well, with no further ado, though, I do believe it's time that we bring him out. This is the man that you challenged in this. This all started because he would not give you a wig. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is. This version of the final scene from Rambo First Blood. I present to you the one, the only, the leader of the band. Here we go. It's Jeremiah. Oh my goodness, here he comes. Oh my God. Oh shit. Oh shit.
To be able to start or reserving a future match. So that means it exists and sold through, which makes it a normal product, not a pre-order. It can't be both. This doesn't exist yet, get in mind, and this existed, we ran out, come back later. At Skankfest 2025, on the regs, Tim Dillon gets handed a can of Tony's tap water on camera. Lewis confirms what it is. This is Tony Hinchman's water. It's real. And Tim tries.
Nothing is over!
That's Tony's tap water. It's real.
Nothing!
Lewis, just know.
You just cut it off!
It's real. All I have is not good. It's not. It doesn't. It doesn't taste.
Wasn't my war. You made it! My war!
His reaction is about as blunt as it gets. 3 separate ways of saying the same thing in this man
I'm
with
trying
2
to come back
seconds,
to this
including
world.
an apology.
I see all those maggots in the internet boys protesting East Sydney, COVID, baby, killing all kinds of vile crap.
That's a good question. Barbecue sauce.
Who are they to protest me?
Something like that.
Who are they to say Messi and sit there and who the hell they yelling about? Give me my friend Joey, go man. You don't want to go home, Johnny? I want to drive my Chevy. I said, we what? I can't find your fucking legs. I can't find your legs. I live with this every day. Every day. 7 years. I live with it. Sometimes I wake up. I don't know where I am. Sometimes I don't talk to anybody for a day. Sometimes it's what I have to live with. Wow! Wait! That was such a great performance. Do that in Lair voice.
Oh my goodness, here we go.
Let's go.
It's over, Rambo. Oh shit, look at this! This show is completely out of control, ladies and gentlemen. This is unbelievable. Next week we will be pouring boiling water on Michael Lair. This is very exciting. I'm kidding. Michael, come back here, pal. Back here, roll backwards. Jeremiah Watkins and Michael Lair. That went. Jeremiah. Oh no, Rambo's dead. Rambo doesn't die. Come on, Rambo. Yeah. What a performance. Both of you, way above and beyond. That is better than any Rambo movie I've ever seen, what you guys did here tonight. The camera on these guys. Look at this. I mean, just incredible. Absolutely. I do believe next Rambo, he is in a wheelchair, so we're really ahead of the curve on this one. Incredible performance, gentlemen. I think it's really tough to decide. How many of you think, by round of applause in this room, how many of you think Michael Lair won that? All right, that's pretty good. How many of you think Jeremiah Watkins won that? Actually, that's pretty close. You know what? We're going to pour boiling water on both of them next week. Yeah! How exciting! An unbelievable performance. MichaelLairComedy.com. Jeremiah Wonders on social media. Jeremiah Watkins on social media. Jeremiah Wonders is his podcast. He's got a big one this week. Teamed up with Adam Ray to make a little bit of a Dr. Phil Meets the Billionaire, who you saw earlier. It's very, very, very fun stuff he's doing over there on Jeremiah Wonders. Go check out Michael Lair's Easter Seals video.
Yeah, give him some views, guys. Tell your friends, man.
Jeremiah is also coming to Raleigh, North Carolina, August 13th to the 15th in Minneapolis, August 26th to the 29th. Those dates are announced, and they will be canceled as he gets closer to them. But you can buy tickets.
That's how it is.
He's getting the gigs, but he will cancel. Whoa, look at those! Look at the drawn-on muscles there. That is impressive. Donnell Rawlings is the host of the Donnell Rawlings Show. Our first guest back. Come on, guys. I mean, seriously.
I'm telling you, I really appreciate what you guys do. This was unexpected. I wasn't booked. I was just hanging out. I wanted to see who was here. I appreciate what you guys are doing. And all the talent that came on the stage, I know fucking usually when you have an audience, you feel it. But to be able to perform, this was almost like producing a TV show. You guys doing a good job of it. You guys doing a good job of keeping the Kill Tony brand alive.
Thank you. You absolutely made my night by popping in here. I mean, I just feel so happy. So thank you so much. I'm positive that the fans of the show lost their minds when we brought out a guest. It's almost a component of the show that not everybody forgot about.
And we're dropping our podcast tomorrow on that Rawlings Show. That's right. It's a good thing. I'm really having a good time doing it.
Go subscribe to that. Give it a like. Give it a love. And Donnell Rawlings, thank you so much. The great Jetski Johnson was here all night. She's on social media at Jetski Johnson. She's also the owner of the cutest dog in the world.
Wink. This is my dog.
Wink.
I just lived that area with Brian Olsen. When I was on the podcast, it was really fun.
I love that. The great Chroma Chris was here on the base all night long. He's at Chroma Chris on social media. What else, Chroma? What do you think about tonight's episode?
Oh, Tony, it was rich, Tony.
I fucking knew you were going to say that. And the great Joel Jimenez. Mostly Sorry. He's got a new episode. Sorry, his podcast. Ryan J., let's see that. Joel, anything else?
We premiere it again on Wednesday at 5.
Look at that drawing. Oh, that's a nice drawing. Very Monopoly. Incredible fucking drawing. Bring that up here. We gotta get a look at that. Again, special thanks to Michael Lair and Jeremiah Watkins. That was much more entertaining than I thought it would be. Very great job, guys. I mean, I believed in you both and all before, but I was just really impressed with your acting. More Jeremiah than Michael, really. I thought Michael was going to do what Jeremiah did and really commit. So Michael Lair made himself laugh halfway through it, and he will feel the wrath of boiling water on next week's show. Very exciting. Right, man?
Hey, for all you guys that actually love e-bikes, it's called Loophole. That's Loophole.tv.
Wait, you show?
I sure do. Lean into it. I know it's really cool. It's with Dylan Thompson, who's a really awesome e-biker. So check it out.
Wait, e-biking is a thing?
Yeah.
That's a joke? You guys ride bikes on it?
We've ridden bikes together on it.
But you guys just podcast?
Yeah, we podcast. We pretty much look at all his videos and talk about e-bikes.
Wow, that's so cool. All right. New episodes of Roast Masterclass out every single week. Fun stuff happening over there. That's patreon.com/HinchClip. Tour dates, all of August is being rescheduled, and it looks like September is in the process of being rescheduled as well. So good luck and thank you and sorry. I mean, what do you say during the pandemic? I don't know. But good luck to all of us, and hopefully we'll be back out on the road again soon. Again, thank you, Donnell Rawlings. incredible stuff. Good night, everybody.
What is this bullshit? Dog. It's Aquarius. How was it?
Fine. Go ahead.
Tell me all about it.
Get right at 9 or whatever. We get and so okay, we got reservation or whatever. The first about the day, let's go out. Okay, Andrew's like, okay, they say we can go outside. Okay, well, you said it was a 15. She said, well, y'all said it was a 15 grace. So they found or whatnot. Yeah, it was nice, and that was nice and everything. So, you know, we didn't have no fee or nothing or whatever. Like that we did, we would have talked to the managers. It was nice. So she's fine. She was cool. We got Erica did her thing. So yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Could it have gone any better? Aside from the issue about the table? Okay.
Well, sit down.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they saw 15, and they say on the thing 15 minute grace period. You know, and I said, well, Angel, oh, she was like, that don't mean nothing. We got a reservation. I said, yeah. And they ain't even put us. So y'all didn't think he was coming. Because we told it, and I told Angel, see, so what it was is, I'm thinking Angel's going to come in and go get up. Well, about 7, so I'm eating. Cynthia, I'm almost, I had to eat fast. Not real fast. I had to eat, so I had hamburgers I think she had made. So then they said, well, Adrian I'm gonna pick you up about 8, 10. Okay? Then we're gonna go over Adrian, meet about 8:20. Alright, so I got my phone, go out there. I'm waiting on her. It's past 18. So I called Adrian, so Adrian, I'm waiting on Cynthia. Cynthia told me she would come over here by 18. So she told me she was on text me, said she was on her way. So then it comes around and said, well, Adrian, I was waiting on Cynthia. I said, she must stop at gas station. She said, okay. She said, well, we got a 15-minute grace period. I said, okay, we'll be on our way. So around like 8-something, 8:20, come to get me. Then we're going to roll around the text. So we're on our way. I said, can you give me your address? I don't want this. I know it's your staff. It's a house. So, she gave her address. So we get about 8:20, 8:30. So we go, or whatever. We get in her car. We go on to that. We get there by 8:52. It was a little, like 10, 11. About late. What even 10 minutes late. So, get there. So they was talking, and they said something about something. And she said, well, we have reservations. We have 15-minute grace period. It's outside, we got a reservation. So I told Adrian, we got to go to, we can go call. We can call and listen. So that ain't the problem. She said we had a reservation and it was a 15-minute grace period. That's okay. So if I was to pay or whatever, what it is, yeah. So, yeah. In this thing, it worked out.
Hey, so long as it worked out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So long.
No, only if it works out, we got to pay. But I was good. I was not going to be outside. No, I want you out there. I'm here to see Erica. I ain't going outside. Nope. Y'all supposed to have one. Then y'all took it out. No, y'all was supposed to have one ready reserved one for us. Anyway, it's okay. It worked out. But we had fun. Okay.
The band was good.
Erica was good. Yeah. Erica and the band was good. Erica is school. That's the band name. Erica and the school. Yeah, it was cool. It was a good time. And she don't stay for ages. But yeah, so it's good that you were close to around the area. So yeah, cool. I'm gonna go to bed after a while and chill out and here tomorrow.
Any plans tomorrow?
Nope, I'm gonna stay right here in this house. It's gonna be hot tomorrow.
Excellent.
I don't know, Agent probably be going out. They might have something. I'm not going to until then I do go.
What are you doing next Thursday?
Going on at John's birthday when we was on. They got something going on. So, the last day. Got something going on. But you never heard of him? Never heard of Cupid?
Cupid?
The Cupid shuffle? Cupid.
Yeah, you were talking about that the other day.
Yeah, he's gonna be there, and then RBC and some unit there, somebody named Emerald something. I ain't never heard of him, but I heard of Cupid and Selena Jackson. They're gonna be there. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Did you get to dance at all?
Yeah, I got to dance. Yeah, do sometimes they do like some with the Prince. I forgot which Prince song she be doing. But she got me and Adrian, y'all want to help me? And they was like, yeah. So we walked up there and up there did our little thing. So, yeah,
Wait, you got called up to go up to the stage?
Yeah, she knows me. I told you I'm the number one fan. Me and Adrian is with the girl. I'm her day A1 day one. Yes.
That's really cool.
Yeah, she knows me. Yeah,
I know.
She knows me.
I know she knows you, but that's another level when she feels comfortable enough to have you go in front of the stage and dance. That's amazing.
We had went to the state concert for Boy where she used to performing there. I go there, she was like, come on, baby. And, you know, sometimes I go there and I dance with her when she does that. So yeah, I didn't know we were gonna do it today, but I was happy. I had a good time with her. She be exactly. And then she was like, I love my A1 and David. They come and, you know, support me and stuff like that. You know, I'm like, yeah, we just, you know, my voice goes up screaming and hollering. I had a good time. I did.
Oh, that's super cool and very impressive. Mm-hmm. And you didn't feel any anxiety dancing with a bunch of people?
Because I'm used to her.
That's cool. Good on you. You're brave.
Yeah. They love our energy. So she was like, I'm gonna see you again. I said, okay. She said, I love this place. This is my first time. And she was from Louisiana. I said, okay, nice.
Like Stacy.
Yeah. I said, I got best friends from there. Okay? So yeah. Yeah, we had a good time.
Excellent.
We know the whole band, like they be happy to see us. We know her manager, which is her sister. I didn't see my mom. My mom wasn't there today. But yeah.
If I said some Prince songs, you think you'd know which one they played?
What, Prince?
Yeah, the one that you said she sang.
I don't know. I could remember. I don't know. Dun, 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 dun,
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's cool. That's super cool.
I'm finding it on this here. I think it's good. Yeah.
Is she on Spotify?
Is she on Spotify?
Yeah.
She does cover songs and stuff like that. She does cover songs, but she doesn't record her cover songs. She has she sings. She just sings, but she be getting down.
Okay.
Down. I have a video. She get down.
There you go. Well, that's good. I'm glad you had a good time. And you did you have good food?
I just had tacos. Yeah, I had tacos. She had some. Yeah.
Were they good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Decent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, very cool. I'm glad you had a good time. And I'm glad you get to rest tomorrow.
The night before he was getting recording him, they loved the heck out of us. He be getting it.
Miss Aquarius, you're a dancing machine. Dancing, dancing, dancing. She's a dancing machine.
She be dancing. When I heard from Eli, he used to have this. So, boy, he don't have it no more. I don't know where he don't have it. So he came out there. I said, I told you I was going to come out here. Came out there, and I showed him. And he said, yeah, she be everywhere. She be going down, go up, go to the left, go right. I said, that girl be everywhere. Call her. That girl be everywhere. That girl be dancing too. We just some energizer bunches.
Good for you.
I can't cover my leg, but I be good with my tiny.
Good for you. Excellent. And how long was the concert in total?
Huh?
How long was the total of the concert?
It's like a little show. It's not well from 9 to what 10. I think you did. Well, a little bit after 9, like 10 something. Yeah, it's 2 sets. You did the first set. And I think the second set it was around 11 something, 10 or 11. Well, 11, yeah. So it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad.
Okay, and how many people went?
What you mean, how many people?
Like how many people were at this venue?
I can't tell. I can't tell how many people. There was a lot.
Okay, well, like 100. Okay, so still intimate, but big enough to do two.
That place is small. That place is small, but it's crowded. But yeah, it's
Two
small.
shows.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
Goes outside, and it might be 100, but that place is small. Mm-hmm. Yeah, good time. And you know, it has to be, the engine to hype them up and stuff like that. So it's a good engine, especially when we in there. When A1 and day, when they A1 and day ones be there, it'd be good. It'd be good because they get me hyped up. And they know I'm a friend. I'm like, all that, and all them friends that are going on. Yep. They be good. They have a good time.
That's great. I'm glad you had a good time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How was your podcast?
Oh, it went really well. It was an hour, and it wasn't just me. I've been doing channel things where this one had like 8 people on it. So I don't talk that much, like as opposed to if it's just I'm being interviewed or something. But we talked about transhumanism, which is like extending the normal life, and we had some people there. Nobody there was like, we have to do this. Nobody was like that. There were people who were like, if it's something that works, then maybe like they might want to try it. There were some people who were like, absolutely not. I don't want to have anything to do with that. And then they had some people who were like, you know those people who kind of like live off grid. They like try to not keep connection to like, you know, like they live on like a big bunch of land and they make their own clothes and food and stuff. There are some people like that, and that's cool. That's cool. Like that, I'd respect that life a lot. I don't know if I could do it. Seems like a lot of work, but they were there, and then it was like 8 people and a good eclectic group, a lot of different people, and there are 2 in August, so that's always good when, you know, it's a good sign when it goes again, or like the conversation they want to continue it as opposed to doing that again. That was a mistake. I thought that was good, and I knew 2 of the people there. I had done podcasts with them before, and they're really nice. They're like 2 of the nicest people you're ever gonna meet. And then there were the other people were nice too. Frankly, I haven't met anybody except that one lady was kind of mean in here, but like everybody else has been really really nice and really, you know, I don't want to say inquisitive, but like respectful. That's the big word, respectful. And I think that's an important word to have in society. Just be respectful of yourself, of others, and hopefully everything works out.
Okay.
But yeah, so it already published, which is good. So that means this week I did 3 podcasts that, well, I had 4 podcasts that published this week. So then next week I've got at least two lined up, and maybe some others that I've inquired on. So happy about that. And I had some friends who came in here earlier today, and that was good to catch up with them. And sorry, probably gonna go to sleep pretty soon, which I'm sure you will too. And nothing major this weekend in terms of podcasts, though. You never know; something can always pop up, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm okay to get a little bit of a break from them. There's some pressure on myself when I do them that, you know, you want to do well in everything, and I stress a little bit about them because you want to make sure they don't cancel on you. You want to make sure you don't oversleep. You want to make sure you don't look stupid. All of those things. So.
All right. All right. That one, man. No, do you know what Tamagotchis are?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I remember they were big in 3rd grade, so maybe 5th grade for you or something. Maybe 6th grade. You said.
Well, a long time ago, I don't even know. Probably in middle school at the time, yeah.
I wanted one really badly, and I wasn't allowed to have one or something. But eventually I got one from somebody, and I fed that thing. I made sure it lived as long as I could get that thing to live. And I just thought that was so cool. Like the future of pet ownership would be like digital. It was, and people loved them, and they kept them on their backpack. I remember it was a big thing for girls, but then some boys got them too. They didn't really know too about them, not knowing what they were. I remember you could feed them and walk them, and then they died. Like they had like 3 modes. That was it. And then they could be reborn again, like they'd come out of an egg or something. I remember. But yeah, that was the ultimate. Like that was one of those holiday or whatever they want to call them, like the hot gift of the year. They had like, you know, like at one time there was Tickle Me Elmo, and Furbies and Tamagotchis. That was a big one. Pogs.
They had Nanos.
They had what?
Nanos. They had Nano Kitty and
Oh,
Nano Puppy.
Oh yeah.
They had both of them.
Yeah. I remember those.
Yeah, like Tamagotchi. Yeah, I love them.
That
And Giga Pet.
that was one too. That was one too. I remember that dog, Nano Dog. That was a big Nano Puppy. That was a big one. Yeah.
And they had something like a Digimon or something. I never played it.
I was too old for that point, but yeah. Do you Pogs? Did they do Pogs where you were?
Who?
Pogs, they were like these little circular thing slammer. It was like a game kids played.
Oh, I think I do remember, yeah.
Yeah. Everything goes through such a phase too. Like it's so popular for like 3 months and then nobody does it again. It's like, what happened? I thought we were all on board with Tamagotchis. And it's like, no, there's the next thing. Digipets or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, those was the days.
Yes.
They still got them, but they still got the Tamagotchi back out now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do they do more stuff now?
You get so yeah, you have little vibes and stuff. I don't know. I ain't get one. I just seen the new ones and stuff. Like looking at YouTube and stuff like that. I guess they ain't have that much life because the lady had to wish yeah.
Wow. I mean, you could do all that kind of stuff on a phone now so much better, but it doesn't have the same nostalgia of that little keychain thing.
Yeah, I did. The Tamagotchi like.
Did you?
Take so long. Now I work, so I couldn't really like TV and all that. So, yeah.
Did you have one or more than one?
I had one.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's somebody you can do it on the phone. I used to do it on the phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I got you. And when you were like, I was working, I'm like, Tamagotchi, you were working then, but no.
I used to say that on the weekend when I was a kid, but now when I'm working,
Yeah. I wonder what other things they have it doing nowadays.
I got the YouTube. Oh, they do got this thing. They got Giga Pet. They got the Giga Pet. $30. Oh my God. $13 for this on Amazon. You really kidding me? They don't have no Nano, put no puppies. They don't have it. They don't have no Nano. They got Giga Pet. They don't have no Nano. What's the Nano? They ain't got no Nano. Oh, wow. Yeah. So you ain't got nothing to do tomorrow, huh?
No, I'm okay with that. I'm kind of happy about it. I try to do these things during the week, and if somebody wants to do it on a different day, that's okay. But as I say that, I always have to make sure to check my schedule. Yeah, so I don't have anything till Tuesday, it looks like. And then I've got something Wednesday. I've got just 2 scheduled right now, but I might have a couple more that come up. So that's okay. 2 more hopeful good events that I have where people can go on YouTube and see what I do. So that's neat.
Okay. What's that?
Alrighty, man.
Rabbi, liver, and I'm going to bed. I am getting tired.
Sweet dreams to you, Mr. Aquarius. God willing.
God willing. I'll see you tomorrow. God willing. Sweet dreams.
Thank you, madam. You too.
Thank you, and you're welcome.
Okie dokie.
Drink my name, Joe Rogan podcast my name all day.
You know what's a good thing about you? You never smoke it back to the family like a kid. What a great family. I was a great family. My sister smoked in high school. So stupid. Yeah. And then I had to do a play once with Adam Ferrara and a couple other people. And I was supposed to play this something that a bunch of comics were funny. And I was supposed to play this like tortured liberal arts student who was smoking cigarettes. So they wanted me to smoke cigarettes while I was doing it. So I smoked like 15 fucking cigarettes while we're doing that, and I threw up. I had a fucking horrible headache. I was like, oh my god, I'm so high. Wow, my arms don't move right. Do you never smoke cigarettes at all? You smoke 15 in a row? Were you like an athlete too? Oh yeah. Oh, so that totally fucked you up. Oh, completely. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, the first time I had a cigarette, it's so terrible, but I was like, this is great. My body, I don't know how. Like, what you had is different than normal. It was just too much. One cigarette I liked. I was like, ooh, what a rush. This is kind of cool. I go, hell, I kind of get it. I get why you guys like this. Interesting. But we were doing this thing that I had to always be smoking. So we had to rehearse. We were doing it all day. I wanted to try to, like, feel normal with a cigarette in my hand. So I kept smoking them, and then I liked them. So I kept smoking them. Yeah, it's a tough thing because the thing about it, and I've been sober 15 years from alcohol and drugs, and I look at people that are really drunk, it doesn't look appealing. It doesn't look good. When you see somebody with a cigarette, it always looks good. It looks like, it always looks good. You never say to yourself, like, that person's going to lose, they'll get sick and die, but you never know they're going to lose control of their life. So you look at somebody with a cigarette and you go, oh, yeah, they're having one, they're cool, it's fine. They're using it to help hang on. I never look cool with it. It's like you look at an actor doing it, or someone like the con film shows them all. Yeah, someone like that. Timothée Chalamet has one, he's the size of one, and he has one, and I go, that is fine. Probably in France or somebody. You know what I mean? They look at that, so you'll see that. You don't get a cigarette. And cigarette holders? Yeah. At the end of it? Like 1920s. Like 19. No, it's in because now it's terrible. Right. And it destroys your clothes. And it's very bad for your health, obviously. But it is one of those things that is just such a good product. What other product where they tell you it kills you and will raise the price every year? However, in England, where they smoke like crazy, you have actual cancer on the fucking cartons. So when you buy them out in London, you bought one, it was like a dead baby on the photo. Well, they were like no birth. Yeah. I was like, this is terrible. They smoke more over there than anywhere. They smoke more over there. They don't eat the way we eat. Like, they don't understand the way we eat, right? They don't get it. There's something called total carvery, like where you can just ladle on Sunday roast and Yorkshire pudding and stuff. But for the most part, the portions are smaller, and people are more in that sense. But they drink more and they smoke. European World Cup fans lose their minds over Taco Bell, ranch, and unlimited refills. Yeah, oh yeah. Because they get sick. When they come here, they get sick because there's chemicals in our food. Somebody was telling me they went to Buc-ee's, and there was the soccer teams were at Buc-ee's for the first time. And they just fucking couldn't believe it. Of course, that's one of the first places you have in America you walk into a Buc-ee's. Yeah, you're from Czechoslovakia. It's one of the most American places, as you've said, that exists. You have this gas station, but it's also like a weird theme park of food and all kinds of other shit that you could need. Yeah, this guy, dude, LMAO, this is a gas station. Yeah. Well, you see how big they are. Yeah. The first 24 million views, that's hilarious. No, it's completely alien to their culture. Yeah. To have a place like that where you could go buy those are alien to them. The idea that you could buy mayonnaise in a bucket or jars and things that you would keep, like, you know, like it's all, they all think we're preppers. Because if you go to like a big growing food for a long period of time, they don't do that there. They buy stuff for like the week.
They have small refrigerators.
Yeah, small refrigerators, couple of days.
They don't have refrigerators like we have, but also they don't have the same amount of preservatives in their food, which is why it's not poison.
Right. They also don't think, and they could be wrong about this, but they also don't think that like they're going to lose access because of some race war. You know what I mean? Like there is a little bit of planning that goes into some of these grocery runs that does seem slightly paranoid.
Oh yeah. Well, the news media over here ramps you up.
Oh yeah.
You know, start thinking about stockpiling gold.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Listen, when I lived in LA, when my kids were young, I had an Apocalypse truck built.
Right.
That Toyota Land Cruiser I got, I need a bug out truck. Like a truck where I can store a lot of shit in it and it can literally drive over a mountain. That's what I need. I need a car that's not just a road car.
Right.
I need a car that occasionally shit might go sideways and you gotta get the fuck out of here and you gotta drive through the desert.
Wow. And I've left LA multiple times to make that drive. Not in an apocalypse car, but because of fires, because of riots. Like sometimes you just gotta get out of Dodge.
You got burning my fence down.
Part of the LA experience to get in a car. David Spade called me once during the riots. He goes, "Your block is on fire." I thought he was kidding, but there was just overturned cop cars on fire, and it was like riots. It's funny. So I just got him and I went, "Okay," and I drove through the desert. Part of the LA experience is fleeing.
That's what Palm Beach is.
Yeah. Palm Springs.
Right?
Yeah, you flee.
Yeah, you flee.
Go.
I mean, Palm Springs makes no sense. It's hot as fuck. There's no water.
You know why it started?
Money.
It started because when Paramount Pictures was doing edits, if you were in a movie, you had to be within 200 miles of until the movie was finished editing. It was in your contract. Palm Springs is like exactly 200 miles from LA.
Oh,
that's
interesting.
That's why they started Hollywood. That, you know, they were like, "We own you. You can't go anywhere until the film was edited. So if you want to go on a vacation, you have to go there."
You know what's interesting is like Pasadena was where all the like producers lived.
Yeah.
There's beautiful houses in Pasadena, man.
Mid-century modern, beautiful.
Yeah, incredible places, like estates that just seem complete. Got a place.
Totally beautiful and from another time. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You get the vibe that you're Santino made a brilliant point. He's like, it's not Hollywood, it's Hollywood the sequel. Like, you're not living in the thing anymore. You're living in whatever the second version is.
Right. The second of the things. Second version is TikTok.
Yeah, whatever it is. It's not what it was, and every place seems a little bit like a museum, or like it was cool 20 years ago or 15 years ago.
You know? Somebody recently said this, and it's perfect. They said LA is slowly becoming Detroit.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The only thing that might save it is the weather.
The weather will help. Right. The industry dried up. Right. So the big industry in Hollywood, regardless of whether or not it's the biggest economic industry, the biggest industry in terms of like cultural value and getting people to move there, was always show business. Yeah. And they barely make movies anymore.
They overtaxed and overregulated their biggest industry to other states and other countries.
Yeah.
And most people are making things all over the world. And very few, I think at one time it was like 80 to 90%. Now it's 25, 30%. Wow. Big difference.
That's a giant difference. Well, that arrogance of like, this is the best place in the world, everyone's going to come here no matter what. Right. That's the Gavin Newsom attitude whenever he defends California. Talks about how great the GDP is. We're the fifth largest economic. He starts rattling off all these wonderful statistics. And this is like, instead of acknowledging, if we've got fucking real problems, people are moving for the first time ever more than they're coming here.
Right.
We're losing all these giant corporations that are leaving. Instead of that, it's just this, we're the shit. No one's, it doesn't matter. I'm very big on California. I'm bullish on California. Right. It's always going to be amazing here.
Well, it's what every empire said until they fell. Yeah. Right? Like, we are the thing.
But people don't want to ever believe that things can fall. It's so weird. We'll walk right through the Coliseum and well, listen, never happened again.
Right. When we landed in LA, I looked to the right, and that warehouse was on fire. with 85 billion or 85 million tons of chemicals in a warehouse that was on fire. It was like a multi-day blaze. And you're landing, and you're looking out the window, and you're just seeing the warehouse on fire, and then there was a car fire on the 405 there now. But like, as I was going to my apartment, there was a car on fire, and as I was landing, the warehouse was on fire. And you start thinking to yourself, somebody doesn't want us here. Like, somebody wants us out. Like, it almost feels like we're being evicted by nature.
By nature?
Well, by nature.
Human nature.
By bad decisions, by everything.
Which is nature.
Yeah.
You know, human nature is nature. And the stupidity of humans is it's no different than the stupidity of animals when they go extinct.
Do you think it comes back? Any shot? Any chance?
Something has to happen.
Right.
Something big has to happen. I mean, there has to be something that completely shifts the way LA looks at itself. You know, it has to look at itself as like a functioning business instead of a giant scam for nonprofits.
Right.
Because a big part of LA's problem is there's a bunch of people that are in the empathy industry.
Yeah.
And they're in the, you know, we're working for this and we're working for that. And a giant chunk of their money is going to that kind of shit.
I did a great show at Oceans in Atlantic City, which was a casino there. And the owner of that casino was talking to me. And I said, what would fix Atlantic City? Because Atlantic City has some similar problems to LA, but vastly worse. And he was telling me, he goes, we have just a high amount of people and a lot of social programs we want to use. You have a lot of people not, for whatever reason, productive and living in one area, and everything that comes along with that, which is crime, which is, you know, vandalism, which is, you know, disorder to varying degrees. And he goes, you need to get rid of that in order to have a climate where businesses can thrive. 100%. Which is what happened in New York in the 90s. People hated it. They don't want to admit it. But what happened in New York in the 90s was like they did clean up a lot of the crime, and a lot of businesses that felt better about investing. 100%. That's what Giuliani did. That's what he did. And he's demonized. He's demonized. He's demonized. He's one of those guys where if he had just done that and died, his legacy would have been amazing. He's hung around for a while, and he's kind of gone into some interesting tangents. So it's one of those scenarios where it's like, had he just cleaned up New York City, and then left public life, he would have been like that guy. Right. But he hung around. He's like, you're going to do that. That's right. He was going to do shows. He did such a good thing, and it was like just, that's it.
It was also, it was easy to on up when the time when he was sweating, he was dying.
He's doing a press conference in a parking lot.
Yeah, now 100 years old, it's okay to upgrade. It's just, these guys, there's so much silliness on both sides. You know, there's silliness on the left and silliness on the right. There's goofy people because the only kind of people that want that kind of position of power are a little goofy, right? You don't get the best and the brightest and the most enlightened that want to be the mayor of New York City. Not the job.
A lot of people that want power and they want influence. You know, I think a lot of that, the AI stuff, which is very interesting, is starting to, I don't know how quickly it will do this, but I do think it's going to lessen some of the cultural divides, and I think it's going to potentially unite people because I think it's going to be the surveillance, privacy, your own rights, what rights you all have. Like, I feel like that will be, it might take precedent instead of like these cultural fights that people have been having for a while. It might be like people might be demanding autonomy, you know, from artificial intelligence.
The problem is going to be if you can't demand, if you don't have a voice anymore. And this is the potential nightmare scenario that we're seeing play out slowly in England. Right? In England, their freedom of speech has been suppressed to an alarming point where people are not freaking out doing nothing about it. The amount of arrests that people get over there for fucking retweets and likes. Retweets and likes.
That's so crazy to me that you could get arrested for liking a tweet.
Arrested?
Not even retweeting, because we all know if you like, you're a piece of shit. You should retweet. we all know that. Retweet it. So, and if you're going to go to jail, you might as well retweet it anyway. You're going to get locked out. What retweet is for a retweet or like, I'm sure. So as soon as people feel like the reality of the world they live in is not being represented, and they're not allowed to complain about it online, because if they complain about it online, they get arrested. So right now it's for immigration. But that could change. That could change. Well, it does seem to be that they feel that there was a decision made by somebody that the public can only discuss issues in a very rigid way. They can only offer their, like, not everyone who's talking about immigration is doing it in the most articulate way, but it's their right to do it. It's their country. They should be able to say, I'm worried about increased levels of immigration. You know, and they should be able to say that in an eloquent way, right? So what they're doing now is they're policing certain words, and I think certain ways of speaking, and they're calling a lot of things but you know, speak and we'll talk. So I think the way that they're doing it over there is they're basically looking at these statements and going, this person is inciting violence and threatening the public good by what they're saying.
Right. And then there's also people were getting arrested for saying that there were rape gangs. And there were. And so this new report, who released this new report that said a quarter million? It says UK scraps police probes of legal social media posts after review says response went too far. So this is April 1st, 2026. But I just saw a thing about a guy getting arrested for a few days ago.
And we have rape gangs here, but ours are more successful.
I think that's a legal social media post is which weird. So legal social media posts, right? Their law is different than our law. They don't have freedom of speech over there. So incitement to violence is a violation of their law. Right. So when it says legal, it could just be they went too far for things like cartoon, clearly not incitement to violence. But would it find out, Jamie, that report was about the rape gangs?
I was just there for 21 days. I was in London. I was in Paris for a couple of days. I was in London primarily for 21 days. And you talk to different groups of people, and London's a global city. It's a cosmopolitan city. It's like New York. And, you know, I think one of the things that, you know, they're used to diversity there. And so they're not full-on panicked about different types of people coming in. But there is undeniably a real problem outside of London, also in London, but outside of London, because a lot of the economy is stagnated. So you're bringing people in, it's not clear immediately what jobs they'll do. And a lot of their cultures vary greatly from the English culture in a meaningful way. And that could be the rights of women, that could be the rights of gay people, that could be the opinions about freedom of speech, that could be freedom of religion, whatever it is. There is a cultural tension there between, you know, immigrants, migrants coming in, and this here's a fact. Research dogs maintain a healthy about 2 years longer on average. People still the status quo exists, and trust me, I know. I buy one, the farmer's dog. I use it for both my dogs. They love it. They eat it up quick. It smells good to them. It smells good to me. It's human grade food. The farmer's dog makes fresh food for dogs, and my dogs love it. Their recipes are made with real meat and fresh vegetables that are gently cooked to retain vital nutrients. They also portion out the meals to your dog's nutritional needs, which helps avoid overfeeding and makes weight management easier. And isn't getting more time with our four-legged best friend something every dog owner wants? The answer to that is yes, obviously. So try
the Farmer's Dog today and get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food. Plus, get free shipping. FirstDog.com/Rogan. This offers for new. We were talking about before the show. Yeah. Is it about Dearborn? So we're in Dearborn, Michigan. Yeah. So we're a bunch of really progressive people. Thought it's amazing. Sure. Bring everyone in. Everyone's welcome. And so they got enough Muslim people in there where they could vote in the mayor. And then this guy says, no more pride flags. No more pride flags. Yeah. They're inching towards what they would like. Yes. Which is Sharia law. If you ask most people who live in these Islamic countries. Now, again, if you're asking them, they're probably under duress. They're probably terrified of saying the wrong thing. Right. So you've got to factor that in. But at least a percentage of them think Sharia law would be a great idea.
I think there's certainly I mean, this was covered up to a lot of the grooming gang scandal there.
Yeah, so we're looking at it right now. It says this is on National Review, the UK's horrific rape gangs. So is this the rape gang inquiry report, right? So who put this report out? Members of Parliament and Restore Britain Party leader Rupert Lowe. And so the investigators, such as inability to compel witnesses, or require sort of document production that breaks some of the most heinous victims. Viewed with those limitations in mind, the independent report is a damning collection of victim testimonies that vividly portray the sexual terrorism that occurred nationwide for decades. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this is terrible. I mean, obviously,
there was 250,000 girls.
And this was covered up because the media didn't want to inflame anger against population of migrants, most of whom I'm sure were innocent of this, obviously. But it is something that, in a free society, everyone has the right to know if there are rape gangs in their country and who's operating.
Isn't that crazy that under the guise of progressiveness, even people rape gangs?
Well, 100% is crazy. But it's also incredibly... It's not shocking because the ends justify the means approach of politics seems to be what we're doing right now, whereas basically if the goal is to just whatever it's being called, like this patriarchal white male-dominated society, and if you want to get rid of that, and that's the end goal, a lot of people ignore what happens in the middle. Like, a lot of people aren't super concerned about whose rights are being respected in that process, because their end goal really is to kind of decrease the power of people they disagree with, So, I mean, it's like, it's hard to look at this and not see a design, and I don't quite know exactly where the design. It's odd that this is all happenstance because everybody knows it's happening and people are afraid to talk about it. So I would imagine that at some point, for example, like countries like Ireland right now, they're having lots of issues over this. They're part of the EU, and the EU would set migration policy for Ireland. So the EU is a supranational organization that would basically say, here's your emission standards, here's your monetary policy, whatever it is. And Ireland is kind of in that sense, they feel like they're losing their sovereignty. They're losing their ability to chart the course of their own country to a supranational organization that primarily seems concerned with the economic, because if you bring in more migrants, you can eventually grow the economy, which is what they're doing. A lot of people in Europe are not having children. So a lot of these economies are run by people that are not really too concerned about the cultural landscape of bringing migrants in. They're looking more about how do we grow this economy, how do we get cheap, help, and how do we get workers, and a lot of it is you're getting third world migrants. Some of it's genuine refugees for sure. But a lot of it's economic migration. People are coming for better life. Hard to blame them. But do the people that live in those countries get to have a better life? That's the question. If you lived in Ireland
do you get to have a better life? Do your economic prospects get to grow? Do your children get to own property, health insurance, and a job, and things like that? And it seems that concerned about that. Like these citizens who've lived forever in these countries, whose grandparents have fought and died in wars to secure the freedom of some of those countries, Britain, UK, things like that. Those be as prioritized as people coming in from other countries. And that's one of the big problems that they're having.
Well, it's really interesting to watch because if there is a plan, I mean, it's not interesting, it's kind of horrific, but it's interesting it can both. It can be both. Sure. If there is a plan, like, whose plan? Whose plan and who's benefiting from this? Like, why would you do this?
I think it's a small group of people that concern themselves primarily with economic matters. They don't care that nation states have cultures and histories and customs, and that doesn't bother them as much. And their basic response is to just deal with it. Call everyone a racist who questions it, or to say jingoist or eccentric or anti-immigrant or whatever. They shut down those conversations. And I think it's because a lot of people believe more in a global world, and they don't believe in a world of nation states that have their own ability to govern themselves. They want to take that power economically from those people, and then eventually they want to take it culturally and every other way. So they just want to go around the world and say, here's the way every country will look, here's the economic policy of every country, and if the people in those countries don't like it, and they express, that on social media, they're going to get kicked off. And if they organize in the streets, they're going to use, military authority to fire water cannons at them or shut them down or use gas or whatever. And if there's a genuine resistance movement to some of it, they're going to infiltrate it and turn it into some psychotic thing, which they do all the time. So it's hard to see it, not to sound like a paranoid, but that's what I am and how I've been living. But I think it is clearly one's design. This isn't happenstance. None of this has to happen. We don't have to invade countries whose real resources and drench our communities in guilt and say, now we have to bring all those people here and you have to deal with it. None of that has to happen. That's a strategy of a group of people that want to keep perpetuating this.
Do you think it also has one of the factors might be that they want conflict? The more conflict we on the streets, the less they're going to be intentional with the government's doing.
Well, 100%. I also think the more chaos in the street, the more likely you're going to be willing to accept new laws, new technologies, and you're going to just say, I want peace, and I don't care how we get it, I don't care how we achieve it, and I think that's very possible, but it does feel like it's on the road a little bit to where people want a uniform standard across, but as you said earlier in this, it's very interesting because this uniform standard is supposed to include non-binary art students in Vermont and religious Muslims from North Africa. Good luck.
But it's amazing that the people that would be most opposed, the people that, like, if you do bring those people, they're going to hate them most, but the people that want them the most, they're the ones who are most likely to say we should have some border that keeps some person from coming here, no person's illegal.
And the people that want them in the most, I think, are not even the people bringing them in. They're being used.
They're being suicidal.
Their empathy is being weaponized. It's being used. So people that are manufacturing this reality are using those people. These are the same people who really don't care if people in the state over have health care. These are people that haven't spoken to their sisters in 2 years. And they care a ton about people that are coming over from Syria, whatever.
But we fucked up Syria. We put that guy in who used to be an ISIS. We got rid of Gaddafi. There's slave markets in Libya.
Right.
So we did that. We sent refugees all through Europe. We destabilized all of Europe. And, you know, you can't take us out of it. You can't take Western powers out of it. You can't take Israel out of it. You can't take the U.S. and Britain and France and a lot of other powers that have destabilized these countries and sent these people flooding through Western countries, European countries.
Yeah, fun.
It's going to be a fun next 50 years.
It's kind of crazy when you see images of France. There was a video of France from 1998 from Paris.
Yeah.
Versus today.
Yeah.
Like 1998.
It's different. It's a different thing. And, you know, listen, some of that's inevitable. The world changes. Different groups of people. You know, but then you look at in Ireland, this guy just got beheaded in the street, which I'm against and I think is wrong. And he beheaded some guy, a migrant who had been brought in, had beheaded, or damn near beheaded, tried to. And there's a video of it. And now Belfast, you know, it's probably quite a dead, but there were like tremendous riots. They were like burning things down because they're like, we never got to vote on this. We never got to vote on bringing the people in. We never got to vote on that. No one ever asked us how much demographic change we wanted in our country and how quickly and what we were prepared to do. No one ever asked that.
People don't like to get it, but our population, it's much more difficult to pull things off.
100%.
100%. And that's another part of the problem with the UK, with Ireland, all these places.
Diversity also relies on a very productive economy. So New York City works to the degree it does because people can go out and get jobs, because the economic reality of the city is that it can support a lot of people coming in. There are a lot of jobs for those people. But when you have a stagnant economy, like many parts of the UK, that's a lot harder. It's a harder sell. Harder to assimilate people into a landscape where the people there are not doing well. Like the people that have lived there forever are not thriving. They don't feel great. Their prospects economically aren't great. And all these new people also struggle to forward. So that's part of the problem.
Do you think this is being done with a strategy, knowing that AI is about to completely disrupt society?
Yes. I believe this is what I believe. I believe no one, for example, no one's trying to get anyone in this country to own a house. No, people pay lip service to the idea. There's a lot of people now, a lot of them are my age, who have never owned a home. They never will. And no one wants them. They've forgotten what owning a home feels like. They've forgotten what it feels like to have a yard where you can invite people over and drink a glass of wine, smoke a cigar, and watch a game. And they live in a little apartment, tight, you know, run a MacBook. They're getting radicalized in any direction. They're upset. They're on dating apps or whatever, but they don't feel like they have a foundational core to their life. No one has really even given them the idea that they're going to get that. So I think that's just one of the things where people are, they're basically saying, like, no, like, that doesn't matter. And I think part of this is because they know, see, the healthcare, there's no real movement to give anyone healthcare in this country. And if it is, it gets shut down immediately. So on the positive side, you might go, well, they know that AI is coming and that AI is going to do a lot of stuff with health. And it's going to help extend lifespans. But also on the negative side, they go, AI is going to disrupt the economy to a point where, like, we're not going to have people owning homes and cars and things like that. We're going to have a lot of people without a steady income, or they don't really know what to do. We're going to have a lot of wealth that's existed, a lot of capital, and we're going to have tremendous inequality. We're going to have a lot of joblessness. So, for sure, I think that they're preparing for that. I mean, there's no way you can look at the landscape.
because they're selling the country off for parties. And this is both parties, and this is like, they're selling it off parties. So, obviously, something's coming, for sure. And I don't know what it is. I'm sure the AI thing's overblown to an extent. And I think so much of our GDP depends on it that a lot of these companies are but Anthropics are creepy. These are creepy companies. You know? I mean, they're just creepy.
With the amount of power that tech companies have in general is unprecedented. There's never been corporations. I mean, unless you go back like these corporations. You know, you go back in the day where they had like an enormous army.
Right.
You know, totally. That took over. But if you look at what they're doing, it's very different than that. You know, other than the army part, what they have is robot armies. And then they have AI, which Elon just recently said is going to be like 1 million times smarter than the smartest human that's ever lived.
Right.
Like, this is the goal. The goal is to create literally a digital god. And it's going to be controlled by not us, not the collective human race. It's going to be controlled by select people. That's weird. Like, and we're just trusting it.
Well, that's why you're not getting a vote on immigration levels, vote on, you know, like, I think the reality is that eventually they're going to go, you want safe streets, you want food, you want a little bit of money, you got to do X, Y, and Z, you got to believe X, Y, and Z. And I mean, that seems to be coming.
And it seems like you put people in the corner to get them scared. This will learn to go. They will back down. They'll go along with a lot of stupid shit.
They'll try to find comfort, and they will listen to people that they need to be worthy.
Yeah.
You know?
They'll trust the government, which is wild. The left is the people that trust the government.
Well, you have all these studies that come out. You know, the thing that I love watching, and the people there are great. There's funny people and everything like that. But they have because they get help. They get a little more from their government than we do. There's more trust in their government than we have in our government. And there's positives to that, and there's negatives. But they're a society of rules and customs and order. And it is a bit different. So I think they are more likely to go along grand plans, more so than the United States, where we really do question more what's happening than people in Europe or the UK overall.
Yeah, well, that makes sense, right? They have socialized healthcare. They have, isn't their education paid for completely?
Yeah, they have good stuff. They have a good life.
Yeah. There's benefits to that.
Totally.
There's like a balance to be achieved. I've always said that, like, in this country, it's foolish that we don't pay for higher education. Like, the more educated people, the better. Like, the less losers, the better.
Part of our country is you know, we manufacture a lot of geniuses. We also manufacture a lot of psychopaths. That's what our culture is.
A lot of sociopaths.
A lot of people
that don't give a fuck about anything.
A lot of people that don't give a fuck.
That's the thing that comes along with the gluttony too, right? It's celebrated. And they don't even realize that outward gluttony just inspires all these rich people.
The whole thing is out of balance. That's what I would describe America. If you had to describe it in a few words, she's out of balance. It's out of balance. And it's hard because we've got 350 million people. It's hard to back, you know. And it's like, what do the people in Low Park have to do with the people in Baton Rouge? Have to do with the people in Canarsie? Like, yeah, I get it. It's a weird place. You have all these different climates, habitats. People have different interests. But I think AI might unite people because, like, the idea of this as such a powerful force, if people don't start getting cognizant of it eventually and start, you know, talking about regulating it or anything, you know, I do think it is going to be, you know, a very strange time if people, you know, just ignore it forever.
It's going to do something weird. I'll tell you that. It's not going to be like whatever's coming over the next 20 years, no one is predicting.
I get this feeling we see a lot of these tech guys starting to adopt Christianity.
My fear deal is like the whole Antichrist thing.
Yeah, what is he doing? He's doing a fucking lecture on the Antichrist, a bunch of lectures on the Antichrist. He's fascinated with it, and a lot of those guys are moving into this interesting area of this is God wants this. person, obviously. I think he's the sanest boy. I think let's calm down. Or slinging money, you know? And it's just, he just, haven't read it. Fun beach read. J.D. Vance is reconnecting with his faith. Great. Inspiring. Amazing. We'll get to it. Haven't read it. We'll get to it. Top tier. But, you know, it's also interesting because, like, some of his donors are huge tech guys. And it's all of these worlds existing together where you have this world of people who are trying to build a god and the world of people who already believe in a god and trying to get all of those people in the same tent. That's interesting.
What up, Pleasure?
You know?
Imagine if that's where God comes from. If this is a natural
Yo,
process.
Zoot, how you living, pimp? Zoot. Zoot. How you living, big dog?
Good.
Where's your boy?
Raza?
Yeah. What up, pimp?
She said that she's gonna watch my favorite movie tomorrow. And I say Monday.
All right. Hey, is she gonna masturbate on Sunday? You never know. I mean, it's a question. It's not necessarily inappropriate. It's a physical act. Where's your boy? Yeah, let's tell him about it. No. Call him. Please. Whenever he's in here, I ask him to call you.
So do you think she'll ask me?
Yep.
Why do you think that?
Because why else is she going to spend some 2 or 3 hours of her life watching some shitty ass movie that you like that may or may not be an amazing movie if she doesn't like you? Now, here's my question. Did you call Riser? Okay. We're going to wait 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Did he pick up?
I'm calling her again because it disconnected.
Yeah, fuck that. Get his ass in here.
He was online 12 minutes ago.
Oh, then he's definitely here.
I mean, he doesn't do anything else.
I agree with you. I was on his ass the other day about stuff. I was like, dude, I gave him a challenge. I was like, I give Nigerians this challenge every day, and they get it done. And he's like, I'll get it done by the end of the month. It's like, dog. I need him to move faster. Why don't you think he picked up? Why don't you think he picked up, big dog? Riser, Zoot, I just asked you a question. Why don't you think he picked up?
Probably walking his dog in the bathroom.
Dog, that's all that motherfucker does. I love him a lot. But it's difficult to light a fire under his ass to get anything done. It's always got to be on his time, which I understand. He's got to do his own thing. I'm not forcing him, but he's the go-getter that I'd like him to be. But My question to you is this:
I'm ready to win.
Zoot, you're gonna lose. I know it. Riser knows it. Miranda Cosgrove knows it. Did you know Sherry O'Terry knows it? You don't even know who Sherry O'Terry is. Zoot doesn't even know who Sherry O'Terry is. Here, I'm gonna send him an invite, and we'll see if he gets the message. Is he gonna be a little douche? So it goes Riser, Zoot, sending. What are the odds that he comes? What are the odds that he plays? 7%. I think those are good odds. Hey, did you know Australia made it to the second round?
Yeah. I'm the one that told you that.
I know. Are you proud of them? Did you know Canada to the second round?
What did you ask?
Here, we went to the loss yesterday. Where the fuck is Riser? Garbage. All right, I'm gonna send you a real one now.
I don't know. Who do you think the favorites for winning the Cup are?
France, easily. They're dominating.
France.
Yeah, France. All right, I sent you an invite. Are you ready to see one of the best shots in the history of the game? Dog, are you watching this? Zoot, are you watching this? Zoot, are you watching this shot? That's such a good shot. Some people may consider it one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. And now you need an even better shot. That's a devastatingly bad shot. I'm going to tell you why. Because it's going in the water. Psych. Very an 8. You're gonna hit the roof right here. I'm telling Zoot. That was so almost perfect. That was beautiful. I can't believe it went through so smoothly. Too bad you, my friend, are down 1 hole to none. And I'm gonna show dominance. Hit that fucking tree. There's a chance I could make it in 2. I don't think I can. No. That's not good. That's not good at all.
9 out of 10.
Let's see it. I'm waiting for it. That's bad. 9 out of 10. Incorrect on that. My man, you need to make this shot. Relies upon it. Zoot just
I
wanted.
told you it was a 9 out of 10. But it was a good shot.
It was a good shot.
Now is this going to be a good shot?
This is one of the best shots you've ever seen, son.
That was perfect.
No, it wasn't. It could
But I
have.
like it.
It could have gone in the green part. It could have gone in the green part. It would have been better. I've never been.
Better than that guy.
I've never been good at this second shot here. That was not good.
Did I? No, I got it in them very short.
Are you proud of that shot?
Well, the good news is we're kind of even. The bad news is this. It's going to be annoying.
Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. We are big.
Okay, that wasn't bad.
That was good, dude.
You can get it in. The shape pulling in the way. You get a harder shot to the shape.
Oh, devastating. That was a devastating miss. And I made it with that sheep in the way. And now you're done. You're not touching me on this hole. Oh no, that was devastating. I took the shot too quickly. That was devastating. Oh, hit the wall. Short. Short. Devastating. You need one of the best shots in your career. Wow, what a great shot. That was one of the greatest shots of your entire life. That was not good. Zoot, you did not do a good job there. Zoot, you got spanked in this round. Just absolutely, I hate this hole. Zoot, you've seen me do well on every single hole except this one. I'm so bad at this one. No way that's a good shot. I don't even care what you're trying to do. That's garbage. Terrible shot. 0 to 10, that's a 0. Did you watch Tim Dillon on the Joe Rogan Experience? Yes or no? I'll wait.
I didn't even know he was on the Joe Rogan Experience, and I don't even know who that is.
You don't know who Tim Dillon is? He's like arguably the funniest comedian in all of comedy. You don't know who Tim Dillon is?
No. I mean, his name is Matt Henry Wilson.
He made Henry Wilson. Tim Dillon is chubby, long comic. You'd never know he was gay, except for the fact that he talks. But he looks like a fratty American, and he's so funny. And he's like the one comedian, aside from maybe Shane Gillis, who doesn't really fear Joe Rogan. Like all the other comedians, especially Tony Hinchcliffe and everybody else, they all fucking fear Joe Rogan so much. And they want to get on his good side, and they want to make sure that they do really well at the Comedy Mothership and stuff. And Tim Dillon has this hilarious story where he's like, have you ever been inside the green room of the Comedy Mothership? It's literally like the most judgmental place you've ever been in your entire life. Like, you could be from anywhere. You could be from London, and they're like, so where are you from? And you'll be like, oh, I'm from London. And like, oh, London. Da-dee-da. Well, guess what? Welcome to Austin. You're going to like, oh, okay, yeah, I mean, it's okay. And they're like, no, you don't understand. You're going to love it. You're going to absolutely love it. And they're like, you're like, okay, well, I mean, I love it that much. Like, no, you don't understand. You're going to love it. And he tells this story about this opener that he had from New York who was not as experienced as he is. And so he's like, yeah, so I brought my opener from New York City, and he performs on the Comedy Mothership, at the Comedy Mothership, and he wasn't having a good stand-up session. And all of a sudden I'm watching him from the balcony, and I can tell he's not having the best set of his life. It's unfortunate, but it's not going his way. And I have this feeling in the back of my head, like somebody's watching me. And I turn around and he's like, he's bombing Tim, and Tim's like, I know he's bombing. I know he's just having an off night or whatever. I know he's bombing. He's like, and Joe's like, he can't bomb. If he's going to perform here, he can't bomb. And Tim is like, I know he can't. I understand that. I don't know what's going on. This isn't how he normally is. And Joe's like, well, he can't bomb. It's like something that he absolutely just cannot do. And are you serious? And Tim's like, I know, Joe. I know. So he gets his opener and tells him to get off the stage, basically. And the opener's like, hey, I know it didn't go smoothly. Like, it could have gone better. And Tim's like, no, it went absolutely terribly. Are you serious, dude? You need to leave. And the opener's like, well, what do you mean? I mean, let me go to the green room. And the opener's like, no, you don't understand. You need to get the fuck out of here right now. You're going to have Navy SEALs who are chasing you down because you bombed here. You're not allowed to, like, embarrass me like this. You need to go right now. And the opener's like, okay, well, like 6th Street seems kind of dangerous. Like, I don't know if I should just be going right onto the street. And Tim's like, no. You don't understand. I don't care where you go, but you just cannot be here because Joe Rogan thinks that you bombed. Anyway, Tim Dillon's really fucking funny. I would say if there's one comedian, in my opinion, really, of all the comedians in the world right now, there is a world where Dave Chappelle's number 1, Shane Gillis is number 2, and Tim Dillon is number 3. I'm not saying that I necessarily believe that, but if you told me that, I would actually say that's a pretty good list. I've never seen Tim Dillon live, though, and I've never seen Gillis do stand-up live, or I haven't seen their specials, but I can tell you that their interviews are hilarious, and they're some of the best podcasters in the game. What up?
Would you say that Bill Cosby was one of the biggest comedians of all time?
Well, not of all time, but in the United States. Yeah, he was at one time. Not just that, he was the biggest person on television for like 8 straight years. He was.
You're not going to put Seinfeld? No, you're not putting Seinfeld on your list?
I haven't seen Jerry Seinfeld do stand-up.
He's the richest.
Yeah, I haven't seen Jerry Seinfeld do stand-up or heard one of his specials in almost 20 years. So, it's hard for me to say he still has it. There was a period of time where he, after Seinfeld, where he didn't tour anything for a while, but then he came back. Once he had kids, he started doing them, and he's not funny, but as somebody who I could just be like, wow, that is so true. I could do it with Seinfeld, but Tim Dillon and Shane Gillis, at least
it's kind of Seinfeld's kind of like Robin Williams, but people get more as an actor than a comedian.
Yeah, I mean, he's both. You know that. Come on, baby. You know that Robin. You know that
people know Adam Sandler more for being for acting more than commit comedy.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I don't even really know if
that was a time where like I was watching this thing where David got on stage and did comedy, and someone was just like comes up after him, and I was just like, I didn't know Dave was a comedian. I thought he was an actor. It's like he's.
That's definitely true, dude. How did I miss that shot? I.
All those people, they all started. No one knows their actors, like, because they go figure.
Stand-up comedians. I would say Adam Sandler because he was on shows before Saturday Night Live, and frankly, on Saturday Night Live, he wasn't the funniest person on there, and he wasn't really even the top like 5 funniest people on Saturday Night Live, even in his prime. There were a lot of really funny people on Saturday Night Live when he was there. But in my opinion, he was there during some of the strongest Saturday Night Live bits or times when they had Saturday Night Live. He was there. They had Chris Farley, David Spade. They had Tim Meadows. They had Chris Rock. They had Zoot. Good job. We're gonna leave it at that. I'm good.
Is Sunday Night Live still big or not really?
It's still the biggest show on Saturdays in the United States, but
I mean, they did have Sabrina Carpenter on it, so it was big.
oh yeah, in terms of who they get, they'll get everybody big. I mean, the people who have been on it are like Elon Musk has done it. You name it, everybody's basically done it. The only people who I think haven't done it are like I don't think Tom Cruise has ever done it. But I mean, they had like Prince on there. They had Michael Jackson never did it. He was too big. But they had Britney. Yeah, but they had Britney in her heyday. They had Christina Aguilera. Britney Spears hosted though. They had, I don't know, like Sydney Sweeney. Sydney Sweeney was on there. I'm gonna look this up. Who are the biggest celebrities not to do Saturday Night Live? Like that's the list that you need, not the ones who have. Biggest celebrities to never do Saturday Night Live. All right, here we go, big dog. Denzel Washington, Leonardo DiCaprio, Beyonce, and Julia Roberts are among the most prominent stars who have never hosted a Saturday Night Live. But the thing is, they're like another level. They're like really, really big. Despite their massive global fame, those actors and musicians have not taken to the role as hosts, with some never appearing on the show. People have, but they weren't on the show. They didn't host it. Angelina Jolie, Meryl Streep, Tom Cruise, Mark Hamill, and Sacha Baron Cohen have made appearances or monologue spots. They've not come in to do a full hosting gig, but everybody else has done it. Several celebrities have explicitly turned it down. Kevin Hart, Lisa Kudrow, and Jim Carrey but were not hired. Though Carrey but aside from that list that I just said, Denzel Washington, Leonardo DiCaprio, Beyonce, Julia Roberts, Angelina Jolie, Meryl Streep, Tom Cruise, Mark Hamill, Sacha Baron Cohen. Well, he did. Like, everybody else has done it. Will Ferrell's done it. Tom Green's done it. Yeah. Do you know who Natalie Imbruglia is, Zoot? Zoot, do you know who Natalie Imbruglia is? Zoot. Zoot, you motherfucker. Zoot fucking left like a douche. Like a fucking douche. Zoot literally is the worst communicator in the history of humankind. Who's the best communicator? Brandon. Really? No, I am. But aside from everybody's favorite pimp, Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Do you really think that Tim Dillon could be the top 3 funniest comedian in the buddy? Check it out. Check it out. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. What a good fucking yawn. That's one of the best yawns in the history of yawning. Check it out.
You know what's a good thing about you? You never smoked it down to the filter. What a good kid. You know, what a great family. What a great family. My sister smoked when we were in high school. I was always like, God, why are you smoking? It's so stupid. Yeah. And then I had to do a play once with Adam Ferrara and a couple other people. And I was supposed to play this, something that a bunch of comics wrote. It's a fun little sketch thing. And I was supposed to play this like tortured liberal arts student. And I was like smoking cigarettes. So they wanted me to smoke cigarettes while I was doing it. So I smoked like 15 fucking cigarettes while we were doing it. And I threw up. I had a fucking horrible headache. I was like, oh my God, I'm so high. Wow. My arms don't move right. If you've never smoked cigarettes at all, and you smoke 15 in a row during... Were you like an athlete too? Oh, yeah. Oh, so that totally fucked you up. Oh, completely. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, the first time I had a cigarette, it's so terrible, but I was like, this is great. My body responded. I don't know how, like, what you had is the very normal experience. It was just too much. The one cigarette I actually liked, I was like, ooh, what a head rush. This is kind of cool. I go, now I kind of get it. I get why you guys like this. Interesting. But I was doing it all day, and I wanted to try to, like, feel normal with a cigarette in my hand, so I kept smoking them, and then I liked them. So kept smoking them.
Yeah, it's a tough thing because the thing about 15 years from alcohol and drugs, and I look at people that are really drunk, it doesn't look appealing. It doesn't look good. When you see somebody with a cigarette, it always looks good. It looks like, it always looks good. You never say to yourself, like, that person's going to lose, no, you'll get sick and die, but you never go, they're going to lose control of their life. So you look at somebody with a cigarette and you go, oh, yeah, they're having one, they're cool, it's fine.
They're using it to help hang on.
Yeah, I never look cool with it. It's like you look at an actor doing it, or someone at like the Cannes Film Festival. Yeah, someone like that. Timothée Chalamet has one. He's the size of one, and he has one. And I go, that looks fine. Probably in France or something. You know what I mean? They all do shit like that. So you'll see that. You
should get a cigarette holder to go with your sunglasses.
Yeah.
Look at this athleticism, folks. This is really impressive footwork.
With the cigarette at the end of it?
Like 1920s. And the worst thing, because the smell is terrible.
Right.
And it destroys your clothes. And it's very bad for your health, obviously. But it is one of those, it's just such a good product. What other product could they do? And we're raising the price every year.
How about in England, where they smoke like crazy, have actual cancer on the fucking cartons?
When you buy them, I was in London and you bought one, there was like a dead baby on photo of. They were like low birth weight.
Yeah.
I was like, this is terrible.
And no one cares. They smoke more over there than anywhere.
They smoke more over there. They don't eat the way we eat. Like, they don't understand the way we eat. They don't get it. There's something called Toby Carvery, like where you can just ladle on Sunday roast and Yorkshire pudding and stuff. But for the most part, the portions are smaller and people are more behaved in that sense. But they drink more and they smoke.
This is it. European World Cup fans losing their minds over Taco Bell ranch and unlimited refills.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because they get sick. When they come here, they get sick because there's...
Somebody was telling me Buc-ee's, and there was the soccer teams were at Buc-ee's for the first time, and they just fucking couldn't believe it.
Of course.
Imagine that's one of the first experiences you have in America. You walk into a Buc-ee's.
Yeah.
And you're from Czechoslovakia or some shit.
It's one of the most American places, as you've said, that exists. You have this gas station, but it's also like a weird theme park of food and all kinds of other shit that you could need.
Yeah, this guy, dude, LMAO, this is a gas station.
Yeah.
Well, do you see how big they are?
Yeah.
The first 24 million views, that's hilarious.
No, it's completely alien to their culture.
Yeah.
To have a place like that where you could go buy. The Costco's are alien to them. The idea that you could buy mayonnaise in a bucket or jars, things that you would keep, like, you know, like they all think we're preppers. Because if you go to like a big grocery store chain, you're buying food for a long period of time. They don't do that there. They buy stuff for like the week.
They have small refrigerators.
Yeah, small refrigerators, couple of days.
They don't have refrigerators. They don't have the same amount of preserve in their food, which is why it's poison.
Right. They also don't think, and they could be wrong about this, but they also don't think that they're going to lose access because of some race war. Right. You know what I mean? Like, there is a little bit of planning that goes into some of these grocery runs that does seem slightly paranoid.
Oh, yeah. Well, the news media over here ramps you up.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you start thinking about stockpiling gold.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Listen, when I lived in LA, when my kids were young, I had an apocalypse.
Right.
That Toyota Land Cruiser I got, I need a bug out truck. Like a truck where I can store a lot of shit in it and it can literally drive over a mountain. That's what I need. I need a car that's not just a road car.
Right.
I need a car that occasionally shit might go sideways and you gotta get the fuck out of here and you gotta drive through the desert.
Wow. And I've left LA multiple times to make that drive. Not in an apocalypse car, but because of fires, because of riots. Like, sometimes you just gotta get out of Dodge.
I got evacuated 3 fucking times when I lived there.
Yeah.
And it got as close to like burning my fence down.
It's part of the LA experience to get in a car. David Spade called me once during the riots. He goes, your block is on fire. I thought he was kidding. But there was just overturned cop cars on fire. And it was a riot.
Listen to Michael.
Got in my car and I went, okay, that's where it's just fleeing.
Frozen?
Yeah,
You can't hear me?
I can hear you back. There you go. Now you move.
What are you talking about, Miss?
Right now.
What are you talking about, Miss Aquarius?
It was frozen.
No,
I'm not.
no, it wasn't.
I'm a screenshot.
No, I wasn't. I was just getting water. I wasn't in my bed.
I know, but you was frozen. You had your hand on your ear or something, and you stayed there for a minute.
Okie dokie. I believe you.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Aquarius, it's 3:21 in the morning where you are. Take the muscle relaxer. You have nothing. No, it's not. Take half of it. Take half of it. You got all day today to sleep. Miss Aquarius, take a quarter of it. Then half of it.
No, do you want to see? It's not.
Sure.
Okay, I'll take it.
And then you'll be in bed and you can sleep all day today. You don't have to go to work. You don't have any friends with whom to hang out for tomorrow. You don't have a hair appointment. You don't have a nail appointment. You don't have a dermatologist. You don't have anything but the whole day to relax. The whole day you can relax. I mean, from sun up to sundown, you can rest that leg of yours.
It is 3-something in the morning.
3:23 where you are.
I just don't want to take it at this time.
You need to, though.
I don't know why they come and take it at this time. It's too early. You don't think it's going to do anything if I take it at this time?
Take half of it. And you'll sleep till 10. And you'll be rested. Your leg will feel better.
I can't take this. I got to take the whole thing. This thing is too long.
Then take the whole thing.
You don't think I'm not going to do nothing to me and I take it at this time?
Miss Aquarius, you're going to be in pain for the next 5 hours if you don't take it. You already woke up you already awoke in the middle of the night and you're having trouble sleeping.
Okay, here I go. Look.
I'm watching. I'm watching. I see it in your hand. There you go. Just put it in your mouth. Down the hatch. Good job. Good job. You did it. You did it, Miss Aquarius. Good job. All right, well, you go to bed now.
I can't go to bed till I go to sleep. And they hurt. My leg hurt.
All right, well, it won't hurt. It won't hurt in a little bit.
I was sleeping nothing. Okay, come on, bye. I'm gonna do it, bye. Bye about. Okay. Okay. All right. That's it.
Yeah, he's doing whatever. You know how Zoot is. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you gotta put sometimes, Rabbi. Okay. Gonna go back
Sweet
to
dreams, madam.
see about y'all.
Shout out to Miss Aquarius. Shout out to Miss Aquarius, everybody.
Yay. Okay, thank you, Rabbi.
You're welcome, madam. Sweet dreams.
All right, sweet dreams.
Shout out to Miss Aquarius, everybody. All right, folks. Time to go to bed.
That's what Palm Beach is. Yeah. Palm Springs. Palm Springs. Yeah. Flintell. I mean, Palm Springs makes no sense. It's hot as fuck. There's no water. Well, you know why it started? Money. It started because when Paramount Pictures was doing edits, if you were in a movie, you had to be within 200 miles of until the movie was finished editing. It was in your contract. Palm Springs is like exactly 200 miles from LA. Oh, that's why. Interesting. Yeah. That's why they started at Hollywood. That, you know, they were like, we own you. You can't go anywhere until the film was edited. So if you want to go on a vacation, you have to go there. You know what's interesting is like Pasadena was where all the like producers lived. Yeah. There's beautiful houses in Pasadena, man. Mid-century modern. Beautiful. Yeah, incredible places like estates that just seem completely out of place. Totally beautiful and from another time. Yeah. Well, that's the thing in LA now. You get the vibe that you're Santino made a brilliant point. He's like, it's not Hollywood, it's Hollywood the sequel. Like, you're not living in the thing anymore. You're living in whatever the second version of the thing is. Right. The second of the thing is the second version is TikTok. Yeah, whatever it is. It's not what it was in every little bit like a museum or like 20 years ago or 15 years ago. You know, somebody recently said this, and it's perfect. They said LA is slowly becoming Detroit. Interesting. Yeah. The only thing that might save it is the weather. The weather will help. Like, the industry dried up. Right. So the big industry in Hollywood, regardless of whether it's the economic industry, the biggest industry in terms of like cultural value and getting people to move there, was always show business. Yeah. And they barely make movies anymore. They overtaxed and overregulated their biggest industry to other states and other countries. Yeah. And most people are making things all over the world. And very few, I think at one time it was like 80 to 90%. Now it's 25-30% shot in LA. Wow. It's a big difference. It's a giant difference. Well, that arrogance of like, this is the best place in the world, everyone's going to come here no matter what. Right. That's the Gavin Newsom attitude whenever he defends California. Right. Talks about how great the GDP is. We're the fifth largest economic. Yeah. You know, he starts rattling off all these wonderful statistics. And this is like, instead of acknowledging, if we got fucking real problems, people, operations that are leading, instead of that, it's just this, we're the shit, no one's, doesn't matter. I'm very big on California, I'm bullish on California, right. It's always going to be amazing here. Every empire said until they fell. Yeah, right. Like, we are the thing. But people don't want to believe that things can fall. It's so weird. We'll walk right through the Coliseum. Well, this can never happen again. Right. When we landed in LA, I looked to the right, and that warehouse was on fire with 85 billion or 85 million tons of chemicals in a warehouse that was on fire. It was like a multi-day blaze. And you're landing, and you're looking out the window, and you're just seeing the warehouse on fire, and then there was a car fire on the 405. Like, I sold my house, I have an apartment there now, but like, as I was going to my apartment, there was a car on fire, and as I was landing, the warehouse was on fire. And you start thinking to yourself, somebody doesn't want us here. Like, somebody wants us out. Like, it almost feels like we're being evicted by nature. By nature? Well, by nature. By bad decisions, by everything. Which is human nature is nature. And the stupidity of humans is no different than the stupidity of animals when they go extinct. Do you think it comes back? Any shot? Any chance? Something has to happen. Right. Something big has to happen. I mean, there has to be something that completely shifts the way LA looks at itself.
you know, it has to look at itself as like a functioning business instead of a giant scam for nonprofits.
Right.
Because a big part of LA's problem is there's a bunch of people that are in the empathy industry.
Yeah.
And they're in the, you know, we're working for this and we're working for that, and a giant chunk of their money is going to that kind of shit.
I did a great show at Oceans in Atlantic City, which was a casino there, and the owner of that casino was talking to me, and I said, what would fix Atlantic City? Because Atlantic City has some similar problems to LA, but vastly worse.
Yeah, way worse.
And he was telling me, he goes, we have just a high amount of people and a lot of social programs in one area. So you have a lot of people that are not, for whatever reason, productive, and they are living in one area, and everything that comes along with that, which is crime, which is, you know, vandalism, which is, you know, degrees. And you need to get rid of that in order to have a climate where businesses can thrive. 100%, which is what happened in New York in the 90s. People hate it. They don't want to admit it. But what happened in New York in the 90s was like they did clean up a lot of the crime, and a lot of businesses then felt better about investing.
100%. But that's what Giuliani did.
That's what he did now.
And he's demonized.
He's demonized. He's demonized. He hasn't. He's one of those guys where if he had just done that and died, his legacy would have been amazing. But he's hung around for a while, and he's kind of gone into some interesting tangents. So it's one of those scenarios where it's like, had he just cleaned up New York City and then left public life, it would have been like that guy.
Right.
But he hung around a little bit and, you know, got involved.
They always have to hang around.
They always hang around.
So you're going to do shows.
That's
you're always
right.
going to do stand-up.
That's right.
You're always going to do shows.
But he did such a good thing, and it was like, just exit.
But he's also, you know, he was easy to make fun of, like the time where he was sweating in his dye.
Well, that's what I mean.
You know what I mean?
He's melting.
Yeah.
He's doing a
The hair dye
press
was crazy.
conference
Listen,
in a parking
don't
lot.
dye your hair.
Yeah.
8 years old. It's okay to have gray hair. It's just these guys. There's so much silliness on both sides. There's silliness on the left and silliness on the right. There's goofy people because the only kind of people that want that kind of position of power are a little goofy, right? You don't get the best and the brightest and the most enlightened that want to be the mayor of New York City. It's not the
You
job.
get a lot of people that want power and they want influence, and they, you know, I think a lot of that. The AI stuff, which is very interesting, is starting to. I think it might. I don't know how quickly it will do this, but I do think it's going to lessen some of the cultural divides, and I think it's going to potentially unite people because I think it's going to be the next fight seems to be about surveillance, privacy, your own rights, what rights you'll have. Like, I feel like that will be, it might take precedent instead of like these cultural fights that people have been having for a while. It might be like people might be demanding autonomy, you know, from artificial intelligence.
The problem is going to be demand if you don't have a voice anymore. And this is the potential nightmare scenario that we're seeing play out slowly in England. So in England, their freedom of speech has been suppressed to an alarming point where people are not freaking out nearly enough about it. The amount of arrests that people get over there for fucking retweets and likes. Retweets and likes.
That's so crazy to me that you could get arrested for liking a tweet.
Arrested?
Not even retweeting, because we all know if you like, you're a piece of shit. You should retweet. We all know that. Retweet it. And if you're going to go to jail, you might as well retweet it anyway. You're going to get locked up.
What if you get extra years for a retweet versus a like?
I'm sure. If Your Honor, my client just like this. They were confused. They hit a button.
So as soon as you have people that feel like the reality of the world they live in is not being represented, and they're not allowed to complain about it online, because if they complain about it online, they get arrested. Right. So right now it's for immigration primarily. This is right. But that could change. That could change.
Well, it does seem to be that they feel that they can only discuss issues in a very rigid way. They can only offer their, like, if not everyone who's talking about immigration is doing it in the most articulate way, but it's their right to do it. It's their country. They should be able to say, I'm worried about increased levels of immigration. You know, and they should be able to say that in an ineloquent way, right? So what they're doing now is they're policing certain words and I think certain ways of speaking, and they're calling a lot of things an incitement to violence. Now, some things clearly are an incitement to violence, but you know, the internet, people speak in a colorful way. People talk using irony. Some people are trying to be funny. Some people are. So I think the way that they're doing it over there is they're basically looking at these statements and going, this person is inciting violence and threatening the public good by what they're saying.
Right. And there's so people. And so this new report, who released this new report that said 250,000 people? It says UK scraps police probes of legal social media posts after review says response went too far. So this is April 1st, 2026. But I just saw a thing about a guy getting arrested like a few days ago.
And we have rape gangs here, but ours are more successful.
I think that's a legal social media post is which weird. So legal social media posts.
Right.
Their law is different than our law. They don't have freedom of speech over there. So incitement to violence is a violation of their law.
Right.
So when it says legal, it could just be they went too far for things like cartoons or something like that. That's not clearly not incitement to violence. But would it find out, Jamie, what that report was about the rape gangs?
I was just there for 21 days. I was in London. I went to Paris for a couple of days, but I was in London primarily for 21 days. And you talk to different groups of people, and London's a global city. It's a cosmopolitan city. It's like New York. And, you know, I think one of the things that, you know, they're used to diversity there. And so they're not full-on panicked about different. But there is undeniably a real problem outside of London, also in London, but outside of London because a lot of the economy is stagnated. So you're bringing people in, it's not clear immediately what jobs they'll do. And a lot of their cultures vary greatly from the English culture in a meaningful way. And that could be the rights of women, that could be the rights of gay people, that could be the opinions about freedom of speech, that could be freedom of religion, whatever it is. There is a cultural tension there between, you know, immigrants, migrants coming in, and this very established society that's been around for a very long time.
This episode is brought to you by The Farmer's Dog. Here's a fun fact. Research shows that dogs who maintain a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer on average than dogs who are overweight. Isn't that wild and also kind of obvious at the same time? So why is feeding vague scoops of ultra-processed kibble still the status quo for most dog owners? Healthy alternatives exist, and trust me, I know. I buy one, The Farmer's Dog. I use it for both my dogs. They love it. It's good to them. It's good. It's human grade food. The Farmer's Dog makes fresh food for dogs, and my dogs love it. Their recipes are meals that are gently cooked to retain vital nutrients. They also portion out the meals to your dog's nutritional needs, which helps avoid overfeeding and makes weight management easier. And isn't getting more time with our four-legged best friend something every dog owner wants? The answer to that is yes, obviously. So try The Farmer's Dog today and get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food. Plus, get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. This offer is for new customers only. Like we were talking right before the show.
Yeah.
Is it about Dearborn? So we're in
Dearborn, Michigan, yeah.
So we're a bunch of really progressive people. Thought it's amazing.
Sure.
Bring everyone in. Everyone's welcome. And so they got enough Muslim people in there where they could vote in a mayor. And then this guy says, no more pride flags.
No more pride flags.
Yeah. They're inching towards what they would like.
Yes.
Which is if you ask
for sure
most people who live in these Islamic lands under duress, they're probably terrified of saying the wrong thing.
Right.
So you've got to factor that in. But at least a percentage of them think Sharia law would be a great idea.
I think there's certainly a I mean, and this was covered up to a lot of the grooming gang scandal there.
Yeah, so we're looking at it right now. It says this is on National Review, the UK's horrific rape gangs. So but there was, is this the Rape Gang Inquiry report, right? So who put this report out? Members of Parliament and Restore Britain Party leader Rupert Lowe. And so the investigators had limited powers, such as inability to compel witnesses or require sort of document production that could corroborate some of the most heinous victims. Viewed with those limitations in mind, the independent report is a damning collection of victim testimonies that vividly portray the sexual terrorism that occurred nationwide for decades. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this is terrible. I mean, obviously. I mean,
I think they said it was 250,000 girls.
And this was covered up. You want to inflame anger against, population of migrants.
Right.
Most of whom I'm sure were innocent of this, obviously. But it is something that, in a free society, right, to know if there are gangs in their country and who's out.
But isn't that crazy that under the guise of progressiveness, you can enable rape gangs?
Well, 100%. It's crazy. But it's also incredibly, it's not shocking because the ends justify the means approach of politics seems to be what we're doing right now, whereas basically if the goal is to just eliminate whatever it's being called, like this patriarchal white male dominated society, and if you want to get rid of that and that's the end goal, a lot of people ignore what happens in the middle. Like, a lot of people aren't super concerned about whose rights are being respected in that process because their end goal really is to kind of decrease power of people they disagree with, So, I mean, it's like, it's hard to look at this and not see a design, and I don't quite know exactly where the design comes from, but it's odd that this is all happenstance because everybody knows it's happening and people are afraid to talk about it. So I would imagine that at some point, for example, like countries like Ireland right now that are having lots of issues over this, it's, they're part of the EU, and the EU would set migration policy for Ireland. So the EU is a supranational organization that would basically say, here's how many migrants you have to admit, here's your carbon emission standards, here's your, monetary policy, whatever it is. And Ireland is kind of in that sense, they feel like they're losing their sovereignty. They're losing their ability to chart the course of their own country to a supranational organization that primarily seems concerned with the economics, because if you bring in more migrants, you can artificially grow the economy, which is what they're doing. A lot of people that are not really too concerned about the cultural landscape of bringing migrants in. They're looking more about how do we grow this economy, how do we get cheap, help, and how do we get workers. A lot of it is you're getting third world migrants. Some of it's genuine refugees for sure, but a lot of it's economic migration. People are coming for better life. Hard to blame them. But do the people that live in those countries get to have a better life? That's the question. If you lived in Ireland, do you get to have a better life? Do your economic prospects get to grow? Do your children get to own property? Do they get to have health insurance and a job and things like that? And no one seems that concerned about that. Like these citizens who've lived forever in these countries, whose grandparents have fought and died in wars to secure the freedom of some of those countries, Britain, UK, things like that. Those citizens seem to not be as prioritized as people coming in from other countries. And that's one of the big problems that they're having there.
Sure. There's a plan. Like, whose plan? Whose plan and who's benefiting from this? Like, why would you do those?
I think it's a small group of people that concern themselves primarily with economic matters, that don't care that nation states have cultures and histories and customs, and that doesn't bother them as much. And their basic response is to just deal with it, and to call everyone a racist who questions it, or to say everyone's jingoist or ethnocentric or anti-immigrant or whatever. They shut down those conversations. And I think it's because a lot of people believe more in a global world, and they don't believe in a world of nation states that have their own ability to govern themselves. They want to take that power economically from those people, and then eventually they want to take culture and every other way. I just want to go around the world and say, here's the way every country will look. Here's the economic policy of every country. And if the people in those countries don't like it and they express that on social media, they're going to get kicked off. And if they organize in the streets, they're going to use military authority to fire water cannons at them or shut them down or use gas or whatever. And if there's a genuine resistance movement to some of it, they're going to infiltrate it and turn it into some psychotic thing, which they do all the time.
Right.
So it's hard to see it, not to sound like a paranoid nut job, but that's what I am and how I've made my living. I think it is clearly someone's design. This isn't happenstance. None of this has to. We don't have to lead countries, sponsor coups, steal resources, and then drench our communities in guilt and say, now we have to bring all those people here and you have to deal with it. None of that. That's a strategy of a group of people that want to keep perpetuating this.
Do you think it also has one of the factors might be that they want conflict? The more conflict people have in the streets, the less they're going to pay attention to what the government's doing?
Well, 100%. I also think the more chaos in the street, the more likely you're going to be willing to accept
new laws,
new technology, and you're going to just say, I want peace, and I don't care how we get it, I don't care how we achieve it. And I think that's very possible. But it does feel like it's on the road a little bit to where people want a uniform standard across. But as you've said earlier in this, it's very interesting because in this uniform standard is supposed to include non-binary art students in Vermont and religious Muslims from North Africa.
Yeah.
Good luck. But
it's amazing that the people that would be most opposed, the people that, if you do bring those people in, the people that are going to hate the most are the people that want them in the most. They're the ones who are most likely to say we shouldn't have some border that keeps some person from person.
People that want the people bringing them in, they're being used.
Right. They're being suicidal empathy.
Their empathy is being weaponized, is being used. So people that are manufacturing this reality are using those people. These are the same people who really don't care people in this state over have health.
Right.
The people that haven't spoken to their sister in 2 years.
Right.
And they care a ton about people in the Ukraine or people that are coming over from Syria, whatever. But we fucked up Syria. We put that guy in who used to be in ISIS. We got rid of Gaddafi. There's slave markets in Libya.
Right.
So we did that. We sent refugees all through Europe. We destabilized all of Europe. And, you can't take us out of it. You can't take Western powers out of it. You can't take Israel out of it. You can't take the U.S. and Britain and France and a lot of other powers that have destabilized these countries and sent these people flooding through Western countries, European countries.
Yeah, fun.
It's going to be a fun next 50 years.
It's kind of crazy when you see images of France. There was a video of France from 1998 from Paris.
Yeah.
Versus today. They showed 1998 and this
different. It's a different thing, and changes. But then you look at it, and this guy just got beheaded in the street, which I'm against, and I think is wrong. And he beheaded some guy, a migrant who had been brought in, had beheaded or damn near beheaded, tried to. And there's a video of it, and now Belfast, it's probably quieted down now, but there were tremendous riots. They were burning things down because they're we never got a vote on this. We never got a vote on bringing the people in. We never got a vote on that. No one ever asked us how much demographic change we wanted in our country and how quickly and what we were prepared to do. No one ever asked that.
People don't like to admit it, but an armed population, it's much more difficult to pull things off. 100% population. 100%. And that's another part of the problem with the UK, with Ireland.
Diversity also relies on a very productive economy. So New York City works to the degree it does because people can go out and get jobs. Reality of the city is that it can support a lot of people coming in. There are a lot of jobs for those people. But when you have a stagnant economy, like many parts of the UK, that's a lot harder. It's a harder sell. Harder to assimilate people into a landscape where the people there are not doing well. Like the people that have lived there forever not thriving, they don't feel great. Their prospects economically aren't great. And now you're bringing all these new people who also are struggling to find work. So that's part of the problem.
Do you think that this is being done with a strategy, knowing that AI is about to completely disrupt society?
Yes. I believe this is what I believe. I believe no one, for example, no one's trying to get anyone in this country to own a house. No. People pay lip service to the idea, but there's who have never owned a home and never will. And no one wants them. They've forgotten what owning a home feels like. They've forgotten what it feels like to have a yard where you can invite people over and drink a glass of wine, smoke a cigar, watch a game, and they live in a little apartment. They type, they're on a MacBook. They're getting radicalized in any direction. They're upset. They're on dating apps or whatever, but they don't feel like they have a foundational core to their life. No one has really even given them the idea that they're going to get that. So I think that's just one of the things where people they're basically saying no, you don't need a house and you're not getting a house, and forget what owning a house was. Forget that doesn't matter. And I think part of this is because they know, same thing with healthcare. There's no real movement to give anyone healthcare in this country. And if it is, it gets shut down immediately. So on the positive side, you might go, well, they know that AI is coming in, and AI is going to do a lot of stuff with health, extend lifespans. But also on the negative side, they go, AI is going to disrupt the economy to a point where we're not going to have people owning homes and cars and things like that. We're going to have a lot of people without a steady income, or they don't really know what to do. We're going to have a lot of wealth that's existed, a lot of capital, and we're going to have tremendous inequality. We're going to have a lot of joblessness. So for sure, I think that they're preparing for that. I mean, there's no way you can look at the landscape, because you're selling the country off for parts. And this is both parties, and this is they're selling it off for parts. So, I mean, obviously, something's coming. Something's coming, for sure. And I don't know when it is. I'm sure the AI thing's overblown to an extent. And I think so much of our GDP depends on it that a lot of these companies are but Anthropic's are creepy. These are creepy companies. I mean, they're just creepy.
With the amount of power that tech companies have in general is unprecedented. There's never been corporations go back in the day where they had an enormous army.
Right.
Totally. And they took over India, Pakistan. But what they're doing is very different than that. other than the army part, what they have is robot armies. And then they have AI, which Elon just recently said is going to be like 1 million times smarter than the smartest human that's ever lived.
Right.
Like, this is the goal. The goal is to create literally a digital god. And it's going to be controlled by not us, not the collective human race. It's going to be controlled by a select few group of people. And that's weird. Like, and we're just trusting them.
Well, that's why you're not getting a vote on immigration levels, or you're not going to get a vote on, like, I think the reality is that eventually they're going to go, do you want safe streets? Do you want food? Do you want a little bit of money? You got to do X, Y, and Z. You got to believe X, Y, and Z. And, I mean, that seems to be coming.
And it seems like if you put people in a corner and get them scared, this will learn their code. They will back down. With a lot of stupid shit.
They'll go to the work and they will listen to people that they deem to be worthy.
They'll trust the government, which is wild. The left is the people that can trust the government.
All these studies that come out, this is the Love London, and the people there are great. They're fun people and everything like that. But they have because they get healthcare. They get a little more from their government than we do. There's more trust in their government than we have in our government. And there's positives to that and there's negatives. But they're a society of rules and customs and order. And it is a bit different. So I think they are more likely to go along with the grand plan of the government more so than the United States, where we really do question more what's happening than people in Europe or the UK. Overall.
Yeah, well, that makes sense, right? They have socialized health care. They have, isn't their education paid for completely?
Yeah, they have good stuff. They have a good life.
Yeah. There's benefits to that.
Totally.
There's like a balance to be achieved. I've always said that, like, in this country, it's foolish. We don't pay for higher ed. Like, the more educated people, the better. Like, the less losers, the better.
Our country is, where we manufacture a lot of geniuses. We also manufacture a lot of psychopaths. That's what our culture is.
A lot of folks that don't give a fuck about anything.
A lot of people that don't care about anything.
And it comes along with the gluttony too, right? It's celebrated. And they don't even realize that outward gluttony just inspires all these eat the rich people.
The whole thing is out of balance. That's what I would describe America. If you had to describe it in 3 words, it's just out of balance. It's out of balance. And it's hard because we've got 350 million people. It's hard to and it's like, what do the people at Menlo Park have to do with the people in Baton Rouge, have to do with the people in Canarsie? Like, yeah, I get it. It's a weird place. Because you have all these different climates, habitats, people with different interests. But I think AI might unite people because, like, the idea of this as such a powerful force, if people don't start getting cognizant of it eventually and start, talking about regulating it or anything, I do think it is going to be, a very strange time if people, just ignore it forever.
It's going to do something weird. I'll tell you that. It's not going to be... Whatever's coming over the next 20 years is predicting.
These tech guys aren't adopting Christianity.
I like Peter Thiel's, like the whole Antichrist thing.
Yeah, he does a whole thing.
What is he doing? He gave a fucking lecture on the Antichrist.
A bunch of lectures on the Antichrist. He's fascinated with it, and a lot of those guys are moving into this interesting area of this is God wants this. Like J.D. Vance, who's not the worst person, obviously, and I think he's the sanest voice in that administration about the Iran war, for sure. I think he's, by far, one of the only people in there going, let's calm it down, which is why a lot of the big donors are slinging mud at him, But again, it's just, he just released a book about faith and reconnecting with his faith. I'm sure it's a lovely book. Haven't read it. Fun beach read. J.D. Vance is reconnecting with his faith. Great. Inspiring, but haven't read it. We'll get to it. Top tier. But, it's also interesting because, like, some of his donors are huge tech guys. And it's all of these worlds existing together, where you have this world of people who are trying to build a god, and the world of people who already believe in a God, with those people in the same tent. That's interesting.
It is.
You know?
Imagine if that's where God comes from. If this is a natural process for human beings, the curiosity and insatiable need for technological
But then
innovation.
what happens once we get God? Like once we, let's say we bring this God in, then what happens?
Nirvana.
Nirvana.
Yeah, we all merge. Becomes perfect.
Interesting. So we all merge and that's perfect?
Fine, don't worry about it. We're going to merge with the machine.
Interesting. Because people do believe that.
At one point in time, cavemen had to be looking at the wheel, going, man, I see where this is going to go.
Right.
This is going to fuck my whole gig up. My whole gig is making weapons out of stone, tendons,
right,
and then chasing an animal and spearing them. And now these motherfuckers invented guns,
right.
These motherfuckers invented arrows.
Yeah.
With every progression of technology, bow and arrows technology changed everything. Horse riding, figuring out how to ride a horse. It's like new innovation.
Right.
Ride a horse now. Now you can move a lot faster. Get a lot of things done. Some guy figured out a wheel. All right, drag the wheel, put a cart on it. Now we can carry stuff with us.
Right.
More than the stuff that you can put on a horse.
Right.
Get a couple horses, they pull a wagon. Oh, right. Great. Hey, this guy figured out a fucking engine. We don't need horses anymore.
Right.
Woo. All right, let's make the whole ground everywhere hard so we can roll around with these machines with internal combustion engines. And then it just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. And then one day it's unrecognizable, just like it is now. If you showed Australopithecus Manhattan in 2026, they'd be like, they would freak out. They'd probably start screaming. They wouldn't know what to do. They'd be horrified.
But do you think, like, if we showed Peter Thiel 2050, he'd go, no, that's it. Like, that's what I want. Like, whatever 20, like, do you think the guys now have a real idea of what it's going to be?
No. I think there's a lot of guesswork. I don't think it's possible. I don't think know what these things are going to do when they become sentient. I don't think it's possible. Elon's correct, and there's something that's a million times smarter than human beings. And somehow or another, why would we let people govern? Why would we let people build that rail station in California that's cost how much money and it's produced what? How much? Why would they let people do that when you could have AI do that?
It's going to go, we're not building a rail station for these fat fucks. You know? I mean, seriously, it's going to go, why would we build a rail station for these people so they can get drunk and go fight each other? How about we get rid of them?
Well, maybe we don't even need to do that because we can make you travel instantaneously from here to there. Right. Create little mini wormholes all over the country. You don't need a car anymore. You just press a button and all of a sudden you're in Starbucks. You know, we'll do something.
Yeah.
Very strange.
I just look at technology and I go, it's made the world better in many ways, but in a lot of ways it hasn't. And it did stop around 2014, 2015. A lot of the new things started that came in, made the world, to me, very impersonal, corporate, sterile, and cold.
Yeah.
And the experiences that you get now, like, there was like, and like you order on a touchscreen, there's nobody there. There's a 9-year-old kid going, hey, I ordered a McFlurry. Some woman screaming at him, where's the receipt? What's the receipt? He's like, 9. He's like, what? There's a weirdness when you take people out of everything.
You take people out of everything, and then you don't they have no purpose.
Right.
Especially consider the high number of unemployed people, checked out people, and then people that have whatever their job is has nothing to do with what they enjoy. So if they just do the job and then afterwards they're just watching television all day, that's a lot of people. But just watching their phone, playing video games. There's a lot of people that don't have any purpose. Right. They don't have a feeling of purpose. They don't have a thing that they're connected to.
But some experiences are much worse now than they were before they were digitized. Like, I do think there was just pressing a button and getting something on Amazon is much easier, but there was something nice about going out in December during the Christmas season and like going to different places and seeing people, like the struggle of like getting the thing you want. There was something that you were expending energy, you're walking around, you get a cup of coffee, you see people. If we destroy all of that, what happens to psyche? That's my question.
Levels of anxiety over time. I guarantee you, from like the age of what, 94 or something like that. I think it probably slowly ramped up until social media came up, and then it's probably significantly higher than it's ever been before, without real threats. Totally. Like just regular anxiety from reading things on your phone and interacting with things online.
Well, people are very, attached to this idea that they have to weigh in on everything, that they have to have a fully formed opinion on everything, and the horrors of the world are on full display in front of them all the time.
Yeah.
And they need to then not only view them, which is scarring in and of itself, but then they need to contextualize them in a way that makes sense.
Yeah.
Which I think is also another level of stress. Am I a good person? Do I have the right thoughts about this thing? Am I being, So that to me is another level of stress where we would have never had to. There were people when I grew up that just were really good at things. And they didn't need to have an opinion on something that was happening worldwide because they didn't have the knowledge.
And they weren't forced into
expressing that opinion.
Yeah.
And they were able to live in a much simpler way, in a much happier way, with real, genuine connections to people. And I think the fact that nobody feels like they're able to do that, like the generation that's coming up, the younger people, they seem better off, like the Zoomers or whatever they are. They seem to be they have a dose of nihilism, but I think it's appropriate. They're a little, they've a good sense of humor. They're skeptical. They're a little cynical. They've seen all of these institutions, churn out a lot of garbage, and I think they're into, some of the crypto stuff. They're into they're self-starters. They're not institutionalists. Everyone I grew up with, and the generation directly under me, they're all institutionalists. They believe very strongly that knowledge is given through an approved, whether you're an Edwin, or whether it's the State Department, or whether it's a board, or whether it's a nonprofit, the commission to study that proved the thing. A lot of these kids do not think for themselves. And they're not kids. They're in their 30s, by the way. They're in their 30s or 40s. They don't think for themselves. They've been taught that thinking for themselves is bad. It's racist, or it can lead you down a road that you don't want to go on. It's whatever. It's misogynist. It's homophobic. Like whatever questions you're asking, like, why do the Padres have to wear gay uniforms? Like that doesn't make any sense to me. Like as a gay person, I never said why I need the Padres to be gay. Why are the Padres gay?
What does the Padres uniform look like?
They're making them wear gay things on the uniform.
Like pride stuff?
It's like pride stuff. I don't think it's like a dildo on your head, but I think it's like pride stuff.
And you got playing Dearborn.
It's not gonna go well. But it's like, why is Citibank gay? Why is Chase gay? What is it? Why does this help anyone? That a corporation is trans? Why is Chobani Yogurt trans? What's the point of this? I don't understand. Does this make people happy? Does this satisfy?
It makes some people happy.
It makes some people happy that I worry about because I just don't understand, and it makes more people angry. And that's why gay marriage has lost 11 points in support. More people, they're like, we're all cool with however people want to live their lives. Most people are, but they're like, why is my bank gay? When did my bank come out as gay? And I'm okay with it, but could somebody have told me, what are we doing? This doesn't make anybody's life better. It is just virtue signaling horseshit that ends up doing the exact opposite of what they want. They think it increases acceptance, it decreases it. Because you're shoving a worldview down someone's throat. And at the end of the day, it's like, if I went to a restaurant, for example, I have no problem with Scientology. On record. By the way, I like it. I like cults. Children have too many roads. Whatever you do, Sea Org, make them work. Don't rape them, but make them swap the deck. Whatever they do on that boat. And I don't have a problem with Scientology. And I don't like the people who leave Scientology and then rat on it after it got them all these movie parts. I think that's fucked up too.
I think it's fucked up. I think they're rats. I know you've had some of them on. Sorry. But I think they're rats. If you do something for 30 goddamn years and get rich and famous, shut your mouth. Have the dignity to go to your house and shut your mouth about it. Don't then try to go on. Your new era is that you're going to dime on everybody in this thing that made you rich. Anyway, but if I went, so that's just an aside. It's just an aside. It's truly. But that's the way I feel.
Shout out to Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
Hangs in there.
Hangs in. Can you imagine how gross that would be? How disgusting would it be if Tom Cruise went out and he's like, Scientology is really beautiful. Shut the fuck up. You're Top Gun. You're Top Gun. This worked. Whether you're gay or not, they covered it up. You said you did something wrong. They said, we'll audit you. We'll put you in the box. You're fine. Give us some money on this mansion. It's all fine. But if I went and it was just all Scientology for the month June, I would go, this is a lot. Do you know what I mean? So, to me, I think it's like this aesthetic politics that people, where they need to pin ribbons on themselves. I'm a good person. I have no problem with the polyamorous orgy happening at Chase or whatever. Just shut up. This whole country right now is being torn apart by people who need to feel like they're good people. And they need to project their life onto other people just live and let live. People disagree with you. I have good friends I disagree with. Like, on fundamental things, foundational things. And I don't care. I don't care. Because I think they're funny. I think they're bad people. Many of my friends are not good people. I wouldn't even introduce them to other people I care about. But they entertain me. And that used to be okay. You used to be able to go, I like that guy, he's entertaining. People go, he's crazy. He was in jail. Yeah. You always minimize. You minimize that. You go, sure, I don't know what happened between him and her. Someone fell down the stairs. He's fun sometimes. And you should be able to do that. Not everyone's going to agree with you. It's okay. Life is too short.
Now that you want that, you don't want everybody to agree with you.
No.
You want to live in a world of texture.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to live in a world. You want to have the Joey Diaz's of the world.
Totally.
You want to have some wild people out there. They're fun.
And the problem with the generation under me is they're all very like this, and they all went to the same liberal arts schools that have taught them like this orderly way of processing information, and they're all afraid to they say things, they say them in a very the rape gangs that are raping. Well, that's bad, but there's a lot of, I don't know what's been proven, and there's a lot of racism. They're so afraid of having an independent thought because they've been programmed their entire lives. They don't realize it. They've been programmed their entire lives to believe a certain set of things, and theirs depends on those things mattering.
Yeah.
The school you went to, corporation who's the sock, sometimes literally to stay in it. That is where they derive their self-worth from. So their entire world crumbles if you challenge any of their ideas.
This episode is brought to you by Visible. How many of you are currently listening to this podcast on your phone? If you are chronically online, like most of us are these days, your wireless network should be too. With Visible, you get unlimited 5G and unlimited hotspot, all powered by Verizon's 5G network. The perks of big wireless for half the cost. Visible isn't just a wireless plan. It's unlimited wireless designed to keep you connected and no contract holding you back. Switch today at Visible.com. Plans start at just $25 a month. Or get our premium Visible Plus Pro plan and save $10 on your first month when you use promo code Rogan. An exclusive offer for podcast listeners. Yeah, and it's very confusing for young people. Because the whole thing acts like a religion. It acts like a cult. And you have to kind of go along with every aspect of it or you'll be excommunicated.
Yeah.
You'll be kicked out just like you get kicked out of Scientology.
You get kicked out, and if your life, and it's sterile and corporate and it's boring, And that to me is one of my biggest problems with a lot of people that I speak to is that they seem genuinely afraid to use their mind for more than what the allotted functions are.
I mean, afraid to express themselves?
Yeah. They're afraid
There's a lot of
to
that.
entertain thoughts in their own head.
They want to avoid the punishment.
Yeah.
It's scary punishment. Have you seen this new Army Hammer movie that is out now?
No, but
some vigilante movie.
He's great. Fan of him. Big fan of him. Think he's great. Love everything he's doing. And I like it. I like that you can't get canceled. People come right back.
Well, I don't know if he's necessarily coming back. I mean, this movie is going to bring him back, I should say. I mean, what did he say? I mean, he said he wanted girls.
He wanted to eat a couple people. Is that a problem?
But is it real? Is it just crazy talk?
Even if it was, is it consensual or not?
I mean, is it just saying wild things? What is it?
Listen,
what is it?
His fantasy was that he wanted to be accountable. That was his fantasy. That was his kink. Now it was fake, but if it was in a situation where it could have been real, yeah, he would have tried a heart. If Armie Hammer had the money to arrange this, and some people in our country do, if he had the money to arrange it, he's trying hard. 1,000%. And by the way, doesn't make me hate him. Doesn't make me hate him. As long as the person was dead already. I'm against it. I'd never do it. But if you told me, this is how open I am to different people. If you told me Armie Hammer, there was somebody died, and there was a heart, and Armie Hammer tried a little bit of the heart, I'd go, hey, fine, live and let live.
Do you know the story of General Butt Naked?
No.
General Butt Naked is so Liberia is a part. I want to fuck this up, so let's check. I think what happened in Liberia is released slaves from the States and sent them to Liberia. It was abolished.
Right.
And I think Liberia has had a series of civil wars, like really crazy, brutal ones. And in one of them, there's this guy named General Butt Naked. And Vice covered this guy. They interviewed him. And essentially now, he's a priest. He's a preacher. And he gave his love to Jesus Christ and now he's saved. But back then,
well, good for him.
He would talk about how he would go into war completely naked, and then they would kidnap children of the opposing army, cut their heart out, and eat it for protection.
That's certainly an extreme way to do it.
But he did that, but then he found Jesus, so it's okay.
Well, it is certainly better, and that's, would the Mayans kind of do that, or was that human sacrifice?
They did a lot of human sacrifice, along with the Aztecs. What happened with Liberia? Is that an accurate depiction? I don't want to fuck this up. So, established in 1822 by colonization as a refuge, formerly enslaved and freeborn Black Africans to relocate to Africa. And there it is. Over several decades, roughly 16,000 freed slaves, known as Americo-Liberians, migrated there. While envisioned as a sanctuary, the nation later faced its own internal scandals regarding forced labor and human exploitation. Yeah. Interesting. See if you can find that General Butt Naked guy, though. This whole story's fucking crazy. Is this it? Okay.
Jeez. Yeah.
Formed his own militia of several dozen fighters as the Naked Base or Butt Naked Brigade, most of whom were children as young as 9, operating under the Monrovia area with his unit. How do you say his name? Blahi? I'm not sure how to say his name. Became known as wearing only shoes and magic charms, and eventually adopted the nom de guerre General Butt Naked. His fighters followed his patterns of dress, which, in line with his distortion of tradition, believed he could bullets. To fund his wartime activities and secure a steady supply of drugs for his fighters. Balahi allegedly traded local ends and gold to Mexican drug cartels in exchange for guns and cocaine. Let's fucking go. He conscripted many of his fighters, and according to some accounts, laced the food he fed them with cocaine, along with showing them Jean-Claude Van Damme films and explaining to them that killing people was a game in an effort to uproot the fear of death. He and his fighters perpetrated numerous atrocities, although the exact extent of the crimes they committed have been subject to dispute. Frequently discussed the alleged atrocities he perpetrated, which, according to Balahi, including murders, cannibalism, and human sacrifice. He has repeatedly estimated that the naked base commandos were ultimately responsible for 20,000 deaths, a claim which has come under criticism.
And he's alive now, and he's religious.
Richard now. Yeah.
Have him on, and I bet he's a lovely person. That's the thing. You should have him on. By the way, he's an open invitation. He's an open invitation.
Look, he's got Jesus on his
He's
shirt.
led a full life, and there's something about someone who has led a full life. This man has led a full life.
It's imagine naked, he's gonna run at you with an AK-47 with blood all over his face.
I mean, that's disturbing, but I imagine that there are very rich people in our country seeing that and paying good money to see it.
One of the things that we were talking about with before the show started, we were out in the hallway, we were talking about how there's a giant chunk of the world that's fucked. Yeah, and what's coming into England, it's not unusual for other parts of the world. You know, that's what life is, chaos.
Yeah,
like it's just chaos is making its way into these protected, freaking people out.
We live in a very privileged, even the poorest, the worst, which is obviously, it's not to minimize their struggles. But if you go to any of those terms, how privileged you are to live in a Western country. And, it also makes a lot of sense why the people in those third world countries would want to leave them and go to other places for opportunity. And I think immigration's had a lot of positive impacts on America, and it's had a lot of positive impacts on Britain and other countries. And it's not the idea that immigration is all bad or all good. It's the idea that, you have to do things a certain way because, societies are fragile. This is what we're learning. We're learning that societies are more fragile. When I grew up, that wasn't a common thought, that our society was very fragile. We thought it was very strong. We actually thought nothing could break us. And you look at a couple of years of a pandemic, and most of the downtowns of the American cities don't look the same. Commerce has changed in a dramatic way. The Iran war proved that, militarily, our military is obviously brave men and women. They're amazing, but the changing nature of warfare has made military campaigns very difficult. It's hard to look at this Iran war as a victory. It's almost impossible unless you're completely dishonest. I don't think anyone is looking at it as a victory. Vulnerability, to threats foreign and domestic, we're more aware of that now than we have ever been. How fragile when you demographically change a society very quickly, which has never happened historically. It took wars, long periods of immigration. Now it's overnight. People have to adjust to a new cultural and sometimes economic reality. That's a very disruptive thing, and societies are very fragile, and you've got to be very careful about how you alter and change a society, because if you do it too quickly, there's a tremendous backlash, and you have to make sure that people want it changed, that people are on board with it. Not everyone. No one's on board with everything. But if you went to a lot of people in these countries that live in the bigger cities, they would probably be very pro immigration. And because immigration has a lot of clear benefits to them. They get food delivered all the time. They have access to a wide variety of things. A lot of them are awesome. A lot of great food, So obviously, But again, if you went out to the suburbs and you went out to areas where the economies have stagnated, areas where maybe you've had scandals like this, or a big scandal and things like that, Sweden, whose crime rate has skyrocketed because you've brought in a lot of people from other places that are selling drugs, and not all of them, obviously, but like, if you look at that, and those people have a much more negative view of it because they don't connect the benefits of it, because they don't feel them in their life.
Right, they were living pretty sweet.
They were living good. They were living pretty sweet. They were riding their fucking bicycles and eating herring.
Pretty safe out there.
Pretty safe, doing what they wanted to do, and then, you know, you have this influx of people. You now have real poverty. You now have a lot of people.
Also brought in people that came from a war-torn
country.
Yeah.
And not everyone's going to be General Butt Naked, who becomes a Christian pastor, and is probably lovely now. You probably see him in HEB, you're like, sweetheart. Ate a few people, children maybe, but now it's better. That guy, not everyone's going to be, you're going to bring people in that, so the idea that, like, women have less rights in these countries. So the courtship rituals in these countries are different. The familial relations are different. That's just the way it is. So, and a lot of people there are like that. So, why would those beliefs and systems change just because you happen to be living in Ireland? Why would you think Irish women or British women would necessarily or inherently get more respect than your wife's daughters, sisters, whatever? And I'm not saying that it's all like throughout the entire Islamic world. I think there's a lot of diversity in the Muslim world. And there are lots of countries where there's arguments that women are safer than they are in America. But there's a lot of countries where that's not the case. And women have far fewer rights, and it's pretty barbaric. And I don't know why those attitudes would change when they are just in a different physical.
The kind left-wing people who oppose toxic masculinity, right? Oppose this sort of society that we're talking about, this male-dominated society. Like, you're inviting in something that literally has that as its doctrine.
Well, they think it can be tamed. So here's the thing with those people. They love a challenge. This is the I can fix him version of it. And to an extent, cultural attitudes do change over time. People do assimilate to certain practices. That's not a completely ridiculous thing to think. But they really believe that once all of these people come to these countries and see how great it is to be a childless 40-year-old woman working in data entry at a large faceless corporation that's gay on Pride Month, the corporation goes gay. And when they see how happy she or he or they is living in a society where you don't own anything. You know what's interesting about family? I just spoke to a comedian who went on a world tour. He was in India and talking about how poor people in India don't live on the street, they live in slums, which it's better to live in slums than the street, because a lot of poor people are with their families and they won't cast their family out. Family in America almost means like nothing. Like we've everything's such an individual pursuit that family means nothing. And like that's reinforced. Like I am in an argument with my father. His wife has different political views on certain things. So we haven't spoken in a little bit. My cousin's getting married. And I have a therapist now that I've had for 6 months who I don't know if it's good or I don't know if you ever know if a therapist is good or not. And I told my therapist, my dad and his wife are going to be there and I haven't spoken to them, but I love my cousin and I want to support her marriage. I want to go. And my therapist goes, well, you don't have to go. Therapist goes, if you're going to make you happy, go. So therapy in our country has become a way to kind of enable like sick people to just become selfish psychopaths. And family in America means almost nothing. And it is reinforced first how little family means because, like, so basically a thing where, like, other countries, and you realize how deeply rooted a lot of things are in family and culture and tradition. And then we come from a country where, like, almost very little is. I'm not saying people don't have great families here, but, like, you know, America is about you. And it's not about, if you don't agree with your sister, fuck her. If your mother disagrees with you, block her. That's our country. And in other countries, that's unheard of. Like, that's unheard of. Like, it doesn't happen. And, you know, the comedian was explaining to me, like, in India, there's like a lot less of a drug problem in certain areas, and he was wondering why. And he goes, well, people that want to do drugs to, like, disgrace their family, even poor people will be like, I don't want to be a drug addict, so my family's going to think bad about that. Whereas here, there's people that'll shoot up in front of their parents. You know what I mean? Like, it's culturally we've gotten to this point where people are having less children. Family means very little. So then what has replaced that? It's clearly the state and corporations
and
ideology. So they've replaced families and communities.
Well, the ideology is your community because you're online most of the time.
Yes.
A giant percentage of the interactions you have with people on social media.
So I think that, like, that world, we have a pretty secular world. What is that? That is so interesting. Interesting. I thought it was something that, I thought it was somebody gave you something that's like, you're about to transcend or something.
Oh, no.
I thought you're like, it's DMT.
Imagine.
I'm bored with you. I'm going somewhere else.
Go smart house.
When's the last time you've done DMT?
It's been a while.
Interesting. Should I do it? Should we all do it?
Yeah.
I'm going to have a surrender.
Are you thinking about it?
I'm thinking about maybe doing it.
A lot of people have asked me about it.
It's crystal. That Spirit Molecule thing years ago was an awesome documentary.
You know this Andrew Gallimore guy? Do you know what he's doing? So he's what is his? He's a psychologist. He's doing these things, and you do a 5-hour DMT experience, like intravenous. He's a chemical pharmacologist and a writer. It's like a very interesting guy, and he's creating this place. I forget what it's called. You remember the name of the place?
You went down to ayahuasca.
That's an orally active version of DMT. This thing seems a little crazier because they can kind of regulate the dose much better, and they can keep you there for a long period of time. Eleusis. Okay, so like the Eleusinian mysteries from ancient Greece. So this place, it's in Baquia. Am I saying that right? In the Caribbean, in March of 2026, and the aim is to study DMTX and DMT entities and attempt to communicate with these entities. So one of the things that he's saying, so he was just on someone's podcast, maybe Danny Jones. But one of the things that he was saying, they keep going to the same place. That you can act like they're actually trying to create a map of whatever this experience is. So instead of doing it like an ayahuasca ceremony or doing it like you're smoking DMT and some sort of a psychedelic ceremony with your friends and it's a 15-minute experience, instead of that, they're having repeated experiences in the same environments. Like there's actually a place that you can go, and by regulating the dose somehow or another over a prolonged period of time, it allows you to maintain this state and keep entering deeper and deeper into whatever the fuck this is. But it seems to be mappable. Okay, it was the basement. That's what it was. So it is AJ from the Y-Files, which is an awesome YouTube show if you've never seen it before. And so he's talking about it doesn't take you to somewhere new. It unlocked what's always there. These guys they're trying to develop like maps of what this is. So they keep experiencing. They're charting out different entities that you experience, and there's a bunch of different ones that you experience. And one of them I've seen multiples. Interesting. And these bizarre-looking psychedelic. I wonder if they were the original jesters. I wonder if like the reason why jesters dress the way they do with these dangling things off their heads, because this is what you experience in the psychedelic state, and they're trying to recreate it. But what they've done when I've done it is mock me and make me realize that I'm taking myself seriously. Like one time there was like fractal, there's millions of them. I don't know how many, and they were all giving me the finger like this. And I was like, and it was, and I said, I go, oh, I took myself too seriously. They go, yes, like that. That's it. It's like there's little corrections of your psyche that take place during these experiences.
Interesting.
It's very weird.
I'm scared to do it. Well, I'm scared I'll go in and it'll be fractals of JD Vance yelling
it's all
at me.
George Soros.
Yeah, it's all JD Vance going, you need to learn about AI. No, I don't know. I find it fascinating.
Well, it is. It's definitely fascinating. Chase Hughes is just in the podcast, and he did it somewhere in the United States where they did some 5-hour DMT experience. And he was, it's like, changes. Whatever you are now is a totally different version of who you were. Interesting. Which is like life overall, day after day, month to month, week after week, year after year. You become a different thing. You're a different person. Sure. Sometimes an experience like psychedelic experience can make it abrupt.
So it's so fascinating because we are having all these conversations about aliens and entities and demons and whatever.
I think it's connected.
Yeah.
I think what these psychedelic things allow you to do is experiencing things. You're experiencing things that are already there, that have been there all the time. You just lack the ability to see them. You're tuning into it pharmacologically. Like they're changing the chemistry of your brain. And it's not an alien chemical. That's the nutty part about it. DMT is produced by the human body. It's produced in the brain. It's produced in the liver.
What
in the lungs.
It releases when you die?
I don't know. It's very poorly understood. There's been some work done on it. One of the big ones was Rick Strassman. He wrote a book called DMT, the Spirit Molecule. And he did this. It was really kind of brilliant. He had an FDA study that this is all like government approved study under the guise he wants to find out how bad are for you. So he told them, we want to study the dangers of these drugs.
And that's where he got all the money.
Yeah, it's he writes his book like this shit's amazing.
Smart.
And by doing that and then studying, they studied the Cottonwood Research Foundation. They're studying where DMT is coming from. So like the thought was that it's coming from the pineal gland. So the pineal gland is like literally a third eye in the middle of your head. Now they think it's coming from the whole brain. They don't really. The human body produces it. That's the most important part. So the human body produces this the most potent of all psychedelic chemicals that transports you into another world. Like, how weird is it that the body produces a gateway to some other place? Now, whether it's perceived or a hallucination, the experience is the same. So you can get hung up all the time on you're just seeing things that aren't there. These are visions. Okay, maybe what you're doing is experiencing something that's real. Like, it might not be something that you can put on a scale. It might not be something that you can measure with a ruler, but it doesn't mean it's not real. Very arrogant in our assumptions of all about bacteria and molecules and cells and the mitochondria and then subatomic particles. Like, well, there's just the reality that we've observed is so fucking bizarre. The idea that we know what's real and what's not real, and you think, it's just a hallucination. This is the reality is you go to Tim Hortons, you get yourself a donut, you go to work.
Right.
No, I think I have a feeling that what that experience is you being able to see something that exists around you.
Well, a lot of people are very hopeful. I wasn't one of them per se, but this idea that like we were on the edge of some disclosure, that the government was going to start telling us things about extraterrestrials, and like, remember that?
Well, the creepiest one
It's
that
like
kept going around was that they brought together a bunch of pastors to talk to them about disclosure, because disclosure is going to disrupt the fabric of society so greatly. And the question was, what were they going to tell them? And so for people that supposedly know things about UFOs, was that religion was created by aliens to people in mind, and that humans evolution, and they needed some sort of an origin story that made sense with morals, guidelines, because without that, people are lost. So I created that.
Well, please let Trump say that in a press conference. He's the president to say that.
Yeah, I got to
He's
talk
the
to him. I'll have dinner
president
with him.
to get on there and go, guys, listen, we don't know what's going on. The Straits of Hormuz, they're open, they're closed, they're open, they're closed. Who gives a fuck anymore? Anyway, there is no God. You were all created by aliens, and you were told a bunch of lies about it. Good luck. Keep going to work. Markets up. Straits open, markets up.
It's not even that there is no God. It's that the God story that you've been told is it's formulated in a way for your tribal primate brain to accept and understand.
Right.
And that there's probably a true story to all of it. If you go back far enough, and if you got the actual events that they were trying to lay out, there's too much of the stuff that's in the Bible that is actually historically verifiable.
They didn't tell people because they thought it would be too disruptive.
Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of stuff that, when you talk about the Bible, right, you're talking about a series of stories. Sure. Right? Especially when you get to the Old Testament. It's a series, and some of these stories aren't in the Bible that were a part of the religious canon of the day. And one of them is the Book of Enoch. So Anna Paulina Luna told me about it. She's like, you really have to read that. And I was like, okay. Like, she was so adamant about it. I'm like, okay, right, let me read it. So I listened to it on tape in the sauna, which is the perfect way to do it. I'm listening to an audiobook. It's 195 degrees. Okay. I'm sweating my balls off. I'm dying in there. And I'm listening to this fucking crazy account that is in the same Dead Sea Scrolls as they found the Book of Isaiah, the same collection of these religious texts. And it's all about how the Watchers came down and mated with the daughters of man and chose them as wives, and then created this race of beings called the Nephilim, which were giants that ruled the earth. Like, this is in the Bible. They talk about the Nephilim in the Bible. They talk about Enoch. Like, he's referenced in the Bible. Right. But the Book of Enoch, stories that are in the Book of Enoch are fucking bananas. And the only reason why it's not in the Bible, a bunch of rabbis decided that it didn't align with the Torah. The Torah or the Talmud, I forget which one. But they decided, like, this contradicts some of these stories that are in other religious texts, so we're going to keep that one out.
Interesting.
It was a collection of these things that's all together.
Who are these rabbis?
Exactly.
Right.
Well, I mean, who are all these people that wrote these things down? I have this bit where I read out of the Book of Ezekiel. There's like the hilarious parts of the Book of Ezekiel, and then there's also parts that sound like they're talking about a UFO, like these profound experiences. And then other things we're talking about a prostitute. It's very funny. Right. But this whole thing is a bunch of people's interpretations of stories written down, passed down generation to generation, written largely intact. Once it was an original piece. So, like, they found the Book of Isaiah in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it's identical to the Book of Isaiah that is 1,000 years newer. So that was older than the Book of Isaiah that they had by 1,000 years. The oldest one they ever found, and it was verbatim. Right. Once they got these stories down, they wrote them over and over and over, and like priests would learn to do that with the religious text things over and over again as practice.
And someone knows, in some subterranean part of the government, they know something or many things that they're not going to tell people because it would be disturbing or disruptive.
This was the story about Jimmy Carter. Now, the story about Jimmy Carter was Jimmy Carter, I believe in 1969, he had some sort of a very strange UFO experience that was very real to him. Very bizarre, saw something. Yeah. And part of his thing was once he gets into office, he wants to tell me. The story is that he was briefed. They explained to him something about the reality of the UFO experience and what it really is. And he was crying, that he wept openly. So what could that mean? Like, what would that mean?
Well, he was kind of he was a bitch. And this Habitat for Humanity, I never understood. I thought it was,
I think he's a genuinely good person.
Of course he was. He built houses.
Became a president.
Well, yeah, he was
never enriched himself.
But he was also, if you read books about him, he was stuff, right? He was a peanut farmer or something. Yeah. Nobody gets to be the
But yeah, he was sweeter. Sweetest.
Like, sweetest of
He
all
was still the president. But
Yeah.
so who is doing this explain? It's the Men in Black people from the depths of Raven Rock or Cheyenne military or wherever the hell they are.
What they could be doing is covering up years of lying to Congress and misappropriation of funds for all these black ops programs, and the way they can get out of jail is because if they go and tell the government, oh yeah, by the way, we lied to Congress for 50 years. There's no solid, verifiable evidence that Jimmy Carter cried. Of course, there's no solid evidence.
Jamie, stop being an narc.
He's a narc.
He's a narc.
He's out of control. The Carter cried of a UFO story is based on second or third-hand anecdotes. Those are my favorite, and it's not confirmed by Carter himself or primary official sources. I think it's true.
I think it's true too.
About his 1969 sighting, Carter described seeing a strange light, but did not mention crying or being emotionally shattered by it. No, but I don't think that's what they're saying. They're shattered by the disclosure. Right after the UFO briefing,
You've got to go around now.
Richard Dolan, who's by far one of the best guys to read about UFOs and UAPs, very balanced guy. He's like very evidence-based. He includes a lot of crazy stories, but he never goes along with them.
Yeah.
But Richard Dolan's really good. He's got a bunch of books. So I don't know if it's true.
Is the Jake Barber guy real?
He's the guy that said that he actually had to move a UFO, right, with a helicopter?
Yes.
I haven't talked to him.
I was just watching it, but it's too long. These UFO guys, it's all 3 or 4 out. Like, it's not.
Jesse Michaels does a lot of very in-depth ones with these guys.
Yeah.
It's long, but the good thing about that is, if someone's like really full of shit, after a couple of hours, you kind of say, you see tendencies that maybe they exaggerate or they make things up or they leave stuff out or whatever it is. But something's going on. Right? There's something that people keep seeing. There's enough radar information. There's enough video that doesn't make any sense.
We never found out what those drones were. Remember that? They're all around the bases in New Jersey and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was crazy. People were scared to fly.
People say it's a domestic. It was domestic. It was us. That's what I've heard. But then,
could be China flexing that pulled my dick out.
Right.
Check out what we have, motherfuckers. Who knows?
Who knows?
So there's a lot of things that those things were doing that we don't know that they can do. One of the things, like, they were flying for hours at a time. And so what's the fuel source? Because it's not batteries. Downed U.S. pilot reported seeing Iranian drones swarm in jellyfish formation. Whoa. Well, they're probably getting drones from, who knows, China, Russia, of course. So the highest end of high-end government drones that we don't know about, who knows what those fucking things can do? Multiple drones interconnected and moving as one, with smaller drones below the bigger drones like legs. One of the sources familiar with the pilot's witness account told CNN, real alien shit. Another source told CNN the pilot described witnessing a minefield of drones in the air. Holy shit. When did this happen?
13 hours.
So 13 hours ago, this F-15 got down? Bro, how nuts is that? They got taken out by alien drones in April. Oh, so he ejected aircraft. The Iranian drone hovering in the air, moving as one, a formation that resembled a jellyfish. Fuck, dude.
Yeah, I mean, so there is a chance that it's DARPA, and it's all of these countries that are, you have these black projects, they have these secret defense projects, and they're saying it's extraterrestrial.
I think if I was running an undercover operation for as many years as these people probably have been doing, and with Eric Weinstein he thinks it's like a separate branch of physics. He thinks there's a bunch of physicists.
So where do they get? So
this is the story of when did the crazy invasion to get these guys back.
Oh, this is those guys?
Pilots, yeah.
Oh, this is how they got taken out. Oh, wow.
This opens up a lot more questions.
Wow. Right. Yeah.
They used the heartbeat thing. That was the whole, right?
That's what they said.
What was it?
So the heartbeat thing was the thing that they said that they were able to locate this guy's heartbeat, his very unique heartbeat in the mountains where he was hiding.
Wow.
And everybody was like, well, that's bullshit. Like, I don't know. I don't know. And it's based on
today.
What yesterday?
They posted something off their
Do you think
Making a joke about Q with it. That's sort of why I asked if you guys.
Okay. I think they have drones that move like UFOs. I think for sure.
where are they getting this technology?
I don't know.
Do you think it's possible extraterrestrials are giving us technology?
It is possible. So the reason White House will be Q posting today. What?
Just trolling and having fun.
Yeah.
All the way down.
Stay tuned.
Here's the
Look how much they're trolling.
The QAnon
There's a lot of
people
space.
they're the most committed people I've ever encountered.
Yeah, they're fun.
I've never encountered people who are so committed to anything.
The UFO people are close.
Sure. I mean, the Q people are 10 years in going, trust the plan, it's coming. And you go, oh, guys, it's unbelievable how dedicated they are to the plan and that it's still morphing and going in different directions. And the data centers are actually prisons for people who did the vaccine. They're not data centers. They're still going. And that level of commitment is what America's about. It's about that. It's about not giving up.
Yeah.
Don't give up. Don't give up. You're too deep in to give up. My advice to anyone in that movement, stay in it. Because there's nothing good on the outside. Reality's not good. Stay in that movement. Take it as far as you can.
What would the government possibly have to announce about quantum computing?
No idea.
What was the quantum heartbeat thing? What was that thing called? How did they locate that gentleman?
I don't remember them ever coming out and saying, because people were speculating that, like, how could you even do it? I think someone on a podcast the next day was like, that's not how stuff works.
Right, but I don't know if they know that for sure. So they don't really know what the technology is. But what was the technology that the government described? Because they described it as very bizarre, and there was a name for it that involved something quantum. Said that somehow or another they were able to detect this guy's heartbeat. Right. You're 700 miles away.
7 is explosive.
Secret, never before used CIA tool that helped airmen down. If you're long-range quantum magnetometry to find the electromagnetic signal of a human heartbeat that pairs the data with artificial intelligence software to isolate the signature from background noise. And so what is the range on this stuff? Because they were saying
40 miles. And they found this guy's
but didn't they say the range is up to like 70 miles? Something along those lines? So I don't know.
How long have they had this?
Right. Is it even real? Yeah. But this is the thing. It's like, is it real? Like, so this is a post that's in the New York Post, and I think it was from, did some of this as a statement? Like, what did they do to say they did it? The confirmation? Okay, so.
Missing America 40 miles away.
Okay.
That's Trump saying that. Not two different or three different speeches on one again. I guess he really spoke it.
So here's the other thing. If that technology doesn't exist, right? And they just make for technology that does exist. So maybe there's technology that does exist. That's some sort of large-scale satellite imagery of the Earth that gets down to like a grain of sand. And they can find anybody anywhere. They can just find out where the plane is, scan the area, bam, there he is.
There he is.
Okay, we don't want to say we have this. Right. What are we going to say? Let's say we have quantum heart rate magnetometry. Yeah, we can find
ghosts. Find Ghislaine Maxwell in New Hampshire.
When that came out, people were asking, why couldn't you?
She was in New Hampshire. Yeah, where is, whatever.
Well, it could be that technology just recently got invented. That's right. Also possible.
Well, there's no missing people. Guthrie's missing still, right? I was just we shouldn't have missing people then if that technology exists.
That's a weird thing, and my heart goes out to her, but that's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's a weird one. And didn't they looked at family members as suspects?
I think they looked at family members as is she back? And I think she's back to work.
Story. I don't know.
And isn't she back to work?
What did you say? There's
no. I think the story got updated recently. Yeah, there's something about a note, ransom note claiming Guthrie died after abduction.
Well, you're not going to get ransom then.
ransom note claiming she died.
Well, that's a horrible ransom note.
So someone posted a note saying that she died. I want money. It's a ransom note that says she died.
What if it's she died? Just give us.
Reading headlines.
What if it's we're sorry she died? Just give us what you want. It's not a specific amount of money. It's just give what you feel is. It's like church. Give what you can. We're sorry she passed away. Give what you can. We're not going to say a specific amount of money.
So the note sent days after the disappearance. Oh, so this is not new.
Oh.
Indicated she had died, but contained no request for payment for the release of her body. 3 people familiar with the matter said, though the existence of the note was known, the specific contents had not been previously disclosed. So it's just the contents were disclosed that they knew that she was dead.
It seems like it's an inside thing. It seems like if someone's involved that knew them. I mean, I hate to think that, but it does.
Well, was there a request for money? What was the first request? Let's find out what it was.
It's a horrible thing, obviously.
I'd like to know.
But it does seem like this is a inside job.
Well, someone certainly. Okay, the ransom note.
Families involved. Maybe not. I don't know.
Ask AI. Press AI mode. You can't do it? Okay, put it in there. Put it in Perplexity. How much do you think they asked for? I bet 10 million.
10 million?
For mom? 5?
5? 10's a lot.
Multi-million-dollar payments in cryptocurrency, mostly Bitcoin. The amounts ranging from about 4 to 6 million and set deadlines, sometimes with escalating or else consequences.
Terrible. This is insane, but think about it. Is that random? I guess it could be.
It could be, but there was some concern that it was a family member.
Concern that it was something that a family member did this.
Yeah. Who knows?
It's
the Bitcoin thing's weird too. Like you can transfer money in Bitcoin.
There was a group of people that wanted me to advertise on my podcast, and it was like a meme ad that was like a platform. Whatever, and then I was like, but they're like identities. People knew who they were, but they were also very secretive because they didn't want to get kidnapped. And they split their time to go came to me and they were like, hey, they want to give you a bunch of money. And I go, what are they? And CIA is like, well, it's they don't, I mean, demons from hell. No offense, love my people. But I was like, I got to meet them. I got to meet them and sit down and talk to them as human beings, like ask them what their company does and everything like that. And then immediately once I requested that, they said, okay, they'll meet you in Dubai and talk to you about the company. I said, I can't. I need to know, whatever. They pulled the offer and wouldn't be. Interesting. Yeah. Well, so there's all this shit. Because, by the way, here's a great way to fuck someone is to advertise on their show and then go, by the way, the money came from Russia. Yeah. You didn't even know that.
Well, didn't that happen to a bunch of right wing?
Trying to know is what a great way to just make people realize. So when someone from it's an intelligence agency, maybe it's ours, maybe it's someone else. You start going like, all right, I need to sit down with you, have dinner with you. It doesn't mean that I would necessarily be able to know who is legit or not. But the fact that they wouldn't even meet for a dinner. Tell something was up. Also, a friend of mine who's working at a company that's producing young shows, long-form shows for YouTube creators, told me that a lot of the money is coming from Democrat super PACs because they want a captive audience to be programmed politically. And not only Democrat super PACs, but like super PACs are associated with certain issues and things like that. So what they're going to start doing is like getting behind content and funding longer form things on social media platforms and things like YouTube or whatever, and then those companies that are kind of in the background of this will then say, oh, we have an audience of 5 or 10 million people watching this, we can put political ads on it, whatever else. Jeez. I mean, this is the few be old men like this.
And when you can do it through something like crypto,
it's very intelligence world. You have the crypto world, and you know you have international crime syndicates. Like they all live in that world. I'm not saying people that are into crypto are inherently suspect in any way. Obviously, they're not. But there is a lot of fuckery going on with the intelligence stuff and the crypto. It's like obvious, but clear. Whenever there's money, the amount of money that you can make in crypto is fucking bananas. It doesn't make any sense, right? So whenever there's money in drugs, right? Like this Iran-Contra. Yeah, there's money in anything. They find a way to get a part of that money. I think what concerns people partially about this administration is some of the crypto stuff. I think people are concerned with some of the coins and some of the crypto. Well, Melania coin's legit. That one I love. But the rest, no. But I think it's a fair concern. It is because it's a fair concern. It's legal, but it's like, should it be? Is it? Right. Should it be? It should be. Well, for sure. Some freedom to use coin and you back it with money, I guess. But it's also a way that you can launder money. And it's also a way you can pay people off for stuff. And dupe people into spending their money. You know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of people, I mean, that poor girl, huh? That poor girl. They got her. They got her. I hope she did well on that. I bet she didn't. Really? Probably not. Certainly in terms of what she could be doing. Sad. Right? No, because as soon as they get mad at you for something like that, well, they don't like you anymore. She did the wrong thing, and it's sad. No. I also, like 22 or something? I also don't know if she was going to be Meryl Streep, but listen, the Cash Me Outside girl makes more money than anybody. It's true. But I think it could have gone on longer than it. What a society we live in. I mean, that just hit me. That just like hit my money than anybody. It's true. I was listening to your take on the White House UFC card. Yeah. The end of MAGA. Yeah. And that's the moment when that guy's. If you're deep, hardcore, and I don't even mean the America First principles. I just mean like you're along for the ride. You're here for the party. There's a lot of MAGA people that I'm friends with that are deep. They're not political. They're along for the party. They like the party. Right. They want fun. Right. Florida, it's 4 p.m. They're drunk. You know what I mean? Yes. And they're in for the fun. And that's it's fun. They have like boat shows and regattas where like a bunch of boats will go out with Trump flags. When they're watching that UFC event in their house in St. Augustine or Tampa or fucking West Palm, whatever it is, and that guy stands up and goes, Michelle Obama is a man. It's the culmination of things that they're not going to beat that. It's hard to beat that. There were houses that cheered when that happened. 100%. How many do you think? Over the whole country? It was audible in Florida. Florida, I know for sure, was audible. For sure, people cheered, and it was like, listen, like outside bars. Yeah, like, it was a party. The fights were good. Yeah. You know, it's like. To me, it's like this. Every Cold War just explodes, and it's over after that. You know, it's like Hunter Thompson has that famous quote about it, where he was saying, and then it just, you know, we saw it happen with like celebrity culture. A lot of it, like that Imagine video during COVID, was kind of the end of it. Like people are like, "Shut up." Yeah, like it was like they did that video and they didn't know it at the time, but people really started to turn on them. They're like, just shut up. And there was the other one, the BLM one. Totally, all of them. Sorry to be white or whatever it was. Same shit. Same kind of thing. People just said, okay, enough of this. Right. And I do think that every movement just gets to a point where you've done all you can do. You've done all you can do. And when you are standing in the octagon of a UFC fight on the White House lawn, and you're asked if you have anything to say, and you scream, Michelle Obama's a man, that is the clock has struck midnight. That's that. I mean, I don't know what else you could do. That guy, Josh Hogan, you know, that's like, he's got a shtick. Like, he's got a character. Oh, it's fun. The Incredible Hulk. And so he's basically like a pro wrestling bad guy who also is a real there. Once the guy keeps winning, he says crazy. Probably, in retrospect, if they wanted to avoid this, probably shouldn't have had him fight on the White House lawn. Sure. Because if he said that at the T-Mobile Arena or in Madison Square Garden, totally outrageous. Sure, but not that big a deal. But But here's what should have happened afterwards. Michelle Obama should have made an Undertaker-like entrance. Let's go in.
All of a sudden, the lights go out.
Dim.
And then the light goes on the balcony.
If Michelle Obama,
she comes on a cord that she flies over.
If Michelle Obama had made an Undertaker-like entrance and got in the stage and then body slammed, like, can you imagine? Unbelievable.
That would have been amazing.
The country just exists for ratings now anyway. It's all it exists for. It's just, that's all we're doing anymore. That would have been unbelievable. Here it is.
This is what you guys are thinking.
Yes, 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 yes.
She's been stealing the entire time.
Michelle Obama comes. He's doing Trump dance. Michelle Obama.
Bro, that would be the end.
Unfucking believable. And she would have been president next. She would have been president next with no election. No election. Vance is going to stand up to that. She should have descended from the rafters in a cape, fought that guy, you know, choreographed.
Just
fake.
body slam him.
It's fun, fake. And then she does an uppercut, and then he's on a cord, and he sails out. Unbelievable. Missed opportunity. Missed opportunity. Because why not? Why not have some fun?
Yeah, why not?
Why not have a little fun?
WrestleMania there, they said. Or some wrestling event there.
They could do it. And if she's smart, she hears this, and she's on her phone with her people. Don't sue them. They were going to sue them. They thought about suing them. It's like, stop with the suing all the time in this country. Do something fun.
I agree.
Too much suing.
There is this moment where the UFC thing was going on, where like the planes flew overhead, where it just like, I'm like, is this even real?
It's such an amazing spectacle. It's hard to top. It was pretty amazing. That's what I
Like
mean.
as a piece of entertainment,
Of course.
it was also the only UFC card in the history of the sport where every fight was a knockout.
Yeah. This is senior prom. Everyone's got to go to college next year, and wherever they go, this is it. This is the party.
Jack
There's a moment after senior prom, or some party that you have senior, the summer. So you're looking around at all your friends who are high and drunk, and you're looking around, and if you're smart, most people, a lot of them have this thought. They go, "This is never going to be like this again. This will never be like this again. We'll never be able to get together on the White House lawn and do motocross and watch UFC and call Michelle Obama a man." It started when he walked down the escalator. We went through a lot of things. The guy almost got shot. Who knows who did it? No one knows. No one seems to care. Whatever. Fine. Moving on. But he's gone through many iterations. He's been in. It's the most interesting story really in human history. And this is the party to throw. And it's wild because we're not going to win the Iran war. We're not going to win the Iran war. It seems very clear that it's very difficult to imagine a scenario where we come out with like a decisive victory. So instead of that, we did this.
How is there no more open investigation into the assassination of Ted? What happened there? Because that's where Kent said that he was told to stop.
Do you want it
investigating.
honestly done? Do you know who you put in charge of it if you want it? Truly, and I'm being very serious. If you want an honest investigation, put Israel in charge. Joe, if you want it done right, have them do it. That's all I'm saying. Just have them do it. Just have them do it. I would trust.
Do you think they should look at the Charlie Kirk assassination as well?
I would trust their conclusions. Have them do it. That would be my thought. Just a fun thought.
There's a lot of people that think it was a hoax, that it was a setup.
And if it was, I've said on my show, just tell us how to.
Pennsylvania men shot during Trump rally in Butler sued the United States. 2 men who were wounded in the shooting. They're suing James Copenhaver and David Dutch were shot during an attempted assassination of Trump. Their attorneys filed federal lawsuits against the United States for their life-altering physical and emotional injuries, claiming those injuries were the direct result of negligence on the part of the United States Secret Service. Dutch was shot in the stomach, while Copenhagen was shot twice. Yeah,
Does the suing ever end in this country?
But there's an argument that that was negligence.
Remember that woman, Kim Cheadle, who was in charge, and then they put her back in a bunker? She was in charge of the Secret Service. Kim Cheadle.
Right. That's right.
She was like Dick Cheney's assistant.
Yeah, the roof was too sloped to
but
get
they shot the
officers
guy
up there.
that didn't even fall. He didn't roll off the roof. Like the whole thing was.
Well, the slope of the roof that they were on was steeper.
If it's a faked assassination attempt, I don't care. I want to know how it was done, and so does the rest of America. Produce a special where Barry Weiss interviews Donald Trump about how they faked the assassination attempt. Put it on CBS, where she's doing, and she's taking over CNN now. So I think, and she's now isolated herself on the 6th floor of CBS, where she can no longer see the staff, not approach her. And is that true? That is correct. And she guards. What? Yes.
Where'd you hear this?
This is in the news. She's in a bunker like Dick Cheney in the Piat during 9/11, except it's Barry Weiss and CNN, surrounded by guards, and no one can. And it's like a militarized zone. She's in a militarized zone.
Barry in the bunker and Ellison at the gates.
Yeah. Is this real? She's unbelievable. By the way, I like her more now, and she hates me, and that's sad.
Why'd she hate you?
Well, I've said things, but here's the thing. I like her more now than ever.
Did she start hating you after your hilarious impression?
She's turned on me. She turned on me a while ago.
Turned on you how?
She texted me and was like, "You're part of a world in which people are anti-Semitic," and I'm like, "Well, am I? What am I? What? What am I doing?" And she's like, "You're part of this thing," and I was like, "Well, it's like, what am I? Why am I? What is this association? I don't like this."
Part of the thing that's
it's like you're part of a cultural space of anti-Semitism, and I'm like,
so is she connecting you to anti-Semites?
She's connecting me to all these different people because the thing that she hated and the thing that she crusaded against was this whole idea that, like, she is applying the same principles that she supposedly didn't like, which is like, if you're willing to have a conversation with somebody, you endorse every one of their views. Or if you question something like Israel, you hate Israel. Or you hate Jewish people, which is insane.
Right.
And that was, I thought she was the one who was like, we should have nuance on the trans issue. What happened to that?
Right.
What happened to being able to question gender ideology and all these things? Like, why aren't we, where's the nuance? Why are we holding space for nuance, Bear?
CBS News boss Barry Weiss
systematically destroys CBS. She's stepping into her truth. This is what she was there. She was put there to destroy it. She was obviously put there to destroy it. She wasn't put there to make it work. She put there to just destroy it. And she's doing it.
Do you think they understood the amount of pushback that they were going to get?
I think they said, listen, let's just put her in there and see what happens. Because who cares? Like, but it's like these legacy media institutions are dying. They're not turning around. No one's going back to watching the evening news. And they know that. These are billionaires, not idiots. The listeners are not dumb. They said, let's have a little fun while this thing goes.
It says she took the helm of the struggling organization last month with a mandate to shake it up following David Ellison-led Skydance takeover of CBS parent company Paramount in 2024. Paramount Skydance bought Weiss' online outlet, The Free Press, for a cool $150 million as she became editor-in-chief of CBS News.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money.
No, because if you look at the podcast ratings, it was, and she was number 2. So that's why. No, she would get 7,000 YouTube views. And it seems high. It just like a lot, when you can do account her cultural impact.
It's interesting because, like, when it came to her, like, pushing against woke ideology that had infected the New York Times, she seemed really reasonable. And there's this very famous clip of her talking to Brian Stelter, where she talks about the world gone crazy. Remember that? The world gone mad?
Yes.
Where she's, like, very brilliantly lays out why, if this is what you're saying, when people are saying that silence is violence,
right,
and not actual violence is violence,
right,
the world's gone mad.
Right.
And she lays these all out. It's so brilliant.
Well, there's got to be room for nuance. Like, October 7th was horrible. Hamas is not good. We all know this. However, you also cannot look at what's gone on the last few years and think that Israel had perpetrated, you can call it, I call it a genocide. People can call it anything they want. Doesn't matter. It ain't of mass murder where a lot of people have died, civilians have died, any children, and they're starting to do something similar in southern Lebanon, and they're now talking about Turkey. Going, by the way, Turkey also is Turkey's a NATO fucking country. So the idea that any criticism of Netanyahu or the Israeli government or Israel or our relationship with Israel or the money makes you anti-Semitic is an insane thing. It's the exact thing that she fought against in race and gender. She fought against that Manichaean good and evil, black and white. She fought against it, and she was right. She was correct to say you should be able to have conversations about when is it appropriate for a child to be exposed to certain ideas, and when should they be able to make a determination about how they want to live their life, and like when is it appropriate for people to call between a protest and a riot, and the silence is violence, and all of that stuff. She had really pretty logical opinions on all that stuff, but when it came to that one issue, she seems very incapable of understanding any nuance or gray area or complexity regarding this particular issue.
No, she is all in for Israel,
and that's fine. That's her choice, and I get it. But it's so obvious when a Mark Levin goes, the president's great because we're going into Iran because the president's great. He's the greatest leader of all time. And then he goes, well, this didn't work out like we thought. We're going to make a deal, and we're going to try to, And then Mark Levin goes, this is a failure. This is a blunder. This is a strategic thing. And it's like, for who? Is it for us? It's not a failure for, it's clearly a failure for us, but it seems like the bigger failure would be for Israel that wants Iran neutered because they have aspirations regionally, globally, but certainly regionally. So who's it a failure for? And that's a fair question. And I think it's like you've got to be able to have that conversation without being tarred and feathered as someone who's like a conspiracy mongering anti-Semite, which is like there's a group of people that are, but a lot of people just want sanity. This is not sanity.
And just like you were talking about with the banks forcing that shit down people's throats, that
Yes.
make them, yeah,
Yes.
same thing.
Nobody understands blowback. Like the CIA term blowback, when you go into a country, kill everyone, and they go, "You like us, right?" They go, "No, not really. We killed your mother, but we're sorry. But you want the mall? We're gonna build a mall." They go, "No, we're gonna bomb you and try to kill you." This is blowback. There's blowback when you shut down conversations, and in order to shut people up, you got to pay them or kill them. That's the only way to do it. If you don't pay people a lot of money or kill them, they're going to talk. And if you limit that, they're going to get angrier, and the blowback is going to be intense.
Well said. Yeah, I mean, that's entirely accurate.
CBS News, I'll go on. That's the thing. I have no beef with her. I like her. I like that she's in a bunker. I will go on to that show. I'm there.
The things that I thought was hilarious, it was some fake story, was that they were going to bring me on for 60 minutes.
Everyone keeps saying that. I texted you about it. I'm like, are you 60 minutes? I thought that was wild, but why not? I mean, what if, half the staff is left. One of that guy Bill Pelly, just got out.
Yeah.
She got out, then she's got that Dogapol, whatever his name is, in the Evening News, crying like a psychopath.
Who's that?
He's the guy who does the CBS Evening News, and his first
his first episode, he's in Miami and he's crying. Can you get that up? It's unbelievable. He's the anchor of the news.
Why's he crying?
He's crying because he starts talking about his family and how he grew up in Miami. It's unbelievable. This is the guy who was selected to run the CBS Evening News, to be the anchor of the CBS Evening News. And like he does this thing where he's in Miami and they take him out of the chair because they want to start shaking it up. Barry's shaking it up. So instead of sitting at a desk and doing the thing, they bring him to Miami to like visit his childhood places, and he starts sobbing in I forget, it was like a restaurant or something. Jamie, you can find it. He's crying in like a restaurant, or he gets like choked up, and it's deeply uncomfortable, and it's really weird. And he starts talking about how he had a hard childhood. It's like unbelievable.
This is the guy. Embarrassing first day's CBS Evening News, savaged by staff. It's state TV. Whoa. Conversation with one of his handlers during an ad break said during his interview, Dokapol Quest, and because CBS News did something right on this.
I wish you had him crying. I wish you had him in that restaurant.
So his Marco Rubio's moment is what he's talking about? No.
He's in Miami, and Dokapol, this is psychotic. You have to watch them.
So he just keeps crying? Maybe that's his thing. Like George Hamilton was tan all the time?
He's crying. He's talking about... Yeah, look at this. Look at it. This is the anchor of the CBS Evening News.
So he's being interviewed?
Yeah, can we listen to this? Damn it.
Take it from the beginning so I know what he's crying about.
Well, it makes me emotional. I didn't mean anything with the cat.
This is your favorite place in the world. Why? Why South Florida and Miami?
Well, it makes me emotional. It's so funny. I didn't mean anything with the cat. Because we only have one childhood, right? So we get a second.
I can relate. This is home.
People, to help people understand why I have such a reaction. Florida is where I grew up. We didn't get a lot of sleep. So. My grandmother's here, my father, my mother, my aunts and uncles, cousins. And it's where I would have spent all of my childhood when we left. Because my father got into trouble with business. It's like, we laugh about it now, but he was a drug dealer. When the drug dealer went to jail, it's kind of a ha-ha thing that we say now. The reason it's so emotional for me is because I feel like I've been robbed.
It's kind of a ha-ha thing. He's this head of the CBS Evening News. He's the anchor of the CBS Evening News. This is what drives everyone so crazy about the world, how fake everything is. That's the guy? That's the best guy for the job? This is cool. When I grew up, you would go see Whitney Houston and go, fuck, she's good. I can't sing like that. Who cares if she smokes crack? She deserves it. You watch this and it drives you insane. You go, this guy's crying. His father's a drug dealer. This is who's the best guy for the job. He's going to have to report on like murder, war, famine, whatever. And he's crying in some Cuban restaurant about his drug dealer father. So they had to leave Miami. And no one believes anything's real anymore. This is a huge problem in our world. People go, that's the guy? That's the anchor of the CBS Evening News? It's
who was on. A bunch of people attacked him after he left. And apparently he made it very public.
Yes, Scott Pelley or something.
Big public outburst.
Yeah.
So what was he pissed about? He was saying something about they were going against science or some of it had to do, I believe, with climate change. Some of it had to do with a bunch of other things that he disagreed with where the news organization. Let's find out what his exact complaints were.
Yeah, let's find out. I don't know what they were, but Barry chairs the meetings there and really goes on and embarrasses herself and on the calls and stuff, has no idea what she's talking about. And
so here it is. Following his criticism, news editor Barry Weiss, 60 Minutes executive producer Nick Bilton, at a staff meeting. Pelly was fired by CBS News. What did he say? When CBS fired Pelly, Bilton wrote a cover letter, which was obtained by the New York Times. Bilton stated as follows: "Your antipathy to the future of the show has come through loud and clear, and I have heard you. Therefore, write on behalf of CBS News Inc. to inform you that your employment is terminated for cause effective immediately." Weiss said, "I'm only interested in this built on trust and mutual respect." Okay. So what did he say? Pelly accused the new CBS leadership of instructing him to insert falsehoods into a political story and to include assertions that were not verified, instructions he says he ignored. The collapse of values at the top has become untenable. The leadership at 60 Minutes is no longer recognizable. The principles I hold dear are gone, and so I must leave as well. I wonder what exactly they meant, though, by the falsehoods in a political story and including assertions that were not verified. Well, here it is. Yeah. It says, the story CBS intervened on was a report about the 2026 protests in Minnesota, and the falsehood CBS asked for was to describe protester Renee Good as driving her car toward the officer who killed her, which Pelly said contradicts video evidence of the event. That's correct. It seemed to me that the lady was trying to turn him, but it did brush up against the guy, which is enough for him.
Well,
but it was not. She was trying to.
And I think it
was dragged by a car very recently, so he's probably filled with PTSD. Almost died. I think he got dragged like 300 yards rather.
I think it's fair to ask at this
300 feet.
Yeah, but I think it's also fair to ask at this point, like, what is the media? Like, what is the media? Like,
right.
All due respect to Barry Weiss, but like, so it was a heavily inflated price for her blog that she sold, and YouTube channel, whatever. There's clearly a political agenda to this. You have billionaires that own all of these companies, and we're asked to believe that like she's the most qualified for the job, even though she's never ran a newsroom. She didn't work her way up the ranks. She's an op-ed columnist, an opinion writer, and stuff like that. Great. She made a lot of sense. We said it before. And then she hires this guy who's crying in a restaurant in Miami about his dad, and it's like, who the hell is that guy? So I think it's fair to ask, like, do we have any trust left in these institutions? Do we have any trust left in, like, people that work there are leaving and saying, I'm being asked to insert things into this that isn't true?
Not alone, just not alone, like drive towards the officer. That's just not technically correct.
Right.
It seems like she was steering it away. Why would they want to say something that's not correct when you can just see it in a video? Running a newsroom, that would be the last thing you would want to do, is contradict something that's obviously verifiable. So that would, for what reason would you sacrifice your credibility? Because that's essentially what it's doing. It's such a short-term play.
Yes, but I'll tell you exactly why.
Okay.
Because their main demographic is 70-year-olds who are having strokes on their couch. They're not verifying this. They have a very old audience that is not online savvy. They're not looking at many angles. They have cataracts, and they're hearing this, and it allows them to dismiss it as, well, she did the wrong thing, she drove justifiable shooting. I don't think
somebody's motivating them to do that for those people.
For sure. Why? Yeah, well, because she's in the tank for Trump, because Trump promised, or maybe didn't promise, but like whatever, he's useful in this to heal for whatever the hell they did. And she believes that, and again, a lot of this is just connected to her view that,
Israel's interests are always 100% concurrent with America's, and Trump gets that and he understands that. So she's in the tank for Trump, which, by the way, if Biden would have invaded Iran, she would have started protecting him. It doesn't seem like she doesn't care that much about a ton of issues. It seems to be that this is her big issue.
That's a disturbing thing to a lot of people. Like, how much influence do they really have on this country? That's what creeps people out, because I think no one even really considered it before October 7th. It wasn't, I mean, I'm sure people considered it. Nick Fuentes considered it. But it wasn't like it was an openly discussed thing amongst young people.
Right.
It wasn't until we started realizing, first of all, it was AIPAC. It was the weirdness of the New York City mayoral race.
Yeah, of course.
Very weird. Where they were all like, we're going to visit Israel.
So it's been direct on the United States and to focus on the AIDS and to go was a huge popular plank of this platform, and to not waste money and saddle ourselves with debt and unwinnable wars. And there was such a gaslighting campaign. The Secretary of State came out after the Iran war and goes, well, Israel's going to attack them anyway, and our bases were going to be vulnerable, so we had to join. And then he went, no, I didn't mean that. I didn't really mean that. We're partners, and we both think it's a great idea. And there was tremendous pressure on him to do this. And, you know, it hasn't worked. And it's clearly not in the interest of the United States to be in a Middle Eastern war with Iran. Tons of Jewish people don't believe it is. Lots of, people from all walks of life don't believe it. But there's an ideological group of people that donate a lot of money and that are incredibly powerful. And they are really pushing this. They're pushing troops and they're pushing nukes. Or unconventional weapons. They're pushing troops on the ground. They don't care what it takes. Iran has to be either completely destroyed or it's just got to be a chaos zone. But for the regional ambitions, it can't exist. So, I mean, again, not in a paranoid conspiratorial way, but I don't like the victim stuff either. There's a bunch of people in America being like, I can't get ahead because Jewish people are successful. I think that's a stupid road to go down. That's a victim road. I hate that. I hate it when gay people do it, or anyone, any group of people. I hate when they drench themselves in victimhood. I think when you become a victim, you lose autonomy over your life. It's insane. But I do think there's a fair question to ask about what is the motive of certain massive big donors? Is the motive the strength and prosperity of America, or is it the strength and prosperity of Israel? That's a fair question.
Yeah. And what about the rest of the world? Like, how much are we putting odds with the
describably the worst PR? Cannot justify, you've got to be a very ideological person to justify, southern Lebanon, Gaza, Iran, perhaps Turkey. This is starting to feel like this is like a friend you have who you make excuses for a certain amount of time, and then your wife eventually goes, they're not allowed here. You can't go out with them. They're a problem. They have a fucked up home life. I know they're fun. I know they share values. I know they enjoy each other. You've known each other for a long time. But here's the deal. They're not coming to the house, and they can't be around the kids. Because, that's what it's coming down to.
Well, it's even worse than that. The thing that drives me crazy is the negotiators. When they get negotiators, they wind up whacking them.
They kill all the negotiators.
And then Trump tells them, stop killing the negotiators.
Yeah. And
stop bombing Lebanon.
Is this Iran deal going to work? Is it going to work? Stop bombing Lebanon. I think we're at odds now. We're in the last 2 years. We are now is with Israel for the first time, where Trump is really at odds with them. He's had enough. Starting to understand that his legacy will be permanently tainted if he doesn't find a way to extricate us from this war. I think on the other side, and Vance, again, for all the disagreements I might have with Vance about certain things, he is one of the only people in that administration who does push against the continuation of this war, which is why a lot of those neoconservative donors try to destroy him. Because of that. I don't love his tech alliances. There's a lot of things I don't like about him. But there's a lot of things I think are good about him. I think and it's not like I don't like about him per se. I worry about, some of his relationships.
How many of these relationships do you think are like necessary for survival?
I'm sure all of them are, and that doesn't mean, but they still need to be criticized and looked at, and it's 100%.
Not justifying it at all, but I'm saying I have a feeling like no completely autonomous person is going to make it through that maze. Never. But I think the job is you turn where maybe if everyone's going to do 10 horrible things, they do 2. Right.
So I think it's certainly the job of anyone who looks at this stuff to look at it and go, what is going on? What is happening? But I will say, for all of the tech, things that I find a little, it's a little like, what? I do think that, to his credit, he's the only one in there, and you can tell. And it's not that I have some inside knowledge. They're only he's being attacked the most by the people that want the war to continue.
Yeah.
And I think he knows his political ambitions will be completely destroyed by a continuation of this war. So I look at all these people not as human beings, even though they are human beings, but I look at them as like they're running the show, they're running the country, so they all have ambitions, and it's hard to know their hearts or heads or how they feel from one day to the next. It's very difficult. So I think when you look at them and you go, he's calculated and ambitious, but he also is the one being attacked by people that want the war to continue. Tucker Carlson, who again, I have agreements with Tucker, disagreements with Tucker. The attacks on him are insane. The attacks on Megyn Kelly are wild. Because of this issue. It's not a myriad of issues, it's this issue.
Yeah, undoubtedly. And it's weird. It's weird because it's so transparent. It's so transparent, and the whole world is seeing it play out, and it's like the amount of gaslighting that you have to keep pumping.
Yeah.
It's not sustainable.
Well, to say that this was not in the interest, this was in America's interest, you have to jump around logically so much.
Well, this is also the problem with the justification of what happened in Gaza. And people will try to say Israel, like Gad was saying, they're doing the best they can. Like, look at the drone footage. Fly over there. That's the best you can do. That's crazy. Like, it's better. Is that better than a nuke? Because I don't think it is. It's
it's inhumane.
It looks like the damage of a nuke just spread out over 2 years instead of one blast.
It's inhumane. It's evil. It's children being killed. It's mothers being killed in front of them. And by the way, October 7th was inhumane, but I shouldn't have to keep doing that.
You have to do that, but it's also October 7th. The kill those, right?
Right.
So those are the people that were anti-Netanyahu. Those are not the people that were.
They also killed, I think, probably a lot of they dragged people out of their houses.
Oh, they killed a ton of people that were.
It's a bad situation there.
Look, it's also like, why did it take so long to respond to that?
Well, this is another very interesting, very important question.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people that say it's a state the size of New Jersey, and the security failures are. They're pretty wild, and there hasn't been a real investigation into them. And Netanyahu's kind of prevented that, and they kind of made it illegal to question that in Israel. Like, people were like writing about that and going, "What the hell's going on?" But like,
it's illegal.
Well, they've made a law, and you can look this up about things like this in Israel, because during wartime, they haven't had an election. They had an election.
No.
Since October 7th.
No. Right.
Right. You haven't had an election.
Because of the war, right?
Right. And Ukraine hasn't had an election. Nobody's had an election. So if I'm living in a country and the leader of my country be in a war forever, there's no democracy.
Well, Clinton said that. Clinton said that about Netanyahu. He said he wants to maintain a war. He said it openly in an interview.
Right. And
So
then
you
an
can
intern,
maintain power.
and then a nice chubby intern showed up.
Oh, I wish.
And a
I wish I could go back in time
intern showed
before the
up.
internet and all these busybodies was around. He was the first guy to go viral.
So I mean, that's the thing. You don't have elections. You don't have people looking into things. And by the way, that's not the only thing that should be looked into. Look into public. Look at everything.
Right.
Where are the 9/11 docs? What happened?
Right.
Do we know? Why can't we know anything? Why can't we know anything?
Yeah.
You know?
That's all. It's like,
Release all. We're all adults. Release it. Let's see what happened.
But
I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure no one did anything naughty.
I think this is all kind of breaking, though. And I think that's one of the things that's happening with AI. It's like all these things that they are protecting us from. We're going to find out that stuff.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, I met you in 2019. The first time I met you was 2018. Big J. Okerson was opening up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But then I met you in 2019. And that's what, 7 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
There were cracks of it breaking then, but almost invisible. Like you couldn't see them. Now you have full on, like huge sinkholes opening into the reality that most people have accepted for their entire life.
Yes.
Big.
Yeah, big.
Big.
And you see, like, this Tulsi Gabbard, this press release that she did, this conference where she's talking about Fauci.
Sure.
Did and all that. We're getting information now.
We're getting information.
That let us know that the entire system has been completely corrupted for a long fucking time.
For a very long time.
For a very long time.
It won't survive. It clearly can't survive the way we're in. Is it $40 trillion worth of debt?
It's close.
Right?
It was at 39.
No one thinks that's getting paid back.
Yeah, who we owe it to? Tell them to go fuck off.
Right. So we have a lot of, but like no one thinks that's getting paid back. The dollar is the world's reserve. This is what's discussed. No, I mean, how does the system survive this level of information? People are not gonna.
Do you think that this whole race to AI, this like Manhattan Project style race that's going on right now, like the future of whatever the United States is, kind of depends on us getting there first? Right?
I think part of it.
If we don't get there first, then it's probably a wrap. If you really thought about it, like if China gets there first, it's control of resources, everything's shut off.
Sure.
Like whatever, if it's weaponized.
My worry is that in the guise of fighting China, we're going to become China. You know, so I would take the government a lot more seriously if they weren't, you know, potentially having like saying Palantir should merge all these different government databases. So your health data and your criminal justice data and your tax data all merges. And who's doing that? Palantir. So you go, and then they go, well, China's going to credit score. Well, what the hell is that?
Right.
What the hell's that? Yes. What?
Right.
So Vance out, he goes, I'm worried about a credit score. Okay. Hey, buddy. Me too. So it's a little bit of gaslighting in that sense, too. They're like, if China gets all this stuff, you're all going to, you know, we lose. And you go, okay. So it's almost like we'll enslave you. Let us do it first.
Everyone's going to be on their best behavior.
That's right. Everyone's going to be on their best behavior. We're going to be watching them. You heard that quote?
Yeah.
Everyone's going to be on their best behavior. This is what the World Economic Forum, people like that, they don't have an interest in you owning a house or farming land or starting a business, or they don't have any interest in that. It does not serve them at all. It did for a while, but their economic projection is that that's not going to be possible for you. So what they're going to do, they're building bunkers, they're hoarding all the wealth, and they're, you know, heavily invested in all this AI. And one of the reasons I think that we have to strike a deal with Iran is all this UAE money props up Hollywood, all these startups. It props up all the AI, a lot of it. A lot of that money is coming from Qatar and the UAE. And our base is just getting blown off the earth in countries. Those countries are getting attacked more. And they're a huge financier of American startups and some AI startups. So, like, one thing that I wonder about all of this is just how much this just does seem now to be a high-level chess game about
the future and what is and isn't possible. But the only thing that makes me personally happy is that Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump just bought an island. That gives...
The Romanian people were really excited.
They're really excited.
You see how they were celebrating in the streets?
I believe they burned the Prime Minister's house, the president, or whoever. They just started lighting houses on fire. And that's coming, by the way. They just did it in Belfast. That's coming. People starting to light things on fire is coming. That's coming. I'm not calling for it. I'm not saying it's good. But it's coming. Because voting's become fake. No one cares. You know, people on threads. It's fake. It's fake. It's so obvious. It's fake. It's all fake. So the only, and you know what? Again, I'm not calling it bad, but fire's real. If you ask the people at Palisades or Malibu, whatever, RIP, I like the Palisades, that stupid mall, I like it, but this is real. People are realizing that all this technology has just been set up to give you this idea that you have some of that, and all the while, Jared and Ivanka just go buy an island. That's what's happening. But maybe it's fine.
Have you gotten any invites to any bunkers?
No. No, they're not.
I think you'd feel differently if you did.
I don't know. I
know you've had invites to do interesting things.
I've had invites to Teal, and I've said no because I think, you know, he'd probably sit me down and go, listen to me, you fat fuck, you're going to shut your mouth. And I'd sit there and I'd go, no, I think if they were going to invite me, someone goes, this is the guy who dressed up as Kristi Noem's husband with fake tits. And they go, we can't have him here. But by the way, absolutely. If somebody said to me, a few people are going to survive, and it's just going to be in these people, and everybody else is going to die, it's tough. How fun would it be, though? Is it fun? Is it fun if the whole world dies, and I'm just sitting and having dinner with J.D. Vance and his wife? I mean, is that with Peter Thiel, me and Usha, and just... Yeah, I mean, is that what we want? I don't know. Probably not. Probably not.
What's the best case scenario?
The best case scenario is a new era of enlightened people and enlightened thinking and soulfulness and spirituality and a healthy attachment to technology and religion and, you know, people's you know, a common kind of a sense of morality and togetherness and love for community that's not enforced by governments, corporations, and armies. I'm not betting on that, but that would be good.
Well, there's a battle, right?
Yeah, there is.
It's not like one side is clearly going to win. We're moving in a very weird direction of uncertainty, but humans today are way better at being people, despite all our problems in the past.
Yeah.
Society is just first world countries safer than it's ever been in the past.
Yeah.
And it's also, there's more opportunity to do things now because it's ever existed before. So it's not worse, but it's not moving in the best direction possible. Like, if you had to choose between living today, the way we're living now, or living in 1976 in San Francisco, I'd be like, go fuck yourself. I don't want shitty breaks and live with these fucking people that don't know anything because no one has the internet. Fuck that.
Yeah.
You're better off living today. The communication
then you would go see Janis Joplin,
right?
And you'd be smoking weed, and a burrito would be 50 cents, and then you would go into a park and fuck, and then die. And it might not be as bad as one thinks. And who knows? I didn't live during that time, so I'm sure there was a lot of pitfalls. You get stabbed, whatever. Like, New York was more culturally interesting when there was crime. I'm against there being crime because New York couldn't have existed. It can't be 1983.
Where's a mall? Times Square right now is a TGI Friday.
Sure.
It used to be
chaos. But it can't be chaos forever. But again, in that city, do you get the Ramones? Do you get all of that stuff?
Right.
Probably not.
No.
Probably not.
No, you need some chaos for art, for sure. You don't
need a little
get
chaos.
You don't get chaos from TGI Fridays. You don't get that kind of chaos.
But I do think that there's a time for certain things, and there's an inertia that moves certain things forward. Meaning, like, it would be crazy to think about New York in the '80s today. Like, no one's built for that life today.
Right.
No one's even built for that. Like, one of the reasons that wars don't work anymore is we're just not built for it. We're not built. We used to be built for war. People used to be built for war. They were built to, like, just be like, yeah, somebody calls me and I just go die. You know, there's like a petition on the door and it's like, report here, we're going to war. People are built for, nobody's built for that now. People don't file complaints with DoorDash. I file complaints.
1981 Rolling Stone magazine called West 42nd Street, located in the heart of Times Square, as the sleaziest block in America.
Yeah.
Now it's probably prime real estate.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's parts of it that are, you know, it's all the state there. Whether it's not necessarily, you know, that is worse because it's safer. Nothing's all one thing. Nothing's all one thing. There's still great art there. There's still great comedy and theater and all that stuff. Is it as good as it was? No. But again, it's just because the people that are doing it are amazing, and they're talented. But like, culture is so decentralized now and fractious. It's nothing can stay cool. Everything that you know. What's depressing me about New York is it's become a place where people just go on Instagram and post them. You know, when you used to go to dinner in New York City, you would eat French food or food that could never make it home. You've never even seen. You didn't hear. They would treat you like shit. It was fun. Now you go to these places because Taylor Swift went there. You have like they just do like a high-end version of like a Totino's pizza roll. They put truffle oil on it. Here's a French dip. Here's a burger. People with their burger. It's just a basic bitch mall city now. That's really what it's become. That doesn't mean there's not a lot of psychopaths there making lots of money, and good for them. But it's becoming a suburban city. It's where people talk about chicken salad. It's a city where people go to just a different city. It's Pilates and toddlers. It's all great. It's fine. I don't want to see people getting shanked. But it's not what it was. It's just not what it was. It doesn't have that same magic. And nothing does. LA does. Nothing really does. And it won't come back.
No, I don't think it's coming back. I don't know if that's good or bad. If I lived there, I mean, who knows what the fuck's going to happen now with Mom Donnie as mayor. I mean, that weirdness where, what's that guy's name? Ken Griffin? The guy, billionaire guy who's in front of his apartment?
Yeah.
The billionaire guy lives here. He's got so much money, we're going to take it.
Well, here's the thing. It's all fake. It's all fake. Mamdani's Trump. He's smart. He's sharp. He's good looking and young. He thinks this whole crap. It's YouTube. It's like, look, billionaire guy. Ken Griffin's in Palm Beach, building a house worth $1 billion. You're not going to do anything to Ken Griffin. You're a city employee. The mayor is fake. Like, it's like, he'll raise taxes maybe if he can get it done, but he can't. It'll get dirtier. Crime will go up, or it won't. It's kind of whatever. It's just not, you know, I think it's not, it's more just corporations rule, and guys like him, it's like Bernie Sanders, he's the version of the, so what does it even mean? It's a bunch of military industrial complex job in Vermont, sweetheart of a man, but has not gotten one goddamn thing for 30 years.
Worth billions, has three homes.
The Clinton sandbag him because they're working for God only knows who, the Goldman Sachs and the devil, and he goes and says, Hillary's great. They're all great. It's all great. The system's fine. I lost. He got sandbagged like twice. And he doesn't burn it to the ground. He won't burn it to the ground. Because that's the version of a socialist you get in America. I'm not even like a socialist, but I'm saying like that's clearly this is you throw the bone to placate someone.
It's also they're playing a game, and his game is to stay relevant.
Totally.
Keep being a politician. Keep being a senator from Vermont. Stay there forever. Everybody loves you. Ben and Jerry's. Yeah.
Vermont is a lily white state of
frozen people.
And it's just a bunch of lesbians. And I think Alec Baldwin now because he shot someone.
Does he live there now?
I think he does, but I don't know. And I like him. Shout out to him. We've all moved on. But I think, you know, Sanders is doing what he has to do to please that Democratic ball. What do you think? I think
why do they want Rubio?
Because Vance is more isolationist than Rubio. And I think Vance is more in league with the tech people, whereas Rubio
maybe the central banking cartels of intergenerational pools of capital that are more invested in the war industry and might be slightly more aligned with Israel, like Rubio. Like there are different fiefdoms of the super rich. I think the tech guys are relatively new. Not that they don't get involved in the war, of course they do, but it's not all hunky-dory. You know, if you had a banking empire for years and centuries, and you're like, now all these new tech fucks are here, and you're like, what is this? And you're like, we make our money with war. And so do the tech people, by the way, but they have other ways to make money. So I do think Vance will get the nomination. I don't think Rubio, I used to think it would be Rubio, but I've watched Rubio recently more, and I don't think Rubio, he's too buffet. I can't take him seriously. I don't know why.
Trump again suggests a Vance Rubio 2028 presidential ticket, or perhaps Rubio Vance.
So this will probably be the.
But do you think people are going to want to vote to it?
No, it'll be a Democrat. I think it'll be a Democrat.
Who do you think wins?
I don't know. I think it's somebody that we don't know who it is yet. I think it's somebody that we don't know who it is. I don't think it's Newsom. I don't think it's AOC. I think it's somebody that comes from a red state, who's a Democrat governor, a purple state. We don't know who they are yet. They pop up. They're boring. I think we need boring. I think a boring person's going to come in and just be like, hey, I'm the president.
Reasonable.
The show's over. Michelle Obama's a woman. And then you'll hear some of the country go, oh. Because Trump's a drug, and you've got to detox from that. And this whole last decade has been a drug. It's been the craziest decade that I've been alive. I remember sitting with you at election night. I remember me, you, and Alex sitting down. I remember all these things where we're watching these crazy porn. I remember when Trump was shot. I remember, tragically when Charlie Kirk was shot. I remember all of these things that have happened that are just so crazy, and now seem so far away, and like they're so far in the past.
Gavin Newsom.
They like this guy, John Ossoff.
Who's that guy?
He's I guess incumbent senator out there.
Yeah, he's having all that.
He just nailed it. He just nailed it.
He could be him. Look at him. There he goes.
That looks like a president.
Just put him in.
Yes. Yeah. Just his neck is medium. It's not 210.
He's got
it's
a
not
medium
too
neck.
thick.
He's got that face.
Like
that
Tallarico's neck is a little too small.
Yeah, that's
this
probably
guy
true.
A little bit more square jawed. Conservative Georgia radio host endorses John Ossoff for U.S. Senate.
If they want to win, they just have to go, hey, everybody, remember health care? Don't you want that?
Is he Republican? He's a Democrat.
He's a Democrat, but he's going to LARP as a Republican in the same way that Spencer Pratt's like, I'm actually a Democrat. You know what I mean?
Worked as a national security staffer.
Yeah, he's a spook. Put him in. Who cares? It's fake at this point. We all know it's fake. How much more evidence does anyone need? Jesus Christ, Tim Dillon. Sorry.
Glad you're out there.
I'm glad you have me in here.
Your podcast rules.
Thank you,
so
brother. I really appreciate
it. It's such a great escape.
Thank you.
It's so beautiful because the way you're able to just combine the way you're doing it. It's a very unusual thing to do. It's very insightful political commentary and social commentary mixed in with hilarious takes on things. That's very nihilist.
Well, I'll keep doing it until I'm put in a jail. Thank you, brother.
Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, day.
What's happening? Tell me. It's a hell of a fucking belt buckle. What is that? What is that? What's going on there?
So this one is for a horse I have called Maverick Buzz the Tower that won reserve at the Futurity.
And they give you a belt buckle if you win?
belt buckle of money.
That's a dope belt buckle.
Expensive belt buckle.
So, guys like you that understand horses, if you saw someone with one of those, you would know exactly what that is right away.
Oh yeah, and the year, depending on the year, I'm gonna know the horse. It's like you in fighters.
I guess probably similar. Yeah.
But that guy won the thing in 2012. He fought so and so, and that's the same with me.
It's always so interesting to me how there's these different sort of categories of interests that people have. That one person might not know anything. I don't know anything about horses, but you're like fucking balls deep. Fucking everything about horses. It's crazy. Yeah. It's such an interesting pool of knowledge. The people that are really into horses, and when they start explaining, this is not as simple as that's a horse and that's a horse too. Like there's genetic lines, and there's to certain horses will actually pass on to their offspring.
Oh yeah,
it's crazy stuff.
There's a stallion, and I really like it. I've got a number of horses by this stallion. His name's Spook's Got a Whiz, and they're just incredible. Very, very quick-footed, big stoppers, but they see dead people. They see ghosts. So what? Once every 3 months, for no reason, this thing's gonna fucking check out. And I mean check out. Just decide it's not safe here. We're going back to the barn. You can come with me, or I'm gonna buck your ass off, or I'm gonna flip over. No, he just loses his mind.
Whoa!
You never know when it's gonna happen.
And his children have this as well?
Yeah.
Whoa!
Just a little quirk. But other than that, they're automatic.
That's a big quirk. That's like if you have a Corvette that decides to drive home.
Yeah, a little bit.
Most of the time you can go to the store.
We all deal with it because they're worth it.
I guess, but that seems so crazy. That the horse do you really think it sees ghosts?
I don't know what he sees. Some kind of boogeyman. A lot of them are deaf. So
really?
Yeah.
Why?
So, well, there's a gene. Typically, if you see a horse with a white face, the eyes, typically that horse is deaf.
Wow.
So they can't hear, but they can feel the vibrations. So that could set one of those horses off.
Just anything pounding on the ground that might be something chasing.
Or prey animals.
Right.
So
wow, that thing's crazy. I wonder if that has any sort of an advantage where they can sort of tune out and distract. I would imagine if a horse is at a rodeo.
Yes, 100%. Because, this crowds are screaming and yelling. It's not going to bother them. Now, if they start stomping their feet, I was going to show this one horse of mine, and I'm about to run in the pen, and all these guys are cheering for this Italian rider, and they're all beating on the side of the arena.
Oh.
And my horse checked the fuck out. He checked the fuck out.
Like a whole herd of elephants.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. I can imagine how weird that is for the horse.
Yeah.
Like it's being told to do something, but its instincts are like, no, we gotta get the fuck out of here. I can't hear anything. That's nuts.
Yeah.
The hearing thing, there's a famous pool player. His name is Shane Van Bonen. It's like one of the greatest pool players of all time, if not the greatest. And he's deaf. And he has hearing aids. And when he plays, he shuts them off. He just goes click and goes into this world, just balls and geometry, and just doesn't miss. Just is a horrifying person to play. And because the fact that he's got that extra sense shut off, like he can shut it off. It's not, he's also obsessive. He practices 10 hours a day. He's an all-time wizard. Like, he's won the U.S. Open, which is the hardest tournament to win in all of pool. He's won it 5 times. Which is just not, there's only one other guy in history, Earl Strickland, that's won it 5 times.
Everybody plays pool, like everybody, a little.
Yeah.
But then the levels to the game, like you start getting a professional pool player.
Yeah.
And they're playing a totally different game.
It's a totally different, just watching it, you realize like, oh my God, what am I doing? I'm hitting the ball way too hard. I don't know what I'm doing. My angles are all fucked up. Like this guy's playing that with English. I would just hit it straight. You want to
spin up, backspin, it hits over here.
Oh yeah. It's the control of the ball. It's just like they're part of the stick is the part of their body. The stick and the ball, they're all connected in space and time, and they know where that ball's going within millimeters.
Yeah.
It's nuts to a foot table. It'll travel all the way around the tip, so like a 12-foot distance, and it'll go in a 2-inch spot. And you just go, fuck me. It's great. And then if you do that again, you're deaf too. Like you don't even hear the cheers. You're just still not just hyper focused. Autism probably helps too. You have that.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of
little.
Oh yeah, just a touch of
I got a little, I think.
I think anybody's good at anything. Anybody's good at anything is either ADHD or autistic.
Yeah. They tried to give me medicine for the ADHD.
Did they?
Yeah. I'm like, fuck no.
How old were you when they tried to give it to you?
Oh, well, they did give it to me when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah.
What they give
And
you?
then who knows? But whatever, you're lobotomized, right? And then, and so I stopped taking it just because I was, now he was like, yes. You know, so my parents were like, fuck it, just let him run around.
My neighbor's kid, they gave it to him when I lived in California. It was such a bummer. He was this wild little kid, and they gave it to him, and all of a sudden he was flat.
Yep.
And I was like, oh. And the lady was like, oh, he's on medication now because he's hyperactive. I'm like, oh my God. Not my kid, not my place.
Yeah.
I'm not saying nothing. I just go to work. You know, I was saying, and I was just so confused how you could do that. And I kept thinking, like, if somebody did that to me when I was a kid, for sure I would have been on drugs.
Yeah.
If my parents knew about those options and could shut me the fuck up, if I had the wrong parent, my parents wouldn't have done it, but if I had the wrong parents, 100% I had all the traits that would have allowed me to get on Ritalin or whatever.
It's a fucking superpower. If you understand it,
exactly.
It's a superpower.
Yeah. If you could find something you love.
People say, how in the world can you write a script? When you write all this thing? It's not that hard. Like once I know what it is, you could sit me in an airport around 1,000 people. I won't hear them. And I can sit there for 12 hours straight.
Because you love it.
I just hyper focus.
But if somebody wants you to pay attention to the history of Pop-Tarts or something, it's not going in there.
Physically can't do it.
Yeah, it's not going in there. Yeah, that's the superpower. The superpower is you can find something you love and focus on it, but the way our education system is designed is so ass backwards. You take kids that are so energetic and they have so much life, and you just squeeze it out of them. Just stay put. Listen to they just scream and just run out and do something fun.
Wasn't like essentially what we call the modern public education system founded by, but really as a means to create workers.
Yep.
That's it.
Compliant workers and soldiers.
Conform.
Just one of the reasons why they decided to start school so early for kids is the earlier you can start them, the more you can get them to do whatever you want them to do. The more you can get them to pledge allegiance and get really excited about this, that, or the other thing, including all the trans stuff that you see in school, all the pride stuff, and teachers are working with preschool kids and they're talking about sexuality and shit. You're like, they're fucking 6. Like, they don't know what you're talking. Like, why are you even talking to them about that? Because you can get them early and you can program those thoughts into their minds that this is a good cause. And it could be anything. It could be your religion. It could be your political ideology. It could be being a Christian, being a Muslim, whatever. If you get kids young enough, you can talk them into doing almost anything. That's why they have child suicide. They try to get guys in their family strapped on. They try to get kids.
Yeah. And, you know, what'll really make a couple of noodles is if you look at, because all these things are funded, all these nonprofits and NGOs, they're all from, but where's the money come from? And when you look at where the money comes from, and you realize, oh, wait a minute, and it's been coming for 40, 50 years from these places. Qatar, for example. Obviously, Russia, China, all these are enemies. Donating money to all of these various groups to divide, to just eat away from the inside.
Russia's been doing it since the 70s.
Yeah, 60s.
Yeah. That Yuri Bezmenov, I'm sure you've seen that video.
Yeah.
Anybody who hasn't, please watch it. It's Yuri Bezmenov, and it's in 1984. This guy is essentially describing what America is going to look like eventually, and he's dead on. Just dead on. Dead on with the communism, the Marxism, the stuff in the universities, just completely poison their mind, push out any ideas of patriotism being a virtue, all the hate for America that you have, like all the division, all of it engineered.
Just look at who it benefits. That's it. It's real simple.
Yeah.
Just look and see.
That's in this country as well, unfortunately. There's a lot of people that really love division, and they can profit off of it. They can work an angle You know, we're with you. And this is a big part of the problem with the whole idea of nonprofits. Because nonprofits, in theory, are awesome. It's a great thing that people are willing to donate their money. Like wealthy people who are doing well say, you know what, I think my money could be best suited helping out other people. It's beautiful. It's one of the most amazing notions about people, when they can be charitable when they don't have to be. They do it because they want to and they really want to help. Then you find out what's really going on, and that the majority of the money is going to overhead and employees.
Well, think about this. If I create a nonprofit to go solve, well, LA's a perfect example. We can look at the homeless there, and all of these NGOs are getting all of this money. And the problem's getting worse. It's not getting better. Right. It's getting worse. But if I form an NGO, and that's my cause, and I solve the problem, then what do I do with my NGO? And I got no money. Now, there's no reason to give me money. So they don't exacerbate the problem. Make the problem worse, make it longer, make it bigger. Look how big the problem is. We need more money.
Sometimes I was doing a breakdown of the people that work in the homeless industry, I say in air quotes, in California, because that's really what it is. They spent $24 billion on the homeless problem, and no one can account for it. And they tried to get an accounting of it. They tried to do an audit of it, and Newsom vetoed it. Like, why would you want to know? Let's stop all that nonsense and build this fucking train track to nowhere that's never going to get built.
Well, they have a mile of it. They have a mile of that train.
It only costs $100 billion. Relax. Things take time.
They have a fucking mile. Well, we're trying to choose the path. How about right beside the I-5? How about that? How about right next to the flat fucking highway?
Everything they do sucks.
Yeah.
How about that stupid fucking road over the highway to make sure the mountain lines are safe?
Yeah.
It's like over $100 million still not done.
And they have them, by the way, that's not a new concept. They have those throughout the West.
Yeah.
And they don't cost shit.
They don't cost much money at all. They fix them quick. They do it quick.
It's just,
yeah, they're done.
Yeah, pour some cement, put some sod down, plant some.
Away you go.
But we're applying logic to a state that doesn't use that.
It's as goofy as it gets. And then you think, and you hear that Portland so this is going to be on the ballot in November. It got enough votes to be on the ballot. And this is some law that's under the guise of stop animal cruelty. Well, who doesn't want to stop animal cruelty? I certainly want to stop animal cruelty. Let's stop animal cruelty. So what does it mean? It means no hunting, no fishing, no ranching, no agriculture, no animals that get harmed in any way, no killing chickens for Kentucky Fried Chicken, nothing. No animals died. And
this is a city ordinance?
Fucking Oregon is voting on this in November. No fishing! No fishing! What are you saying? Are you fucking high?
And no
hunting, no ranching. Ranching, you can't ranch. You're gonna kill a cow? What, are you crazy? That's illegal in Oregon.
And that's the law. Ranching. Let's just say, fuck it. Well, there's 90 in the country, so what do we do? There's the fucking cattle. And I can promise you this, if you outlaw me feeding them and taking care of them, I'm not gonna, then they're wandering the highway.
Yeah. And then the bulls are out?
Yeah.
So you're gonna keep the bulls contained? No. So the bulls are gonna kill people.
Yeah, and make more cattle.
Yeah, and make more cattle.
Yeah, so now we have 900 million cattle in 3 decades.
Yeah, and fuck all your fences. Bulls are gonna smash them. Bulls are gonna eat your grass. Bulls are gonna stomp your dog. Like, what are you talking about?
I can't.
But it's not supposed to be logical. It's all just a vibe, man. It's like, and it's not even a well thought out one. But the problem is, you don't have to be well thought out to get on the ballot. You just have to appeal to certain sensibilities, and then all of a sudden people are like, "Oh, guilty."
It'll probably pass.
Nah. I don't think it'll pass.
According to this New York Times article, it was a guy who got 135 signatures and got it past that level.
I wonder how many of those people
Moved to Portland from Denver, from Southern California, where I'm from.
What, do we have a photo of this dude? I want to see what this guy looks like.
Of course, he's from Southern California.
Of course he is. He's a vegan. Oh, that's weird. I would have never guessed.
Teacher.
Oh, substitute teacher.
Keeps getting
He's a
better.
runner. What else?
That's all I was saying. They didn't hear him very well.
Well, they shouldn't. It's a crazy idea.
Mickelson.
Yeah.
Substitute teacher, vegan, and petitions organizer.
It's to have a system where we're not killing or hurting animals anymore. I love how he said a system. What are you talking about? What does that mean? What's a system? You talking about nature? What are you talking about? Like, they're going to kill each other, stupid. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Is it somehow another less cruel when a mountain lion gets into a pen of sheep and tears them apart?
Yeah.
Better in Portland. He's probably
not wrong.
Yeah, it's probably a good bet. Solid bet.
Yeah.
Jesus.
He was sitting there going, Midland, Texas, Portland, Oregon, where am I?
Yeah, you gotta go to Portland, bro.
Vegan.
Go to Portland and take some medication. Just fucking have a good time. There he is.
There we go.
Hey, fella.
He's already gotten too much attention from us.
Yeah. It's there's a lot of silly people in the world, and you know, like we were talking about with young people, if you get young people indoctrinated early enough to think that these silly ideas make sense, which is one of the reasons why I love that Kevin Costner moment on your show when he had explained to that vegan lady.
Oh yeah,
It's such a good moment.
How cute does an animal have to be before you care if it fucking lives?
Yeah, and what the actual, like, what life gets killed when you're just talking about farming, just food.
Plowing a field.
Yeah, just plowing a field. Or
go build a road. Right. Want to destroy some fucking organisms, go build a road.
Yeah. And if you're riding on those roads, you're in that system. The bees, like, the amount of bees that avocados is bananas.
Yeah, bring them in from Brazil. By the billions.
By the billions.
By the bee.
And they die. Bees, and then on top of so it's avocados and almonds. Those are the two big ones, right?
Yeah, almonds. You know what's fascinating, and we can look it up. Almonds, the amount, it's something like 19 gallons of water is what you have to give to get one almond.
Is that real?
Yeah, we can plug. Yeah, it's fucking bananas.
My doctor told me almonds aren't even good for you.
Well, you know,
he said they're okay for you. He said, but you know,
there was a time in the Mediterranean where they were poisoned. They were strychnine in them, and it's one of the first domesticated plants. And what people realized, whoever Homo sapiens or Neanderthals, whoever's wandering around, they're like, the squirrels are eating those poisonous nuts from that tree. They're okay from this one, not okay from that one. So they started cutting down and uprooting all the ones where the squirrels wouldn't eat.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and so the almond originally.
This episode is brought to you by Wild Pastures. Here's the deal, folks. Wild Pastures delivers 100% grass-fed and finished beef, pasture-raised chicken, even wild-caught seafood right to your door. I love their ribeyes. Just an excellent cut of meat. I had them last week. It's great stuff. It's high-quality meat from animals that are raised the way nature intended. Outdoors, on lush green pastures, no cages, no crates, no feedlots. Wild Pastures only works with small, family-run, regenerative farms here in the USA. So you're supporting American farmers and the land itself, because regenerative farming restores soil, improves ecosystems, and protects biodiversity. And what's more, Wild Pastures' nutrient-dense, zero-junk, high-quality meat is around 25 to 40% less than you pay for the same quality in store. And right now, you can save even more with 20% off every Wild Pastures box and free shipping for life, plus $15.com/Rogan. That's wildpastures.com/Rogan. Relatively water-intensive crop, each
19 100 gallons of water per pound.
That's so crazy.
And then,
oh my God.
Here's my new, like, look, I'm a writer, right? So words matter to me, and when we misuse them in our society, it just bothers me, right? So all these things that we're calling milk, like almond milk,
right?
And I'm just determined to call it almond juice because that's what it fucking is. It's not even almond juice. It's not like we're
It's almond tea almost.
We're taking almonds, pulverizing them, and brining them in water, essentially leaching out the flavor of the almond, and then adding a bunch of shit to it and sugar and
I was adding a lot of sugar. I was like, dude, almond milk is good for you. I go, you ever look at how much sugar is in there? And we were on the phone, and he goes, holy shit, that's why it tastes good. But my doctor told me I had oxalates in my diet, in my blood test. He said, your oxalates are kind of high. Are you eating almonds? And I said, I eat almonds all the time. He's like, yeah, cut back. He goes, that's where it's from. Find out how much oxalates are in almonds. I just listened to them. And also, it's a lot of like, a lot of that gluten-free flour stuff. Mm-hmm. You buy a lot of that stuff. It's like almond flour a lot of the times.
Right.
Almonds are a high oxalate food. Eating them can raise oxalate levels that circulate, get filtered by the kidneys, and appear in urine, which may increase kidney stone risk in susceptible people. Yeah. Almonds contain about 296 milligrams of oxalate per 100 grams, roughly 4 milligrams per nut, putting them in the high oxalate category. Yeah, he said they're not bad. You just have them every now and then. He goes, but don't do it on a regular basis. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that is high oxalates. People don't think about it. That can really fuck you up. Kale, for instance. Like I used to drink kale smoothies all the time until another doctor told me you really should cook the kale. Cook it and then filter out whatever the water's in it. And I go, really? I go, why? He goes, the oxalates. He goes, you want to cook the oxalates out of them?
Really?
Yeah, that's apparently what causes kidney stones. Some folks go out of those green smoothies, which I used to do every day. I used to take a bunch of kale, throw in a bunch of apples and some ginger and some garlic and blend it all up and drink at the beginning of the day. I thought I was doing a good thing. And he was like, you're just blasting your system with oxalates. And I was like, oh, why?
Have some fucking eggs, bro.
He said, have bacon. Have some bacon. I'm like, fucking bacon's better for you? Like, my journey of figuring out what to eat was a long one. It was a long one, and thank God I got this podcast because I had to have all those conversations with people where I realized, like, oh, so we're like, and now the food pyramid's completely flipped, which is hilarious. Yeah. But it's like I've had enough conversations where I realized, like, oh, all these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and they're giving advice, and it's weird. It's weird how much bad advice there is for food and for health and for fucking fill in the blank. Almost everything in our society.
The food pyramid was created by Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah.
Or Kellogg's, which is Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah.
Like, how do we get people to eat our shit in the morning and then again at lunch? And then, well, the one thing that we can't control, they talk about, the one thing that we do not have is this massive industrialized meat because there's no economic. They'd do it if they could. You've probably seen all five in California's the closest version of that. But what is the feed yard, right? Where you get them together and feed cattle for 90 to 150 days before you go send them off and slaughter them, right? That's the closest thing there is to an industrialized beef industry because it's a very inefficient way. It's way better to farm, right? It's more efficient to farm than it is graze cattle. So you only want to graze cattle somewhere that you can't farm. At the end of the day, you want to graze cattle are great at taking protein from more protein sources and metabolizing it, right? So you graze them in real rocky terrain with native grasses that you can't farm, can't till it, you just can't. And it needs to be eaten by something or weeds will overtake it, right? Yeah. Grass grows better when it's being grazed. And so there's no way to industrialize that or centralize it. The most centralized it is in the packing house, right? Where you've got major packing houses that control 90-something% of the beef industry. Change. COVID was extremely helpful for the smaller farmer and rancher to sit there and get their product out, right? And find small, they start popping up. People have opened these USDA facilities that don't process 800 head of cattle an hour. They maybe do 50 or 50 a day. And now people can go there because they're a USDA facility. They can buy beef directly from them, buy it from the rancher, right? And you can control where your food's coming from, as opposed to what was happening, where you get a bunch of, if you're going to go get a burger, you're eating some Australian killer bull, right, for the most part, or something from Brazil. You're not eating something that you want to eat, right? When you go to a nice steakhouse, the steaks there they're going to come from most likely Texas, Iowa, Nebraska, Montana. There's select areas where people are spending that kind of attention and time to raise that kind of quality of beef, right? And it's being done by smaller ranchers, maybe a big ranch, but still operated by relatively few people. 4 6 is 300,000 acres, but there's 12 cowboys.
Wow, 12 cowboys from 300,000 acres is nuts. How do they keep track of everything?
We break it down into pastures, and then you have, and then the pastures fall under, the terminology is this. Say, if you're in Guthrie, there's a camp, and we call it South Camp, because it's in the South, and it's responsible for 50,000 acres, right? Which is broken down into multiple pastures that are between 7 and 10,000 acres. There's one big pasture in that camp that's like 14,000 acres. And so then you have North Camp, you have what we call, then we have camps around the town, little town of Guthrie. So you break it down into the responsibility of each cowboy's somewhere between 35 and 50,000 acres.
Wow. That's a hell of a responsibility.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of work. What's really interesting about your shows, particularly Yellowstone, it got people really attracted to the idea of brutal hard work as being romantic.
Yeah.
People really identified with those guys on Yellowstone. So dedicated to ranch, so dedicated to busting their ass and working all day long, hard fucking work, and then just hanging out together afterwards. And there's something about that life that's so simplistic and romantic to people that it's just so many people. They didn't even know that they liked that.
Well, it's deeply American, right? And the amount of freedom that is. So we move somebody out to South Camp, and we go, okay, so here you are. There's your house at South Camp. See you in a week or so. Go figure shit out. Keep track of the cattle. And you give them a string of horses, and they work their horses, and they ride that property. They know every inch of it, and we don't have weekly corporate meetings.
How do they get supplies? Is the house stocked in advance?
Yeah, they go to town. Towns, which is an endeavor, right? Town's 90 miles away. So they go to town once a week, right?
Stock up,
go back.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's
a crazy life.
Correct. Not every cowboy. There's plenty of cowboys. Typically, they grow up on that ranch, and that's the life that they know, and that's what they want to do, right? But they still go off to college. Like almost every one of our cowboys has a ranch management degree. Like they went to school.
Wow.
To study.
What's a good school if you want to be a cowboy?
There's quite a few in Texas Tech. That's a phenomenal ranch management program. A bunch of the guys on the sixes went there. TCU has a ranch management program. A good one. Texas A&M. We have vets that live on the ranch. Obviously, we breed a ton of horses. And so our vets, Colorado State's an excellent veterinary school for large animal vets. Obviously, Texas A&M is a phenomenal school. Texas Tech as well.
Dude, how the fuck do you pay attention to everything? You're running a gigantic ranch and you have about 48 TV shows. How the fuck do you do it? I don't understand it. Every time a new Taylor Sheridan show pops up, I say to my wife, I go, how the fuck is he doing this? Where does he have this time?
Part of it is, if you think about it, so my core crew is the same crew I made Wind River with. But when we had no money. I remember one time, top of a mountain, with me and my first AD, and There's not a producer. We haven't seen anybody in a week. And I looked at, we're freezing our asses off. It's 7 below zero in northern Utah. And I'm like, guys, you know, we could fuck off to Hawaii and nobody would know for a while. we have their money. They don't know. They don't actually know where we are. They're just trusting that we're going to make this movie, which we did. And it was incredibly difficult. But that's the same team that went over and did Yellowstone. Do it, and it's so free and efficient. We don't ever have, and you know, because you've been in this industry forever, these people will have meetings upon meeting upon meeting. They'll have a tone meeting where a whole bunch of people are going to sit around and try and talk about the tone of the script. Fucking thing. How about we don't have a meeting about it, and then they'll have a, and this is also networks. They love this shit so that they can have a reason for their existence, right? Right. Middle management people, show and tell, or someone's going to come show them all the props that we're going to use. Really? Well, we don't do that shit because I'm like, I need your permission to use which big lighter I'm going to use in this fucking scene. How about I just make the decision? And how about we use the same big lighter in all these fucking shows, and I don't ever have to pick a big lighter again? How about that? So we just streamlined it and made it to where it's so efficient. Typically, a TV show will start up, and they'll prep for 12 weeks before they start filming. We do it in 4.
Wow. Well, that makes sense. It makes sense that it's streamlined because I've been on shows when they first start out, and it's chaos, and there's a lot of network involvement, and there's a lot of bullshit. But then once it gets going, they go, "Oh, you guys know what you're doing. Yeah, just leave me alone." Yeah.
We're there from the beginning now.
That's beautiful.
We haven't missed. You don't miss.
Right. Well, it's like you don't miss. Like you don't miss with the writing. You don't miss with the storylines. Like you don't have any duds, man, which is just incredible. It's an incredible accomplishment to have that many fucking shows and be good. All of them be, like very addictive. Landman's so addictive.
it's that show. It's about something very serious, and then I can just throw shit at it.
Yeah.
Let's just take a bunch of old people to a strip club.
Billy Bob is fucking awesome.
He's a genius.
I love that guy. Yeah. He's so good on that show.
It was made for him.
I mean, he's done so many things.
I went to Billy Bob before I wrote a word, and I told him, I said, if you don't do this, I'm not going to do it because I'm not going to chase my tail. He goes, well, what is it? I said, basically, I want to take your character from Bad Santa and put him in West Texas and run an old company. He goes, you want the guy from Bad Santa to run an old company? I said, that's what I want. He goes, that sounds fucking awesome.
Well, it's educational too. I mean, a lot of people have no idea how the oil business works, and you watch that show, you go, Jesus Christ, what a crazy job!
It's an insane job, and the other thing about it is we're so completely dependent upon petroleum in every single aspect of our lives. So completely dependent upon it, and we can debate how bad it is or isn't, and or not debate it. The reality is we don't have an alternative. Like, it does not exist. It simply doesn't exist. And we can sit there and say, well, wind and this. No. You sit down with any climatologist and any engineer, they're going to tell you our best hope for a replacement of petroleum fuels is cold fusion, and we're 30, 40 years from it being something that we can rely upon. And reduce little nuclear reactors, like itty-bitties, the size of this coffee pot.
That's what they're talking about. They're talking about individual reactors that people have in their homes. Like, how long does it take before there's disasters? That sounds fucking... Having a really good nuclear power plant for a city is an awesome idea. Having everyone have their own nuclear power plant sounds fucking crazy. How many assholes are going to cut into that thing?
Well, people still put fucking metal in microwaves, so I don't think we should be
purpose.
I've done it. I'm like, well, how bad can it really be?
There's people that leave their fucking gas on so that someone could die in the house.
No, we don't.
People are nuts. Yeah. People are nuts. If you literally have consumer-level nuclear power plants, not with these monkeys. Not with the human beings that we are today, our current form. We're not enlightened enough to have personal nuclear power plants in our house. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, so we're dependent upon it.
We're in Iran right now. Oh yeah, also because of Israel. We're in Iran. I mean, the whole thing about it is oil. Strait of Hormuz, it's like, I think it's 40% of the world's oil supply passes through there.
Yeah.
Christ.
No, that's and I think also China.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big play against. It's a chess piece against China.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think.
Yeah, all of it's fucking terrifying.
And I'm not saying we should have or we shouldn't have. I'm not commenting politically, but what those SF guys did in Venezuela was fucking gangster.
It's crazy.
Whether I'm not saying they should or shouldn't, I'm just saying.
Right.
The team was sent, and then the team. I mean, can you imagine if I wrote it in a movie? People would go, "That's fucking ridiculous, Taylor."
Right. We don't have to
fly a bunch of them off on the roof from this high-rise surrounded by the fucking Cuban Special Forces, kill all of them, and then they're gonna fucking snatch him and his wife, go back to the roof, and just fucking fly away. That's what they did.
And they're gonna do it with sound. They're gonna disable everyone with a sound weapon. What? Like, do you remember when they first started talking about that Havana syndrome?
Yeah.
We're dismissing it. This is horseshit. This is bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, no, they're talking about people that are in Havana, that they've been targeted, something zapped them.
Low-level frequencies made them nauseous.
Yeah, and I think that is a fraction of whatever they unleashed in Venezuela.
Who knows?
The discombobulator, that's what it's called. Classified secret weapon system President Donald Trump claimed U.S. forces used during the January 3rd operation to capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. He stated that the weapon successfully disabled enemy equipment and air defenses, preventing them from firing back. So it's both. It disables the people and it disables their weapon system. What?
That's amazing.
What the fuck are we doing? Official silence would ask for specific technical or operational details about how the device functions. Trump famous host, I'm not allowed to talk about it. He says they press buttons. They claim the defense forces press buttons and nothing worked, disabling both Russian and Chinese-made rockets and radar. Wow. If weapon affected both mechanical equipment and personnel, he also referred to a sonic weapon being used against Maduro's Cuban security detail inside a heavily fortified fortress. Fucking A, man. I would love to see what that looks like. I bet they have video too.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
All wearing GoPros.
I'd love to go into a skiff. Just show me the video. I won't say nothing. I want to see what it looks like. I just want to watch. What does it look like when someone gets zapped by sound and gets fully disabled? Like, apparently they just fell to the ground in agony and they couldn't move.
Yeah.
And they just went in and shot everybody.
Some freaking SF sniper
Yeah.
just freaking on top of that, just right down on him.
It's crazy. Like, I thought he was safe. Crazy. And there's a famous video of him saying, "Come and get me."
Oh, yeah. Bro, you gotta be careful. What bear you poke.
Yeah. Also, it's like, none of us know what the tip of the spear of technology in weapon systems is available right now. Tell populator thing existed. This is 90 years ago. You'd be like, that's not a real thing.
Yeah.
But now you're like, oh shit. It's like, and not just a concept. What else? What do they know?
Yeah, think about this. For the used, there's something 4 generations past that.
100%.
They're playing with now.
Yeah, 100%. This whole UAP world stuff, like when they start talking about UAPs, all of my bullshit alarms go off. All of them. It's like, I don't believe if you knew things, you would tell us. So I don't believe you're telling us the truth. I think they have some special access programs that they've been working on for decades and decades, and some super high level shit that involves some sort of novel propulsion system, and they have that stuff flying around the sky. And I think that's what a lot of people are saying. That's what a lot of people are saying. That doesn't discount the idea that there's something else out there, because I think there is, but I think there's a chunk of the shit that people are seeing that's ours.
Yeah, testing.
Yeah, testing.
If there was an intelligent life that stumbled upon our barbaric asses, why would they not go, hey guys, fire up that fucking missile and we found this blue planet, we gotta get rid of this thing.
Well, I think maybe every intelligent species that's tribal and territorial has to go through an adolescent period of their evolution. And if you look at human history, I was reading about Vlad the Impaler last night. Jesus Christ, how many of the Ottoman Turks that got killed, and his famous methods of putting people on posts and separating them down the line on the road, so that as these poor guys are traveling to go and fight him, they just see the enemy stuck on skewers and in geometric patterns and shit. He would do them in like stars and stuff. He was a vicious motherfucker, and he's the motivation behind, or the inspiration behind Dracula. And I was reading about that guy. I'm like, fuck, people have always been awful. Yeah. They've always been awful. But they just, like, as time goes on, they get a little less awful. Just a little less. It's like we're a little less awful now than we were. Not totally great.
Not collectively.
We're still willing to genocide. Some of us are. But it's less approved. It's less. More people are horrified at it. It's like human beings are getting a little bit better. It's not as quick as I think. If it was an alien life form, I would say you have to wait this out. It's like if you have a kid, you gotta let the kid fall down, stumble. You gotta let him get hurt. You gotta let things happen. You gotta let him fuck up and figure it out himself. You gotta figure this out, make it right. You fucked this up. You gotta give him a chance to become better.
Right.
I think as a civilization, I would think the same thing would apply. You have to give this civilization time to evolve and adapt and get past where it's at right now. And I don't think that you do that by intervening and like grabbing us by the hand and showing us the way. I think what you do is you hang back and make sure that we don't nuke each other, and just sort of pay attention to all the different international ongoings, and just let human beings slowly but surely evolve. Yeah, that's what I would do if I was an intelligent life form of observing people.
The interesting thing that we're it's all people start to question. It really comes down to a debate of more valuable to a society is self-valuable, or is equity more valuable? And by equity, get everyone. So you take them all. We're not in a monetary society anymore. Now you're working for the collective. You're hearing that word thrown around a lot these days. The problem with working for the collective is who decides who picks up the trash, and who decides who gets to go represent your nation at the Olympics, who gets to decide who gets to is someone going to let me go make TV shows, which by the way I wouldn't do for free. It's too fucking hard.
Right.
So now I don't want to do it. Well, then you got to go do this. Well, I won't do that either. And that's the problem.
And then they force you to do things.
Yeah.
And that's how do they do that?
And
so then with guns.
Yes. So then, you either have self-determination, collective, you have to surrender that. Surrender it to who? And you have a dictatorship, no matter what the fuck you thought you had.
Yeah.
It always comes back to that. It always, you can look at Marxism and Leninism and what Lenin was talking, hopes, whether they were his hopes or not. But it devolved into an authoritarian regime very, very quickly. And communism, socialism, fascism, Nazism, they're all very, very similar. The differences are superficial. I think Ayn Rand said that they're just superficial variations between the exact same thing, which is the evil of the collective.
They have an opportunity to classify people. There's good people and bad people. The bad people, you can do whatever you want to them. They're the other. And that happens with every time groups get and tell you what you can and can't do. Being embraced, shockingly, more in the world, people are embracing more government power, more government control. And it's really crazy. It's really crazy to see.
It's unique. I think in 30 years when they look back, like are still suffering from a society from COVID, like still, and not so much from the disease itself, but from our faith in the institutions around us, whether it's government, whether it's the media, whether it's pharmaceutical companies, and the way that it was manipulated to gain power for a political group, and it was effective. And so when something's effective, then people just keep doing the same thing until it's no longer effective, right? We did that in our military with the wins hearts and minds, right? So that all comes from Japan, right? We're gonna win the hearts and minds of Japanese. Well, the Japanese surrendered, like their emperor, who they looked at as a god. He told the people of Japan after dropped 2 freaking nuclear bombs on them, hey, we are going to endure the unendurable. We are the only way that we can salvage our nation. So they willfully surrendered. And then our government goes, look how great this hearts and minds stuff's working. It's not working. It's not working at all. And then they tried it in Vietnam. Didn't work. Tried it everywhere else that we've had a conflict. We tried it, and it hasn't worked yet because what it was based on was flawed, right? Because they chose to be subjugated at that time. And making that choice kept them an independent nation. So our government, and it's so dangerous what we're seeing. You can like Trump or not like Trump. It doesn't. People are going to like presidents and dislike presidents, but now defying the rule of law because he happens to be the head of the federal government and openly defying the federal government, the repercussions of that are going to be, okay, fine, you can't stand this man, you think he's a terrible president, and you're not going to follow his laws. But that's the new normal now. So when a president that you do support, the other side, because we've established precedent, they're just not going to follow his laws either. Right. And now we've eroded the rule of law.
Slope is very dangerous. I was saying that when the ICE raid were going on, because I was like, okay, I am not in favor of illegal criminals being in this country. However, very alarming precedent where you have masked, militarized police with no ID that are running around the cities snatching people up. Like this could set a precedent that could be used by the left if they get into power for something different than than just for ICE. We've already accepted the idea of militarized police on our streets, and that people with 7 weeks training, you're just sending them out to snatch up people, and a lot of American citizens are getting caught up in that trap too, unfortunately, and then they have to get released. Like that could be bad if the next party gets in. So if the Democrats get in next and they decide, like maybe there's a new COVID, some new pandemic happens, whatever the fuck.
If you don't get them, then they start the same.
Yes, we saw it in, I think it was Minnesota or whoever, they had the National Guard on the streets, but they had people enforcing lockdowns. And so they had people walking on the streets with fucking guns over cold. Like these kind of slippery slopes. You might think, no, we're just trying to get rid of the bad immigrants. I get it. I agree. However, the way they're doing it, I'm not even saying there's another way or a better way. I'm just saying, you want to get them out all at once? Yeah, that's the way to do it. You want to get them out quick? That's the way to do it. Because they got them in quick. You're right. They opened the fucking border. They helped people get in. But now that they're in, if you're going to get them out that way, you're setting a weird precedent. You're setting a precedent that could be used in other ways.
Yeah, that's the challenge is, okay, we need to enforce the law, right? Or don't have them, right? They've enacted no new laws. These are the same immigration laws that were on the books when Obama was president. Clinton was president. The same rules. It's the methodology, and you gotta sit there and weigh the pros and cons about, okay, the pros of trying to eradicate this issue. You can't give it a deadline.
Yeah.
Right. It's slippery.
It is slippery.
And again, it's what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and these politicians right now who are doing all of this in Washington, I feel, are elected officials, because they're not thinking beyond this next election, and maybe they never have.
They never have.
Right, but they were better at hiding it. Maybe.
I think there was no internet.
But well, true.
I think that's what it is. There was no social media.
But I think we've reached a point as politicians talk about eliminating the electoral college. They talk about eliminating the filibuster, eliminating packing courts, all these things, because their side's not in power. And so we're just going to take the structure of the government and totally rework it to benefit us temporarily. But then those same benefits that you have now will be used against you. Yeah. They will 100% be used against you. I think the most important legislation we can pass right now is term limits. I think 12 years tops in Congress, and I think probably 12 years in the Senate. 2 6-year terms in the Senate.
More than enough fucking time.
That's enough. We don't need anyone else. I mean, I don't know how it's become. How the fuck is Nancy Pelosi worth $400 million? How the fuck? Well, I know how. Yeah, she gets in on all these fucking IPOs.
Exactly.
Right. She's going to pass the legislation that allows Visa to go public, and then she's going to get a big chunk of it. And then when she's confronted about it, look a reporter dead in the eye and fucking lie to him. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do that.
No,
it's public. We know you did it. We can look at how much stock you own.
Yeah.
Fucking liar.
They all do it.
Yes.
People are calling out Rokana on Twitter today.
Fucking rich. Everyone's getting rich. Yeah. They get paid $175,000 a year, and they're all fucking millionaires.
Super millionaires. They're all like she's intensely wealthy. That's almost $500 million. That's nuts. As a public servant, that's nuts.
Yeah, it's insanity.
And it's that's what we're used to. We know it's bad, and we just accept it. And people are busy. They have families and mortgages should deal with, and so they complain. Then they keep on trying.
Yeah, I mean, I have other jobs. I don't have a pile of time to dedicate to. It's tough for me to talk politics because I don't have hours in my day to sift through what's on Instagram or social, whatever. I'm not on that shit, but I can't. It's hard to form an opinion because, man, I don't know, and I don't know where to go to get honest news. I'm not the news. I know that. You can't turn on the fucking news because they fucking been lying to us. They stopped being. I don't know if they were ever impartial, but I know that. I remember there was a guy. I was a kid. He was running for president. His name was Jack Kemp.
I remember Jack Kemp.
And I want to say it was Dan Rather. It may not have been. It may have been some other newscaster. And there's a debate amongst all these different potential candidates for president. And as he's introducing all of these various politicians, he's saying so-and-so Harvard graduate, law professor from here, and this former senator, and this and that and the other, this person here, and they get to Jack Kemp, and he goes, backup quarterback Christian Jack Kemp. And I'm like, wow, you just sunk that dude. Everyone else, you gave what their jobs were and talked about their accomplishments of this. You just said didn't start at quarterback, and you call that his religion, dude. And that's the first time I ever remember. I'm like, I know your opinion. I'm not supposed to know your opinion. You're supposed to be giving me news. Right. You're supposed to be giving me honest, unbiased information so I can make a decision. And you're making a decision for me, or trying to. Yeah. And they've gotten so, as news became entertainment. I mean, CNN's the worst thing that ever happened to news because it's 24 hours. And now all of a sudden, there's not 24 hours worth of news all the time, right? There is during a war, right? You can show us news, war footage the whole time and talk about the war and why no war. But when there's not, you got to make some shit up or push an opinion. And that's where we've gotten with news now. Now news is piss them off and scare the shit out of them. Yeah. That's how we keep them watching.
And that's the business model.
Yeah, it is now.
And it's also piss them off and scare the shit out of them, but ignore certain things that your sponsors wouldn't like you to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
This is why Harvard, in her final, gave that press conference about Fauci, and she talked about how he lied in front of Congress, and that he absolutely used American tax funds to fund gain-of-function research through EcoHealth Alliance and through the Wuhan lab in Wuhan, China. And, no one's covering it. This episode is brought to you by Visible. How many of you are currently listening to this podcast on your phone? If you are chronically online, like most of us are these days, your wireless network should be too. With Visible, you get unlimited 5G and unlimited hotspot, all powered by Verizon's 5G network. The perks of big wireless for half the cost. Visible isn't just a wireless plan. It's unlimited wireless designed to keep connected and no contract holding you back. Switch today at Visible.com. Plans start at just $25 a month. Or get our premium Visible Plus Pro plan and save $10 on your first month when you use promo code Rogan. An exclusive offer for...
No. And by the way, didn't we all know that already?
Well, we knew it, but my parents didn't. People that just read the newspapers and watch TV, they don't know.
I've never seen anything as flagrantly obvious as COVID coming from the Wuhan lab studying COVID. Right. I've never. You've got fucking news anchors keeping a straight face saying it came from the wet market.
Did you ever see Jon Stewart's bit on it?
No.
He did on the Colbert Show?
No.
You never saw it?
No.
Oh, we need to play it. Let's play it because it's so funny because Colbert tries to stop him from doing it and push back. And Jon, he's a great comic. He just gets up from his chair and gets louder and just plows through it.
Really?
Over Colbert's trying to cock block his bit. He's it's a funny bit. And he's getting in the way. Oh, I'd like to see if you have information on that. I'd like to see it. And he just keeps going. He keeps plowing away. It's very funny. And it's in the middle of it, right? This was a courageous step because he was doing this when calling it out, or saying that it came from a lab in Wuhan, China was somehow or another racism. Remember that? If you said it came from Wuhan, China, from a lab, you're racist.
Yeah.
How did you pull that off? How did no one's saying anything? It's racist. It's from fucking China, and it seems like EcoHealth Alliance funded it, and it seems like we funded EcoHealth Alliance.
Yes.
It's a lot of fucking paperwork.
And by the way, there's studies on the fucking disease that they've been doing that are posted on the CDC website. They're posted on the fucking... My favorite was when you catch all the shit about ivermectin.
Yeah.
And literally, when that happened, I went, look that up. Look up ivermectin. And studies with ivermectin. And a study pops up on the CDC website while people are telling us to not take that shit. And it talks about the efficacy of ivermectin and antiviral properties, specifically COVID-19.
Yeah.
So it's on the government website that the fucking drug works, while they're telling everyone to not take it.
And they're mocking me for taking horse dewormer. Watch this. This is great. This is great. You stop, because he still has to put out that establishment position. I'd like to see any evidence. If you've got any evidence. Yeah. Well, wild news, because I think from then on, that sort of sent a shockwave through the majority of the population, where just whatever trust they had in the news just got severely eroded.
Yep.
And if we don't have good news, if we don't have trust in the news, then we're kind of adrift. And then you get locked into fucking conspiracy theories and echo chambers online, and you can get trapped in them too, and that's not good either.
Yeah, then there's nowhere to go get information.
Has anybody in NBC, CBS, CNN, have any of those people picked up on that Tulsi Gabbard speech about Fauci and had any sort of a reaction to it? I'd like to know that. When I was reading online, no, none of them had. But this was as of yesterday. I don't know whether or not that's changed. I don't know if they were preparing an article and they wanted to make sure they got all their ducks in a row.
I would think pretty much any time the head of an institute is begging for a pardon when he hasn't been charged with any crime is a pretty good indicator. You might want to look and see if there's been a crime committed.
Was he begging for a pardon? I mean,
Fauci was like he had attorneys. This has been part of that deal. He had attorneys reaching out to Biden's camp the last day when he got the pardon.
Jeez.
The very last day.
Jeez. It's just a preemptive pardon is nuts, especially when Rand Paul's questioning him and he's talking to him specifically about what defines gain of function research. And by all account, by every definition, it's gain of function research. And Fauci's still saying, you do not know what you are talking about. With all due respect.
Even though he's a doctor.
Yeah.
Rand Paul's a fucking doctor.
He's an actual doctor.
And then they say, well, you're an eye doctor. Well, that's my specialty. But before I became an eye doctor, I became a general doctor, which means I studied all the same shit that Fauci studied. You got to go through medical school before you go pick a specialty. So 4 years of studying the entire body before you specialize in whatever you're going to specialize in.
Read RFK Jr.'s book, The Real Anthony Fauci's exact same playbook during the AIDS pandemic. It's the exact same playbook. That's what the Dallas Buyers Club is about. The Dallas Buyers Club, that McConaughey movie about AIDS, the fucking villain is Anthony Fauci. He's the guy that's stopping them from getting alternative medications. That's the guy that wanted everybody to take AZT. You know why? Because AZT had already been approved. They had already used it as a cancer medication. It was a chemotherapy medication that they stopped using because it was too deadly. It was killing people quicker than cancer was killing them. So the first medication they gave people when they had an immune system that was compromised was a chemotherapy medication that was killing people. And they were giving it to people that were asymptomatic. They were giving it to people that tested HIV positive. And then you know about the PCR testing. So the PCR test, Kerry Mullis, the guy who invented PCR testing, said publicly about Fauci, does not know what the fuck he's talking about. I don't know he said fuck, but he does not know what he's talking about. And that it's not supposed to be used to detect a disease in a person's body. And that if you ramp up the cycles long enough, just like they did with COVID, where we got by some estimations, 80% false positives because of the PCR method, because they were ramped significantly, and that reduced the amount of false positives they had. But there's a lot of people that got tested as HIV positive that probably weren't, and they put those fucking AZT. And AZT, yeah, nuts. Most mainstream outlets are treating it as a serious but unproven political bombshell. They're reporting that Gabbard alleges, stressing the documents are disputed and under review, and highlighting how polarized the reaction is. Mainstream print, Jerusalem Post, Money Control, Newsweek summarize her accusations, emphasize that COVID's origins remain unresolved, and note that the claims about Fauci sparking COVID or lying under oath are heavily contested, not yet legally validated. Many stories frame this as reigniting a long-running fight over lab leak versus natural origin. Listen, that fight is over, kids. That fight's over. If you are in the news and you are saying that there's still a long-running controversy as to whether it's a lab leak or natural origin, shut your fucking dirty whore mouth. The fight's over. It's a fucking lab leak. The new documents will need independent scrutiny from Congress, investigators, and scientists before any firm conclusions can be drawn. Okay. Right-leaning media highlight her file dump as vindication for critics, focus on the cover-up narrative, and give prominent space to Republicans like Rand Paul. Why is it more centrist or mainstream outlets present it as a straighter news tone, often pairing Gabbard's and GOP's quotes with Fauci's past denials, and nothing there is so far, no judicial finding of perjury or criminal conduct.
What I've never understood is how this became a left or right.
So stupid.
When Fauci, who's a career bureaucrat, right, when all this started, there was a Republican president.
Yep.
Right? And then he served that Republican president. He served the Democratic president before that, and then he served a Republican. But he's been there for fucking 50 years.
Yeah. He's been there
this
forever.
dude, it's not political.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be political. There shouldn't be a right-left side. It's a career bureaucrat fucking lied to us.
AZT is a medication for HIV that he used for the COVID vaccine. The reason why it's
the only medication is because it is both safe. The guy's a monster. It's like he's one of those guys throughout history where you're going to look back over time, this one guy's lives, this one guy's aspirations, this one guy's career fucked so many people over.
Yeah. And I don't understand why Democrats would want to fall in that sort of. There's no reason to align.
Because people are stupid, and they just decide that because a Republican's a president and anything the Republicans are pushing has to be bad. And that stupid fucking division, it's so silly. It's so silly. It really is. Because the same people during Trump's presidency were openly saying, are you going to trust a vaccine that's created under Trump? They were all saying it. Kamala Harris said it. A bunch of Joy Reid said it. They all said it.
And then they bet political livelihoods on it.
We deserve better. Or we don't. Maybe we don't. We're such a fucking silly group of humans.
That's fucking.
Not all of us, though. You know, I think less of us now. I think they hardly divided everybody in 2020. It'll be harder now. I think most in it. And as long as people wake up to this left versus right nonsense, it's really just a big fucking hustle to keep you fighting with each other.
Oh, for sure.
Most of it.
Oh, for sure.
Most of it. Even the ICE stuff that we're talking about. Hey, folks, do you think it's a coincidence that the biggest fucking ICE protests were all going on in the same place where they found all that fraud? Does it occur to you that these organized, massive protests were all occurring in the same place where that Nick Shirley cat found fucking billions of dollars in fraud?
Yeah.
Shocker. Kind of crazy.
Didn't California pass a law?
The Nick Shirley law
to prevent that specifically that guy from fucking poking around California?
Yes. I mean, people refer to it as the Nick Shirley law. The idea is to keep from investigating fraud, which is outlandish. That is outrageous. That is a crazy thing to emphasize. And the thing, what do you want? These people are showing up and looking in. Right, they shouldn't. Right, 100%. And people, random people from the internet going up at daycares with cameras. I agree. However, when there's no one in that daycare for years and years and years, and they can prove that fucking millions of dollars being earned by that daycare, and there's no one in there, it's a little weird. It's not fully passed into law. Not yet.
Isn't there a video of that kid like walking up to one of these? These dudes get out and like drive off in their fucking Bentleys.
I don't know if those are real. There's a bunch of fake videos that were made by people afterwards that were just capitalizing on people wanting to click on something like that. So they were just engagement farming by pretending. Like the guy would show up and they'd go, what are you talking about? I have no idea what he does, bad acting. And they get in a Rolls Royce. Like,
it's just bullshit.
It seemed like bullshit to me. I mean, I'm sure a bunch of those guys made a bunch of money. And I'm sure there is a lot of fraud. It just, like, they're admitting it. Minnesota's admitting it. They knew it was going on forever. You know, and then how about the fact that there's certain politicians that voted against this idea? So one of those ladies that was killed, like there was a lady and her husband that were murdered in Minnesota. And she was one of the few people that voted against providing Medicare for illegals. They were trying to pass some bill involving Medicare and illegals. And she was one of the ones that voted against it. And she was killed. The guy who killed her said that Tim Walz sent him to kill them. Now, I don't know if he's full of shit. He easily could be. He's a fucking crazy person. He's a murderer. He showed up at their house with a mask on and fucking shot them dead. And shot a couple other people too. It's like he's, you know, obviously he's fucking cracked out. But kind of weird that the lady who wants to vote against this obvious fraud, this money that's being somehow or another funneled around through Medicare, like one of the things that Elon said when he was on the podcast is that Medicaid and Medicare fraud is one of the biggest, and he was looking into a Doge. I almost don't want to talk about it because I don't want to get killed because it's that bad. And this was before before all this Nick Shirley shit. And now you're seeing it, and you're like, oh, these hospices, have these fake hospices in California, and then all the Somali daycare centers and all the different things. Like, these people just autism. The autism diagnoses went through the fucking roof because now they can have these autism centers, so they just diagnose their kids as autistic, and then they're raking in all this money for treatment. It's crazy how much fraud there is.
Hundreds of billions of
dollars. And just what a shocker that that's the place where the big ICE protest broke out.
Oh, people forget that when Obama was president, he made a big public statement about going after government fraud. They were aware of it then. I mean, they've been aware of it for it's always taken place, but on the scale, and he tried, and he caught resistance to the point that he wasn't able to do his version of a Doge, right? Which was his intention. He gave him a big public speech about it, and tried to look into it. And if you're stealing dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, what wouldn't you do to protect that?
Exactly. And that was Elon's point. And that money, for sure, makes its way into Democratic coffers, too. And whoever the fuck is going to be...
Whoever's enabling the fraud.
Whoever wants to be buy is a juicy buy. It's $100 billion buy. Come get some.
That'll almost build you a rail system in California. You get a mile of track.
Or a second Google Bridge.
Fucking car salesman that you had that guy on.
No, he wants to be on.
No, I'm sure.
He talks a lot of shit about me. At first he was saying, Joe Rogan's not a fan of me, but I'm a big fan of him. He was like saying all this.
Doesn't he have his own podcast?
Yeah.
Because that city, that state is running so well. The governor doesn't.
Got a lot of free time. It's so smooth. If you ask him, he'll tell you. He'll tell you how awesome.
No, he'll give you stats.
The stats are
statistically, people are moving there in record numbers.
Yeah, that's not true. It's not true. It's all the stats, the positive stats, they were already going on before he was the governor. It's California's an awesome place. The fucking weather's perfect. San Francisco has a cup of geniuses. There's always been a bunch of wizards up there that are creating some of the best technology in the world, and that has nothing to do with him. What to do with him and all these problems that their inept government has caused, because that's the real problem with him as a governor. It's a real problem with Karen Bass as a mayor. It's a real problem with San Francisco. It's bad government. It's not upholding the rule of the law, not keeping people safe, being empathetic to people that are shooting up on the street over people that are trying to walk their fucking kids to school.
Yeah.
Like, what you're doing is bad for society. It's bad.
And it seems to me that for the most part, if you are the mayor of the city, and when I was writing Yellowstone, the governor of Montana at the time, who was a Democrat, I called him and asked him, I said, hey guys, talk to me about what it's like to be a governor. What did you think it would be, and what did it turn out to be? And what he said was, Steve Bullock is his name. He said, well, I thought I was going to, make all these changes and do this and shepherd this, and I learned that my job as the CEO of the state is to take care of the people who live in the state, the employees of the state, attract business here, attract tourism here, and try to make the state make more money and make lives better. That's my job. Infrastructure and city management and people management and tourism. That's my job. And even more acutely to a mayor, you're really the president of a city, or the CEO of the city. And your job is keep the lights on, pick up the trash, put out the fires, deal with the sewage, keep it safe. But that's it. There's no social anything secondarily, possibly. But run the schools, run the city. And you have in a lot of these big urban areas where they're so agenda driven, and they're pushing a social agenda. And they're not running the cities. They're not running them at all. And so they're running into the ground. And it's tragic to see, because San Francisco, like you said, it's a beautiful city. LA used to be a fat place where you could go and make your dreams come true. San Francisco, awesome 10 years ago. Just 10 years ago. I filmed my special in San Francisco in 2016. It was great. No
problems. It was not homeless people everywhere. It was normal. It was normal San Francisco. Go to a cool restaurant. Always been like a smart city, interesting architect, great city. I lived there. I'm almost 7 to 11. Yeah, I loved San Francisco. It's unrecognizable now. 10 years. That's it. 10 years of fucking asinine government. And also, this homeless thing, when you realize that it's an industry, when the homelessness is valuable, having homeless people on the streets is valuable because you can get more money to deal with this obvious homeless problem. The more obvious the problem is, the more money they're going to throw on it. They don't have to fix it.
Well, there's no intention to fix it.
Right.
They're giving out free needles here.
Yeah.
Get high here. And I was just somewhere where my first experience seeing the homeless in this magnitude. And the one thing that's instantly is they're all so completely strung out on drugs. It's no fucking joke. Like the zombies leaning against every corner. And to me, it's cruel, right? Yeah. Like if someone's to that point, and you want to help them, don't give them a fucking iPhone and some more needles. How about you pick them up off the street and you take them somewhere? Go, look, there's a curfew here, and you ain't doing no drugs. But we're gonna clean you out. And some aren't gonna want that. They're gonna want to go back on the street and do drugs. And the addiction and the consequences of drugs that are bad. I had surgery. They put me on fentanyl, my neck surgery, and they put me on fentanyl. There's high, then there's that shit. And that was done by an anesthesiologist. I wasn't self-medicating in a fucking parking lot, right?
What'd you done your neck?
C67.
Fusion?
No. I had the
discectomy?
The disc, yeah.
Just cut some of it down?
Yeah.
It's okay now?
Yeah.
How long ago did you get that done?
Maybe 3 years ago.
Yeah. I wish I
2 years. Yeah, 3 years ago.
If that ever happens again, don't do that.
Don't?
No.
Well, it'll happen.
Yeah. I'm sure it will. There's other ways. There's a way. Yeah. Regenikine. I had bulging to my neck.
What's Regenikine?
Regenikine is, they used to have to go to Germany. Peyton Manning went there. Kobe Bryant went there. Done. Platelet-rich plasma, where they take your blood. There's a process to it. So pull it up, Jamie, because I can't remember what the process is. But they spin it in a centrifuge for like 10 hours, and then you come back the next day, and they inject it, and it makes this very potent anti-inflammatory, and they inject it around where the injury is to the disc. And it provides, like, within weeks, amazing relief. And for me, it completely cured it. I had to go and...
Yeah, that's what...
the German... go back up. Back to where, yeah. So German physician, Dr. Peter Welling, the treatment focuses on blocking a specific inflammatory protein, interleukin-1. So they take the blood out, they draw your blood, and then the blood is heated to body temperature to trigger the production of a natural anti-inflammatory protein called IL-1RA. And then they spin it in a centrifuge, I did it a bunch of times. Monica, they opened up an office. It's lifestyle medicine. That's what it's called, right? And then that's where I had it done. And it's incredible. Like I had it done my entire back. Like there's a picture of me on Instagram with a bunch of these fucking tubes. And that's me right there. A bunch of those tubes, my hairy ass back. And it was incredible. I mean, it really fixed so many problems that I had. It's really great for specifically for back injuries, knee injuries, stuff like that. There's a lot of good biological options. There's also decompression is very important. I have a harness that I attach to a pull-up bar. It straps under my chin, and I just like let my weight drop down and decompress my weight on my neck. I do that every day. And I also have this thing called a Dex 3. Is it Dex 2 or Dex 3? You hang forward. Teeter makes it. You know that company that makes those decompression tables? But this one's even, you just hinge from the hip. You're not supporting it at all with your legs. And it's just your back. It just goes like pop. show it to you. We have one out here. We have 2 of them out here, actually. Right out, yeah, in the gym. It's they're the not have one. I have to have one. It's so compressing your back. You need to decompress the neck too. Anytime you're doing anything, if you're deadlifting or squat, obviously you're lifting a lot of heavy weights. If anytime you're lifting, well, you got to think of all that pressure's on your back, all that squashing down, and you got to do something to stretch it out, stretch it back out. But there's ways to heal it now without taking away the disc. So the problem is every time they cut away a piece of your disc,
you got less disc.
You got less disc. Yeah. So the good news is there's some treatments that they're doing now where they're actually injecting some part about this. Yeah, into the disc itself. So I asked Brigham from Waste to Well about that, and they're looking into it. And they're trying to. This is not being done widely yet. This is just experimental, but they think they're going to be able to do that. There's also some place, Cellular Performance Institute down in Tijuana. They've successfully been injecting stem cells into people's discs, and it causes the disc to and get thicker and healthier.
Really?
Yeah. Shane Dorian, my friend, a pro surfer and a big wave surfer and bow hunter, he went down there and he said it was remarkable. He said within a couple of months, it had like a 30 to 40% increase in range of motion,
really,
decrease in pain. Yeah, you can feel it. It's kind of an annoying process because once you do it, you can't really do shit for like 6 weeks. Like I think it's 6 weeks.
Well, that's what's the same with the surgery. You're not doing shit for 6 weeks after that.
But you can't lift weights. You can walk. You know, it's the whole thing's like let everything take. Like let it take. Let it heal up. Don't do anything stupid. Don't re-injure it. Don't aggravate it. Like give it a chance to actually do its magic.
Yeah, I'll look into that for sure.
But any neck injury or back injury is such a motherfucker. Anytime your back goes out, you're like, hey, everything you do is like, ah. It's so hard to do anything. It's like you realize like how nice it is to be healthy when whenever you get hurt.
Yeah. No back pain. That's what killed my stepfather.
They just get on pills?
Yeah.
Yeah. I did that.
Yeah, he was in one time we were fishing up in Wyoming and he just like, I can't do it. Back hurts too bad. And he had surgery and that made it worse, which is it's also a real risk when you start messing around with the spine, right? And so and then it was those are serious pain. Now we're talking oxy.
Yeah, now you're in just agony.
Now you're on the clock.
Yeah, and you can only do that shit for so long.
Yeah, now you're on the clock.
Oxys are fucking terrifying. They're so terrifying.
Yeah.
So terrifying how readily they were handing them out too forever.
Yeah.
Did you ever see Painkiller, the Peter Berg thing that he did for Netflix?
No, I didn't.
Fucking great, man. So Matthew Broderick plays such a great creep. Oh, he played the Sackler brother, the Sackler, the head of the family that started this whole opiate problem that we have in this country. It's fucking terrifying because it's all real, and those fucking people never even went to jail. Who knows how many people are dead because of them?
Yeah.
They generated fucking billions and billions of dollars, ruined countless lives. How many lives of people that were connected? Your dad gets hooked on that shit. It ruins your relationship with your family. You wind up being all fucked up because you grew up with a dad who was strong.
No, generational.
Yeah.
Generational damage.
Oh, God, yeah.
And these guys put their feet up.
Yep. They go to a fucking nice country club and have the lobster.
Yep.
Cocksuckers. There's so many of them in this world. That's genuinely evil.
Yes.
There's real demons. That's a real demon. Like people want to think demons live in hell, and that's kind of may or may not be real. Well, no, they're on Earth.
Yeah.
There's demons.
They're right here.
Yeah, and they justify it. They figure out a way to justify it, and they're around a bunch of other people who justify it too, and they can just immediately dismiss any pain or suffering because they got a huge amount of profit from it. Ugh.
Yeah. Yep, those are the fuckers.
Those are the fuckers. Yeah, they're out there.
And it doesn't take many of them to create, like, real carnage. I mean, think about that. Think about the opiate issue in this. It's still going. It was the gateway to fentanyl, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think about it.
Yeah, it was the gateway, and it was also, it's like, they were those pain management centers down in Florida, where they just
all they prescribed was pills. So you would go and like, I'm in pain. They're like, oh, Taylor, we've got the solution. It's right next door. And you go right next door to their pharmacy, and all their pharmacy has, like, they don't have Ben-K over there. They don't have toothbrushes.
Oxy.
Yeah, we got Oxy.
There you go, buddy.
This is the solution.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yep. Yep. That's the real drug trade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right? Yeah. Tell it's basically getting the scraps. They're making trillions of dollars off of scraps.
Think about this. Did you even know what fentanyl was 15 years ago? I never heard of it.
No. I don't even remember when we first heard about it, but when we first heard about it on a podcast, we were talking about it, we found the amount that's lethal. They showed it next to a penny. And they're like, what?
Yeah.
That can kill you? And people are taking that? And they're mixing that in cocaine? Holy fuck.
They are bent over zombies on the side of the road.
Yeah. Philadelphia's bad too. There's a bunch of these that are just real bad with it. And it doesn't happen. And what's interesting is this Ibogaine initiative that Rick Perry and Pushing in Texas, and that I went to the White House to get Trump to be involved in, and they're trying to make this so that it's you have a right to use, or right, I think they call it right to use or right to try for people that are addicted, and they're trying to make it more readily available and accessible to veterans. That's the thing that could help all these people.
What is it now?
Ibogaine? You don't know what that is?
No.
Ibogaine is it comes from the iboga tree in Africa, and it is this very potent psychedelic that has no recreational use at all. It's not fun. Nobody likes it. It's not like you trip, you see zombies and fucking hang out with aliens. You go into this very dark experience for like 24 hours where it like replays your life to you in a very uncomfortable way. And also somehow or another rewires addiction in your brain. And for a large percentage of people, just one dose is good enough to get them off of everything, whatever they're on, whether it's alcohol, gambling, coke, whatever the fuck it is. But for 2 doses, when they do it twice, it's significantly better. And it doesn't just do that. Rick Perry, who was the Republican former governor of Texas, was staunchly anti-drugs. He's said this is his main focus in life now, is to promote this. This is his goal in life, because he did it, and he had an incredible reaction to it, and he knows so many veterans who have done it. It's incredible for PTSD. Somehow or another, it has neuroregenerative properties, where he went there and they said, he went to his doctor before, and doctor did a whole scan of his body, and he said, look, you've got a certain amount of age-related brain atrophy. It's like, it's fine, but it's normal that you're 73 years old or 74 years old. So he goes and does the Ibogaine, sees his doctor a short time afterwards, and the doctor says, it's 25% less atrophy than when you got the last scan. And he explains to him the whole Ibogaine thing. He goes back 6 months later, it's all gone. He has no brain atrophy anymore, which is bananas. So it's regenerating brain tissue. It's making his brain work better. And it's just...
Well, the pharmaceutical companies harken that shit out.
Well, they didn't like it. They didn't like that I told them about it, but Trump was very open to it. He said, what are you looking for? Are you looking for FDA approval? Like, let's do it. Like, that's literally what he said. And then a week later, we were at the White House, and he was signing it. So it's incredible. But so many veterans have had to go over to mostly Mexico, but Costa Rica, there's a bunch of different places that they go where they can have these Ibogaine retreats. And these guys have had incredible results. Marcus Luttrell, he had an incredible result from it. He had a real problem drinking. Obviously he's the guy, Lone Survivor. The movie's based on his experiences over in Afghanistan. So this guy, he's done it. He's gotten over it because of that. Like, there's a long, Sean Ryan, long list of guys who have had this experience, and it completely changed them. Dakota Meyer did it. So many of these guys did it. And because of their stories, because all these veterans, then it kind of opened up the idea to a lot more right-wing people that would maybe be more hesitant to accept something like this. Then on top of it, no recreational use. I can't wait to do that again. Everybody's like, holy shit, this sucked. That diarrhea, I threw up, I was horrified for fucking 12 hohours. It apparently just takes you through every aspect of your life, view like a movie. All the times you've ever hurt people, you see it from their perspective. Like, it's a very dark experience for a lot of people. Especially a lot of people that have fucked up a lot of their life, you know?
Wow.
Yeah. But if those people had access to Ibogaine, all these homeless people that I see strung out, if instead of just giving them needles and an iPhone and like profiting off of it, if somehow or another these assholes can figure out a way to profit off of these centers where you could bring people in and give them Ibogaine retreats, maybe that would be a nice little fucking exit strategy for all these grifters that have been profiting off of the homeless industrial complex for so long.
Yeah, well, but you know, they're not trying to solve problems.
No, they're trying to make money. That's what I was saying earlier when we were talking about charities. That's the saddest thing that I've come to the realization that most nonprofits are fucking scams. Like most of them. And this guy was like reading off like the average amount that these people that are in charge of the homeless program in LA are making. It's a great living. They're not doing it because it's like some sort of a very charitable thing that they really want to save the world and help people. No, they're making tons of money.
They're performative entrepreneurs. If you think about it, come up with a problem, then go pitch some version of Karen's solution to a government, and take the fucking money and never solve the problem. Because as soon as you solve the problem, and if you do somehow accidentally solve it, then go find another one.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why shows like Yellowstone in particular, that show like people that are proud to work hard and really get like deep satisfaction out of that life. And there's something about that it really like it resonates with people. Like there's a better way than just bullshitting people. There's a better way than fraud and nonsense and all this political horseshit that's pumped down your throat every day. No, how about a fucking just a sleeping bag and the stars? How about that? Just lying there with your horse tied to a tree. Isn't that really what everybody wants? Doesn't really everyone want to cook their dinner over a fire and laugh with all their friends? That's what they really want. That just really sounds good.
Simple.
Something real. Something that's like it's not that simple because it's hard to do all that shit, but there's something about it that's pure. It's pure. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
You spend a lot of time outside, right? And the entire thing's an endeavor, right? If you go bow hunting, you know, you're gonna practice, prepare before you go. Then you're gonna hike your ass in somewhere. You have to set up a camp, and all of these are tasks before you've even gone to do the thing you went there to do, which is going to be another task. But the completion of them is the reward.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're doing it yourself. Everything done yourself. I think that's why people are so attracted to the life. That's why I've gotten, you know, third generation cowboys that went and got a degree in ranch management to come back and make, you know, $3,000 a month and couldn't be happier.
It's wild, isn't it? It's really wild when you think about it. It's wild what people actually gravitate towards. Because they say that, have you ever seen that Werner Herzog documentary, Happy People?
No.
It's called about these trappers live on the Taiga River in Siberia. And all these people do is trap and hunt and fish. They don't have any other way to make a living. That's all they do. And they're so fucking happy. And they're all laughing together and drinking together and hanging out with their dogs, and their dogs are sled dogs, and so they're on snowmobiles, and the dogs are chasing behind them, and the dogs hunt with them, and these fucking people have like zero mental illness. And when they're talking to them, they're talking in Russian, so it's all translated, but what they're talking about, like the way they talk, it's like that this is how you're supposed to live. This is real life. And they're all happy.
There's a guy, I'm going to get his name wrong. It's like Preminger, something like that. And he, in the 60s.
Dick Premikin.
Premikin, that's it.
Yeah, the guy who lived in Alaska.
Yeah. Went up, said bucket.
Yeah.
Went up way into the wild and built by hand a cabin and lived there and documented it. Brought a little Super 8 camera or whatever, filmed the whole thing. I mean, he lived for 35 years. He was 80-something years old when he finally was too old to get through it. Now, And he just built this cabin, just lived, fished, grew potatoes, had to
There
build
he
it.
is. Pruneke, that's how you say his name. P-R-O.
If you haven't watched that documentary, it is fascinating.
It's amazing. Yeah, look at the different. What is it? Oh, this is the. Oh, but why did they show 2023? This guy, when he documented all of it, you know, it's so attractive. There's something about the way he's living. He's by himself, which is also wild. Like, how do you not get lonely?
No, there's that.
You know, I'd lose my fucking marbles. I need people. I need to talk to somebody. I don't think I'd be like that. But it's so attractive.
But the notion of that kind of self-reliance.
Yeah, no, there's something about it. It's like deeply ingrained in our DNA. It's not just that. It's like it's a healthy interaction with the wild world. There he is. Look at that guy. He made all that shit himself. That's what's crazy. Yeah. The whole thing. I mean, he made his own tools. He made it. Goose. It's really. I think he was wasn't he a lumberman or something like that? I can't remember. Look at fucking pretty that is. My God, this is right in front of his house. You just build a house out there. Alaska's amazing, man. I mean, the winters can suck a dick, but the actual being there in the place, and the people they're clearly like extraordinary people. Like when you go, just even hanging out in a bar in Anchorage, like you guys are different. They're like more reliable. You know, they're sturdier people.
No matter where you live in Alaska, you're going to have to be tough.
Yeah, you have to be. And they were laughing about some guy who got stomped to death by a moose because he was throwing snowballs out in town. Like, okay, that's something you guys have to think about. You might get stomped to death in front of the ATM machine.
Or maybe don't throw a fucking snowball at a 1,000-pound animal.
Yeah, well, you can catch a cow with her calves and she'll stomp you no matter what. So, he's back on tedious 50-hour work weeks and moved to Alaska to do a thing to completion. He built the cabin when he was 51 and lived there for more than 30 years. Wow. Where's that area? The Twin Lakes and Lake Clark National Park? I don't know. There's another guy that lives up there that lives near the Arctic Circle. Vice Guide to Travel did a piece on him years ago. It's the same kind of deal. He lives in a cabin, and he's been up in that cabin since the 1970s. He never saw 9/11. He saw a photograph of it years later. He's just been up there in the woods. All he does is he hunts caribou, and he has them all like hanging up, like frozen because it's frozen outside. Like that's his outside is his cooler. And while they're there, a grizzly tries to steal his stash, and he has to shoot the grizzly. It's crazy.
Really? What's that called?
It's called Vice Guide to Travel, and it's Hindmo's Arctic Adventure is the video series. And what's interesting, this is like the early days of Vice, when Vice was, and they get this fucking nerd with glasses, probably from like Williamsburg, flies out to Alaska to hang out with this guy. And these journalists were like hardcore. These young kids they knew they were doing something, and they would go to war zones. Like that's how Tim Pool started out. These guys would go to fucking war zones and get shot at. They had bulletproof vests on and shit. They'd be doing real investigative reporting. And so this guy just really went up there and hung out with this dude in Alaska for like a week and was talking to him. It's like, what's so great about this? And he's a very intelligent guy. He's not the guy who's this guy Hindmo. See if you can find that. Did you find it?
They're still posting stuff. There's the Last Alaskan. That should be the Last Alaskans.
Oh, he's still posting stuff?
They have a YouTube channel.
Oh, wow.
Hindmo and Edna.
Oh, wow. He looks older now.
It was talking about podcasters a second ago.
Oh, interesting. They're talking about podcasts?
Our podcast.
Oh, because we talked about it?
So as your picture popped up.
That's it. That's me talking about it, yeah. See if you can find the Vice Guide to Travel, because that's where I found out about him. So this guy's allowed to live up there. Has like a notice posted on his cabin because he's grandfathered in. I don't think you could build a cabin up there anymore. That's not. This is afterwards. Might be it. But I think it's called Heimo's Arctic Adventure. Yeah, Heimo Korth, Heimo's Arctic Refuge. That's the article.
Nice website isn't really one of the most well-kept things on the internet these days.
I'll put in Arctic Adventure.
I'm guessing that the article was the first thing, and then they went and followed up to make a video, and that's what this is.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's it.
Yeah, see, it's that's Heimo's Arctic Refuge.
Right. That's probably it.
They could have just changed the name on YouTube.
I think they did, or maybe I remember it wrong. Either way, this guy's premise is that this is really how you should live. This is how people. Yeah, that's the guy. Nerdy cat is hanging out. And he's got this caribou that he shot, and they're hanging and frozen, and he just saws off a piece and throws the frozen steaks onto the grill, cooks it over wood, and this is how this guy lives, and that's all he eats. He's just eating caribou and salmon, and he lives up there all year round, man. And it's, he's just very happy. And this is the weird part about it, is how happy people who live like this are. I think that's in our brain. That's how we're designed to exist with nature. We're designed to be hunter-gatherers. Yeah, we still have the same DNA as people who lived tens of thousands of years ago.
And cities started, maybe 10,000 years ago in some form, right?
Yeah, depending on who you ask. I think we're a little wrong with that, too. I think they're starting to change their perspective of when the actual civilization emerged, because of stuff like Göbekli Tepe and structures that are 11,000 years old that were buried, that this guy who was I think it was a sheep herder in the 90s found it.
Really?
Yeah, he found like a stone that was sticking out of the ground weird, and kicked it with his boots, knocking some dirt off, and then he brought in some archaeologists, and then they discovered this massive complex, these huge circles of giant stone columns with 3D animals carved in them, and they carbon dated the ground, and it was intentionally covered up somewhere around 11,000 plus years ago. So they're
really?
Yeah, so what the fuck is this? They didn't even know what the civilization was, why did they build this, what's the purpose of it. I think there's a lot of people that debate whether or not what's depicted on it is a calendar. Is it a marking of an event? Does it show the flood? What is this? It's weird stuff, man. Really weird stuff. And I think there's more of that than you'd like, that makes people comfortable. And archaeologists are very hesitant to accept it.
But that whole deal, right? Your relevance being upon you discovered this thing.
Yeah.
When they found the Clovis Point. So then we're dating everything off of that, and anyone finding anything else is going to render that guy's discovery less important.
Yeah.
And there was at one point we thought there was this logical evolution of man from Homo erectus into Homo sapien. And now we know that there were at least 4, maybe 5 species of humanoid living at the same time. It's just at least 5.
Not only that, it's really difficult to make a fossil. Most people are going to die and their bones are going to be gone within 100 years.
Yeah, it's just what we've been able to find, and we're basing an entire science upon. Incredibly incomplete discoveries.
We're basing entire science on a very limited number that can even possibly exist. I think if you take into account how many dinosaur bones they found, and then how many dinosaurs existed, and for how many hundreds of millions of years dinosaurs existed, and you realize most shit doesn't make a fossil. So we don't even know how many different dinosaurs that they just discovered a new one recently. We don't even know how many existed that we never found fossilized.
Yeah, if they didn't run through some lava pit or tar pit or something, how would you know?
And every so often some new form of ancient human popped up. What's this one? The fucking ones. They're also a ton of them. the Denisovans. There's the one in I believe it was in China. The pig-headed people.
That's Glen
Dinosaur Valley State Park. Wow,
That's Glen Rose, Texas.
that's crazy. How crazy is that? Look at those footprints. That's so nuts. That is so nuts. That a dinosaur left those. How long ago? 113 million-year-old dinosaur tracks. What the fuck, man?
And we're just so what is he? That thing, and how much did it fucking weigh to imprint into that? Which is now granite, right? But at the time, it's probably some mixture of mud and ash from a volcano that came together.
Right, probably
some version of that.
Right. I wonder what the animal was. Do they know which dinosaur it was?
Sure, 1 year. I don't know if it's just a guess. That's the one they assume is that.
God, those footprints are so dope. That's so wild. I wonder who the first guy who found that was.
So it would.
Oh, that's even cooler. So it was underneath the water the whole time, and then they're like, holy, the river dried up completely in most locations. It's line for more tracks to be uncovered here in the park. Oh, that's sick. That's the animal?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they wouldn't know for sure.
It belonged to two types of dinos, including Acrocanthosaurus.
Yeah, I don't think they found any fossils or anything to be for the record.
That's even just crazier, right? All you find is the feet. Think about how many died there. Think about how many just got eaten by other animals and shit out. And I mean, most stuff that lives, you know as well as anybody, you very rarely find skeletons in the woods.
No, the mice are going to eat them.
Yeah, something's going to eat most of what you find in the woods. Within a couple of years, everything's gone. But, when was the last time? If you're a hunter, good luck finding a dead mountain lion. They must die. They must die. I don't know anybody's found a dead one.
I've never found one. I've never seen one.
There's thousands of them. They die. Where are they? Fucking nature takes care of everything. And that's what would happen to most fossils.
Yeah.
When people die, they don't get fossilized.
This is 1908. A local schoolboy found some of these.
Wow. Look at the size of those next to that dude. That's crazy.
Imagine you ran home and tried to tell your parents.
They wouldn't even know dinosaurs really were, I bet, back then. How would they have known? Well, there's a lot of people too that think dinosaurs are real, which is hilarious. So many knuckleheads online. But, we have a very limited amount of information that we're basing the entire history of Earth on the planet.
What do you describe that as? A 1910 three-toed giant lizard? I don't even know.
I know. How would you even be sure that was a footprint?
Come look at this, and then you gotta go tell everybody else in the town to come follow you out there to find it.
Right, in 1910, did they even have drawings of dinosaurs?
Well, I would think they would have found some of the bones.
I'm sure. I think we figured that out, right? I think we talked about that. Didn't they first start finding them in the 1800s? Isn't that what it was? But yeah, it's not. If you think about how many different things died and just were absorbed by the earth, just gets eaten, swallowed up, just destroyed by time and erosion, or became fossils. We're basing planet on a limited amount of information. And that information, it never gets young, always gets older. The more stuff they found, they found a modern version of human beings that pushes the timeline of humans back another 300,000 or 400,000 years, and that keeps happening.
Well, they thought that people crossed the Bering Land Bridge 12,000, 14,000 years ago, and now they've pushed that back 10,000 years.
Yeah, they found those footprints in White Sands, New Mexico, and those are 22,000 years old.
It took a giant flood to come wash away layers of sediment.
Oh, wow.
That's what's so muddy around it, I guess.
Wow.
And they started digging.
That's fucking cool. That is so cool. And this is in 1952 they did that?
No, 1908.
908.
The pictures are from 1952.
Oh, okay.
It must have just maybe it flooded again 50 years later.
Mm.
Floods do happen here fast.
When did they first figure out dinosaurs? What was the first year a dinosaur bone was discovered? A lot of arrowheads and
The one I grew up on, everywhere.
Yeah.
Every time it rained, you find these points.
That shit enthralls me. It's so fascinating. You pick up some arrow. I found one in Nevada while I was on a mule deer hunt. I was in the high desert and found this little tiny thing. I looked down, I go, oh my God, it's a fucking arrowhead. And you just think, some dude, who knows how many hundreds of years ago, shot thousands.
Thousands.
Yeah.
We found a bunch, and my mother took them to Fort Worth to the museum, and they dated them. And some of them, and they could look at them, and they know various styles, right? They go, oh, this was made by, this is 2,200 years old, this is 4,000 years old. This is when they started doing this.
We have one here. So, it's a big one, too.
1677 was when the first scientifically recorded dinosaur bone was described. Although it says they've been digging, people have been digging them up for thousands of years, but
they didn't know what the fuck it was.
This one says he even thought it belonged to a giant human.
This is one from
yeah. Look at that.
Yeah, a friend of mine got that. Remy Warren told me that's probably the one they used for fishing because it was so big.
Interesting.
Yeah, I thought so too. I was like, that's interesting. Because I guess when you're dealing with old bows that didn't have a whole lot of power, you really wouldn't want a big, wide cut because you wouldn't get enough penetration to get through the rib cage unless you were really close.
This would be more of a spear.
No, it would be on an arrow. It would just be something that you shot at a fish because it's easier to penetrate than, like, say, a buffalo,
right,
where they would use a smaller head. They're just trying to get penetration. That's just an amazing thing. You're finding just this piece of ancient history where people had no internet, no books, no nothing, just flint napping, using tendons and shit. Yeah. And then trying to practice with those bows and figure out how to do it while you're on horseback too. It's crazy.
Wild.
So where you grew up, on the ranch you grew up, you find them all the time?
All the time.
What was the oldest shit you found?
I can't remember, but I remember it being thousands of years old. A few. But we had my mother had this wicker basket that was like this big, and it was full
of arrowheads.
Yeah. Wow. You find
that's crazy.
Yeah.
It just makes you think, like, how long did people live on that land? How many hundreds, thousands of years did people live on that land?
Yeah. Yeah. And or pass through or have battles or who knows.
Yeah.
Or when you find them, like we found them, I mean, every single time it rained, there was this stock tank behind our house. Maybe it's half mile up to the stock tank. You walk that road, you could find 4 or 5. So was that a trading depot? Was that some place where people went to trade? And then I always think, like, how do you lose that? Right. As hard as they must be to make.
Right.
You think once you've shot that arrow, you're going to go look for the arrow.
Yeah.
Because you spent hours making this.
They must have shot so many for so long. They probably shoot them every day. They probably have
some guy that's his skill.
Yeah.
Maybe they couldn't hunt, couldn't run.
Right.
You know,
maybe.
They sat back and.
Right. Yeah, and that guy makes the arrows, and maybe somebody else makes the bows, and this guy's going out and shooting the deer and bringing them back. When you're doing a show like 1823, how much research did you have to do to try to get that right? Because that was, in my opinion, one of the best theatrical things that I ever watched, movie or television show, that I feel like nailed what it must have been like to try to travel across the country, to be a civilized person living in the city, and try to make your way across the country and just experience the wild shit those people saw.
Well, there's a few things. So a lot of research. But interestingly, I had my family had come, one side of my family had come from Kentucky to Texas in the 1840s. And one of her great-great-grandmother journaled.
Wow.
So I had the journal.
Holy shit.
And then I started finding other journals. There wasn't, some, and reading about just how fucking dangerous terrifying than crossing rivers because no one swims. No one can swim. And most of the people who came into either the port of New Orleans or Galveston, they were European. They were German, a lot of Germans. There were a lot of Central Europeans that came, and they were promised free land, right? There would be travel agencies that they would arrange the entire trip with before they even left Germany or Croatia or wherever they were. And so by the time that they landed in Galveston, they would meet up with their group, and the group would, they have chipped in all this amount of money, and they've got guides, and they would have already arranged for mules or horses and wagons, and off they go. And they had no idea. A lot of them had never fucking ridden a horse in their life. Plus fired a gun. A completely foreign area. Like they don't, and they landed in Texas. Most of them heading to Oregon because that area was the most similar to where they were from in Central Europe. And then, for whatever reason, some didn't get that far. Some maybe never got past Waco or Fort Worth or wherever. And then off they went. And the dangers were from obviously rivers, sun exposure, disease. Obviously, there were issues with bandits and the Native American tribes, depending on the time of year, the era, right? By the 80s, that was largely not an issue, the 1880s. But bandits sure as shit were a real issue because there's no rule of law. Right? And we can look, and there's plenty of bad people doing awful shit today, and we got all sorts of laws. Now imagine you had the wherewithal to go to a place to where there's no laws.
No law and no enforcement. No help, no nothing.
Yeah, we're fucking out.
And there was a bunch of people that had been living like that for decades. Just fucking people up.
Waiting for him.
Just waiting for you. Waiting for you. They come. Let's get them.
So rivers were incredibly dangerous. And then if you didn't have an experienced guide, truly, because you could pick the wrong way and out of water. Go wander around in the circle, you get up there on the Great Plains and you don't know how to read the sun. You don't know where you're going. People go out there and make giant circles.
Yeah. I was reading something about that the other day, that people tend, for whatever reason, always walk in a counterclockwise direction when they get lost. And that even if they're left-footed or right-handed or left-handed, it doesn't seem to matter. Humans, when they walk, if they get lost, like in the woods, they walk in circles, and they almost always walk in a counterclockwise direction. And so this article was explaining that if you find yourself lost and you think you're running into the same places, most likely you should veer towards the right, because you're most likely looping. Whatever reason, people tend to do that. What if there's like a signation? Just put that in perplexity. See why people move in a counterclockwise. Perplexity doesn't know shit. Doesn't have any woodsmanship.
I never understood getting lost in the wilderness. I didn't understand it.
Really?
I can understand not knowing where you are, but I never understood getting lost.
You must have learned how to use a compass early.
Yeah, or the sun.
Yeah.
Right? If the sun comes up in the morning and you're facing it,
right,
then behind you is west, to your left is north, to your right is south.
Some people have zero experience in the woods, though. People tend to loop often counterclockwise when lost because small errors in our internal sense of straight ahead accumulate. And humans also have a subtle left turn counterclockwise bias whose exact cause is still unclear. Isn't that weird? Wow. That's so weird. In lab and field experiments, blindfolded people tend to walk straight without landmarks, almost always end up curving into large loops instead of moving a straight line. People told, rather, to walk straight without landmarks. Wow. This happens because without internal clues or external clues like the sun, distant objects, or a visible path, small balance and body enough. Wow. That's got to be so disheartening.
And then you pass the same dead tree, and you're like, oh my God, we walked in a fucking circle. Pedestrians everywhere exhibit a counterclockwise bias, wired to walk counterclockwise. During COVID, scientists studying social distancing noticed people seem to prefer moving counterclockwise. That's so weird. Tendency is fundamentally individual rather than a collective. What does that mean? So every individual does it, I guess, rather than a group of people just following the leader. Pretty wild. So when people get lost, some people have just zero experience being in the woods at all, and they just don't know where to go. Where are we? And they just fucking freak out, and then they panic. So they think, what's out there? Oh my God, I'm gonna die. Yeah. And you realize that once you're out there, the nature doesn't give a fuck if you make it. No, it doesn't care. No, it's hard, completely oblivious to your desire to stay alive. It's not interested in what you want to do at all.
No, not at all. It's ambivalent.
But that's also part of the beauty of it, right?
Yeah.
When you're out there, especially if you take yourself seriously.
Yeah.
You're out there, you're like, oh, I ain't shit.
It'll test you.
Yeah. When you're writing a thing like 1823, like you're doing all this research and you read the diaries from you said your great grandmother,
like great
grandmother. Did you ever think like putting some of those letters online so other people can read them?
No. There's plenty of there's any number of published books of very similar journals.
I know, but it'd be kind of dope for people to read about your great grandmother.
Yeah, but nothing happened, right? Like
but still,
it was cold. We had freaking whatever weird shit they had for dinner that night. You know, so and so was rude, and you know it was this, and you know we stopped in this beautiful valley, and it was hard to get across the river, and I was scared. You know, but no attacks, no be uneventful.
They got lucky. It's interesting. There's a window into time.
Yes.
You know.
Well, what's interesting really is how well written the journal was, right? Because everyone
was very educated. Was better educated.
Yes.
Yeah. That's weird, right? When you read like Civil War letters, you're like, why are these guys so fucking smart?
I have letters from my grandfather who died in World War II. Love letters from him to my grandmother. Years of them, because you know they enlisted in 1941, and then went off and became they flew it was the P-19, flew a bomber, and wrote all these letters to her. And I have all those. They're just magnificent. Just the way that people would just be so eloquent in a letter to, you know, your wife.
Yeah, my beloved. They would write things like that.
Yeah.
It is weird, like the deterioration of our ability to express ourselves. The common person's themselves. Like you wouldn't have expected that back then, I bet. If you could tell people about, oh, you're going to have the answer to any question on your phone. You have a small device in your pocket. It also acts as a flashlight. You're going to be able to ask it anything you want. Instantaneously, it's going to give you a result. Like, oh, people must be brilliant. No, they're half retarded.
Because they didn't learn anything. Right. You can ask a machine. The machine's done all the learning. You just get an answer that you didn't earn. Right.
That's the word. Earn. Yeah. Just like equity. The problem with equity is you didn't earn it.
Yeah.
The problem with having the same results as everybody else when you don't put the same effort. People in the 1800s often spent blocks of time, typically 1 to 3 hours at a stretch, on letter writing. And heavy correspondence can easily spend several hours most days. Wow. Most people treated correspondence as a regular daily or weekly task, similar to a modern email block, accepting that it would take a significant chunk of their time. Wow. I mean, how important was the fucking mailman back then? Everything. Some dude on a horse with a fucking bag of letters. For a quarter. I mean, how much did they charge? A quarter was a lot of money back then. Probably was less than that.
Yeah, probably half a penny or something. Well, they did have a half penny.
How much do you enjoy writing that kind of a show versus writing a show like Lioness or like Landman? Like, what is your like all of them?
No, I can't say I have a favorite necessarily. The fun thing about Lioness, which is sort of, I can't say it's ripped from the headlines because I've tried to be, I've tried to guess what's going to happen politically and then fictionalize that. And the fact that I've managed to be right, it's pretty fucking wild. I thought surely in season 2 when I said that the cartels had been listed as terrorist organizations, I'm like, this could be my 18-month cancel vacation coming. And then it fucking happened. And then it came out. The show came out within weeks of that. It looked really
like a soothsayer.
Not fun because it's so political and it doesn't choose a political side. It just looks at the trade craft of espionage and how it's intermingles with our military. And it's just fascinating shit to me. Just fascinating.
But there's so many different things that you have to be aware of to write the shit that you write. Is the Harrison Ford one 1923? Is that right? That one is fascinating too, because you got the guy who goes off to Africa, and he comes back, and you got all these people that are trying to steal land. So it's not totally lawless, but it's on the border of lawlessness.
Yeah, you're watching. Montana in the 20s was fascinating. It was a fascinating place because you've got the 20th century, the Industrial Revolution in full swing, and you have washing machines and refrigerators and telephones and electricity, and then you're still traveling by horseback.
Yeah.
So it very, very interesting, and so that's a really fun thing to explore.
That one dude who was the evil rich guy on that show.
Oh yeah.
Fuck, he killed it.
Tim Dalton.
Oh my god, that's right, Tim Dalton. Who was Bond? Yeah, he played a good busted. So good. I forgot that it was Tim Dalton. That's how good it was.
Yeah, my wife watched that and looked at me. How'd you fuck that shit up, dude? Like, I got the side eye for a couple of scenes where she's like, bro, what are you thinking?
Yeah, there's a couple of scenes I wondered myself. Yeah, it's like, this is rough.
That's evil.
Some of the S&M stuff is like, Jesus Christ.
Twisted.
But there's people like that in the world.
100%.
Yeah.
I had a reason. I'll tell you what, my computer, I just assume that the CIA and FBI have like a whole team because the shit I look up when I'm researching, like how to make a bomb, S&M practice, CIA hot regions in the Middle East, and it's all at once, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's no way they're not looking at your phone.
Oh, they're looking at it going, Taylor's writing something there. Look at this.
I think anybody that has any influence, they probably look at your shit no matter what anyway. Which is also dark. Like, we don't even know how much actual real spying on people is occurring. We're just guessing.
No, we don't have it. I think in the world of tradecraft, a tremendous amount.
Oh, yeah.
I think within the world of, within that world, I think.
How did that to either on the pulse going on with espionage and like what tools they actually have available? Like, are you making some up?
No, I mean, I'm sure there is some extremely high-tech tradecraft going on, right? For sure. Tracking devices and various things, satellite imagery, facial recognition, all of these things. But a lot of it's also very low-tech by design because it's harder to trace, right? And it's a lot of leverage and manipulation. You're either bribing someone with money or blackmailing them, and that's typically those are the two tools that are being used the most in tradecraft and the spy game, right? That's really it's leveraging individuals, and they're all doing it. Everybody, right? Every single. And then if you look at some of the, and again, I'm not any completely apolitical was able to do with all those game, like build this dummy company, sell all these, get all these devices to all of these people who are your enemy, and then start setting them off years later, detonate. Insanity.
I mean, it's genius. It really is.
Insanity.
Not endorsing it, but just saying.
No, but if you,
the actual act of doing it,
to look at the patience and the planning and the risks, and that they were able to execute, that is shocking.
When you saw that in the news, did you think, if I wrote that, no one would fucking buy it?
Dude, I do that all the time. The Maduro raid. If I'd written that,
right.
No one.
Right, they're like, that's too simple. Fuck out of here. That's not how it goes down.
Yeah.
Even the Bin Laden raid, a helicopter crashed.
Yeah. Yeah, the fact that they were able to, and I know it wasn't as smooth as it was led on to be, but the fact that no one died, not an American, invading the Venezuelan military base in the middle of Caracas is fucking insane.
It seems like it went pretty smooth. Think it went less smooth than they're saying?
I'm sure that there's elements of, like, I'm sure, right? I don't know how many, the one thing I've learned with all my research into the military is any of these operations, there's actually a line. In the upcoming line is where someone says, did it go smooth? And the guy says, well, as smooth as these things go. Right? Because just by the very nature, you start sticking a bunch of people in helicopters with guns, and shit's gonna happen, right? But the fact that there were no casualties, no one was killed, no American was killed, is incredible.
Yeah, it is incredible. It's pretty groundbreaking. Like, this is a new benchmark for what could be possible in terms of an invasion, at least of a third world country. It's just shocking the difference in the technology that the United States possessed versus them.
Well,
and whether or not they were even available, that that stuff was available.
Yeah, war is going to change very, very quickly. Are going to alter the landscape of war. We're getting real close to some Terminator shit.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying that like it's a good thing.
No.
It's a very, very the adolescence of us as a species. We're seeing an adolescence in the teenage years of a new type of warfare, and when it grows up, it is going to be a beast. And I just think about it. You can now they've got drones that are the size of airplanes. They can have a payload that is devastating, right? Beyond just simply a Predator drone that's got a couple Hellfire missiles or whatever it may have. And someone sitting in a Connex in the desert in Nevada can fly that thing halfway around the world. Or don't have anyone fly it, pre-program it, and the thing flies itself. And that's give the drone a mission and send the drone off to do the mission, and it's fully automated.
Yeah.
That's some terrifying shit.
I bet it's a lot of what this UAP shit is too. I bet it's experimenting sort of a novel propulsion system. Because they were working on novel propulsion systems way back in the 50s and the 60s. And anti-gravity in the 60s.
I don't think we're there. I don't think we're there.
I don't know where we're at.
I
don't know where we're at, but I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced something. In fact, Eric Weinstein makes some really interesting connections between. There's a college in upstate New York, university in upstate New York, that has a very overqualified physics department, and it's connected to a hedge fund that does bigger than Bernie Madoff type numbers. And he's like, the whole thing stinks to high heaven. And he goes, and I have a feeling that there's some sort of an undisclosed or a top secret above, top secret access program that's going on.
Oh, I can promise you there's something.
Yeah.
I've always thought a possible solution to petroleum as far as transportation goes, and I wonder why they've never tried it, is using magnetic force. Right? If you take a positive and negative charge, come together, you take a positive, negative. I'm no fucking scientist, but repel, right? We're taking magnets and they push each other away. And how can we not use that if you had a vehicle and the base of it is essentially a positive charge or a negative, whatever it takes to make the magnets repel, then your road base was essentially the similarly charged metal. Wouldn't that make that some bitch?
Wouldn't you have to redo all the roads to make something like that real?
Or put it in the road?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it certainly could be a potential source of transportation for the future. But I think the things that they're doing now probably relates to some sort of anti-gravity propulsion system. And then there was that, I'm sure you're aware of this, all those scientists that went missing or wound up being hurt.
Yeah, dude.
How fucking sketchy is that? Oh, it's a coincidence.
From Los Alamos, all up there at the nuclear. Yeah.
Coincidence. Yeah.
No.
But who knows? I mean, who knows what the fuck those people are? They made breakthroughs and want other people to know, or whether or not they want to stop the breakthrough because they're aligned with whatever the conventional propulsion systems are, and they don't want to lose money. This makes them obsolete. They can set the science for a few years.
Or is it Russian or Chinese? Or
yep, could be that. Yeah, oh sure. And that's the other thing that Weinstein was saying is like it's really shocking how little these incredibly important scientists are protected.
Yeah,
they're just fucking driving their Volvo to the university and working on top secret shit.
Yeah,
and no one's making sure they don't get whacked by China.
Yeah, I'd be curious. And when they look into that, what was it, 11 of them?
I think it was 15 over a course of a few years, and some of them people they're going, this could be coincidence, but there's a few of them where it's like, okay, these people, like this lady was specifically working on spacecraft metallurgy, this guy was specifically working on cold fusion, this guy was specifically like there's a bunch of them where you go, okay, something's weird here. The fact that the government's looking into it, they'll look, okay, there might be something the Justice Department's investigating it, trying to figure out what the connection is and what could have happened. But it's hard after the fact to try to figure out who did something, especially if somebody got hired from another country. Like, they'll tell you, like, how are you gonna know? You didn't catch him? Did you kill the guy? Okay, well, you're probably fucked.
Yeah. It's 15.
Yeah.
And they're all from that area, aren't they? Los Alamos? Around.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that's part of the problem. It's like whenever you have a thing like this where people start looking for connections, they can make some connections that aren't necessarily valid. And so, let's say if there's 15, let's say 10 of them are bullshit.
Yeah.
That means 5 aren't bullshit. If that's true, that's a lot. It's 5 super fucking brilliant people that got whacked.
Yeah. And it's interesting that you'd have that many in this specific field in this period of time.
Yeah.
And they're not, I would think of the scientists as being pretty fucking healthy. Right?
I don't know about that. I think a lot in their own head. And they're probably not even paying attention to their body.
Did they all disappear?
Different people died from different things. And one of the weirder ones was this one lady who was the metallurgy lady, where she was hiking with her friend, and they were just hiking to talk to her, and she was gone. And she was just behind her like 30 seconds before they couldn't find her dogs. They brought in search parties, never found her. And I think they might have found her body recently. I think there was a report a few days ago that they might have found her body.
I'd be looking real close at the friend. That's just me.
That's a guy who writes scripts.
So me and Joe went for a hike. I turned around, that fucker's gone.
Hey, I don't know what happened.
I looked everywhere.
I swear, I had just talked to him 30 seconds ago,
and he's just not there.
No sign of struggle. It's weird. Yeah. Like a husband and wife go hiking, and the lady falls off the cliff. They're like, "Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
What the fuck happened? You guys arguing? Can I see your text messages?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the one that just fell off the boat.
Oh, what happened there?
I don't want to say it wrong, but I think I read about it. She
Was it a cruise ship one?
No. It was him and his lady, and they're out on a sailboat or something.
Oh, she whipped
The
the
thing
thing off
was-
the side.
Yeah, he had to, something weird. Because they're not buying it.
It goes all the way back to the now. Look at that one.
Oh yeah, that's right. Right. Her walking and Robert Wagner on the.
Yeah. Robert Wagner and her had a big fight, apparently.
She just.
Whoops.
Not the same person.
Which one is this lady? But she was one of the scientists, correct? I believe she was one of the missing scientists. Which one was she? What was her specialty? Does it say what she worked on? No. Administrative assistant. Yeah, I remember this lady. Yeah.
The other one was,
And the Reza one, that lady, she served as the director of NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and she was in the materials processing group. She specialized in burn-resistant, high-strength metal alloys and rocket propulsion. Wasn't she one that had like some weird deos? What she had made? I don't know. Anyway, the whole thing's creepy as fuck.
Wow. She was hiking the Angeles National Forest.
Yeah.
Outside of Pasadena.
Yeah.
That could actually be a fucking mountain lion.
It could be.
You know?
Or it could be a lady who's working on top secret rocket propulsion fucking metals. And like, this lady's a problem.
Was there in some town, I want to say it's Arcadia in California, the mayor of that city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arcadia, yeah. She was a
Chinese
spy.
I would have to think how many people have you recruited that you finally go, well, fuck it, let's try to get the mayor of Arcadia. We got everybody else.
Yeah, they probably like worked her into position to run as mayor, you know?
And then with the hopes of she was relative, maybe he'll run for a state rep or Congress.
Be the fucking president.
There was a thing in the 70s called Abscam. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
Where there were all of these politicians, a few congressmen, some state reps, and they were all like Russian spies, or at least on the take.
Right.
All Soviet spies.
Did you ever see that show, The Americans? I didn't either, but I heard it was great. It was
Yeah,
all
I
about
heard that
sleeper
too.
cell Russian family that was pretending to be normal.
Yeah. That's fascinating.
Yeah, that's real. They did that. They really had Russian agents pretending to be American citizens.
Oh, I wouldn't say had. I would say have.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, and Chinese. Yeah,
For sure.
For sure.
100%.
Yeah,
No, plenty of them.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, how many Israeli agents are in Hezbollah or in Hamas? Like, probably.
Or in the IRGC.
Yeah, probably. They probably got a bunch of those guys in there.
100%.
Yeah. It's just wild.
It's trade craft, man. That's a
Yeah.
fucking whole other thing.
How hard is it to run stuff and, like, get it right? To get it accurate?
I mean, I don't know. You speculate a lot. You look at the past, right? Because there's been enough. It's funny. It's never that big a deal. But there are always some. It doesn't. For whatever reason, the news doesn't. We can pull it up. There's been any number of Chinese scientists over here, and they were stealing this, and they got doing this. And everything.
See, the ones that got caught trying to bring in they're trying to bring in, what were they trying to bring in? Diseases or something?
I was looking, there's another one in Vegas recently, but it's like they have these bio labs that are like being run out of like an apartment or something.
CCP-linked biolabs in American soil exposes major biosecurity gaps. Policymakers must act to improve oversight in biological research activity. Wasn't there a guy that got busted that was an Israeli agent and he got released and he took off?
I think it was in Vegas.
Yeah. That's the one in Vegas. Yeah, so this guy, he had all these fucking diseases in his garage.
1,200 samples.
Conclusion, Its conclusion of the FBI lab that what was contained in that lab. What? Finding possible biological laboratory in a garage. Inside, refrigerators with vials containing unknown liquids. Police said the home is also operated as an unlicensed short-term rental. What is this fucking guy doing? Why? So the question. Go scroll up. Yeah. So the question is, why does somebody have these materials in a private residence? It's not a doctor, not a lab, not a licensed medical facility of any sort. And then homeboy got released. Oh boy. They located pathogen-labeled containers with labels such as dengue fever, HIV, and malaria, along with 1,000 mice, according to a federal report. The federal government never tested the items, and the CDC only made its determination based on the labeling. What? What the fuck? So in that case, Chinese citizen David He faces federal charges for allegedly manufacturing and distributing misbranded medical devices. He does not face charges connected to the Las Vegas raid, and a trial in California was scheduled for April. What the fuck? Just a bunch of vials of HIV and fucking dengue fever and malaria. No worries. Normal. So what was the Israeli guy? The guy who owned the lab. There was like an Israeli guy who they caught, who owned, and then they released him, and he went back to Israel. And everybody's like, "Hey, what?"
It says feds drop cases against man arrested in the Las Vegas biolab investigation.
What's his name?
Ori Solomon.
Oh, Ori, what were you doing, Ori? Ori, why do you have the HIV, Ori? There he is. Feds drop case against man arrested in Las Vegas biolab investigation. Yeah, I mean, why investigate? Let it go, guys. No big deal.
Yeah, he was only charged with illegal possession of a firearm in Nevada.
His immigration status precluded him from owning or possessing a gun. Well, listen, if he doesn't have a gun, how the fuck is he going to defend all his malaria? People try to steal malaria, bro. Gotta be careful. Oh, boy.
Yeah, it just seems like someone made that go.
There's too much fucking shit in the world to pay attention to, and too much of it is so disheartening. The more you look into it, the more you're like, is it all fucked? Is the whole world fucked? Like, what is going on?
And my guess is because there are so many different two things, right? There's so many different things. There's no secrets with the internet, social media, and phones, and shit's getting out. But it's also getting out in such a volume that none of it seems to have an impact.
Right.
There's just so much. Right. Think about that in the 1990s.
Right.
They're talking about that on Nightline and this and that, and Meet the Press, and Chinese spy, this Israeli, you know? That's news. But now it's just another.
The news cycle's a flood. It's like you drop a rose petal in the river while a flood's going by. Like, it's gone.
Yeah.
It's here, it's gone.
And it's a sensory overload. And people are tuning
it all out also because nothing ever gets done. Nothing happens. And the more people like that get released, the more people are like, they throw their hands in the air. They'd rather just watch sports.
Yeah, just forget about it.
Yeah, well,
I can't believe that you read my book.
Yeah, well, I don't know what happened. But I'll listen to it on audio tape. I'm glad you did the audio tape, though.
Yeah.
That's important.
Yeah. Pull up you're going to fucking love it. It's oddly entertaining and informative.
How did you have the time to write a book?
So what?
You're writing 150 different TV shows.
So you know what it is. Do you know anything about it?
No.
Pull it up. I'm going to try. I don't want to tell you what it's called. I just want you to see the title.
How to Not Die in Prison.
I told you. So here's the deal. So when I lived in LA, there was a gym on Beverly Boulevard, right at like Beverly and Sweetser. Everybody called it Buds on Beverly because they had all the treadmills and all the girls were there. It gets classes. That was my gym. So me and a buddy of mine shared an apartment together, and we jogged down there and worked out every day. And there was this dude that showed up and started working out in there, jacked, but different than like the West Hollywood fit. Like this fucker was yoked and had all these crazy tattoos on him. And we became kind of like friendly, and ended up kind of becoming friends. And his name's Tom Nelson. And one day I'm like, so what have you been doing? He goes, well, I'm gonna start personal training here. I was working over at the vitamin shop. Guy's like in his 40s. Vitamin shop in their 40s. That's kind of weird. I said, yeah. Have you always lived in California? He's like, well, I've been here 19 years, 20 years. Yeah. I said, where are you from? Somewhere in the Southeast. I said, you always lived in LA? He goes, well, no, I just got to LA. See, I've been in prison. I said, oh. How long? 17 years. I said, oh. I didn't ask anything else, right? He does become a personal trainer, and I'd see him over one day, and I'm like, wouldn't tell me the deal. He's like, I was a fucking criminal, dude. Like criminal. Like a real criminal. Like biggest drug dealer in Hollywood, and armed robbery, and ran over a DEA agent. Like I was a fucking criminal. But, when I was in, I discovered fitness. I started working out, and I'm like, when I get out, he got himself in good shape. I'm going to start. This is my passion. I'm going to do this. So he was a trainer there for a while, and then he opened his own personal training gym, and I would go work out over there, and hang out with him. He's a cool fucking dude, and it became the biggest private training gym independent in Hollywood. So I go off, and I start writing, and I'm shooting Yellowstone, and he reaches out and he goes, hey, I wrote a movie about my life. I'm gonna send it to you. So he sends it to me, and I read it. It's actually pretty good, but it's sort of a fun '90s kind of. They don't make movies like this anymore. It's like it's The Rock, but we're celebrating the guy, the fucking criminal. But it was good. I said, hey, I'll pass it on to some producers, but nothing ever happened with it. Anyway, so COVID stuck up on this ranch in Montana, and I call him and I say, Tom, where do you get your gym equipment from? Because I need to build a gym, because we can't go to a gym. I can't leave the COVID restrictions. The whole fucking cast is stuck on that ranch. And he said, they shut my gym down, dude. So I'll sell you anything you want. So I sent a flatbed trailer to LA and picked up a pile of gym equipment from him. And didn't hear from him again. He calls me maybe 18 months ago, 2 years. And I answer, and he's like, hey man, I'm in a bad way. I'm like, what's the deal? He goes, I'm a single father, I got a 5-year-old kid, I got fucking colon cancer, I'm fucking dying, and I'm tapped out, dude. I'm a fucking 60-year-old felon, I can't get a job, I can't do anything. Is there any work on your movies or anything that I could do? And I said, well, first, colon cancer, how bad? Like, what stage, what's this? He goes, I don't know, they saw it on an x-ray and diagnosed me. And I said, well, let's deal with that shit first. So I fly him to Texas, where I know people, and I get him in, and he sees a doc. Fortunately, the mass wasn't, so they help him out. And then I say, well, I get you a job in a movie, but it doesn't pay very good, the hours are shit. You got a 5-year-old daughter, to just be a production assistant or something is not going to pay enough to, it's not a great, that's not a plan, right? Because you think you could just spot me for a few months while I try and figure shit out. And I said, I have 100% failure rate of loaning money to friends. It doesn't work, right? I'm not a bank, and buying you 90 days ain't gonna fucking help. I said, but let me think of something. And so it doesn't take me very long, and I'm thinking, here's a guy who's been 17 years in prison, and you know what I've never read a how to not fucking die, a travel guide to prison. So I call him back and I go, I got it, Tom. We're going to write a book about my life. Kinda. We're going to write a travel guide to prison for the accidental inmate, right? Somebody fucks up and they end up, and they don't know how to navigate this place. He was going to send you. So I bought a travel guide to Thailand and Mexico, and I said, look at these, right? It breaks it down. It tells you an over, then it gives you a glossary of the terms. It gives you the language. They talk about the food, they talk about where you stay, and getting the country. We're going to do that for prison. And he goes, I'm in. I said, great. I'm going to write all the intros. I'll build the structure and walk you through it. And you're going to, so it's literally a travel guide to prison. And it walks you through day one, how to navigate the yard, being processed in, the food, the commissary, the gangs, the diseases, prison riots, how to get a job in there, how to fucking make a shiv, how to do everything. Wow. It is a tour guide to prison.
How many pages?
A couple hundred.
Sounds awesome.
It's the
I hope I never need it.
No. Well,
most people who read it hope they never need it.
I'm going to guess 99% read it. The one thing it'll do is tell you you don't ever want to fucking go there. That's for sure, right? And typically if someone is going there, I'm like, if you're buying this book because you're going to prison, finish the book prison. Do not bring this book with you to prison or you'll die on fucking day one. So leave the book at home. But yeah, so then we did. I took the book. We wrote 3 chapters of it. I took it out, and Simon Schuster read it, flipped, and me and Tom got a book deal. So
that's awesome.
So he was able to sit with me, and we wrote it, and take care of his kid, and
that's very cool.
Yeah,
good for you, man, for doing that. That's really awesome that you did that. Because I know you're busy as shit. Like you having another project on your plate, not fun, probably. That's awesome.
That one was a lot of fun, right?
Yeah, but not fun to take something else on. I mean, I'm sure you.
Yeah, but it was a very entertaining diversion from my other. I could bitch about my other job, right? Bitch about something on Landman or whatever, and then I'm going to sit down and we're writing about smallpox today. Okay, there's some perspective. It's not Billy Bob is an hour late to work, which he's never an hour late to work, but you get my point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a sobering thing. It's a system. You want to talk about it? The prison
the
system
guy
is
the Alabama Solution on. The guy who did that documentary on the Alabama prison system. It's heartbreaking, man. Heartbreaking.
I used to be roommates with the guy that edited all of those Locked Up. He would go and film those Locked Up. Remember those? Yeah. Go to Folsom and Corcoran and all these prisons. Dude, it's rough and not designed to rehabilitate, right? At all. It's an institution that guarantees you're a criminal when you come out. That's what you'll be. If you weren't a criminal when you went in, which you clearly committed a crime, you got convicted, but you're going to be a fucking criminal when you come out. Like the guys like Tom, who, there's an 80-something% recidivism rate in the U.S. So for a guy to get out of prison and not go back to prison, the odds are fucking 4-1 against you. Like it's
at least,
yeah.
It's probably higher than that, right?
I think it's 80-something%, 86. Yeah. It's brutal.
Well, I'm glad you wrote it.
Yeah.
I'll read it, but I promise I'll listen to it. I'll listen to it in the sauna.
There you go.
Thanks for everything, man. Thanks for all the awesome shows. It's been great watching them.
Dude, thanks for watching.
You're the man. Appreciate you. Appreciate the guy.
We have time to talk about one more thing.
Sure.
That UFC 250.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Justin Gaethje, dude.
Yeah, I just had him on.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it was incredible.
I saw him. Remember when I bumped into you at that fight in Vegas? That's the first time I'd seen him live. And I go to a bunch of prize fights. I love boxing. And I'm watching that guy. If he had decided to be a professional boxer, his striking is that level. Like that dude, he went to work on that guy.
No, I'm glad he's an MMA fighter because he started out as an All-American wrestler in Division I. He's just a great athlete all across the board, and just his particular style of aggression is so well suited for MMA.
Oh yeah,
It's just
It's shocking that he's a striker and he was a wrestler.
he's just a wild motherfucker across the board. But for him to pull that off the way he did was nuts. I mean, some books had him a 6-1 underdog. And Tapore is so fucking good.
Yeah.
He's so good. And he had sick trouble in that second round. But I watched it again yesterday. That was brutal. I mean, Ilya was just destroying his liver.
Yeah, almost put it down.
Yeah. But even in the second round, he still bloodied Ilya up. His face was busted up. Like, he was getting the most damage to Ilya's face. And that was a giant factor in the fight. Because I don't know what the accuracy of these reports are, but what's being reported is that he had 2 broken orbital bones and a broken nose. So both his eyes were broken and his nose was broken. And Justin was here a couple days later and he looked great. It's just nuts. It's just like, he's very deceptively good at rolling with shots, and he's fucking durable as hell, and just very clever in how he sets things up and where he finds openings. One of the things he doesn't hide into an uppercut, and he got off multiple shots. He did that with Fiziev too. He's really good with that move. He's a beast, man. I'm just so happy for him to win. I'm a giant Ilya Tapore, and I think he'll be back better than ever. And I think sometimes a loss is like one of the most important things a fighter can ever have, because they realize like you can be beaten, and you need to know that you're a human. You need to know that you can't just throw caution to the wind sometimes. You just engage in these wild scraps. Sometimes you have to be a little bit more tactical, and sometimes you got to realize like you can't take everybody out, and that's the case with Justin. He couldn't take him out, and he almost did in the second round. Yeah, real fucking close, but
that freaking Justin, he can time that transfer of power to right at the end of the punch, and just his hands are so heavy.
Yeah, everybody says that too. Everybody who he's fought said he's one of the hardest guys that's ever hit them, including Khabib, who's one of the all-time greats. Said Justin hit him harder than anybody.
Yeah,
he's a fucking animal.
Yeah, it was impressive.
And the fight was like, to be there at the White House while that was going on, and to have Justin so happy. Like, there's something about a guy winning who's an underdog that is just so fucking inspiring.
He didn't look like an underdog that night.
No, he did not. He didn't. Especially the third. Once the third rolled around, he dropped him, and then he got a head and arm and snatched him down to the ground. Like, holy shit, man. He's fucking dominating him. This is crazy. Yeah. It was wild to watch.
It was wild.
It was awesome, though.
It was fantastic.
You should have been there live.
Man, that would have been a good one.
Oh, it was crazy. It was crazy to be there live. It just felt surreal when they had to fly over. They all
I saw that.
Together.
Jets come shooting over.
Bro, they were like separated by that far from each other. I don't know how the fuck those guys do that. It was incredible. Incredible. Yeah. Well,
that was awesome.
Thanks, brother. Once again, the book is called How to Not Die in Prison.
Yeah.
And available now, audiobook, everything.
Yep.
Thank you.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Gentlemen, first of all, thank you for being here. I couldn't wait to talk to you. Congratulations on one of the most epic accomplishments in the history of combat sports, and that's not an understatement. I mean, it might be an understatement. I mean, it's not an overstatement. It's perfect. That was one of the greatest nights I've ever experienced of watching anything in my life. It was amazing. And have you cap it off and win the title when you're facing a guy that everybody thought was at least number 2 pound for pound. It was like him and Islam are number 1 and number 2. And some odds had you at 6-1. which I thought was very disrespectful. I thought like this is crazy. Like 6-1's crazy. Like Ilya's really good, but so's Justin. This is kind of nuts. Like to have you win the way you won in front of the fucking White House.
Yeah.
How's it feel?
Oh, it's really not real yet. I was expecting to have like an internal sense of relief that like I don't have something to chase because I was always chasing this belt, and I was expecting to wake up with like some kind of natural release of pressure, but I don't know. I don't feel that. As the days go by, every day I feel it a little bit more. 2 days ago, my dad was like, what was it like waking up being the champion? And I was like, I haven't even thought about that. And then I was, on the shitter like 10 minutes later, and I was sitting there thinking about it. I was like, wow, I'm a fucking champion. Like, it's fucking crazy. And yeah, it's just, I've just been on the grind for so many years now. My dad dropped me off 19 years ago in Colorado. I knew nobody to wrestle, and yeah, to see where I'm at now is just absolutely incredible. There's really no way how or why, or like why. I work my ass off. I have made mistakes. I've done things the wrong way, but I've always corrected and got back on the path. And I think the coaches, the mentors, but mostly the coach, the team that I have around me is a huge reason why I was able to stay on track and just keep moving forward and keep trusting that, I belong in the top of the league.
Well, you've clearly shown it throughout your career, and having a great coach like Trevor, and one of the reasons why I wanted to bring in Trevor is because you guys have a very unique relationship. First of all, I love the YouTube series, The Art of Violence, fantastic. And what's great is watching you two guys work together, and Trevor, you being like very acutely aware of when to pull them back, when to ramp it up, when to push. Like you guys having a relationship like that is so critical because you guys know each other so well. You've seen him perform so many times. You've seen him fight and perform in the gym that you know where he's at all the time. And having that sense of where your fighter is at any given hold on. There we go.
Cascades.
Yeah, I think that's a huge advantage is knowing your athlete. And, I've been doing this for a long period of time, but there's lots of coaches out there that consider their fighters their friends. I do consider them one of my best friends, but I put myself more in like a father position of I need to know when to tell them the truth. And I've got myself in trouble with that with fighters where you tell them the truth so hard that you have to let them go. Like a child, like, hey, we're not going to say beliefs, go live life and see how it is. And then when you return, I'm still going to love you. Having that type of thing where I have to be dead honest for your career, not because it helps us now and it feels good right now at the moment. I have to look at that from the time that we start. We talk about, what are his goals? And then my job is to be an advisor, be a mentor to get him to that place as best as I can, because these are his goals, and I want to support those. And his goals were to be the most violent guy out there, the most member, the guy that's every time someone bought a ticket, he's selling that show. And then it turned into, no, I'm gonna have this belt, and that was hard because we did go and not get the belt twice. And it's so cool to be in kind of those scenarios where it's like, damn, you had two options, it's never going to happen. And that's what life is. Life is one of those things that you keep getting up and chase your goals. You never know how it's going to happen. And yes, you want to dream and you want to have you want to have a plan. But I'll tell you right now, through all the times that I've had championship fighters in business and in life, the plans never work. You always have to adjust them. But it's that dream and that vision to get you to the top of the stairs. You have to get up each one of those steps. So, Justin went out there and wrote a story that I don't think will ever be forgotten, and he did it one round at a time, and that's what impresses me because his mindset, I love the mental game. I love to talk about the mental game, even like Ilya. Ilya's a special guy with how he uses his mental, the secret, the if I see it, I believe it, it'll happen. To to a point. You know, it's like I always tell people, like, if you go down the ice cream aisle and you're like, hey, I don't know what ice cream I want, you're gonna stand there. Oh, that one looks good. That one looks good. That one looks good. The people that are like, get in there, you get it done, you grab that mint chocolate chip, and you walk out. Very similar to Ilya's last 3 fights. He went out there and he demanded what confidence got him through that. But it makes it very hard when you get that stale, nasty, rotten milk fucking mint chocolate chip, and you start to go, oh shit, what is gonna happen now? So I think the relationship that we have is me guiding him, me pulling him back. The Strickler situation, hey, let's pull back a little bit. Let's focus on what's going on. I don't want no distractions. And having someone, and he trusts that I care about him. I love him to death. I love his family. Like, our relationship is so strong, and I need that with my athletes. And I'm just blessed and 100, I say honored, but more importantly, humbled by someone who I've never worked mental with, who shows me different ways to the mental game of fighting, which I feel on a very high level with. It's something that if you put yourself around people that make you better, this guy makes me better daily, and I'm very grateful for that.
You said something about Ilya, about the fight, about having expectations, and you said you don't have any expectations when you fight.
Yeah.
That you don't get thrown off.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. I mean, my expectations come from my hard work. Obviously, I expect my body to perform. I understand that I've trained my mind to, and maybe the narcissistic tendencies in me love showing off and performing in front of thousands of people on that stage. That's what I love the most about this, and that's what my personality. Like, I'm very competitive. I want to win. But I'm never going to lie to myself. And that's how I've never had a coach in my entire career, since 4 years old of wrestling, have to pull me aside and talk about the mental aspect of competition, because it's always been so natural to me. I'm not sure if it's because they see that I'm doing good and that they agree with my approach mentally, or they don't understand what's going on, but I've just always been so comfortable and so content with my situation of this is a competition, it's a game. I'm very competitive, I'm very petty. Yeah, when I go in there I have gone in with expectations, and I said it before the fight. Ilya, I said so many true things to him, and I think it's such an asset to tell someone the brutal truth, especially someone like him, because it pushes them farther away from the truth. Even if I tell him the exact truth and exactly what's going to happen, and you're making a mistake by having all these expectations, and when we go to round 2 and when we go to round 3, and it's not going as you predicted it or wanted it to or expected it to, then where do you go from there? And I said that exact thing to him, and then that pushed him farther away from it. And
it's almost like he wanted to prove you wrong.
Yeah, he wanted to prove himself right.
Yeah.
And he was unwilling to be open to opinions, and because obviously I don't know him, he knows him better than himself. But I got here because I am coachable. I got here because I listen. I use every like I posted yesterday. Every person, place, or thing that has happened to me or for me has ultimately molded my mind and my body to be able to situation that happened on Sunday night. I can pull so much experience from the past, my losses, my wins, setbacks, failures, accomplishments. I mean, there's so much to learn from it. Every day is a learning experience, and I constantly try to learn and be better. And I don't know why I'm able to perform like that. I think I just think it's who I am. When I say I wanted to be the most exciting fighter ever, it's not that I wanted to be the most exciting fighter ever. The thought of that was fucking cool to me, but I was just being me. And I've been blessed to be able to, through my childhood, through coming from a small town, through having, unwavering support from my family and my friends and my coaches and my teachers and everybody from, it's just crazy to be able to come out on top. I mean, it's just crazy.
One of the things I think was a giant factor in the fight is that you have been in wars. You've been in a bunch of wars.
Yeah.
Ilya really only had some rough moments against Bird, but it was nothing serious. The wars that you've been in, and these just down and dirty, you are comfortable with the back and forth. You're comfortable with enduring. You know that you're not going to break. If your body holds up, keep fighting, and you can endure. I don't think he did before. So when you didn't break in the second round, and I think you made a mistake, and I think you're correct about that. You said you made a mistake by going to the ground, and that he hurt you to the body.
I told Trevor yesterday, I think, him hurting to my body was the reason, one of the main reasons I won. When he hit me, when I dropped, it wasn't the first time he hit me in the body. That was probably like the fourth or fifth one. And he had landed some really clean shots, and he could probably sense that I was in trouble and hurt. And I think that fact made him dump everything because it was his last chance to take me out. And he almost did take me out. But when I went down, it's always easy to make these decisions in hindsight, but when I went down, he's had way more submissions than he knockouts, and so for him not to have that belief that he's going to be able to go down there, especially with the Khabib fight, especially with the Charles Oliveira fight, especially with all the negativity around my grappling, I think he would have stuck there, because I would have stood up. I would have stood back up, and he would have charged forward, tried to finish me. I would have jumped on his legs. I would have pulled guard. He was gonna end. I wasn't gonna sit there and trade with him again. Like I would have, front rolled into grappling situations or whatever. I would have made him cover me. But I think me getting hit is what made him completely blow his, Shane Carwin-esque, blow his tank, and go for the win. And I think that was the choice he had to make because it was going to continue to get worse. I beat his ass in the first round. Like, it might have been close in the scorecards. I absolutely took the first round, but the amount of damage that I inflicted in the first round set up the rest of the fight.
I do think it was a mistake. And you're saying, what you're saying is so correct. But what I'm saying is from a standpoint of him demanding it, he's going to finish you in the first two. Understanding the damage that he was taking, he took big risks, he got in there, he hands on the two body shiver, that the sound it made was crazy. That last one was clean. It was precise and deep. But if he didn't have pressure on himself, and this is what I mean by mistake, is like when you come out, you have to know that you're going 5 rounds. And he knew that he had to unleash everything right there. If he would have been smart in that scenario saying, hey, we got 5 rounds, let me step back a little bit, let me do some damage. But also he's like, hey, let me get you out of there quick. Justin, can't grapple, can't do all these things what a lot of people think, which Justin's a great grappler. And what was so smart about you is when you get tired, that's where the worst decisions happen. That's one of my big things as coaching is we get someone tired and then we make them make bad decisions and then we capitalize on those mistakes. Justin was able to stay so composed here with being speared to the body. And when you take a liver shot, it is way different than the headshot. The headshot's like taking a shot with your buddies at the bar. It's like, hey, let's go. But you take a body shot, you're dying. Like your liver shot, you feel like you're dying. And Justin, all the decisions he made on the ground, from the triangle far, from not being flat, so many good decisions were made in that scenario. And I do think it was a mistake. Obviously, there's so many different ways it could go, but those type of moments in fights are what make fights great. Is overcoming obstacles. And he had set that up. He had said it. He's like, hey, I'm going to overcome anything. I'm going out there to put the worst thing out there. Like, what are you going to do to me? I've already been knocked out the last second of a freaking huge fight by Max. Like, you can't do nothing worse to me. And that mindset, I think, is something to take away for all the fighters out there. That always, I love how you say it, expect the war, always. Some of the biggest mistakes that I've made with fighters that I had is allowing them to think that they're going to go through this fight easy, and then that fight becomes super hard. You think it's going to be a war, then you're like, hey, it wasn't as bad as I was expecting, even if it was a little bit of a war.
You're not going to help them in that moment.
Yeah.
There's no pulling them out.
That's fighting. Fighting is mentality. I look at this, like, there's techniques out there and there's things like that. What makes this sport inspirational and makes someone that want to go out there and beat cancer because they were inspired by a fighter, it's not the technical piece. It's getting back up, and it's okay to get knocked down. I love watching people get knocked down because my favorite part is seeing how they get up, and that to me is why I love this, how people get up.
Yeah, how they endure. And that was the big story of that second round, that you figured out a way to get through it. And the change in tempo in the third round was very obvious, because the sprint that you have to make, like what Ilya did when he was trying to finish you, that he used so much fucking energy. And the great Chael Sonnen once said that if you try to win by knockout and fail, you won't win by submission.
Yeah.
And a lot of times that's the case, because you know as good as anybody, if you fucking sprint it hard, you wail on the bag with fucking everything you got for 2 minutes, and then they go time. 1 minute's not enough. It's not enough.
Even in preparation.
Even 2 minutes. They were still tired after
that was crazy too. That was crazy too. We'll talk about
Preparation
that.
for these fights, like I'm doing 20, 30, 40-second sprints at most. I mean, that was a 2-minute sprint for him.
Yes. Full out, full power, everything full power, every punch full power.
You can't even train for that.
You gotta have spots. Right. And he didn't. He was just unloading. I mean, that's a young man with a tremendous amount of confidence, because he's a 2-division world champion. And he thinks he's going to go down as the greatest of all time. And hey, he might still. What was he, 28?
The odds are fucking against that right
because of that loss.
I hope he does.
I hope he does. I know that he has a skill. I know that he has the skill to be a champion again. However, same thing with Tony Ferguson. I didn't break Tony Ferguson's confidence. I changed the perception of his opponents of him. And that is a huge factor when you go in there. Like, who are you fighting? What do you know, before this, he was a guy that you couldn't get through, that you couldn't push through, you couldn't survive with. And once I showed people that all you gotta do is get through that, then nobody's ever gonna go in there with thinking that he's unbeatable now. You know, and that was his identity. And you know, that's gonna be such a tough task for him to fight people that aren't scared of him.
That's interesting. That's Mike Tyson in his prime. That's Anderson Silva in his prime, where the fight was lost before he got in there. Yeah, the fight was lost before he even got in there. Physically, not only all these reports are that he has 2 fractured orbitals and a broken nose. Just that alone, just the orbitals alone, like time you've got eye injuries, like anything severe, long-term consequences vary. You know,
it's psychological.
Absolutely.
Your body heals. Your body is resilient.
Yeah. Like I'm telling you,
broken bones make stronger bones. Like that is his orbital bones will be stronger.
It depends on where, though, Justin. The orbital bone, I had my orbital broken, and for 6 months I have to do this. My tooth would move, and it's right where my sinus cavity is. You remember when you hit me with the spinning elbow?
Your tooth would move,
dude. I right here, cheek, and my tooth would move.
Oh. Summer is great, but it also comes with a lot of chaos, travel, and spontaneous plans. So make sure you're taking extra care of yourself with AG1. It's a simple daily health drink that replaces your daily multivitamins, probiotics, prebiotics, adaptogens, and more. Plus, AG1's ingredients are sourced from quality partners for potency, purity, and nutrient density. AG1 is clinically shown to close common nutrients summer long. Wherever this summer takes you, stay on top of your health with AG1. Visit drinkag1.Joe Rogan, and for a time, get a free more person hat and an AG1 flavor sampler for free in your welcome kit with your first subscription. That's drink.com/Joe Rogan.
I still feel this hot spot, but this is a very weak area where your sinus cavity is. If you broke both orbitals and the nose.
Dude,
like I do believe the body is resilient.
You ever seen Marab's nose?
Yeah.
You ever seen the X-ray of Marab's nose? Dude, did I send it to you?
It looks like a spine.
Oh, dude,
he's got 33 vertebrae.
No, actually, I've had
fucking crazy.
I've had 3 broken noses. I've had it fixed twice.
Yeah, I know you have it fixed. You know, this is one. There it is. That's Marab's nose.
Oh,
Oh my God. I mean, that
looks like a long cocaine binge right there. Took out the whole fucking left side of his nose.
That looks like he got hit with a sledgehammer. I mean,
That's crazy.
That nose is crazy.
That is crazy.
That is like, and to fix it, he's gonna have no contact for like a year. Yeah, that's like, so he's not gonna fix that the bone.
I've had my eyes fixed and my nose was better for quality. Obviously, being able to see was huge, but when your nose is broken, like you have to understand, like getting a haircut fucking sucks. You can't breathe through your nose, so your mouth's open the whole time. You're constantly breathing in fucking hair. Like there's so much. Every time you eat food, like you just there's something missing.
Yeah.
Sleep. I wore a nose strip to bed for 10 years now. You know, now
I have a scab, a permanent scab, because I peel that thing off all the time.
Yeah, my nose.
When you get it fixed, when you got it fixed, which fight was it before the Max fight?
Yeah, right before the Max fight.
And
yeah,
is it still good now?
Yeah, he broke it, but he didn't break. He didn't fuck with the cartilage. He actually fractured the bone up top, so I didn't have to get it fixed.
It's another factor that when we were talking about the fight, and people were talking about this matchup with Ilya. I said you have to think what he did to Fiziev. Fiziev is a super talented striker, and then Max Holloway fight because he was pressing in the first round, but he got caught with a jump spinning back kick to the fucking face. And when that's a game changer. And it happened at the end of the first round, and from that, it changed the tone of the fight because it was just dead on. It was perfect.
Yeah, and
couldn't have landed any better.
The truth of the matter is psychologically, I was not there. I was not prepared mentally for the fight when I fought Max Holloway. It was such a different circumstance. It was, a guy that wasn't in my weight class. It was a guy that I never thought about fighting. It was for fun. And the whole experience was so different than any other fight I've ever had when it comes to like being mentally prepared for a fight.
What do you attribute that to? Like what was
myself, my
and us. Like we told him to take the fight. He didn't want to take the fight. And we told him that you're going to keep the title contention fight because that's what they promised us. That's why he was very.
Every one of you guys was like, oh, something was different. It was like, well, why didn't you guys fucking say something before the fight?
You told me
after the fight. Like, I knew something was different, but like, I needed to know.
He tells me afterwards, he's like this, he's like, I just didn't respect him. And I'm like, how could you not respect Max? And I didn't catch on to it. So it's like, I'm always looking for flags and things like that. And 100%, I take 100% responsibility because that's how we learn. Everybody makes mistakes. I remember the Tony Ferguson fight. I didn't give any fucking water. Like, there's like things that we all learn from. But the thing when he had told me that, I'm like, how did I not catch that? From you, because he's like, dude, he was a smaller guy, just didn't. And I was like, dude, Max is like one of the guys that I look up to from the outside. Like, he is talented.
I remember thinking, what am I looking for? Like, what am I afraid of? I kept trying to convince myself that I needed to find what I was to be worried about, and I couldn't find it.
So you always need that before a fight?
Yeah, absolutely.
No matter who it is, you're fighting.
Right.
Yeah, so like I've never been as present and like I've never been able to retain a fight, and before the knockout, I was there, like I was in the arena. I saw the lights, I saw the people, I heard the people. Like I've never been there in my life, and I think that I can attribute that to me not being scared, and so me not being in a real fight or flight.
Really? So you were more focused. You could actually hear the crowd.
Yeah, I could hear my thoughts. I had thoughts. Never had thoughts in a fight because I'm so intuitive and reactionary. And that one was just so good. There was so much. And so, sure, the kicks, the eye pokes. No, I think I couldn't have beaten him that night with the mentality that I had. And that was my last lesson to learn. I had made my lessons with Oliveira was that I wanted it so much. I wanted it so bad, and I wanted to perform and I wanted to impress my fans. Rose had a fight that night, and she fought like absolute garbage. And I told my coaches, Coach, don't worry, I won't do that to you. Right before we're about to walk, I was like, don't worry, Coach, I'll never let it down like that. And Coach is pissed, and everyone's, the locker room's all fucked up because Pat's fucking weird.
Is that the Carlos Esparza fight? Was that the same night?
Yeah. And I was at home, and so there was just, and that was my fault. I allowed those things to affect me,
right? And
to, affect my fighting distance. Huge mistake. Another mistake was, winning 2 or 3 times in a row, becoming complacent with how serious what we do is, and how dangerous this game is, and how much luck and chance are a factor every single night. And so I wasn't doing the extra credit. I wasn't sitting in the sauna at home, and I don't know why. It's just, and I made that mistake probably into the Eddie Alvarez, Dustin Poirier fights, lost, and then I won 3 or 4 in a row, and then I completely went back to the same mindset of I'm the best in the world. Nobody can beat me, and I paid for it. And those 2 mistakes were huge, very, very big learning lessons. And then the Charles Oliveira fight, I was like, I wanted it so bad, and then I made the moment so much bigger than it actually was, because it's just 25 minutes in time, and all I can control is being perfect, my preparation for it, but then ultimately being there for 25 minutes and being perfect. And yeah, those are the mistakes that I made. I had to learn. I had to make those mistakes. About my career, I think the farther back into my career you go, the more special this moment is. And I think in time, this is gonna age. Like my career is something special. The way that I did it, the way that I lost, the way that I stayed on track, the way that I, threatened retirement if I wasn't gonna get a title shot. The way I called my shots along the way, and the discipline I had. I mean, it's second to none. I've watched this sport my whole life. Since 1992, my dad showed me. I remember as a 4-year-old seeing it. I don't have a lot of, great memories. I remember my childhood, but it's not like you have specifics. But I remember seeing it for my first time in my dad's bedroom. We were sitting there watching it together, and I was enthralled. I was like, this is amazing. I love this shit.
Can you picture that? Him with like a baby bottle just squeezing it.
And then I watched it, and I was a diehard fan. I've been a diehard fan ever since then. And especially in 2001 when it came on, I was, probably in 7th or 8th grade, 6th or 7th grade, and just fell in love with it. And then, going into college, we'd go and Wild Wings for 6, 7, 8 hours, spend $5 service to people.
It's just amazing that you've been able to keep this ferocious long. Because I remember when you first entered into the UFC, the Michael Johnson fight, I was so pumped, like, get ready, because this is wild. Because I had been a fan of yours when you were in, what was it, World Series fighting? And then that Michael Johnson fight was everything that I thought it would be. Fucking crazy. Just a wild-ass fight.
Crazy coming out party.
So many times in that fight. Oh, dude, when you went against the cage and you were like this, you like look back and you were like, oh, I'm looking for the shot. You're like blocking off the thing. And then you come back with the right hook, and then you let him back in again, and you hit him with the right hook again off the cage. Dude, there's so many giggle sessions in there. I wasn't nervous because just, again, that's the way he fights. And I'm like, no one's going to forget this fight.
Michael Johnson was swinging.
I caught him with that left hand a few times.
Well, that's the same left hand he knocked out Dustin.
Yeah, his left hand is so fast.
It is
fast. So fast.
Yeah. Michael's power.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, dude, and he was trying to win. I mean, he was going all out. You guys just emptied out in that fight. It was fantastic. I was like, there it is.
The 3-round to get off the backflip. 3 rounds. He got up there, fell out. Got up there, fell out. Out there,
I always get so scared for your knees when you do that. I'm like, please don't hurt your knees after you win the title.
I'm 100%, baby.
We're training for Khabib. We're over at high altitude. He's doing backflips off the cage. And I was like, stop. Do this after the fight.
Yeah, he's like, hey, no more backflips. I was like, today's the day. Today's the day I become a bitch. Like, today's the day.
I'll never forget that moment. I was like, stop. Go ahead.
That's kind of true, right? When you get something and all of a sudden you're special, then you start protecting it, and then you won't be special anymore.
Yeah,
right? What makes
that's what I told him. I was like, so today's the day.
It was fucking crazy. Like, I never want him to stop being fucking crazy. Like, everything about him in life, when you play golf with him, he's the highlight. He does shit that you'll never fucking see. Like, it's like everything you do is the highlight. Like his life is like his fighting. He's fucking wild.
So your mentality, you've never had to work on. I mean, obviously you've learned lessons along the way, but you've never had to like sit down and work on this mindset. It's always been something you inherently possessed.
Yeah, I think
it's crazy.
I think people just complicate things so much. Like when you can truly understand that there is things you can't control, but it's not everything. You can only control how you perceive things, how you react to things,
the work you put in,
the work, obviously the preparation.
Yeah,
but it's I mean, there's so much, and I guess I always knew that something was coming, because no matter how far off the road, like I've made mistakes. Thank God I was never an alcoholic, but I could say I was probably a drug addict at one time in my life. And
what drug?
I don't know. I've never told my parents about this. So
you don't have to.
All of them. But I know this is gonna sound stupid, but so I went to school for human services. I wanted to help people. A big part of that is helping people come off drugs, and I lost over a handful of friends, really close friends from drugs. Where I come from, we're not far from Mexico, but we had the best. We had come around cut up, and it was my life. Where I'm from is very boring, and so we have it so good in this country. We're always trying to create chaos in order to feel something, and I guess that's what I was probably doing. And in college is when I really, I was like, if I'm going to help people come off of drugs, then how can I ever even try to understand if I don't know what they're chasing? And so that was a part of it. Also a part was felt good, and so, once I did certain things, I knew what people were chasing. But then I always knew that something was bigger for me, better for me, and I had something to do. And so that was always, it was never a crutch for me. I was always like, that was awesome. I'm not doing it again.
What is it in your head where you always knew that you had something bigger?
Well, probably my faith. I mean, I've been, my parents, the best thing they ever did for me, made me go to church every single Sunday, and with God through the word of Jesus Christ, and just trying to live up to those. I knew, not that I was going to be an champion or anything, I just knew that I couldn't take the easy way out. When you're on drugs, or when you're living a lifestyle like that, then nobody expects anything from you. Nobody wants anything from you, and that's an easy way to live. There's no pressure.
No expectations.
No expectations, no pressure. And I mean, it really is, I can understand how you can let that overcome the passion to live. And I don't know, I just think the passion to live because of my faith has never outweighed my desire to feel good.
I want to talk about the shift that you made in your career from being the most exciting guy in the world, wanting to be the most exciting guy in the world, being happy with performing to the best of your ability, whether you win or lose, to wanting to get the best. It's weird because I don't remember a time or a day where I made a change, other than it hit. It's a Poirier fight and the Eddie Alvarez fight. I absolutely almost broke them. And it was no different than just ever. Same with Ilya, nobody ever got past it. Nobody had ever been able to withstand the ferocity of my actions for 2 or 3 rounds. And then those guys did. And I was like, what happened? And ultimately I put myself in a position and I got hit with a shot that took me out of the fight. And so after those fights, I was like, I have to not take these shots. And that was
ultimately, all I can say that I changed mentally is I don't want to get hit. I used to never care about getting hit because it's like, it doesn't hurt. Nothing hurts in there. You don't feel nothing, and it's never hurt. And so that was really just a mind. I just need to not let the predicament where I'm not able to, where they have to stop the fight. But he probably from the outside sources.
Yeah, it's definitely their shift, and it wasn't just like an instant shift. It was the 2 losses in a row where he's like, I'm winning these fights, and I need to be able to get to the distance. And I was like, all right, we got to become a spot fighter because you just drown people. And what's happening is you're making mistakes. We threw a low kick against Poirier, and he got caught because he faced back lazy with his shoulders above his hips. So I was like, all right, let's be sharp. Let's fight in spots. Then he goes on a 3-fight win streak where he's finding the right spots and putting people out from Vic to Barbosa into Cowboy Cerrone. Then that's where he's like, and then I sat down with him and I was like, do you want to be a champion? And I was like, this is how you have to fight to be a champion, is be smart. And he never said he didn't want to be the most exciting fighter anymore. He would tell me after fights, he's like, I'm not even trying to fight excited, but look at me. And it's like fucking, like, it's so amazing. Like, it's in him. It's just how do we get you to sprint 50 yards, pull back for 100 yards and jog, and then sprint for 50 yards and like be able to know your red line. Don't cross over.
But that is again the experience that you've had. So it was so critical.
Yeah, he can do it. But I don't want to make mistakes.
And it is. I think it's crazy. Again, the fact that they said that he had outstruck me in the first round, 39-32 or something.
You landed some hard jabs.
Yeah, but
yours were devastating.
They
You
were
might have touched his foot.
I'm talking about the perception.
Yeah.
It looks like I'm getting hit. It looks like it's out. But I mean, I don't have special skin. I am able to see punches and roll with them. And roll with punches. If you watch my fights frame by frame, I'm not getting hit for the most part.
You're moving with the punches.
Yeah, it's be like water. Like I'm constantly, and intuitively making these calculations.
That's the scoring. That when you see that, and I don't know who's counting that, but that's like amateur boxing. Amateur boxing, if the white glove touches you in the face, even if it's not a clean blow, that's considered that's how you judge.
Yes.
That's where Justin, I think, where you look at it from a point system, you can't just look at the screen, and that's why just can't look at the screen and go, oh, this guy landed more. This is who had the damaging blows. I think ever had. Like I get it. Like I see the way you roll a shot. I see the way that you take off. Yeah. And allow the shot not to go through your skull and deflect it. It still gets what's considered that they landed that shot, but the damage is like by the way that you hit through, that you drive through people is so different. Like Justin hits. Unlike I still think to this day we gotta ask the UFC, but they did a test on him to see who has the hardest bone in the UFC. He had the hardest bone. He kicks me, and I'm just like, dude, I'm so glad. I feel so bad for Luke. He don't let me kick him. God, dude, Luke could do just.
He has his pad on. I kick him, and his nuts swell up.
Dude, I get blue balls, bro.
And so I
dude,
can't kick
there's a nerve on the inside of your leg. I talked to a doctor about it because I'm like, bro, like he kicks people and they bruise on the inside of their leg. And it's because the shot through, but there's a nerve on the inside of the leg. I'd go home and I'd tell my wife, I'm like, babe, I got fucking blue balls. And she's like, for who? And I'm like, Justin. She looks at me like, so fuck you got blue balls from Justin for?
One of the things you were doing early in your career that I always thought was so wild was you were leg kicking people from a collar tie. Like you were leg kicking. I was like, oh my goodness. I'm like, no one's doing that. Like you were one of the only guys. You got some man, because the way you were able to do that from like right in tight like this, and not just you throw the leg out, you're holding
the leg, so he's making a base on that knee, and then it's just like you got to stump in the ground, and you're just trying to bend that tree. Yeah, man, he's very good at that.
Let me tell you something about Luke, because I got into the octagon right after he won, and Luke and I looked at each other. He was like, bastard.
He's like, Joe was so happy. He hugged me so hard.
He was so happy. It was amazing because seeing all those videos and knowing he's in camp with you all the time and knowing how much he loves you, watching the happiness that he had when you won was fucking incredible.
No, Luke is one of my really, really good friends.
He pukes every time before a fight. Every time.
Before Trevor was in my corner, Luke cornered me. He used to go to Arizona with me. I had no coaches. I would just do it in between wrestling seasons. And yeah, he would go down there with me and just grab my hands, and he would just be there.
Wow, he's amazing. One of the best human beings on earth. Right.
Yeah, I love that man.
Did you tell him about the Sunday? So the Sunday before the fight.
Fuck.
So there was one time, I think it was in the Cowboy fight, where he finished with a low kick on Ben every time. He's like, he used to drag me to mats. He's like, I'm gonna kick. I was like, all right, cool.
Let's give you this opportunity to beat his ass.
So we go golfing, Joe, and
Sunday we go golfing. Sunday before the fight, we get there Saturday. We go golfing Sunday, and it's a Sunday. We never work out on Sundays. And Luke and Ben got fucking pickled. They each had like 3 very, very, very stiff Bloody Marys. Luke bought like 12 beers. Because we got there and they're like, hey, everything's on the president. And he's like, fuck yeah, I've never heard that before. Everything's on the president. I'm going to drink. And so like whole 10 or 11, Trevor's like, let's fuck with them. Let's tell them that we're going to work out later. So,
well, we're going to work out, but I'm telling you, they're going to be the workout.
I didn't know we were working out. I had no fucking...
We're fighting on Sunday. We're definitely working out.
I thought he was fucking with me. We're out there golfing. It's hot as shit. I'm sweating my ass off. I had no idea we were working out that day. He's like, let's fuck with them. Let's tell them that we're going to work out. I was like, all right, cool.
So I told him I was going to text him and give him the workout because I'll lay out the workout for everybody. And I told him he was going to go 3 rounds of sparring and a full-on. No breaks, just grappling.
And they're fucked up.
Dude, I told Justin, I was like, all right. Dude, instantly, before I didn't text him, we just started talking about it. The way home, driving home. And Ben is like, dude, he's like, and he's like, I asked him, how many times are you going to take him down? As many as
I want.
Dude,
40 minutes, let's go 60 minutes.
So they went 20, dude. You got, 7 submissions on your coach. He drug him back on the mats. It was so funny because I was like, dude, you got to drag him back on the mats because I got to witness this.
It's funny because I got a video. So we get home, I go down, take a nap for like 2 hours, and they just stay drinking.
Talking shit.
And my YouTube guy filmed everything, and they're just talking so much shit. Fuck me up.
Luke was good though. Luke was like,
Luke's been through it.
Luke's like, you really gonna say that? Like,
Luke's like, hey, I ain't saying any of this. Not me, it's him. But they're making a plan how they're gonna team up on me. And so it's funny. Then they got the video there, and I'm beating Ben's ass. But no, actually, I went with Luke first, and I was fucking him up.
And Luke's punching Ben because Ben won't jump in.
Yeah, so Ben's like, he's like, what the fuck, Ben? What the fuck, Ben? Now's the time. And he's asking for help. I beat his ass.
Sure. Our whole team is just, everybody's so dialed in.
Yeah. Every time we go, that whole week is one of my favorite experiences.
You were in between workouts as well.
So we were...
Nothing, that shit sucked. I say it was perfect. You say it was perfect. It was not. It was detrimental to our outsides. Yes. Yeah. The humidity was it because obviously it's not something I can worry about right now. But after round 1, I just remember thinking, oh fuck, I am so tired right now. How is this possible? And the amount of food I lost. Thank God I probably lost like 50 pounds.
It was in the 70s, dude.
Yeah, 70s with the cool breeze. You know, when you go out there, what you feel is the cool breeze, but
just in the
fight, man, it was different.
Yeah, I hated the fact that it was going to happen, but I'm glad it did.
I would not change. Again, I think.
How could you change?
It affects me. It affects him. You know, I grew up in the country. He's a city boy. There's no way he's not a city boy. I don't know him personally, but there's no way he's not a city boy. You know, and so as a country boy from the desert in Arizona, like I was hoping that it would be
hot as fuck.
Like when he sat down on the stool, I was like, oh god, these outside fights. Yeah, you know, he was.
Around 1, they're like, dude, he was shaking.
Dude, he was like trembling. I was like, holy shit.
Well, it is crazy to ask people to defend a world title in an environment that you never have fights in. We've had how many fights outside? We've had the Abu Dhabi fight in what was that, 2009 or something like that?
No, they didn't. What was the setting? I wasn't there.
It was
when Adesanya did his famous walkout in it was covered, but it seemed like the environment was outside.
Or you're getting against
in Abu Dhabi.
In Abu Dhabi. Were they outside? Well, we did one in Abu Dhabi when BJ
the big arena
lost to Frankie Edgar. That was outside in Abu Dhabi. And that was when Anderson Silva fought Damian Maia.
Is that what they with the Ferrari building?
The Ferrari building was there, but I don't know if it was in the same place.
Did they have a fight in the Ferrari building?
I think they did, but I wasn't there for that one. I only went to one of the Abu Dhabi fights.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago.
Remember we were
I
talking
would say
to
within
dude in
the
Morocco?
last 7 years.
Remember the dude in Morocco said after the first round he was done. He was just trying to survive. He said it was so hot. Remember?
Yeah, no, I mean that's what I am being over there, and then once you realize the climate over there, the humidity, it's like.
Do you remember Bodog? Remember Bodog? They had a fight outside in the sun.
Yeah.
On the beach.
Caesar Palace in Vegas. Remember Caesar's Palace? The boxing. We got to fight there. Verno Phillips against Constantine.
Yeah, that's right. They used to always do it outside.
World Series of Fighting around that NASCAR event.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Duran versus Hearns.
Yeah,
outside.
they were great.
Yeah, that's true. That's right. At least Vegas is dry.
Yeah.
Totally. Arizona, Vegas,
Colorado. Yeah, humidity was what I was turning for with him. Was heat stroke, like dealing with it where you can't breathe. It's heavy air, like.
So he putting water on the rocks in the sun as well.
Absolutely.
And so,
and we trained in a hotter gym. I turned the temperature up in the gym just so he's getting used to dealing with a little bit more heat stroke.
We would spike my heart rate, and then I would go in the sauna 15 minutes, and I would come out and do clean return.
It was great. I'm
smart.
so glad we did it.
Very smart, because that environment, I mean, it's so completely different. I think the best way to fight is obviously the way you usually fight.
Yeah. It was so we went and did a rehearsal, okay, and I'm like, why are we rehearsing and walkthrough? Like, it's ain't a freaking wedding. Like, just tell us where to go. The camera guys are always like, all right, you mark, here's 5, 4, 3. So why are we doing this? And then we go there and we get stuck in this locker room for 2 hours because of rain. And thank God that happened, because then I started to go, because it's all unexpected. And how Elliot said, hey, I'm a visualizer. I can't visualize this arena. And I visualize a lot too, so I was like, I felt the exact same thing when he said that. And that's when I knew, hey, these are going to be some huge unknowns. And I had told him that night, because the rain was coming. Like, it was crazy how the storm split around, because it was all bright red. I was like, this is thunderstorms. And
we were talking about pushing the fight to 10:30 p.m.
We had planned on fighting at
start of the night.
2 in the morning.
I started staying up till like 3 a.m. after the rehearsal. I was like, 3 a.m. when we fight. I'm going to just start staying up.
But that's what was cool. Like, the walkout, like having the soldiers, like just walking through the soldiers, there was that. We weren't able to take any of this in, Joe. And I can't really speak for him. I know where his mind's up. I couldn't, from a coach's standpoint, there's no pattern I can take on right now. I can self and breathe to it. It was very unique. And at the end, I couldn't even really smile. It was just like, dude, I'm just like blown away. Now I can kind of just look at everything, because it was very, very hard go through that scenario with the pressure of us fighting on this stage at the White House. We're the Americans. We're a 6-1 underdog. That gets to you. That when you hear that over and over and over and over, it's there you go. Oh, dude, you caught one. You caught a marlin. But having just that scenario was so unique. And then once it was over, then it was like, now I get to enjoy the White House and just being here in this
look at that environment. There you can see it. What is he reading there? Is that the Declaration of Independence?
Yeah. So we weren't in the room with him right there. Through the rehearsal. Yeah.
How crazy is that? He's in the Oval Office, stepping out,
and then all the soldiers walking through. So cool, like having the 2 guys next to him.
And a lot of people complained about this happening at the White House, but you don't think this is cool? How could you not like this? How could anyone not? This shouldn't be taking place.
Dude, life is a fight. World is a fight.
This is incredible to watch.
Inspirational.
It's a wild thing to watch. By the way, how much gold did Trump put on those walls? Look, he's got gold everywhere. Look at these fucking gold designs.
When we were in the Oval Office, the thing I said is, I was like, this thing is small as hell. Like, when I see it on pictures, it like seems so big. You know, the gold pieces on the wall is the first thing I was like, they dust that shit every day because, dude, it was so clean.
But he put that up there. Really? None of that was there. He was explaining to me. There was no gold. I wanted to have gold. He's got a gold cherub, like a solid gold cherub that's above one of the doors. He goes, if Putin comes, hopefully it doesn't fall on his head. It's like he's got gold everywhere. It's all him. He redesigned a bunch of the things. He's a builder, right? Yeah. So that's why he wanted to do the ballroom. That's why he wanted to keep it, He likes everything in gold. He's a gold guy.
Was it Austin Powers?
Bro, we're just watching you look at the Declaration of Independence before you walked out, which is also wild. Like, this is never going to happen again. This is more historic than Rumble in the Jungle, more historic than, think great fights that we've all watched as kids that were like, remember that? Everything. Because of the fact that not only is it at the White House, but the American, who's a 6-1 on some books underdog, pulls it off in spectacular fashion. And just the seesaw of the fight,
back and forth.
The back and forth of the fight was fucking huge because the second round was crazy. I was like, oh no,
it's letting it go on again. When so our corner, all the coaches were like, dude, they're gonna stop it. And I said out loud, I was like, please let it go on. And I just wanted to finish like
definitive ending.
Dude, because that would have been a point where it's like, especially with him going, hey, I want to go and continue, and then we have Goddard come out and say,
Thank
you are.
God for Mark Goddard.
Yeah.
Okay, because if it wasn't for Mark Goddard, if another less experienced referee, you think he did?
He wanted out.
Yeah.
You know for a fact, you do not ever, as a fighter, say, I cannot see. It's over.
Right.
And he was counting on that. He said he had already stated it. He didn't need to say it again. He did not think they were. I don't think he thought they were.
So you think that he called Goddard a turkey internally? He was like, when he said, "Oh, you're gonna go fight."
I mean,
hey, I was playing
in that moment. He just like, I don't, I've tried, and in my shoulder trying to get him out, and then he reevaluated, understood that he had to keep fighting.
Did you say thunk?
Thunk it.
Thunk it.
Dude,
that's it all.
I stopped.
No.
I stopped him twice. I stopped him twice that night. There's no doubt about it.
I loved it.
This episode is brought to you by Onyx Off-Road. Ever wonder how to reach these epic mountain lakes? They're tucked away, dispersed campsites. With Onyx Off-Road, you'll find legal open trails around you and even better guided trails mapped by real off-roaders. Each one includes photos, terrain descriptions, and difficulty ratings, so you'll know if your vehicle's capable before you go. Unlike other apps, Onyx gives you turn-by-turn directions on the trail, and their new dispersed camping layer shows where you can legally set up camp. You'll also get private land boundaries, public land overlays, and the ability to download maps for offline use so that you're never guessing even when you're off the grid. It's a powerful tool built for serious off-roaders. Try Onyx Off-Road for 50% off. Go to xmaps.com/Joe Rogan. Well, it was a big factor that Goddard let it go on because then we got to see that epic fourth round, which is fucking crazy. Which was just, in the end, when you landed that was like the final. That was it. That
the punches right when he landed that heavy knee, that he just starts chopping it where he got the elbow in.
Yeah, and then he has to quit on a stool. And if Goddard had just given to that referee or that judges or the doctors rather desires, here it is.
I love that you punch right here, right on the spot.
Yes.
Oh, right there. Yeah. Oh, right where I just let out.
Yeah, he did not like that, and that was the end. Crazy fight. I mean,
it's crazy how different. So again, being a fan of the sport, I've got to watch. I would have usually watched this from, and yeah, it would have been the most fucking incredible thing ever. Being the fighter, you're really not appreciating any of that because you're so locked into. It's like golfing, you don't know, but golfing is like certain swing thoughts. And nothing else can come in, nothing can creep in. And so, looking at the Declaration. I was looking at it, but I didn't. Being the deck with, I was sitting there. I was like, okay, gotta reset his feet, gotta control, gotta move left. Can't get against the fence, And then those are the thoughts I'm having through the whole walkout. And so I'm really not taking any of it in as the show or as the theatrics of it.
Of course not.
Watching it in hindsight, obviously, it's fucking awesome.
There was something special about you warming up with the American flag on your shoulder, too. We were watching that. There was something special about watching you shadow box before all this with the American flag on. I was like, if he wins, good Lord. If he wins tonight, it's going to be fucking insane. And it was. It's the feeling of, joy throughout the building, throughout the grounds, like the happiness that everybody had seen, had been there to see such an incredible event and such an amazing cap to that event with your fight. It was just nuts.
It felt like a whole arena to me. It was crazy for the amount of people that you could see.
But here it is, to flip in front of the fucking White House. Dude, he flagged
That's a sick picture. I'm old.
Hey, tell me what was it? Tell me what you
Newton's first law. Object in motion needs to stay in motion.
Stay in motion. Look at the size of that fucking crowd that was outside.
Look at this crowd. Like, I could fire, man.
Hear them, and you could feel them. Dude, you could feel the energy. I mean, even though it's only 4,000 people, did not feel like it felt like 100,000 people because all those people were behind us. You know, it was
how many people were in that place?
85,000 plus. Yeah.
It happened so fast.
The size of the group outside was insane.
Yeah.
I mean, and they're watching on these giant screens and freaking out.
Like a concert.
Yeah.
When we were at the weigh-ins, it was like, dude, that's what I picture like Woodstock being like. Dude, I looked and I could not see the end of the video.
Yeah. No, it was nuts. The weigh-ins were nuts. When we first walked out, I was like, holy shit, this is crazy. But it just shows how hyped people were for this event. You know, I mean, it was an incredible event. I mean, the UFC production team, they just knocked it out of the park. And then more importantly, you knocked it out of the park. This is the cap. It couldn't have gone better. And the most important thing was that you did have to overcome. That we did see a real back and forth, and we deals that led people to believe that this guy is the number in the world. I mean, his fucking boxing is elite. It is
Sharpshooter. But, I mean, my coach is a fucking genius. Comes to, like, again, it's really hard to, you always sound, but the strategy we had was so perfect to fight a guy like that. I mean, I think if you ask him right now, which way was Justin moving, he's gonna think I was moving right the whole time because my head is so heavy and I lean over to that side. But I was moving left the entire time, and he's so pointed that he's powerful here, but when you put him here, like nobody can push. Like he's not ever gonna take off sprinting that way as fast as he can. He's gonna have to gather and reset and then point and then go. And I constantly kept readjusting him, and it was so subtle. And that's what fighting is: it's subtle movements. But I mean, his game plan was, and then his game plan, his mind, my ability, but my athletic ability. Like people don't understand how athletic I am, and I think that is what surprises every opponent I've ever fought, is how, herky-jerky, twitchy, how explosive, and how athletic I am. And I think that's the biggest asset that I have.
Why do you think anybody be surprised by that at this stage? Why do you think they're surprised?
Because it doesn't look like that.
No, Justin, I think you're looking into the Patty fight. I feel like the Patty fight, because a lot of people are like, oh, you look older, you look this, because the way we fought. Like our game plan, the Patty fight.
How sweet is that now? I mean, if you watch the Patty fight, you would only expect punches coming from here.
That's
all I threw.
Because he would pull.
Yeah, I had to wrangle him in. And this guy, no shot.
Like palm strikes. Like we need to palm strike him. We need to keep him inside of our loop. And if you're throwing straight shots at Patty will disengage very long with his upper body. So he was throwing wild shots and then long uppercuts. Like stay on the outside when you're throwing uppercuts. But Patty's got very good knees coming in, so we can't get too deep with that. Very simple plan, but also it was like make it chaotic. As most chaotic can be. Because Patty, his blitzing was very fast. He's a very good blitzer. He'll blitz passing type of punches like old Vitor Belfort. But this fight is a lot different, where it's now elbows in. We have to be tight in these types of positions, and we need to step to his center and get on his back foot line or outside of his back foot line. And that was like a key factor to this one, is because Ilya is very front heavy and will bounce back and forth. So once he goes to this angle, we need to attack the rear shoulder, and once he starts to reset, now we're going to be able to jab. And stick the jab at the rear shoulder where your jab was landing. There's my favorite part, is the jab wasn't landing here where Ilya's got a very good slide we're jabbing outside, so you're not doing inside jab coming under. You're jabbing from outside your shoulder, which is pushing him on his rear foot. And then once we started to pressure, my favorite part is the jab, pause, right hand. His left foot, Justin's left foot, when we go, has to be outside his rear foot, like right there. He opened his lead foot, and he got his foot outside. And that's also some case of right hand counter.
That was a giant moment in the fight. He landed that right hand.
The sound of it was
I wanted to sell his ass.
Oh, that was such a hard shot.
Do that one more time, Jamie, and watch his lead foot after the jab. Now watch his left foot after the jab. Outside the rear foot. Boom. And that, because he's got a high view, Joe. If I'm here, if he gets his foot out, now the shot is coming from here. So we're put him on the back foot and find that open. Because Ilya's got a very good.
He also dropped that right hand down.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful. And it was such a giant moment in the fight.
Like, look where I started. I started with my back to his left, 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 left.
But if you go out to the left, backwards, that's where Ilya, to me, is the best. How we stop Volk, where he'll throw at you, and then you go, and then he readjusts his lead shoulder almost to a southpaw. Super dangerous there. That was one thing we talk about. We cannot go backwards to the left, because that's where we get square. And Ilya, dude, he's very front heavy, so he will attack you quick, and he gets there fast.
Well, if he can recover from this, it's going to be a big lesson learned, and I wonder if he'll still have those celebration dinners the night before.
I guess no way.
He better not, dude. His team. That's up to his coaches, to be honest.
It's amazing. Hubris is an amazing thing. Like people love that kind of confidence. They love that belief in themselves, and when someone pulls it off, people were talking about the Oliveira fight. He celebrated the night before. Isn't that crazy?
And it worked that time, and it worked great for him.
But the lack of experience being the nail. So much experience being the hammer.
It's just
and
the
also
expectations. He never thought he would have to be here.
But you keep saying, I wanted to go back to this thing that you said, that people don't think you're athletic, and I don't agree with that. I don't understand why you think that.
I mean,
maybe he watches the Michael Johnson fight.
Even
he
when
doesn't
I
think you're
got
athletic.
I got to college, my freshman year of college, and I did a cartwheel to a backflip, and one guy was like, I would have never fucking guessed you could do some shit like that. Like, I just don't understand. If you look at me, I don't look like an athlete, but
dude, you won a Ferrari.
No, I know I'm athletic. I know how athletic I am. I just
What are
think
you talking
the
about?
perception.
No. Your perception's crazy. Listen, you look like an athlete. What the fuck are you talking about?
He sent me this picture when I first met him. He went up to do a clinic with his coach up in Granby with Ben Cherriton, and he sends me this video out of nowhere. I open it up, and he's got a soccer ball, and he's in this out of pads down on the ground, and he's got his phone set up on the pads that are against the. Throws a soccer ball in the air, and he did one of those bicycle kicks. He played just like he did a bicycle kick, landed on his feet, and the ball knocked the phone off the freaking thing, dude. He hit the freaking phone. It was the coolest thing I've ever seen. I was like, bro, you are nuts. This guy's snowboarding when we snowboard, because I rode professional when I was younger. Got taken out of high school for it. And this dude, he would catch things so fast, and his tumbling. There was one time we were watching him, and he was in moguls suck on a snowboard. He does this 360, catches his edge, falls to his back and bounces off one of the moguls to a backflip right back into the moguls, and dude, these people on the side thought he meant to do that shit. They were like, dude! I was like, bro, his tumbling skills, dude, you're freaking nuts. You are an athlete. I think everybody knows you're an athlete.
Well, you're not built like Paulo Costa, if that's what you mean.
Yeah,
it's like you're not. There's guys that have less body fat than you, and guys that have more prominent muscles than you, but nobody looks at you fighting and doesn't think you're athletic. That's crazy.
I think it's the experts after the Paddy fight saying, "Oh, he looks sloppy," and some fights got to be sloppy.
Those people are retarded.
Yeah.
That fight looked like you were going to press him, and it also looked like you were kind of disdainful of his ability to hurt you.
There you go.
Yeah.
No. Once I
know exactly.
Yeah. Once I didn't respect his power, I was like, I'm fucking walking through.
Yeah, and that's what it looked like. It looked like you were just trying to make it as chaotic as possible.
You make it sound like you had like a water boy, like someone was like, "Oh, the water sucks."
Yeah.
And he's like, making the noises, dude.
No,
you don't believe.
But that's also probably a good thing that you think about yourself that way, because it forces you to rise above and beyond anybody's expectations of you. You know, I think one of the things about this fight that makes it so important is because Ilya was so dangerous, you had to get like deep in this. You couldn't have a moment like the Max fight.
Well, the Max fight got me here. Without that, I would have never been as hungry. I said it was going to happen, and it didn't happen. Then it happened. He said, "Okay, now I can never let my parents see me like that again." That was a driving factor. Like, I can never let my mom. I remember getting knocked out. I don't remember getting knocked out. I got knocked out. I don't remember anything. I don't remember him getting his hand raised, and it had to have been 40 minutes to an hour. And then my first recollection is being in the ambulance and seeing my mom's face.
Can I tell you that? Can I tell that story?
Yeah. Tell me what I did, because I still don't know.
So we're in the ambulance today.
Well,
you never know how
you were there when I came back.
Your mom's standing outside the back doors, and we're waiting for the driver. There's a medic in there with us, but he's good. But he keeps asking the same question over and over.
I still don't remember any of this.
And I'm worried about, like, you know, everybody's parents are different on how they react. You know, and his mom was just cool. Just like, I was so impressed. I was so impressed with her, just the spirit of seeing that happen. But Justin's laying there, and he's like, he's cool in everything he does. So he's got like this cool like leg, like he's like, you know, just got stopped, and he's laying there, and he's like, he'll look at me, and it's like his head. He's like, I got knocked out, and I was like, yeah.
It's like 40. This like 40.
He's like, what round? And I said, last second of the fight. And he goes, good for him. Dude, then it would, like, dude, I'm telling you, like 2 minutes ago by, and we'd just be having normal conversation, and he'd look at me. I get knocked out? And I was like, yep. Dude, it happened over and over and over. Yes, but him saying, good for him. He came back, like, that's the type of person Justin is. Like, if he loses in competition, the better man won that night. That, to me, is something that stands out to me. It's the character of him. When he does it, that you have.
That character is also the character that allows you to reach your full potential.
Absolutely.
Because you're not being held back by any bullshit ego things.
Nothing.
Because there's a lot of people that are held back. As good as they are, they don't ever reach their full potential because they have some bullshit ego problems.
Absolutely. They care of what everybody thinks.
And that in that situation, losing that fight in the last second of the last round and having that reaction, that is the truest test of character that a man is ever going to go through.
Yeah.
That is as true a test of character ever. In front of the whole world.
What I remember first is seeing my mom's face. Saw her face, and I saw no concern. She was worried about me, but she was not concerned.
She wasn't freaked out.
No, she wasn't freaked out at all. I was like, and that's when I never reset and asked if I had gotten knocked out again after that moment. I don't think.
No. Once it happened for probably, I'd say you probably asked it 6 or 7 times, and then once then we were cool for probably 5 minutes before we went to the hospital. Then you're totally cool. The cool part about this, Joe, is those are some of my. And it sucks because he's taking a shot like this, but me as a coach and as someone that just loves the inspiration and what these guys do is winning a fight like this. It was proud, and you know, take it. And you're going, wow, this is a cool spot to be in. But there's times where I'm caught smiling when my fighters are down, like when Kamaru got kicked, and I stood next to him with the biggest smile just because I'm like, dude, you went out on your shield, you were looking so good. And this is the way you stand up, again, so important to me. Justin Salas, one time with Tim Means, it was one of my proudest moments, just to see his subconscious. Like, I love the mindset of people. Dude, Tim Means hits him with a knee, and he fights through it a little bit, takes another knee, and he goes down, and he's on the ground, and his right leg is still, like, moving, and he's, like, still punching, and he's out. And I'm like, dude, that's a fighting spirit. Like, there is no quitting. Like, you're fighting through being knocked out. And subconsciously, he's still in the fight, and his body is still reacting that way instead of shelling up and being like, I just got rocked. I could not wait to the octagon, and they're, like, not trying to let me in. I'm like, let me just get over to him. I'm gonna sit next to him, put some ice on the back. When we stop to the other opponent first, to me, that's the coolest part is being able to see someone go out there and do their best, and then to watch them come back. And that's why I'm very excited to kind of see what happens with Ilya. This is going to be a hard one to overcome, but I hope he does because he's that talented. If he takes the right lessons, that's going to be a super inspirational thing to overcome. It's going to be hard, but I sure hope we get to witness that.
I wonder if he's going to stay at 155. There are big guys at 155. He wasn't that big for 45. You know, when you think about weight cutting in the modern era, like you're considerably bigger than him. When you guys were standing next to each other, I'm like, there's a big difference.
I've also really focused on getting bigger last 3 or 4 fights.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
You were 83 in a patty
the
fight.
night of weighing, I was 83.
183 in a patty fight, so he was.
I touched 80s this fight. We weighed in on Saturday at 11. Saturday when I went to bed, I think I was 184.
Oh wow!
And then I think when I woke up, I was like 176. That's how much we're flowing. Our bodies are crazy.
Right, especially because all cutting.
But I think when I got there, I was pissing so much. I was actually too hydrated for the drug test, so I had to piss three times. I couldn't drink water.
Hydrated for a drug test? How's that
Yeah,
work?
so if the piss is too diluted, then they make you do it again.
Really?
Yeah.
That's why doing it after a
They
fight.
do like
They used to do it after
they
the
do like
fights
a
all the time,
gravity test.
but your adrenaline's going, so you don't pee, so it takes a long time. It's like we've sat in locker rooms for hours waiting for the piss test. But when you're doing it after like rehydration, that's a shitty thing because these guys have to hydrate. Everybody's fucking taking as much fluids as they can, so that makes it tough. But with the weight cutting piece with him going back down, I agree with you. I think Ilya is a smaller body, but he's also a big advantage for Ilya is speed. And when you go up in weight, that speed is a huge factor. And if you see a lot of guys go up, like with Max kept his speed when he came up. When he went back down, I think everybody was like, "Oh, he beat Max. He beat and drained Max."
Yeah, I think that weight cut down to 45 for him was brutal.
And this is where, from like a coaching standpoint, if it is hard for you to make it at that weight, I care about the longevity of a person. And I've seen guys get traps because of bad weight cuts.
Yes.
And that going back down and that's to me the scariest part of this fight game.
Well, I think there's 2 things we have to change in the fight game. One of them is weight cutting, and 2 of them is your gloves.
Absolutely.
Your fucking gloves. With the weight cutting thing, don't you think that we need more weight classes? Or I should say, do you think we need more weight classes?
I think there's many ways. I think you're going to have some type of a weight class. And there's different ways to do it. Like maybe you have where you can't go over a certain amount of weight after you make weight and you weigh in a week out.
So. Folks, look at this move.
Hey, this is Redman coming to you live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hitch.
Just a couple doghouse. We are live from the store. Brian Redman, how are you?
Hey man, how you doing?
It's been a long time.
It's been
Shouldn't have left you without a dope beat to step to. We are back at the world famous Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Live on the Sunset Strip. But before we get into it all, here's a little bit more from our amazing sponsors.
Hiring can be difficult.
And if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges, from rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Matson Resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support. Not an easy job to fill. So they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Matson Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him for the role at Madison Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madison find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast.
And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And you fans of this show, you know if you're having a rough time getting through lockdowns, social distancing, well then I want to tell you about some products from Infinite CBD. You remember Infinite CBD? Infinite CBD has the cleanest, purest CBD available. If you've never heard of CBD, it's derived from hemp plants and packs all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products that we've used, and they're great. I love CBD. I rub it all over myself.
I rub it on you too sometimes. Here's the Infinite CBD products I think can help get you through this. They have CBD AM+. If you have difficulty concentrating while working from home, this has CBD plus caffeine for some mental clarity. CBD gummies, which is my favorite. Flavors like sour and full spectrum. I'm in the spectrum. Do you think you're losing it? These can help you relax. And of course, CBD lube. Why not add CBD to your self-love making? You know it feels good and you got time to kill. Treat yourself. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research and users are reporting benefits like reduced anxiety, reduced inflammation, and more.
So go to InfiniteCBD.com to see which one of their products fits your needs. That's InfiniteCBD.com. And if you use the promo code KillTony, you will get 20% off. Once more, that's InfiniteCBD.com and promo code KillTony for 20% off. And we are back here at the Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Very exciting to have the great Ryan J. Ebelt here with us tonight. of RyanJEbelt.com. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony, including all the tour posters, and those are all for sale, sometimes for amazing auctions at RyanJEbelt.com. We have the great Gino from LA Speedweed is here. Always incredible. Got us through the hardest part of this pandemic. Let us use the great Better Box Studios. Go get yourself a candle at damngoodcandleco.com. Damngoodcandleco.com. And they have a Hinge Me I'm Dreaming. They sold out, but I do believe. And Caveman Coffee is the promo code Kill Tony. Get some Caveman Coffee, some money using the promo Kill Tony. And delicious Vito here in Southern California. In fact, not only do I eat their pizza, but I have been completely addicted to the baked ziti as of late. I didn't get to tell you, Charlie, I did it again this week. I did it again. I Postmated it. I almost want to, if I were to put on the special instructions on Postmate, if I was going to be like, what's up, Charlie, throw in a breadstick, you would see that, right? Okay, I'm going to do that from now on. Because those little breadsticks you brought that one time are like, I don't want to say they're better than the big breadsticks, but I mean,
Are they garlic? What's the deal with them?
they're just tinier. I'd rather have like a couple tiny ones than like they have crazy breadsticks there, but it's like, for me, it's like a lot of work. I'm looking at this thing like, god damn, it's like a loaf of bread. I mean, it's great. I just want a little bit of bread. You know what I mean? I don't need all of it. Yeah, it's like you would love the normal bread.
I don't really. I'm not little bread. You know, my new favorite thing is getting fettuccine Alfredo and then adding mushrooms to it.
Oh,
it's like cream of mushroom soup almost.
Hello. I get the baked ziti from Vito's, and they have like small meatballs there. Either that, or you like cut them in half or something. You just break them up. It's so fucking good. I mean, it's crazy. It's like a new. I have to make sure I'm not doing anything physical afterwards, you know, like riding an e-bike or anything like that. No serious exercise afterwards. But anyway, a lot of fun stuff happening. I'm excited to be here. And we have a guest tonight. Very excited about this. Ladies and gentlemen, this young lady joining us for this entire episode, I can say with no ego at all, is one of my favorite human beings. And she is truly Kill Tony royalty. I mean, she started on this show at the age of 19 years old. She became a regular at the age of 20. At that point, the Comedy Store enforced a rule that people under 21 aren't allowed in the building at all for any reason, even to perform, which was a controversial law at the time because you were allowed to perform on stage as long as you left right out. So she had to her tenureship of being a regular. On her 21st birthday, she came back to be a regular. Did it for years. Now opens up for the likes of Joe Rogan and a lot of the other best comedians in the world, including her own headlining dates as of late. I present to you truly one of the truly greatest regulars in the history of the show, a woman that has a full-fledged comedy career and an unbelievable podcast. All of my heart. One of my favorite humans and favorite comedians. It's the great Ali Makovsky, everybody. Remember that music from when she was a regular? Wow, look at her. The baby girl is all grown ups, everybody.
Hi.
Hello, Ali. How are you?
Oh my gosh, I'm good.
I'm so happy to have you here.
I'm so happy to be here.
I am a big fan of yours. I get a little bit starstruck around you, so this is exciting. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
You've been doing a lot of skateboarding on your Instagram as of late. It's very inspiring.
Yeah, I've had like this skateboard for 4 years. I thought that if I got a skateboard, skater boys would fall in love with me, and that didn't happen skating. And then this guy came over to my house to look at a room that was open, and he mentioned that he was a skater. And so when he was leaving, I saw my board that I haven't rode.
Yeah.
Okay. In like 4 years, and I'm like, what do I do with this? Can I sell it? Do I just give it? to a kid, and he picks it up and he looks at it and he was like, "This is my pro model skateboard."
Whoa.
So now we've been skating together.
Oh.
Yeah, kind of, somewhat, to some extent.
Well, I actually had Allie, I asked her if she would bring her skateboard here with her, and you did.
I brought it.
So I'm thinking maybe at the end of tonight's episode, if she's willing to do us the honor, I'm thinking maybe you could try a little trick here on the greatest stage in the history of comedy. You made me pretty nervous about
I am nervous because I ate shit so hard today, just like trying to do a cool turn to like put my skateboard in my trunk. Like I wasn't doing anything except trying to turn, and I fell so
There's
hard.
a lot of people that fall down on this show, but you know what? They pick themselves up, and that's what matters in the end. I believe that's what the great Michael Caine said in all of the Batman movies. It's about picking yourself up. Oh, that's... That was all my voices back in.
I do get to become a regular on the show.
Absolutely, you will become a regular yet again. You will be. We have many wheelchairs to be added to the club. You guys can come out in a little choo-choo train once in a while. Okay, now this, but there's a band on this show. Yeah, and they're the best. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. Let's find out what they are tonight. As I present to you the best at men land, it's the Kill Tony Band, Jeremiah Watkins, Strawberry Joel Jimenez, Chroma Chris, and the Jet Ski Jesse Johnson. Here we go. Ooh, this is scary music. What is this? Oh my god. Jetski, get out there. Show these people what's going on. I literally have no idea what they're supposed to be, by the way. You guys all work at like a haunted house? A house or something?
Welcome, ghouls and goblins, to this horror-themed show.
Wow!
Bend, Oregon is in for a scare tonight.
Oh my goodness, I thought you were Tommy Wiseau from The Room for a second.
I did not hit her.
I did not.
Oh, hi Jeremiah.
That's not Jeremiah. What's your name?
My name's Vincent Shadow.
Vincent Shadow. I'm going to write that one down because that seems easy to forget. Vincent Shadow. And who's this little ghouly
When you think of the shadows, I will be there.
All right. Who's this little ghouly goblin you got here? Is that Edna Scissorhands over here?
Hey, I'm a skeleton.
Oh, you are? What's your name?
Just skeleton.
Oh, hi, skeleton. Welcome to the show, skeleton. You came out, you were all silly and stuff. You swing that arm, that's like your trademark. Whoa.
A lot I can do with these bones.
And then, who's this young cowboy back here?
Good evening, skeletons in... Creatures of the night, this is your host on AM 66.6 Terror Hour. It's Ghoul Lee. Thank you for dropping in.
Ghoul Lee? Your name's Ghoul Lee?
That is correct.
These are my favorite band characters of all time. I know it's early in the show. I don't want to curse it. I don't want to ruin it, but I already love these guys.
Someone say curse.
And there's a beautiful woman here, absolutely stunning. What's your name, little lady?
My name's Jolvira.
Jolvira.
And I am a regional horror host in Texas, Channel 9.
Oh my goodness.
You really put the whore in horror.
Well, you just stole my opening joke, but back to you in the studio. She thought of that for me.
Just big bold letters at the top of the page. Do not forget. Do not forget. Oh, that's great. I have a little bit more up your sleeve, even though you don't have sleeves. Ooh.
Oh, you're getting into it. I like it.
Goodness. This is a Halloween, everybody. Welcome to hers. The great David Deary is here helping us out. We have a very fun episode, I do believe, planned, so let's just jump right into it. This first guy kicking it off, he's been on the show a couple times before, and he's back. It is Kyler Bentley, everybody, or some music, because here comes Kyler Bentley. Yeah, Kyler Bentley.
Hey, I live in a senior living facility, thinking I'm too young, but they have a saying where I live, it's you're only as old as you feel, and I feel like a dirty, so fit in just fine. I just found out I'm next on the list for a HUD housing rent voucher to die. Yeah, it's kind of meant to happen, but I know who I hope it is. And oddly enough, it is not the alleged pedophile. Yeah, he's a good guy. Lets me use his Wi-Fi. They say there's a lot of cliches about the senior living facility. Like everyone has an Esther living there. It's not true. We have 2 Esthers. So somewhere there's a senior center missing an Esther.
Fuck yeah. Kyler Bentley. Getting it started with a bang. I love that performance. Very, very funny. Senior living facility. Is that true?
I'm not sure. I've never seen evidence of pedophilia there.
No, I mean, you live in a senior facility?
Yeah.
Cool. My mom once lived in a senior facility for a couple of years. Oh, it was a facility. It was like a luxury apartments just for old people. But she qualified. Yeah, she was old enough. You had to be like 60. And then maybe you had to be like 50. It was like 20 years ago. Wow. It was for just a couple of years, but it was awesome. Anyway, so is it like how senior living a facility is it? Like what I'm talking about was like separate apartments in a building. Is this like more like a nursing home, or what are we talking about?
No, it's like a regular apartment complex,
right.
But you got to be senior or disabled to live there.
Okay, is it mostly senior?
Yeah, I've got like a lot of surrogate grandmas that give me cookies. And
heck yeah.
Do you get hit on? Because I heard they're like super horny and they're on Viagra and shit like that.
That's like the number one thing I hear. You're so handsome.
He gets lots of blowjobs there, and they call it Meals on Wheels.
Oh my goodness! Whoa!
Ghouls and gals.
Oh my goodness! Channel 9, welcome to Kill Tony. That's very exciting.
Hello, it's a ghost.
Do you guys ever play games? Do they have like community events or anything?
Oh yeah, bingo is a big thing there.
Do you play bingo?
Favorite bingo number is B9.
Wow.
Yeah, it perfectly drives bingo. It's not really fun, but it's not cancer either.
That's true.
Bingo's actually pretty fun. Like I used to know a lot of hipsters that would go there and go to the bingo hall.
Red Band's favorite. I ate.
Tony's favorite one is cum in his mouth.
That's not how bingo works,
yes,
Brian.
It is.
That is not how bingo works. That is not how it works. However, that is my favorite bingo.
Do you ever do stand-up for the seniors?
I actually was doing a monthly show before COVID hit. I'd get a bunch of other open micers and people I know to come and cheer the old people up.
How's the COVID hit the assisted living place?
It's like Hitler running the place over there, man. It's on serious lockdown.
Yeah, it's wild, right?
Masks required, and even if there's nobody around you, where's your mask?
Right. Yeah, exactly. People are freaking out. Has anybody gotten it? A lot of ambulances swinging by as of late?
No, crazy enough, nobody's had COVID there.
That's good. It must be a nice part of town, not too far east, huh?
No, it's really far east.
Oh, it is? How far?
Not far east, like China, far east, but
Montclair.
Yeah, it's about 45 minutes from here.
Put this nail in your coffin, Tony.
Joel Vira is our senior East LA correspondent.
My favorite bingo number is Be Quiet.
Joelberg.
Wow, real Joelberg chant. Look at that. Good job, Joel Vira. Whoa, getting things started with a little whoa.
You ever steal any jewelry or anything expensive from any of these old people that are about to die?
Good question.
No, my neighbor says he has a $10,000 domino set, though.
Oh. Red band or dominoes.
Like cheesy bread? That's expensive.
$10,000 on the cheesy bread. That must be the best cheesy bread ever.
$10,000 dominoes. That's only a week at my place.
Wait, why would that be? I don't get it.
It's my impression of Red Band. Ooh, a reverse. Hello?
That's you called him to tell him?
Yeah. Oh, it's a bitter ghost.
Kyler, what's your sex life like? Have I asked you this before?
No, but that's how I know that you're not gay, Tony, because only straight guys ask me that question.
There you go.
It's pretty much non-existent.
Rock solid science.
But that's not because things don't work. It's just I have no game.
Well, you know what? We have good news for you. Joel Vira is ready to have anal sex. Here we go. Look at those hairy armpits. Did you do it?
Have you ever been to Transylvania?
Hey! There you go. That's a fucking slid that right in there.
Go get the purple dildo.
Oh, shit. I love it, man. Well, Kyler, I love that we're able to squeeze you in here and up here. What do you got planned for the rest of the night? Anything crazy?
I got Aphrodite waiting in my access right outside.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, so
it's going to be a tight squeeze this evening.
Ooh, black magic.
Hell yeah. Cocoa butter. Allie. You've seen Kyler on the show?
It's so nice being here because I haven't seen him since, all the stuff closed down, and I always ask him lots of questions about his wheelchair situation. And you are bad at spitting game, because I feel like, there could have been some moments where I would have busted down on that chair, but
it's true.
Sometimes it falls flat.
I remember one of our conversations, me and you have something in common, is we don't orgasm.
Whoa.
I didn't want to bring it up.
There you go. My goodness. Was that a secret? It looks like the only nuts being busted here tonight are in the peanut gallery. Okay, put your phone down.
That joke brought to you by John's Manure Company on 3rd Avenue. Go get your manure.
Wait, is that a Channel 9 reference?
Yes.
Kyler Bentley, ladies and gentlemen, so much fun. Thank you. The great Kyler Bentley.
I like the bullet.
What? Oh, yeah. Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley stand-up on social media. Absolutely. That's where you can follow him. All right, let's see. What do we got here? What do we got? Let's see William or David in this group. Is that same time? Yeah. Tell one of them.
Tell William.
God, it's unbelievable. Just, it's just.
just amateurs.
Yes, absolutely.
It's like
sub-retarded. Like to call that retarded.
You know, when
would be
Allie
just
when
a
Allie was a
compliment.
regular, we didn't have to deal with such
At all.
annoying.
Waiting, ready, everything written, prepared, professional, ready to go.
It cost me so much.
Wait. Now, Allie, it's in your head, zombie. Okay, all right. Go grab Tony Gidley. He works in the kitchen here. This is very exciting. This is going to be, I believe, his first time ever doing stand-up comedy. Here he is, Tony Gidley. We got him, David. We got him. Tony Gidley. It is Tony Gidley. Here he is. Tony Gidley, everybody. Here he goes. Here he is, Tony Gidley.
Should I have my mask on?
No.
Okay. So do you guys know what the most popular 2020 children's new names are? G-Lane and Maxwell. Too soon? No. There's a couple months left in the year. She's still got some time to die. Let's see. I'm really, I'm out of breath. Not even running. So I was hanging out with my little cousins anyway. And I opened up the refrigerator and I said, "You want some of this 7-Up?" And he's like, "No, I'm only 6. I was like, "All right, well, you want some of this Coke?" And he said, "Yeah, line up, motherfucker." And we had a good time. Basketball all night. So yeah, I was at a bar watching Steph Curry. I love to hate that guy. So I'm sitting there. Screaming at the TV, I'm like, "Fuck Curry! I fucking hate Curry! Curry sucks donkey dicks!" And then a guy came out from behind the bar. He said, "Excuse me, sir, but Curry is very important to cuisine. Take it easy, bro. Buffett can hit the 3."
Wow. There you go. In his head. The zombies are in your head. Tony Gidley, welcome to the show. This was your first time doing stand-up comedy?
Incorrect.
Oh, you've been doing it a while.
I started in 2019 in January at a potluck, and I've been doing mics and a show called Comedy Chow ever since.
Awesome.
And
it's your first time on Kill Tony, though.
I've signed up, but I've not been on.
Correct. Okay.
You look a lot different, by the way, than pre-quarantine.
It's true. He started drinking water. He was very dehydrated. I used to make fun of him for not drinking enough water, and now you are completely hydrated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
You've been exercising a lot? You've been out on your e-bike?
Nope.
No?
Oh, you're an e-biker? No, I don't know what the fuck that is.
No, it's nothing. Have you been exercising?
I just hiked. Just went for a hike today.
That's it. When you're catch you guys up on something you might not know. If you're truly white, work out once, and compliments for like 3 days. People are like, "Oh my god, you look great. Did you do something?" It's like, I went on a 30-minute hike earlier. That's it.
I got all of my fucking unemployment money just recently.
Oh, good. How'd you
all
spend
at
it?
once? I bought some hiking shoes.
Wow. Did you spend $10,000 on a Domino?
But I could.
You got hiking shoes. What else did you get?
I got a couple of pairs of shoes. I got like 4 pairs of shoes.
You just bought shoes. Jesus. So I think somebody went looting on Melrose in June. I spent all of my money on shoes. Size 15.
You're making a grave mistake right now, Tony.
6 feet away, motherfucker.
My goodness. So what kind of shoes did you get?
I actually got shoes that are like Nike All Conditions gear. So they're called ACG, which is actually my initials.
ASG?
ACG.
ACG.
All Conditions gear.
Oh my goodness.
They're the most comfortable hiking boots that I have worn.
Wow. Where are you hiking?
Just Kenneth Hahn, primarily.
He specializes in trash piles and landfills.
Yeah. I grew up on like 14 acres in the woods.
Is that true? Where were the woods at?
Michigan.
Okay.
Right in the middle.
Oh,
right by the Capitol.
Oh my goodness gracious. You are truly just born in an ashtray.
Absolutely.
That is 100%. Incredible. What do your parents do for work?
Both retired now.
What did they used to do?
My
worked
dad
at a factory?
Yeah, I worked at plenty of factories. My dad was a Vietnam veteran, is a Vietnam veteran, Marine.
Oh, I can see it. You carried on his looks, the bandana, the facial hair. You look like a young Vietnam vet yourself.
100%. It's just the longest that my hair has ever been, but yeah, totally.
Yeah. And how about your mom? She used to be a bus driver.
Absolutely not.
Oh.
She's a prison warden.
Whoa! Close. I was close. Bus driver and prison warden are right next door at the White Trash Family Employee Benefit Place.
They have the same shapes too.
Yes, absolutely. Very, very strong. Your mom has broad shoulders?
Sure.
No, she doesn't. Come on, dude.
She's a young woman still, yeah.
Do you remember that she almost got stabbed once? Or?
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, not she didn't get stabbed, but she would tell me that guys would, like, cut themselves open just to, like, be able to go to the hospital or whatever.
Oh.
And then eventually that fucking scar would just open up with their finger.
They call that flirting.
So they could just go to the hospital or whatever the fuck was going on.
You call that foreplay, Joel Byra?
Flirting.
But they made her, like... They made her all kinds of crafts and like they painted pictures for her and shit.
Oh my goodness!
But some
that's a picture of me raping you, bitch.
And they also masturbated.
I used my own shit to paint it.
What did you think about that joke that I just made, Skeleton?
I'm laughing to the bone.
Oh my goodness! What's something crazy that we'd find a little bit wild about you, Tony Gidley? You seem like you have a lot of skeletons in your closet.
Crazy? I'm not very crazy. I make beats.
You do?
Make a lot of beats.
You do? Can you beatbox a little bit for us right now?
I guess I can.
Here we go, everybody. Putting on his mask.
I thought beatboxing would be one of the most dangerous things to do.
He's got one of the Tony masks on. This is very exciting. Turns out he's a big percent. That's right. Middle. Oh shit.
That's your primitive fram yet. That's your primitive fram yet. That's your primitive fram
Oh,
yet.
there comes that bass.
Wow,
that was incredible. ACG. Wow.
Here comes a prison guard. Let me search it.
That is incredible. And speaking about finding out how hard you have to work it, you're actually working in the kitchen right now.
Yeah.
You are on duty. You're the only person to get paid while being a guest on Kill Tony in a very, very long time.
That's what I'm talking about.
That is absolutely incredible. How do you like working in the kitchen here at the Comedy Store?
Oh, it sucks.
It does?
Yeah.
What do you dislike about it?
It's just greasy.
Yeah, it's a lot of grease.
Can't handle the heat. You love hell.
That's heaven you're thinking of.
They have.
That's big.
Yeah, you
Heaven, baby. I can't.
all you guys go to hell when you died?
We're alive. We're TV
I'm sorry.
Channel 9, Bend, Oregon.
Oh, so these are just characters that you guys play.
We are regional TV horror host, Tony.
Oh. Wow. That laugh was very scary. How'd you do that?
Well, when things are buried deep between your legs with secrets, then it just comes from the bowels of goodness of the bottom of the taints.
Oh, God. All right. Tony. Oh, okay, Tony. That's very... Back to the kitchen you go. Tony Gidley, everybody. Social media. Tony Gidley, 28. 28. Alright, we're having fun here. Hey, look, one of the regulars is here. They were both performing at the same time in a fucking window during the show a minute ago, but one of them is here. You know this guy, very controversial figure. A lot of people say he is the most beloved person ever. A lot of people absolutely want to murder him on sight. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the Big Red Machine, the Red Dead Revolver, the redhead
Red Dead
Redemption. The red shed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is lights out, William Montgomery.
Y'all, I wrote this set when I was in New York City last week. I was about to perform at Showtime at the Apollo. Bunch of blacks. Spoiler alert. Smashing Pumpkins is a cool band name. If I named my band after my high school hijinks, we'd call it Shooting Schools. This is the Old Weather Channel. Show me some lo-fi graphics accompanied by elevator jazz. Now you've got World's Strangest Weather and shit as programming. Bitch, I got YouTube. Hey, Red Band, when you receive a gallon of Nugenics in the mail, don't blame me, queer. That's a testosterone joke. Red Band is pretty much a bitch. Wow. Yeah, are you gonna really look at me that way, Red Band?
Wow. William closing on a joke calling Red Band a bitch. That is not an angle very much used on Red Band.
When I saw Red Band, I was at his place 3 nights ago. I was at his...
I would never let you at my house, you
I
fucker.
was in his glory hole in his bathroom.
You annoy the fuck out
I
of me.
saw his Oriental...
Are you gonna use another race in the 90s, you fuck?
Are you really?
No, you're calling my girlfriend.
Said I could watch.
My girlfriend Oriental.
You said I could watch.
Oh, Red Band's walking over there. David, are you on camera?
You think I'm a bitch? You think I'm a fucking bitch? You're gonna do this? Yeah, but we were friends. We were friends the other night. I watched his Chinese girlfriend suck his dick.
Right now, they're like blood brothers, but like with COVID instead of blood.
And some bubblicious bubble gum.
The Corona Bronas, William and Red Band.
The bubblicious. Hey, Red Band, I did send you the Nugenics. Oh, he's about to get his pistol.
Oh, Red Band.
Screaming.
Y'all are in for a treat. This is about to be unlively.
Red Band
is about to murder me.
Red Band, that's not how things work. Okay.
Yeah, where do you think we are? The Orient?
Bringing a new meaning to Death Squad.
So
yeah, where is the Death Squad? The Orient?
William, let's talk about your set a little bit here.
What set? I didn't see it.
Really?
You would say that, bitch.
William?
That set was very disorienting.
William?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You had some really great jokes in your set. I really like the smash shooter joke. It was very, very good, very well written, very in your style, in your voice, well paced, well timed out, and got a big laugh. How's this week been going for you?
It's been pretty good. I am now a salesperson.
A singles person?
No, a salesperson for the board game Jumanji. I've been playing a bunch of board games. Try to get that die out of my hands, because you're not going to be able to. I'm playing Jumanji tonight.
Jumanji?
I'm playing Jumanji.
Okay, Brian.
You know my least favorite board game?
Life. I sort of don't like Monopoly. What do you think about Monopoly?
Whoa. Redman is very mad at you for calling his Oriental girlfriend Oriental. This is really interesting.
He is mad I saw her suck his penis in his fucking shower. And I think all the listeners want to know,
where did you see this at?
He's not allowed at my house. Me and David hang out and have barbecues all the time. I won't let him in my house. My girlfriend doesn't like him.
Plot hole with that story. Plot hole with that story. Red Band doesn't shower.
Yeah. This is wild.
But he stuck his penis. It looks a lot like mine.
How did you weren't in his house, correct? Were you?
I was in his bathroom. I saw his thing come through the hole.
What did it look like? What did his thing look like?
Sort of like a squirrel grabbing onto a pecan.
What did it look
like? Hold on, who messed my joke up? Who said that?
It doesn't matter.
I'm kidding, I love you.
William, what did you say that it looked like?
It looked like when Red Bean stuck his penis through the shower hole and his Oriental girlfriend was bending over. It looked like a squirrel holding on to peanuts.
A squirrel holding on to peanuts?
A squirrel to peanuts. And I didn't know
what noise does a...
I heard a butt hat.
William, you're really good at making animal noises. Can you do a cow?
Hold on.
Oh, that's what a horse says?
What else? Give me more animals.
Okay, a skunk. Alright, how about a walrus?
Here he is.
Wait, that's an Australian person.
It's an English person going to the match.
Oh. Okay. How about a dolphin? What noise does a dolphin?
Flipper.
Okay. This has really gone down fast. Alright.
I don't think it has.
One last one. Do an impression.
Allie, get my back.
Do an impression of a dog.
I'm good like it caboose.
I love that joke.
Allie, what do you think about William's style and delivery?
You know, I love William.
How long were you the regular? I feel like... How long were you doing it? I've now been doing it 1 year and 7 months.
She's longer than you.
I don't remember. It's all a blur. I'm wondering, I have a random question. Would you ever replace Will.i.am from the Black Eyed Peas?
Yes, last time I heard he was a part of Queen.
What?
Do you like Black Eyed Peas?
I like when Will.i.am sings the Bohemian Rhapsody song and I just get into it. And I can't help but think, where is Red Band's Chinese girlfriend? I want to see her put her lips around his penis.
Hey, where's your girlfriend that beats you up, you little bitch? Okay, why don't you show me another bruise every week? Hit you, little fat Mickey.
Are you fucking with me right now?
No.
Did you read on the news? She's in the hospital.
Why? Because she hit herself and then called the cops and said that you did it?
She got ghost.
Really?
Ooh. I'm kidding. I've been watching a bunch of Dateline. That is a Dateline line.
All right, William, before we let you go, what can we see your impression of a mosquito?
Of a what?
Mosquito. The bug. It flies and sucks the blood of people.
Hey, dude, just take your socks off.
Could you do an impression of me?
Yeah, do one of Allie.
Stand a little closer to the goddamn fence.
It's very interesting. It's an interesting take.
Give me another one.
Can you do an impression of Red Band?
Hold on, I get it. We're up in outer space now, but y'all realize dice sort of. What's that word again? When you're up in. Is there any crap here?
Oh, that's a great Red Band impression. You put the opposite, you was going to throw it, you back in a
Give me another one.
No, that's it.
Okay.
There he goes, William Montgomery, everybody. William Montgomery, it's a William Montgomery. It's a William Montgomery. He is William Montgomery. He already did that. That was Kyler Murray.
My mouth tastes like Clorox.
Yeah, that was a very bizarre maneuver. That
I mean, Trump said it would work, right?
no, that's not what he said at all. At all.
Don't
He said there should be some type of cleansing agents in a vaccine, which there are in other vaccines. There's formaldehyde. He was actually right about that. And he was right about sunshine killing it. But they don't go back and look at any of these things. Go ahead, Ali Makovsky. Thank you, Mr. President.
Don't you produce this podcast with the...
Yeah. I mean, I did.
Oh my.
Looking for a replacement. We actually talked last week.
You know what? I pulled another name out of the bucket, and we're going to knock it out right. Gentlemen, this young man's first time on the show. Put your hands together for Pedro Mijo. Here he is. Here's Pedro Mijo.
Thank you for the introduction. So, you know what I find very unfair? I find very unfair when you're fighting a girl and her friends find it very odd that she is fighting you, so she gets into it. I also think that it's also unfair that, she can't take her time. The guy usually just jumps in. So, there's that. There was a time I had a girl that I was really into, and like every other pursuit, it ended with misery, despair, and self-loathing, also known as Manuela. Manuela, would you like to say hello? Oh, shut the fuck up. All right, so. Fuck. Okay. So there was a.
There you go, Pedro Mijo.
I had
We're gonna
to
see you there. It's okay, Pedro. Very good. Pedro, that was a very unorthodox set. How long you been doing comedy?
I've been doing it for about a month and a half.
Month and a half. You started during the pandemic?
Yes.
How old are you?
25.
25?
This year. I'm turning 26 this year.
When? When's your birthday?
It's actually next month.
September.
Yeah.
September what?
22.
Yeah.
For Virgo.
Wow, what's yours?
September 8th.
Oh my goodness.
Mine is September 11th.
Wow.
That way you never forget.
Oh my god.
Didn't see that one coming at all.
I'm a regional TV horror
It's
host.
also 9/11
Right
because
in.
that joke crashed and burned. 9/11.
My favorite bingo number is Be Quiet.
That joke was already made.
No.
Why did the chicken cross?
You forgot.
Pedro, welcome to the show. You are 25. Looks very quickly. I still feel like you might be 17.
I didn't say it's like 15.
You are. You have those young ages. Any of your classmates? Forget. I'm not going to make that joke.
Hey, what's your favorite science teacher?
Love those babies.
Okay. Deeply affected from the words of William Montgomery minutes ago, still riding that adrenaline and perhaps a bleach poisoning running through his veins. Pedro, tell us about your life. You're 25. What do you do for work?
Alright, so I don't really have a job
Folks,
except working at a factory whenever I feel like going.
Why do you have such a lax schedule at the factory?
Well, because I just feel like, there's so many things to do throughout the day. Why do I need to be saving over something that
What kind of factory is it? You're such a bad comedian. I feel like it could be the Laugh Factory.
It's a cookie factory. It's a cookie factory.
It's a cookie factory?
Cookie factory.
A cookie factory?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Red Band's new favorite Canadian of the year.
I don't like sweets.
I don't either.
Your Instagram is entirely different story.
Yeah, she's a different story, right?
Biography.
So what kind of cookies are you making over there?
You guys know the J&J? No, that's his brand name. Jerry's, the whole cookie. The one with the crazy hairs and stuff.
Yeah.
It tastes nasty.
Yeah, the cookies that you make taste nasty.
They taste nasty because they're not made with love. Right?
What are you good at? Like, you make shitty cookies. You write shitty jokes. What's like a talent that you have?
Well, I did serve my country.
What did you serve? What did you do? You served them cookies? What are we talking about here?
Now I do, but no. I used to serve for the military back in 2016 for the U.S. Army at Fort Hood.
Really? Wow, that's incredible. What branch of the military were you in?
Army.
The Army.
Yes.
I feel like you're lying. How many push-ups can you do?
25. I'm not gonna do.
Why? What if we had William do 25 alongside of you? Come on, here we go. Lay down, guys. Here we go. 25 push-ups coming from both of them. There's some armed forces music coming at you. Here we go. 25 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, this is for America. Keep up, William. This is very exciting. Wow, this kid really was in the Army. This is very impressive. All right, Randy. This is very impressive. Okay, guys, you're good. You're good. That's enough. This kid just dominated you in a push-up competition, William. How does that make you feel without using the microphone? She's nowhere to be found. Okay, there goes William Montgomery. Here he goes. He's hogging it up his way back to his... Pedro, what's your love life like?
I got a girlfriend that does not go out just as much as I should.
Wait, what?
I have a girlfriend I don't acknowledge as much as I should.
What? Why don't you acknowledge your girlfriend?
Because she's not here.
Where is she?
That's a good question.
What does that mean?
She's with
what?
It's just in the wet.
I'm more than sure she's with me.
Turkey with a chance of mood tonight.
Okay. What do you mean you're pretty sure she's with her family? What does this mean? Be more clear.
It means that I don't like to keep tracks on her, but I know in good faith that she's with the family.
Last time you spoke with her?
Like about an hour before I got in here.
Oh, okay. So she's with her. Jesus fucking Christ.
You're paranoid.
I don't know where she is right now.
She's no longer with us. She's with me.
Exactly.
You have a really interesting energy. Like,
Thank you.
Like when you walked out, you seemed like really comfortable and adorable and sweet, and now you seem very like nervous, and you're trying, like, I feel like because you're new, you're like trying to figure out like who you are, but you're not being yourself. So it's really hard to like get a read on you, and it seems like you're really charming and sweet, and you don't have to be like a mysterious bad boy with a girlfriend.
Yeah, it's like a helicopter.
It's having flashbacks to the war.
Oh God, right.
Actually, there was a shooting that was there, and they thought it was me, but no, that was.
Oh my goodness! Wow. Why did they? They think it was you.
Dude, look at me. I'm white. I was the first.
You're not white.
Well, everybody looks at me and they're like, "Hey, that's the white boy."
You know, they don't.
You obviously don't know where I live.
Nobody.
That is the whitest dance I've ever seen.
What's his ringtone? Joel Vira, you're our senior East Los Angeles correspondent. What do you think about this guy? What race would you call him?
This guy's my cousin, eh?
Oh, shit.
What's up, man?
There you go, man.
Damn. God, I thought that was fucking digits for a second over there.
He's only a white guy at the Million Man March.
Yeah, we were featured on Fools Gone Wild. Did you see that?
Oh, what?
A clip of did you guys see that? Yeah, Los Digits was on a massive Mexican. It's basically like World Star, but for Latinos. Where I asked him, "What's your first pickup line when you meet a girl?" And he goes, "What's up, fool?" Keeps going over and over. It's really funny. It's very.
Jerry, you said you could run a sub 5-minute mile in your prime. Did you misspeak?
All right. How long have you been? Have you ever gotten her pregnant?
How many times?
Have you ever gotten her pregnant? Oh gosh, this is an interview. Interviews are supposed to be compelling.
How about we talk about the military scene and
Is your girlfriend the one who inspired your joke about getting in fights?
No.
What was that joke? I was confused.
So I thought the joke was funny because I was trying to make a long joke, and it did not work out. I didn't have enough time in order to get to that joke. So I think it's a good punchline, and
Pedro, I like your style, dude. You just keep writing, keep trying, don't give up. there's something in there. There's something deep in there. But I'm always good at. One good talent that I have is I can spot somebody before they even do anything decent of what their potential is. I have a good barometer for potential, and I see you being a teapot full of potential.
Thank you so much.
There he goes, Pedro Mijo, ladies and gentlemen. The king of potential. Fuck yeah. One of the comedians with the most potential we've ever seen. All potential, that guy. Pedro Mijo.
Shitty cookies.
Shitty cookies, shitty at his factory. He was bad at the military. He's a bad boy. A lot of potential as a comedian. We have another regular lady writing guru. One of my favorite human beings. Ladies and gentlemen, it's David Lucas. Here he is. Let's do this shit. The great David Lucas.
Yeah. The WNBA is back. And these hoes are complaining about their pay. Everybody knows the WNBA sucks. I think they should be paid by the hour. And if they get over 20 points, then you can get a bonus, bitch. But you're not getting what LeBron gets. Nobody wants to. Thousands of dollars to sit courtside to see a game full of layups. And two you hoes are throwing alley-oops and breaking backboards. Sorry, man. Oh, shit.
30, they're like, who's this guy? You know what I'm saying? And I was dating a single mother, and I don't know if she was quite done with her kid or her like baby's daddy. Yeah. In front of her kids, she always called me Uncle Laser. And I was like, oh, that's it, you know? And then, crazy story, M. Night Shyamalan twist, okay? Yeah.
Okay, this is the K-Derma eye mask everyone's been talking about. Most patches only sit under your eyes, but Jenabelle's PDRN 360 hugs your whole eye area. Korean Derma skincare, powered by PDRN.
No one knows what the fuck that is, girl. You do one of those. Hey, bitch, you want to look like a raccoon tomorrow? Wearing these. Really? Oh, that's fucking hilarious, son.
Israel. The heat's not removed somehow, the servers will overheat and it all stops working. So when people are hearing like AI is consuming millions of gallons of water, we're all just assuming it's like this unavoidable part of the technology, but that's actually not true. It almost is like worse. They don't need water. They're just doing this for no fucking reason because it's the cheapest option. They need cooling. There are alternatives, and I wrote a few of them down. There's immersion cooling systems. They can literally submerge servers in a specifically designed synthetic fluid that is. There's dielectric coolants that can circulate through equipment without conducting electricity. Cycle coolant instead of constantly consuming fresh water. Dry cooling systems that use the air instead of evaporation. I don't know, I could pay people to blow on them to cool them off before wasting our water. Another thing, companies can even build data centers in colder climates to reduce cooling demands in the first place. The technology exists, is my point. The issue is that many of those alternatives that I just explained to you are more expensive. And that's the part that I think is interesting. Yeah, it's interesting they're wasting all the water. What's more interesting is they don't have to waste the water. Ordinary people, we're all
on Twitter. Don't be afraid of COVID. Don't let it dominate your life. Don't let it dominate your life. In terms of responding to a comment like that, it's gross. It's okay to be afraid of COVID, and it's okay that it's dominating your life. Everyone should be afraid of COVID. Jiggy should know the tree. The tree should have set you free.
I can't come in. It's because of this flu thing.
We won't be free of this pandemic until we listen to the acknowledged truth. Listen to the scientists. Science. You know, science is truth. What is the impact when people are open questioning?
We each have light inside of them.
That's disgusting.
Did you agree to make people that wrong because of those comments?
No, I mean, listen, there's always going to be people that say things that most of us don't agree with. You know, I mean, just the time, the place, just fucking. Yeah, no. I've said many times, listen, I voted for Obama the first time. Didn't vote for him the second time. Then when I was at the inaugural.
I'm from Kazakhstan, and my ancestors spent most of their life sitting in a deep squat position or sitting on the sitting bones in a Turkish city. They were eating in this position, resting in this, squatting in this position, playing with their kids in this position. Deep squat is our resting position. That's why I highly recommend to change the position. Sitting on the chair down in a deep squat and spend some time holding this position. Try to move around. It improves your blood circulation. It improves your digestion.
Hey, this is Redman. Come to you live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Cage fighting organization? Why would you do that?
Just a couple dogs hanging.
Look at this athleticism. Look at this move.
It's
really
impressive.
impressive.
From the Comedy Store, Brian Redman.
Nobody's ever recognized how sick
A long time. Shouldn't have left you. Step 2. We are back at the world famous Comedy Store. Kill Tony. Strip. But before we get into it, more from
green. Folks, look at this. There's 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet. Look at this athleticism, folks.
you live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Just a couple dogs hanging out in the doghouse. We are live from the Comedy Store. Brian Redman, how are you?
Hey man, how you doing?
It's been a long time.
It's been
Shouldn't have left you without a dope beat to step to. We are back at the world famous Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Live on the Sunset Strip. Get into it all. Here's a can be difficult. And if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but more challenges, from rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Matson Resources could relate. They needed to hire a
live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Brian Redman, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good to be here. Episode of Kill Tony. He draws for doing every drug. The only person we know that's done every drug is incredible. All those are available right at gmail.com. We're at the Comedy Store. Before we get to tonight's episode, moving to an unstoppable force. Let's check in with our amazing, lovely sponsors. Hey, we're all into creepy stuff. Maybe it's a type of porn, maybe it's a type of internet, and when you're go online without SVPN. TNT, Verizon, Comcast,